but that's on me in that situation. And look, it's not on Darren. It's not on Tillman. With a 60-yard field goal attempt, it's different. The alignment got mixed up between Tillman and one of the other tackles. The call was correct. That was leveraging. You can't put your hands and to elevate yourself off one of your own guys or off one of the opponent. My big regret flying home was that's more for a closer field goal. That's more for a gimme than a 60-yard attempt, and that's on me.
Sean Payton from yesterday. Gosh, that hurts. I feel as if this was kind of tied together. And here's what I mean. At the end of the game, usually Sean Payton, after a loss, is a little prickly, we'll say. And I was surprised in the postgame after the Colts loss. He wasn't. He was a little bit more calm. He said something like, this is going to be a tough film watch. And I wondered, it just seemed different than what he usually does. And I think that's probably the reason why. Because he knows he messed up there. When he said, that was my call, should have done it on a shorter field goal, blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's 100% true. It's what we said. We're saying basically directly after the game, but certainly yesterday on the show, is why pull out the special move for the 60-yarder? Now, look, the kid had the leg to get it there, but still, it's just to keep it accurate from that far away is really, really difficult. And it leads to, I guess, a bigger thing here. We discussed a lot yesterday the idea of finishing. And it's sort of the great separator between a decent team and a bad team. Because you're going to have games in which you don't play your best. But can you close it out at the end? I think you got a good example last night. Tampa has not had this, amazing start to the season. But Tampa, for 2 straight weeks, when given an opportunity late to close a game, they have. You sit there and you look at kind of the breakdown of the games against the Texans and then the Falcons in week 1. The Texans go up 5 points with basically 2 minutes to go. And an 11-play, 80-yard drive later, the Bucs punching in with 6 seconds left. Finish the game. Same thing happened in week 1. Towards the end of the game, they gave up a touchdown with about 2:17 left. 5 plays, 63 yards later, you got the lead back with 59 seconds left. Once you get the opportunity to close. And the Broncos they haven't proven it. They haven't proven that they are going to be a team that in one-possession games will finish. They were 1-6 in those games last year. Or is it 1-7? It's either 1-6 or 1-7. Because the only win that they got in a one-score game was against the Jets. And we all kind of know that game felt very weird because it was in a monsoon. But, 1-6 because they had a blowout loss to Baltimore. All their other losses within one possession. When the game's close, can you find a way to make a play? And that applies across the board. That applies to your quarterback making plays. That applies to your defense getting a stop. That applies to your kicker making a field goal. And that applies to your coach making the right decisions. And if there's one guy that you shouldn't have to worry about, it's Sean Payton. He's been in this league long enough. So I don't like hearing that. Now, again, people make mistakes. I'm the first one to tell you that I think a coach that owns up to it is it's an endearing quality to a head coach because it doesn't make you feel like you're above reproach. It makes you feel human. And to err is human. Admitting that is a whole nother step, though. Maybe Sean Payton really thinks it's his fault. Maybe he's covering. I don't know. But I think what we all understand is, why are you doing the risky play on the 60-yarder? Now, DMac went through and looked at all the field goals previous to that game, in that game. They didn't do it once. So it's just like it's a killer mistake. And the one thing that you really hope is that this isn't one of those examples of a game that comes back and just absolutely bites you. That this isn't one that you talk about in late December when it's who's jockeying for playoff position. And you're like, man, if we just had that win against the Colts, which we should have, we got nothing to worry about. You know, if there's any sort of good news in this, you need teams when you're fighting for playoff positioning. You need teams to drop off. You need teams to not be as good as they were the year before. And if there's any slight indication at the beginning of the season towards some of those things happening, the good news is that even though the Cincinnati Bengals are 2-0, they're going to be without Burrow for most, if not the rest of the year. Even though you lose to Indianapolis, or you were kind of battling for a playoff spot last year, the Houston Texans now start the season 0-2. So maybe the Texans are a team that drops out, and the Colts win that division, and then it doesn't matter that you guys lost because you weren't fighting for a wild card spot with them. And I think this is a big deal that the Chiefs are 0-2. You can tell me that teams across the NFL, out of all the 0-2 teams, well, the Chiefs are the best of the 0-2. Okay, fine. But still, they've already lost more games than they did all of last season with their starters. 11% of NFL teams who start 0-2 make the playoffs. So, yeah, it's not impossible. Would you venture to guess that Kansas City is closer to the 11% than the 89%? Yeah, I would say so. But still, the Chiefs have a gauntlet coming up. I mean, they get an easier game now against the Giants in which they should bounce back and get the win. But after that, it's Ravens. It's at Jacksonville, and Jacksonville doesn't look like any team that's going to roll over. You play Detroit the week after that. Then you get Vegas, and then it's the Commanders at Buffalo at Denver. Like, that's not going to be easy. And I've mentioned this. I was doing it in the middle of last year as the Chiefs continued to win football games. But I'm going to stick to it. And perhaps I'll be the guy that this will be my version of the dude on Twitter who has the tweet from 10 years ago who said, "Thank God LeBron is 30. This bleepery won't last much longer." And maybe that's me with the Chiefs. But I'm just saying, if you are a Chiefs fan, really concerning signs of this team having to kind of reset how they win and lose. Because their offense is just like, there's nothing to it. It takes them forever to score. For them to get a touchdown drive, it takes them like 12 plays. There is no explosiveness in really any phase of that offense. And I mentioned last year, the one thing that really held that operation together was that connection between Mahomes and Kelsey. Like, they rode that for 8 straight years to success. And I noticed the signs last year. Travis Kelsey just doesn't move the same. And then you start to watch last week, and he drops. He has the ball in his hands at the goal line. That would have been a huge touchdown against Philly, and he bobbles it. It pops up in the air, and it gets picked off. Like, that's the stuff that was just an impossibility from 4 years ago. So, like, you have openings here, but God, is this one a killer? You know, the other things you kind of start to think about, and it's 2 weeks in. You're just like, okay, what do we do with this? I don't. We spent a lot of time yesterday on the negative side, and we should, because the Broncos lost in a game that they should have won had they not made a cavalcade of mistakes late in the game. I was encouraged by what I saw offensively, and I think it's okay to be that way. Like, the offense looked like the type of thing that was the proper operation for the personnel that you have on this team, is the way I'd put it. It is not running the offense that you'd like to run. It's running the offense that I think you have to with how this team's put together. You know, how much Bo Nix can handle still, a year and 2 games into his NFL career is still a real question. I mean, I'm watching C.J. Stroud, who's now in year 3, and his team is still really struggling to get things going offensively. I mean, he last night completed 13 passes against Tampa Bay. They've scored 19 and 9 points through 2 weeks. You take that towards the end of last year, it's kind of the same story. Like, they had a really difficult time scoring. You can tell that maybe there's some issues in the way, and it's because you got still a young quarterback with a team that's trying to figure it out. I think they have the benefit of being buoyed by a terrible conference or division, but even in their case, the Colts are at least going to pose somewhat of a threat to them this year. Because I think the Colts are a good team, and that's another thing I want to get to a little bit later. Early in the season makes it very difficult to truly judge wins and losses. Because for all we know, there's some teams that are obvious, like Tennessee's not good. And I think they're going to get better as the year goes on, because I think Cam Ward is going to get better, and he looks like he has some special qualities to him. But when you take a loss early in the year, it's tough, because you're like, it felt like what I thought the culture going to be was not that good. And then you've seen this product for 2 straight weeks, and very similar to what I saw from Daniel Jones in week 1. I'm like, yeah, that's fake, though. That's not going to continue. And then he does it again. And then you say, all right, well, maybe the team's better than we thought they were. And, like, if you played that team in week 11 and took a loss as opposed to week 2, you feel differently about it. But still, the bottom line is you had the game and you kind of just puked it up and gave it back. And that's where the frustration lies. So a lot more to get to with that. We'll get to more of the Payton presser from yesterday as we go along today. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. So it was a big weekend in college football. I do want to spend a little time talking about a narrative out there surrounding the CU Buffs and what the plan of attack should be to get the most out of this year, whatever that's going to be, whether that means more wins or experience for the future or whatever. There's something that people are discussing that I think is a waving of the white flag that I really feel is sort of a crossroads for their season. So we'll get to that and college football stock up, stock down next. Every Tuesday at 6:20, we take a look at the college football weekend, do a little stock up, stock down, and we always start with the quarterbacks. Nelly, stock up. Joey Aguilar, Tennessee quarterback, despite the loss in overtime to Georgia, he did everything possible to lead his team to victory. Got him set up for the game-winning field goal, and not for the 13-year-old looking child that was underneath the helmet for Tennessee, who was totally overtaken by the moment. They would have came away with a huge upset win over Georgia, and he would be crowned a hero. He was 24-36 for 371 yards, had 4 touchdowns, did have 2 picks, but he played fantastic against a team that is always going to have a stingy defense. To put up that many points to keep up is a huge compliment to him, especially when you compare that side by side with what they had last year with Nico Iamaleava, who, remember, left for what he considered greener pastures to UCLA, and then 3 weeks in, he's no longer playing quarterback, and their head coach is fired. So Joey Aguilar takes over, had the kicker just hit the kick. He's a hero of college football. He's got 9 touchdowns, 2 picks on the year. He's also a really cool story. They had a little feature on him on College Game Day before the game even started, and he had, no recruiting. He went to Appalachian State, won the starting job there, played well, got this opportunity, and now might be playing himself in a position where he's at the Heisman podium at the end of the year, that he's, or at least one of the finalists at the end of the year. Maybe he can work this into an NFL career. He looks really good and super fun to watch. So shout out to him, Joey Aguilar. Quarterback stock down. Danny O'Neal. So here's the problem. He's the quarterback of Wisconsin. Wisconsin is kind of turning into Iowa to me, to where they have a long and rich history of being a very, very difficult team to play, but they have zero offense to lean on. Zero. And Danny O'Neal feels like another one of those Wisconsin quarterbacks over the last few years that's just he doesn't help the offense pack a punch. And you need that against the better teams in the league. They had a very big non-conference game against Alabama, and they got absolutely torched. A big part of that is because they couldn't move the football, couldn't move the chains, couldn't keep time of possession in their favor. Danny O'Neal was 11 of 17 for 117 yards, a touchdown, and 2 picks. His problem is he has thrown at least an interception in every game so far. So outside of Bama, which is maybe more understandable, that includes Miami of Ohio and Middle Tennessee State. Not great. He also hasn't thrown for over 120 yards in 2 of the 3 games that they've played this year. If they want to be a competitive team in the Big Ten, you have to score if you want to keep up with the Ohio States and Penn States and Michigans and even teams like Indiana and Illinois now. Got to. So he needs to step his game up in a big, big way. Big 12 team, stock up. I guess Arizona. I wasn't impressed by anybody over the weekend, to be honest. I thought about maybe Houston. Now, Arizona won 23-17 over Kansas State. Kansas State is not good this year. I understand that. But Arizona, they still have Noah Fafita, which I think is a very, very interesting sort of thing. They got one of the rarities in college football where they've got a third-year starter on their roster. But Fafita is a very unique player. It's his 4th year overall at Arizona. And maybe the experience is going to help. But the second I think you have a couple of teams in the Big 12 that can really, really play well, Arizona State doesn't look great despite winning this weekend. Same thing with Iowa State. God, they barely snuck in a win. I'm going to give it to Arizona just because I like their style of play a little bit more. I don't think they're going to be one of the teams that's standing at the end. But a 3-0 start to the year, shout out to them, I guess. I'll give it to them. Big 12 team stock down.
It's the Big 12!
It could be Kansas State again, as they're 1-3 now to start the year. I thought about maybe Iowa State for only sneaking out an 8-point win over Arkansas State. But I'm going to go with CU. And it's because I don't think Houston's that good. They certainly shouldn't look that much better than you did. But it's kind of what we talked about yesterday. It's the substance question. You're billed as a team with Dion in which his hay is going to be made most of the time in the offseason in talent acquisition, and then you'll get out there and let the chips kind of fall where they may. When you look around the CU football team, how many great players do they have? Because we all were sold at the before the first game, because Dion was asked incessantly about, hey, no more Shador, no more Travis Hunter. How do you guys adjust?
Baby, we're coming.
And what he said was, at the top, we aren't as good, but top to bottom, we're a better football team. Well, I don't know where the top to bottom lies. It feels like Travis Hunter and Shador Sanders really put the thumb on the scale of holding a lot of their issues together. And this happens when you have a really good player. He can mask a lot of your problems that need to be addressed, but you don't quite recognize them because the players are too good. I think for a few years we've seen that with Joker, where we've seen games in which Joker is out and how brutal the Nuggets have looked in the past. But he's been such a stalwart within the lineup without much injury problem that it's hard to recognize that. I think maybe CU's in the same spot. And they're in a very freaky position now because they're 1-2. I started looking at the rest of their schedule, how many wins are left. And to be honest, the two best opportunities that you have are this upcoming weekend against Wyoming and then Kansas State at the end of the year. And that's being generous. Like, getting to a bowl game, considering what we've seen so far, is going to ask like a monumental task for them to get there unless things really change. So CU gets stock down. Let's go national team stock up. Couple different options here, but I'm going to give the flowers over to Vandy. That's a 31-7 win over South Carolina in South Carolina. Now, Lenore Sellers left that game early. Obviously, that has a lot to do with it, but they dominated. Diego Pavia is still making some huge plays. They blasted Virginia Tech in week 2, only to follow this up with a win against South Carolina that was everybody's kind of darling. They were certainly mine. I thought South Carolina would be competitive for an SEC title this year. And I really like their quarterback. I just think Pavia is fun to watch. He's an ultra competitor. He is on the year. He's got 7 touchdowns and 2 picks. He runs the ball really well. He's dynamic. I just think that they found a very, very fun piece to lead their team. And it's always cool when a team like Vanderbilt, who has been the most made fun of college football team, I think, in the country for years, just because they're an SEC team, and they've basically been the doormat of that conference for anybody that plays against them. I got a lot of respect for somebody who can go in there and kind of change these things, so I give him the credit. Vanderbilt, stock up. Let's go national team stock down. Man, I don't like doing repeats on this, in back-to-back weeks, but I don't know how you can't. So I had Clemson in this category last week because they barely snuck by Troy. And I had a lot of concerns because Clemson is one of these teams now, they are going to get the benefit of the doubt, and they're going to have to be proven wrong before proven right. And I get it. It's like Cade Klubnik came into the year with a whole bunch of hype, and Dabo Swinney's a coach everybody trusts, and blah, blah, blah. That team's not good, man. So they barely sneaked by Troy last week. They lose to Georgia Tech this week, and that's not a knock on Georgia Tech. I like them. I think they're a very fun and competitive team. But I don't trust Cade Klubnik at all. I don't know what to do with him. Again, a guy that came in with a lot of hype that he had a good year last year, but it's just been like a miserable start for him, turning the ball over and just not being effective running the football. They're in an easier conference, but being dealt a conference loss immediately doesn't help anything. Clemson gets a stock down. Let's go Heisman stock up. Keep an eye on this guy and this team. Baron Morton, Texas Tech. So he's already thrown for 11 touchdowns. He had 27 all of last year. There's a good shot that this guy gets to the halfway point of his career high after this weekend. It's his 5th year at Texas Tech. He's connecting on touchdowns on average right now once every barely over 5 throws. Like once every 5.5 throws, his passes end up in the end zone. He's a very fun watch. So is Texas Tech. They're having that sort of money well spent thing going on right now because he is a senior there. He is an experienced quarterback. He had never transferred. He has been at Texas Tech since 2021. I always talk about the advantage of having a guy there multiple years and a guy that you trust that's there multiple years. If Texas Tech can kind of put that together, they ravaged the transfer portal last year or this offseason, putting all that money to good use. And now they don't just have a prolific offense, which they've had for like 2 decades, right? Going out there, putting up 60 points a game. I think they got a defense that can keep if they do have an off game on offense where they put up 28 points, and that would be an off game for them, they can still win. And Baron Morton has a really good shot if Texas Tech emerges as sort of the team that represents the Big 12 in the college football playoff. He can be a guy that slowly works his way up the ranks of one of the better quarterbacks in college football. So shout out to him. Heisman stock down. I'm going to go back to Sellers. I know it's a little unfair because he left the game, but I think South Carolina had to be damn near unbeaten for him to be in that category, and he had to put up numbers, and he's got a bad combination right now. If they lost last week badly, and even in the games where he was healthy, his numbers weren't jumping out, eye-popping. They were just okay. And so I think that through the first quarter of the college football season is going to be really tough for him to overcome. So he gets a stock down. Let's go upset of the week.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
Very true, Mike McDaniel. And in this case, do you know who really, really, really won a game over an opponent that I think surprised everybody? Did you see the final score of North Texas over Washington State? Because it is unbelievable. When you schedule a team like North Texas in week 3 of the college football season, you're paying a team to come in here to get their butt kicked. Who would have thought it was just shoe other foot? Wazoo didn't just lose. They lost by 49 points. It was 59-10. North Texas had to call off the Dogs at halftime. It was 42-3. And I think you're seeing a direct byproduct of what the scary situation could have been for the Buffs had Dion not come here, which is you get left in a rudderless Pac-12 and nobody wants to go to your school anymore, so you don't have talent. But keep this in mind. Through the first couple of weeks of the season, Washington State, 13-10 win over Idaho in week 1. Then they beat San Diego State 36-13 in week 2, and you're like, all right, maybe week 1 was just a little bit of a mirage. North Texas beating you by 49 points is insane. By the way, the records of those teams, Wazoo is 2-1, but a 13-10 win over Idaho and that 49-point loss to North Texas. Oregon State, who's the only other team in the Pac-12 right now, is 0-3. They lost by 19 to Cal, by 9 to Fresno State, and by 31 to Texas Tech. This is what happens when you get left out of the big boys club. So that is another edition of college football stock up, stock down. So
that was cute.
to the Buffs. There's a narrative out there. I'm not even saying I disagree with this. I just want to see what you guys think. The narrative is this. The Buffs aren't very good. They're 1-2. The odds of them making a bowl game are slim to none already. Do you just start Julian Lewis and say screw it? Because out of what we've seen, actual game evidence, Juju in a very limited appearance in week 2 didn't look ready for the moment, which again is understandable. He can't buy cigarettes yet, although that changed to 21, didn't it recently? Sorry, I'm old. When I turned 18, you could buy a pack of smokes. But he's young. It's not something crazy that he looked like he wasn't quite ready. The problem is this, and tell me if you agree or disagree. If you start Julian Lewis the rest of the year, are you waving the white flag in week 3? Are you picking it up and being like, hey, we're kind of done with the year. We're hoping this builds experience for next season. Is that what you're doing? Because I think we'd all admit right now that Julian Lewis probably isn't the best quarterback on the roster. Now, tough to tell. He's barely had any experience, and the other guys haven't been great. But my whole thought process is if things have looked the way that they have, and they still weren't committing to make the move, then I think it kind of tells you where they think Julian Lewis is. But now is it just about experience? And I hate to say that 3 weeks into the season, but it's the truth. If you don't feel like you have a team that can compete, and I'll tell you this, Nelly, Prime sounded like a defeated man after that Houston game, like a very confused and sort of like almost kind of shocked at the level of talent in play that was on the field, where I know he wasn't expecting this at all. I know he wasn't. But sometimes reality hits you in the face. And they have, to me, a couple options here. They can try and go back to Salter and see if they can win a couple of games, get on a little bit of a run, and turn the season around, or just turn the keys over right now. And I do think that if you make that decision to go to Julian Lewis, it's permanent. There is no more looking back. You are looking at Salter and you're looking at Staub and saying, boys, he could throw 5 picks next week. He's getting the start the week afterwards. That's what you're faced with. And I honestly don't know what the right call is. I especially if I'm Dion, would have a very difficult time 3 weeks into the season being like, we got to play for 2026. But at some point, you got to do it.
Martin Luther Staub.
He's the one at practice every day. He's the one that sees, is the Houston game just a little bit more of a bad performance where you can clean things up and get it figured out? Or is this just kind of who you are? Now, I would lean towards the latter, but maybe you give it one more week. But again, we're heading into week 4 of the college football season. And what's the question? Who's starting at quarterback? That's a tough one.
Next question, man.
So, jump back to this a little bit later. 303-504-0925. Is there still a positive to come out of the Broncos' loss that we'll get to next?
It's second down and 13 for Knicks. 4-5 through the air. McGlinchey trying to block. Here comes the rush from Lewis. Downfield, he's got him! Caught! What a grab! Franklin, outstretched, pulls it in. Downfield. Second down goal. That's a touchdown. Franklin, why not? He authored that drive. He finishes that drive with a touchdown reception of 3. And the Broncos have tied the game again.
CBS on the call. Again, are there positives to take away? I liked what I saw out of the offense. The defense, you know, it's tough because what you saw from the offense was good, and do I trust it? Not really. What I saw from the defense was bad. Do I trust that? Not really. It just was a weird game. But I think one thing was kind of proven there is that you have running backs that are a much higher level than they were last year. J.K. Dobbins, I thought, ran the ball fantastically. Still going to take a while for R.J. Harvey maybe to sort of get it. He feels like sort of a boomer bust guy, that he'll have the 5 carries for 10 yards, and then he'll have a 30-yarder that kind of makes up for everything else. That's the kind of back that he feels like right now. So I still think you do got to feed him, but I think there's no question that J.K. Dobbins is your starting running back, and he's going to get the bulk of the carries until R.J. Harvey takes that away from him. I mean, J.K. Dobbins is a veteran, good running back in this league, and when you have the splits and the game plan that Sean Payton had on offense, I think that you see how much that was all kind of paying off. It set up play action a lot better for Bo Nix. It allowed him to catch the defense maybe a little over-aggressive in the running game sometimes, which teams just didn't have to worry about. But you come out and you establish a run with 3 straight runs to start the game, you look like an entirely different team. And I think that all sort of benefits what the offense is overall. Now, are there still concerns with that? Yes. I'm not going to overdo the Sutton thing. Him having 1 catch is odd and not ideal because he's your best offensive player. But if you guys remember, did you know that last year there was a game in which Cortland Sutton had 1 catch? Do you know when that was? It was week 2. It was against Pittsburgh in a loss. And then he went on to have the 81 catch, 1,100-yard, 8-touchdown season. That'll figure itself out because they just have too much reliance and chemistry on each other for this to happen too many more times. You know what's funny, Nelly? There was a game in which Cortland Sutton wasn't targeted at all last year. You know what that was? The 33-10 win over New Orleans on Thursday night. I remember there was a funny little wrinkle to that game in which the Broncos dominated, offense looked good, and Sutton didn't get a target. But it's rare because you know they're going to be finding each other over and over again throughout the course of a game. I'm not concerned about that. There is something I am concerned about. One of them stems from the offseason. The other stems from the first 2 weeks. The one that stems from the offseason is you have this first drive, you run the ball 3 times, you're super effective. You find Pat Bryant on a throw for a first down, and the very next play is the 23-yard touchdown pass to Marvin Mims that was a thing of beauty. Is Mims going to be featured in the offense or not is one of the questions I have. Like, is Sean Payton so against receivers under 6'3" that it's almost like he just forgets to package it together for him? So that's one. The other is Evan Ingram. We were told over and over and over again, hey, what we really need and what Sean Payton's offenses always have is a joker. And Evan Ingram fits that because Evan Ingram, he has the ability to line up inside, outside, can put him in motion. He's basically a wide receiver at tight end and this and that, da.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
And then he hurts his calf in week 1. And then you're like, okay, so he's out for a few weeks? No, he's going to play this week and start. And then he's just never looked at. And so, you don't want to cater your offense to just like target guys just to target them. They have to be open. But I'll tell you this. If you thought this guy's a weapon, then why aren't you using it? In any way that you can, get him like a tight end screen or something. Like, just get the ball in his hands once. Same thing applies to Marvin Mims. Like, find a way for that guy to touch the football because cool things happen typically when it does. So overall, I liked the offense yesterday. I liked the overall game plan, but still, you got 2 guys on offense that I just feel like are going to be underutilized for a good portion of the year. By the way, watching the games last night, so the Chargers win again. They look pretty good, although the Raiders were terrible. So it was kind of hard to judge that. I mean, Geno Smith, and my whole thing about Geno is that he's fine. I have never been overly impressed by anything. Even when he was in Seattle, I was like, okay, kind of okay, good-ish, somewhere in that ballpark. I mean, his first starting year in Seattle maybe was different. But I never saw special. And I just thought, if he's going to go to a team that's not very good, they are not going to get magically better. And I think that's what you saw last night. He turns the ball over 3 times. The worst thing, though, is this is a veteran quarterback. I mean, he's 34 years old. How are you going to throw the ball out of bounds, like throw it away on 4th down? And that happened with barely over 3 minutes left in the game. If they had some sort of like drive, if they tried to make something happen, then who knows? The game could be a lot different. The drive beforehand, too, he takes the sack on 4th down. It's like that also can't happen. You need to chuck the ball 100 yards in the air, if nothing else, in the field of play. It's just both really awful decisions. Like, when it got down to crunch time, it's a 20-9 football game. So you drive down, and they get the ball. It was a huge drive. It took forever. But they get it inside the red zone. It's a 19-play drive. And they come away with a field goal. It's 20-9. You get the Chargers to turn it over on downs. Now it's 20-9. You're starting around midfield. You're cooking. You're a field goal and a touchdown and a 2-point conversion away from tying the game. A couple touchdowns from taking the lead. And that's where he throws his 3rd pick of the game. His defense holds to a 3-and-out again. And then you take the sack on 4th down. You get the fumble immediately back the play afterwards, only to throw the ball away on 4th down. Like, it was a miserable watch. And then I get the camera shot up to the booth, the luxury suite, not the luxury suite, the booth where the coaches are. And I see Tom Brady sitting up there. And I'm just like, this is a bad look. Tom Brady is going out as an analyst, a color commentator, actively talking to players and coaches from all around the NFL. And then he gets to sit in the booth during a game. It's still what feels like to me a massive conflict of interest. And let me just put this in perspective. Teams don't allow you to film anything during training camp for fear of giving something away. There are people in this town that have been scolded by the Broncos organization and other markets for giving out where guys are playing in a scheme. Like they run a play, and if you said during training camp, hey, we saw a couple of plays in which Evan Ingram was lined up in the slot or something along those lines, it's like you aren't allowed to say that. And this dude gets to go to the booth and talk to players and coaches. It just doesn't seem like it makes sense to me. Also, did you guys see this news out of so I think this is the same guy that just hosted the Bud Crawford and Canelo fight over the weekend. One of those Saudi, what do they call them? Are they princes? The new flag football tournament league thing that they're going to be doing in Saudi Arabia. So a competitive flag football tournament. Tom Brady, Saquon, Christian McCaffrey, CeeDee Lamb, Max Crosby, Rob Gronkowski, Sauce Gardner, Myles Garrett, and others are going to be in a competitive flag football tournament taking place in Saudi Arabia March 21st of next year. Do you know who's coaching? There's going to be 3 teams. It's Pete Carroll, it's Kyle Shanahan, and Sean Payton.
No.
And I've just accepted, no matter what, Saudi Arabia is going to continue to pay people excessive amounts of money to try and get out of America.
I ain't asking for the world here.
It's very obvious. Between the live stuff and then them getting guys like what is it, Ronaldo or Mbappe or both or something like that? Yeah.
And you remember when the Nuggets and the Celtics played preseason in Abu Dhabi?
Yep.
To get Sean Payton's crotchety butt all the way to Saudi Arabia, how much do you think they're paying
That's
him?
a hell of a check. 303-504-0925. You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's deals and delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
but that's on me in that situation. And look, it's not on Darren. It's not on Tillman. With a 60-yard field goal attempt, it's different. The alignment got mixed up between Tillman and one of the other tackles. The call was correct. That was leveraging. You can't put your hands and to elevate yourself off one of your own guys or off one of the opponent. My big regret flying home was that's more for a closer field goal. That's more for a gimme than a 60-yard attempt, and that's on me.
That sounds like something that we were saying. Sean Payton yesterday during his press conference said this before. I do like when a head coach steps up, puts his hand up, and goes, hey, that's my bad. I did that. That's on me. But we talked a lot yesterday about the ability to close a game and that being a separator. Like, I witnessed it last night. There's a team in the NFL that's done this 2 straight weeks now that has not played a good game, but at the end of the game, closed it out, and that's Tampa. Tampa did that against Atlanta in week 1. They did it last night in a crucial situation, being down 5 late in that game to come back and win. In this case, the only thing I don't like, appreciate the honesty, appreciate the accountability. I don't like hearing that Sean Payton was the one that made that call, though. For some reason, it would have felt better if it was Darren Rizzi or something like that, or a rogue player.
That call.
You think he's covering?
Yeah, I think he's just taking one for the team.
He could be.
I mean,
it crossed my mind.
He handpicked Darren Rizzi. He handpicked just another New Orleans assistant he brought over. I think he's just taking one for the team. I'm third. There was a tongue lashing behind the scenes, and the coach, that coach is more secure than anyone over there, right?
Yeah.
Why'd you smile?
Oh, because Moser made a joke, and it's the exact joke you'd think he'd make. Just continue.
What?
Well, I'm trying to think what that joke would be right now. I'm trying to read.
Good morning, Vic. I'm glad to see
my
you. I don't like the fact that your hair is sticking out from underneath your hat. It needs to be lower.
Yeah, you can't just kick that thing up.
You can't just have a couple
up.
strands. Yeah, you can't have a couple strands that stick out through the bottom.
You look 12.
It's a joke I've made 1,000 times.
It's fine. We can move on.
We can absolutely move on.
But Vic, I
about taking one for the team. It doesn't even matter.
I would absolutely accept your theory that he's covering for his guy, that he's covering for Rizzi. Because you guys remember last year when they had the thing with Forsythe after the Chiefs game where he did the fall over thing, and that was a strategy that I guess was implemented by, is it Katwika? Was that the guy last year, the special teams coordinator?
Yeah. And there were 2 of them.
Well, those guys weren't here anymore. And I don't think that he wants to say that's on, because he knows he's not getting fired. So he's like, well, that wasn't on my special teams coach who I handpicked. That was on me. So blame me, because it's a lot easier.
Do you really think? Listen, I don't know how wrapped up Sean Payton is in every element of game day. But do you think the head coach is sitting there breaking down exact plays to run?
Absolutely not.
Field goal block units. Do you think he's sitting there going, "Hey, Darren, let's go with the thing on the bottom of your sheet there. Let's go with X, Y. Let's have them stunt." I mean, come on, man. No. That's up to the special teams coach. He coaches the coaches there.
No, I think you're right. I guess what I would say is because they have such a long history, they've probably done that a lot in New Orleans before. And maybe he went to him and said, hey, how about we do that thing? I don't know. Maybe. But you're probably right, Vic.
Hey, why don't we do the thing with the thing? You know what? You know what I mean?
I don't know what play that's called.
No, I agree.
Let's do the illegal play.
No, but what I'm saying is Vic had it perfectly laid out yesterday. And honestly, that vision stuck in my head all day of the situation, right? You're out there getting ready to kick, all this kind of thing, right? Colts are out there hanging out, doing their thing. And Vic's just out there with a Chesterfield non-filtered in one hand and a glass of wine in the other. And he's standing at about, honestly, not even at the hash mark. He's outside the hash. He's just going.
You're kneeling, actually. You have your helmet off. Yeah. You're kneeling on one knee.
No, helmet's got to be on. That's a penalty. Helmet's got to be on.
Yeah,
that's true.
But
you got
raised
your
up a little
chin
bit.
Strap. Yeah, you're smoking, and yeah, you're right. A nice glass of wine, a nice glass of Merlot. You just have a glass of wine there, and you're like, all right, get this over
charcuterie board?
that wouldn't be bad.
You want
either.
a little charcuterie?
Yeah.
Okay,
Little charcuterie.
Sure.
Sure.
So instead of the water bottle squirting team, you just pull Len Dawson.
Len Dawson at halftime
of the Super Bowl. You got a fresh
Dawson.
You got a fresh kind of dart and a charcuterie board. You're like, go ahead, kid. Go ahead. Give it your best shot.
And
there.
you just basically you tempt fate. You tell the kicker, see what you got, buddy. How many times have you guys done that when you played a sporting event? Yeah, go ahead, shoot that shumper.
Sure.
You're not shoot it. I'll let you wide open. Shoot it. You have no chance.
Hey, the very famous story of
I know.
Let the white boy get a taste was in full effect on that 60-yard field goal.
Exactly.
If you guys, should I retell the story just quickly for those?
Retell it. Yeah.
Yes.
So when I was in
because
college,
we have more and more people coming to the program every day.
It's very true.
They don't know.
The new listeners that have not heard this story, I was playing I was just shooting hoops in the gym when I was in college in between classes. I had like an hour and a half in between them, getting some shots up. And then there's this pickup game that starts on the other half of the court, and I'm an impediment to these guys having a full court game. And so I just put the ball away, and I was about to walk out, and they said, hey, we need one more guy to make it 5-on-5. Can you play? And I was like, you guys don't want me. I just took a look at these guys. They all looked like former basketball players. I was like, you don't want me in this game. Okay, you don't want me in there. They said, please, man, we just need one more guy. And I go, all right, fine, I'll play. Keep in mind, I'm the only white guy on the court. I am not doing anything. The ball touches my hands, I give it to somebody else immediately. And the guy says to the rest of my teammates who's guarding me, because he's bored, guys, let the white boy get a taste. And I said, no taste. I don't want a single taste. Not one. I'm just here to get some cardio in. That's all I'm doing.
There will be no tasting.
So,
you guys
did you get a taste?
All the tasting.
So here's the best part. We are kicking the crap out of this team because we have a guy. He's like 6'9". He was like former Division I player, low end Division I guy. Yeah. He's dunking.
Don't say we. You really were just an ornament on that team.
No, it's my team.
Okay.
He's dunking. I've never played in a pickup game where people just dunk recreationally. Last point. We're up like, 9. I'm underneath the hoop. I get the ball. I fake a pass. Everybody runs away because they know I haven't shot yet. And I just look up at the rim and I go, boop, game winner. That's the only time that I took a shot. But, God, I nailed it from 2 feet out. Yes. Anyway, that should be the kicker. It's just like, let him do whatever he wants to do. We don't have to worry about this. Now,
how good would that have been if at that point they all sat there and somebody yelled from the Broncos side, let the white boy get a taste?
I mean, they should have. Here's a concern, though, guys. And this dates back to even last year when the Broncos were good. They were a playoff team. They are now, this year and last year, 2-7 in one-score games. And that includes the Tennessee game that was barely a one-possession game. Them in crunch time situations making the right plays has now been a theme where that's not happening. And it's a problem because if you want to compete with the bigger teams in not just your division but in your conference, you're going to have to find a way to win games like that.
You referenced Tampa Bay last night in Baker Mayfield, and I made this case, and you guys tell me if I'm off here. I think if there's a quarterback out in the National Football League for Bo Nix to model his game after, it is Baker Mayfield.
That's a great point. I love that.
It is Baker Mayfield. It's not Drew Brees. Oh, well, Drew Brees is his mentor. No, he's not Drew Brees, guys. Stop it. He's not Drew Brees. It's not even close to Drew Brees. Drew Brees didn't have the wheels Bo Nix has. Drew Brees was a pocket passer. Everything was in the pocket. That's what Drew Brees was. He's not Bo Nix. Bo Nix is not Drew Brees. Bo Nix is Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield, early in his career, struggled in Cleveland. He has figured out how to use his wheels as a bona fide weapon, and he's never out of a game, ever. And the confidence that Tampa has in him when he's running that machine, you could tell in the first 2 games of the season, both come from behind wins. With him at the controls, they're never out of it, ever out of it. He's the reason they're 2-0 right now.
Vic,
it starts with the quarterback.
I love that. Even like from a demeanor standpoint, they feel like their attitudes are kind of the same. Like,
everything.
They're tough. I like that a lot. And you know what? If he becomes Baker Mayfield, I think you're happy as hell about
Baker
that.
Mayfield also last night. Here's the one thing I did like, Vic. Sorry. He knocked the ball out of his own hand.
He did. You're going to have a few of those.
To give Houston the opportunity to go down and score and take the lead. But
he also took it the distance to win the game.
Right. He sucked it up, took it the distance, laid his body on the line to go and win the game. And by the way, I'm watching the end of that football game, and tick, 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 ticky, tick, 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 tick. It worked out, but you're sitting there with 9 seconds left on the clock, and you've still got 2 timeouts. I'm like, you just let 23 seconds on 2 different plays click off the clock, and I'm like, use your timeouts, dudes.
I didn't understand it either because you can't take them with you
I
at
don't
all.
think
so
I don't
use
think
them.
they used their first one until there were like 42 seconds left in the game.
To their credit, though, it's like part of that balance is score. If you're going to score, don't leave enough time on the clock. Now, the priority is just getting in the end zone.
Right.
But here's what I love about what you said, Vic, is that Baker, I think we all understand. I like Baker. I think everybody does. I don't know where you'd rank him as far as quarterbacks in the league, but he's somewhere around the top 10. I mean, he's somewhere in there.
Oh, he's a top 10 quarterback. He's a top 10 quarterback.
But he's not going to be.
Make a list.
But
did you compare him to C.J. Stroud last night, who looked awful?
Yeah, C.J.'s he's had some problems for now going over a year.
He's gone backwards,
bro.
Backwards.
But to Baker's not Mahomes. Baker's not Josh Allen. He's not Lamar Jackson. He doesn't have to be, though. And I think too many people confuse the standard they need for a quarterback with you have to be the elite of the elite or else it's not good enough. I've never subscribed to it. There's plenty of examples of guys who are above average, good quarterbacks that are enough.
Win Super Bowls.
Yeah, that are enough for their football teams.
Yeah.
And especially in rookie contract windows, it's like that. Especially
when you want to get people upset right now? Let me ask this question, and people get offended as if comparing Bo to Baker Mayfield. Oh my God, he's going to be so much better than Baker. How dare you? Get over yourselves, okay? Let me ask you this: who would you rather have as a quarterback right now this season, Bo or Baker? Right now, right
there's
here.
no question. It's
If
Baker.
I give you the choice,
It's Baker Mayfield.
You're giving me a top 10 quarterback or a guy that we don't know about yet. I mean,
that's not a knock on Bo, who's only in his second year.
Baker
He's going
had
to be
41
very good.
touchdowns last year, by the way. 41.
Yes, that's not a knock. It just shows you Baker Mayfield is much better than you think. And he makes, you know what he is, guys? He's one of those quarterbacks who really makes the most out of his talents, out of what he has, out of what God gave him.
He's a scrapper.
He makes the most out of it.
He's an absolute scrapper, too. I think it's part of his personality. But you could see it on the field. He cut it back to the middle, took that shot to the leg, went over T. Kettle right on that final drive, and he's limping back to the huddle. Right then would have been a good time to call a timeout. But what do I mean?
Talking crap with the defensive backs.
Yeah.
You know, I love that.
Oh,
I love the guy's a talker. He's a squawker. He's a player, man.
The DB got up into his face, and he got right back into his face. I mean, it's good stuff. I mean, that's leadership type of stuff, and he's obviously found a great home down there. So I wouldn't mind that comparison, Vic, and I wouldn't mind having that guy.
By the way, on the other game, if you stayed up late enough to watch it, which I did, Mose, you're more of a Geno guy than I am. I always said that Geno's fine. I don't think there's anything special about him, and I don't think he's somebody that if you have a mediocre to bad team that he's going to elevate you to another level. But he can be.
He threw a pick on his first pass of the play. The first play of the game was a pick. What are you doing?
Beyond that, I could not believe for a 34-year-old quarterback the end of that game. They weren't out of it, by the way. They go down, they drive to, I don't know, about the 20. It took them like 19 plays to get the 20-yard limit. They got there. Kick a field goal, it's now 20-9. And you're like, okay, well, maybe if they do some things right and their defense, to their credit, goes out and they get a stop. He gets the ball back. He throws a pick. The defense responds again. First play, force a fumble. Get the ball right back to Geno. And he takes a sack on fourth down, which you can't do. And their final possession on fourth down literally throws the ball away.
He threw the ball away on fourth down. You're like,
what are you
You're
doing?
a 34-year-old quarterback.
Have you lost
memories of Paxton Lynch?
Yeah, you lose track of the situation. I mean, the situational awareness there was incredibly poor. Yes.
That's impossible for somebody that's been in the league as long as him to take a sack on fourth down, throw the ball out of bounds on fourth down, and throw a pick when you're trying to mount the comeback.
I know we'll get to all
which was his third of the game, by the way. His third.
Right. I know we'll talk about this as we move along here. But the AFC West is a problem. And the Raiders may not be a very good football team, but you know what?
No. The Chargers are a problem. No, the Chargers are a problem.
The Raiders' defense is a bit of a problem at times, Vic.
Raiders defense looks
Okay.
like they're certainly better.
That's 2 weeks in a row that
I'll give you that.
They've looked that their offense hasn't done squat to help them really.
They
got
frustrated
the win
the
in New
Chargers.
England, but they frustrated the Chargers last night. They really did. I know we'll get into more of that. Also, Khalil Mack, did you see his elbow?
Ugh.
Yeah.
So he's out for a while. Good for the Broncos.
When we come back, you can talk a little bit more about the NFL, but I got a question. There's a narrative out there surrounding CU and what should happen now. And I feel like if they do this move, I'm not even against it. But if you start Julian Lewis and you just say, hey, season hasn't started the way we wanted to, let's get the young kids some experience, is that you waving the white flag? We'll get to it next.
Staub didn't play well. I saw what you saw. He did not play well today. It wasn't his best, we say the least.
It's prime after the game on Saturday or on Friday. There's this thing going around out there, and I'm not even saying I disagree with this, but the Buffs are in a very weird position. They're 1-2 through 3 weeks of their season. They're 0-1 in conference play. Their loss was a pretty bad one to a team that I don't feel like is going to be that great. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think they're a great Big 12 team in why am I blanking on this?
Houston?
Good Lord. Houston. Thank you.
Houston?
Yes.
Nailed it. Houston.
You're talking about Houston.
Isn't Houston?
Yes, it's
The
Houston.
Cougars.
Houston.
Yes.
It's a city in
I
Texas,
think Houston
right?
is
Texas.
fourth or fifth biggest city in the United
Thank you.
States of America.
Thank you, everybody.
And
Thank
New
you.
York,
Yeah,
L.A., Chicago, and then I think it's Houston.
It's just a brain fart.
I think Houston is fourth.
Just a brain
What
fart.
did their mayor say to all the crooks?
Everybody chill.
Everybody chill.
Everybody chill.
So everybody chill.
Which
Okay.
is, you know what? We don't utilize that enough for criminals in this country. If we just walked up to them and said, guys, chill. just for
I'm
a
sure
little
things
bit.
would go really well, yeah.
But there's this thing out there, like if you feel, and I think appropriately, that the Buffs are going to have a very difficult time even getting bowl eligible. Like, guys, go look at their schedule. Tell me where you see the dubs from here on out. I think they got one coming up this weekend, and their next best shot might be the final week against Kansas State. Maybe. Like, there's a whole bunch of a mess in between this.
I think they're going to be a dog in every single game they play the rest of the season outside of Wyoming. They're a 12.5-point favorite.
If they don't look better, yeah, I don't think you're wrong there,
and no offense to all you Cowpoke fans out there, because, listen, I support Wyoming as well. Ram fans don't get sideways. I just want teams in the area to do really well. But name me another Big Ten team in the Big 12, especially at the top, the Iowa States and Texas Tech and all. How many points would they be favored over Wyoming by?
Yeah, I don't know.
You're favored by 12.5. You're going to be a dog versus BYU, TCU, Iowa State, Utah, Arizona, West Virginia, ASU, and then we'll see about K-State.
So there's a thought out there. If that's the case, then why not just start Julian Lewis and say screw it? Just do that, build for the future, build for 2026, and get him experience. And I think that, look, it's a totally fine argument, but you are absolutely 3 weeks into the season waving the white flag and saying we're done with this year, which is tough.
And then, holy crap, you'd be on your third starter in your first 4 games.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, again,
a lot of turnover.
I'm not even saying the people saying this are wrong. I'm just saying, if you're Dion, would you be willing heading into week 4 to basically say that out loud? That's the question.
You're darn right I plan on winning.
Why wouldn't you say it out loud? Is it embarrassing?
Well, hell yeah, it's embarrassing.
Is it an embarrassment to you and your program to
Yes.
say it out loud?
Yeah.
Or do you say, you know what, just whatever is going to be best for the future, that's the direction that I'm going to go in. Whatever is best for the future of the Colorado Buffaloes program.
I don't know, man. It's tough. Like they're in a really tough position. We talked about it yesterday. They just don't do anything really well right now. They have no sort of calling card as a team. Like, do you throw the ball well? No. Do you run the ball well? No. Do you stop the run well? Mm-mm. Do you stop the pass? Nope. Like, what do you do? And
what you do is try to find whatever that is.
Yeah.
You try to find it now.
And is that the argument for starting Juju? Is that the argument? Like, maybe we can find a young quarterback we can build around for the next few years, sort of thing. Maybe that's the next step.
I guess I use the. Remember what Chad Brown told us last week when we brought this up? He said, "What does the locker room say?" I mean, you go to Juju just because of self-interest, just because, hey, we want to keep him, make sure he doesn't go to the portal, or do you go to him because he's the best candidate for the job? Because you can lose the room. That's what Chad keeps saying. You could lose the room. Make the wrong call there.
I got a conspiracy theory, by the way, surrounding that with another team. Now, can't prove this. There's an ankle sprain for J.J. McCarthy in that Week 2 game. And they were like, I'm not even seeing if he can practice. He's shelved for like 3 or 4 weeks. And I almost wonder, because I watched the body language of Justin Jefferson in that game, and I'm like, did he just storm into O'Connell's office and be like, no, you're going to put the redheaded ginger in there. Carson Wentz is going to start, and that's going to happen for about a month. And then after that, we can figure it out. But you're right, Vic. Like, if you do that, it's hard to force a future decision on a whole bunch of guys on one-year contracts, isn't it?
Oh, by the way, what did you call him? It just now struck me.
Carson Wentz?
Yeah.
The redheaded ginger.
Oh, the redhead ginger.
I'm allowed to say that.
Okay, see, this is where we get into murky territory, Vic.
I'm allowed to say that.
Vic, he just busted a guy for having red hair and freckles. Okay?
I can say that.
You just popped
I don't think he busted him.
He
made an observation.
Did you hear what
Did you hear the tone of the redheaded ginger guy?
I called myself a freckled what before this show started? To you in private? Yeah, exactly right. Okay, not all those names.
Okay. Well, I've called you a redheaded blank on numerous occasions, and fill in the blank with
prejudice.
Whatever. No. Carson Wentz threw 17 passes No. He threw 12 passes last season in Kansas City.
Mm-hmm. No, don't start counting.
Year before that, he threw 17 passes.
Yeah.
So he's thrown a combined 29 passes in the last 2 years.
I was making a reference to what Vic was saying because he's right. Like, there's going to be, you have to worry about how your teammates are going to, or your players are going to respond to this too. And I think all of this is just, it's a very murky area that I certainly didn't expect 3 weeks into the season to be here.
But sometimes the room lies. We had the greatest example of that in Denver, Colorado when Tim Tebow took over as quarterback. Because, listen, we all sort of fell for it, right? We all went into those murky waters where you can do no wrong.
No, we didn't.
All right. Moser's going to play holier than thou and pretend that he didn't
I did not fall for it, Vic.
Fall for what? Explain
when they were winning and going to the playoffs. Yeah. So, Moser, were you calling for him to be replaced?
Yeah. I wasn't on the radio at the time, but he was not.
Probably good reason why. Anyway.
My ass. He was not a long-term starter here, and you know it. People liked him.
Of course he wasn't, but at the time, everybody was.
Dude, all you had to do.
People rewrite history.
What would Tim Tebow do right now?
All you had to do, Vic, was every time Tebow did anything good, always going, yay, F.
What I'm getting.
Everybody knew.
What I'm getting at is the room sometimes lies. I remember being in that room when they would eke out some miracle win, when Marion Barber runs out of bounds for the Bears and it gives the Broncos a chance to win the game. And people in the room, the fellow players are like, yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, they couldn't believe it either. Now, was he the best quarterback on the team?
Of course not.
No. But you know what? Nobody was going against it. Nobody was going to say anything negative.
Yeah.
Nobody was going to rip him. Now, sometimes they didn't say anything, and you could tell, gritted teeth, you could tell there was more to the story. But that's the point. I think if the room had a chance to vote on who the quarterback would be before he started his run, it'd never be Tebow. It would never be Tebow.
I have another example of this. What in the world do you think teammates of Arch Manning are thinking of right now? Now, I don't want to rip on Manning too much, but you guys saw some of the highlights or lowlights from that UTEP game, right? It's one thing for him to look like a young QB against Ohio State in week one. Mm-hmm. You know, he comes back against San Jose State the next week, has 4 touchdowns, looks better.
San Jose, the Spartans are not very good, dude.
Moj, but against UTEP, I mean, he's missing wide open guys that are sat down in a route and missing them. And I'm like, what's going on there? And I think obviously, very obviously, he's hindered by the hype that surrounded him going into the season. But also, it's just like, is he capable of being the star? This is Texas. Is he capable of starting there right now or not? Because you watch that UTEP game, you're like, that does not look like a quarterback that Texas would go with. Not 1%. And I don't know what Texas does from here for a guy that has all that hype surrounding him. Like, was this all just media manufactured? Like, was Paul Feinbaum, when he said he thinks he could be the best quarterback in college football this year with barely seeing anything from him, was that just the Manning name attached to it?
Paul Feinbaum.
Feinbaum, you suckhole.
Feinbaum, hyperbolic? Oh, no.
But, Moser, it's not just him. I mean, a lot of people thought this about Arch.
No, agreed. But, I mean, the guy's got tremendous ability. Why is it not on display right now? What seems to be the problem? That's up to Sarkisian.
My question is, does he?
Yeah, he does. Yes, he does. I'm sure he does.
I haven't seen it, is what I'm telling you.
I think the massive expectations on that kid became too much. Think about it. He had to be the best player in the country by far. That was it. Anything less than that, and he had failed at his job. Given all the expectation thrown at his feet, he had to be the best player in the world every week. That's tough, man.
I agree. It's tough.
That works on the brain.
But Vic, this isn't like, hey, a really good player couldn't live up to the oh my God level hype. He just doesn't look good. It's like he just doesn't look good. That's what's weird. And something I wasn't expecting. And again, you talk about Texas is not in the position that CU is, where they're like, hey, do we just punt on the year and just get him experience for next year? Like, they want to compete.
Well, I think and how old is Arch now? I think he's 21. But I think he's 21 years old, is he not? How old is Arch? Help me out.
Arch Manning is, he's 21.
Well, it's not like we're talking about a 19-year-old little kid, in year two. Oh. I mean, he's been around a little bit, right? He's been in that system, obviously, playing backup roles. But, I mean, he's been around. There's a lot of pressure for him. There's no doubt about it. But in relation to CU, hey, man, this is maybe one of the benefits for Coach Prime. You don't have the expectations that you do at Texas, where you come in as the preseason number one and Manning comes in as the super stud, all-American, best quarterback in college football, or should be. Right now, I mean, you came in, you lost a guy to the draft who was a record setter at your program. So I think any direction you go, people sort of understand you got to find another guy.
Do you guys think that to the Pat Shurmur part of that discussion, is there pressure on Shurmur, or is Dion going to be fiercely loyal to him? Because every time he's asked about Shurmur, he almost scolds the person who asks about him. And Shurmur's been in charge of this offense for a while now, and it still looked like there's pockets of good under Shedeur, I guess, but I don't know. There's a big question surrounding him. If the offense looks this way, do you make a sort of decision like that? Because he did that last year with his defensive coordinator, or was it last year or 2 years ago with the DC?
Okay, you've got though, I think, a very special college player in Shedeur. So I don't care what the play call is. He's going to make some things happen, maybe to the detriment of the play calling, because he tries to extend plays with his legs and maybe has to at some point, and so on and so forth. Fine. Do you really know, Vic, right now, if I took Sean Payton and I stuck him in Boulder calling plays, you think it's going to look any different?
It's a good question.
Do you have any opinion on that whatsoever?
Than what Pat Shurmur's doing right now?
Yeah.
Of course, every caller has.
I'm talking about production-wise, not what the offense looks like. I'm talking about production-wise. Do they have the horses to make any play caller look good? Anybody?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Exactamundo. So listen, I know that Shurmur's been getting all kinds of guff online. And you know what? I think some of it's warranted. But at the same time,
it's also the weird combo of he also was the OC for the Broncos and it didn't work. And so it's like it just compounds on top of each other.
So people are just sticking it to him. If you don't have the horses, you can't run in the Kentucky friggin' Derby. That's it. And I don't know why they don't have the horses. They're supposed to have the horses.
Just a couple minutes here. So I saw a shot in the middle of that Raiders game where Tom Brady's sitting up in the coach's booth and he's listening to the play calls and stuff like that. And I'm not huge into the marriage between his ownership life and his color commentating life. It is really weird, though, isn't it? That guy who was sitting in the Raiders coaching booth, watching film with the Raiders, giving his own tips and pointers from a former player perspective on how to make the team better, gets to go talk to coaches and players around the league every single week with his other gig. It is very odd.
And why is he all suited up there?
Great question.
Well, what do you want me to be, in a Speedo in the box?
Well, there's nobody wearing suits in the coach's box.
Well, he's an owner. He's not a coach. He's an owner.
Well, okay, make a decision what you want to be, I guess is the question. Are you a coach or are you an owner?
You just saw Irsay's daughter. She was wearing like a hoodie on the sideline with a headset on.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, what's up with her?
I like it. I like an owner that's like, hey, I'm taking notes. I'm trying to figure this thing out. I think that's cool.
Look, far be it from me to defend Tom Brady. And I don't think he's allowed to talk to players and coaches during the week for his gig.
I think they are allowed. They did allow him to do that.
Are you sure?
I think so.
Let me look that up, because I knew he was not allowed to. Hang on. Can Tom Brady...
How could you be so sure?
...drive a fishing boat?
I'm just like, he's going to do that and then go talk to Sean Payton before he calls a Broncos game? That just seems really weird, really weird to me. I was Sean Payton be like, no. How about no? You don't get to talk to me. I don't like it. Now, I am very soured on the whole Tom Brady experience right now. I think you guys know that. Every time that Tom Brady says something, it annoys me. So it's a personal thing, too. I see him and I get annoyed.
Okay, here you go. Due to his role as both a Fox Sports analyst and minority owner of the Vegas Raiders, Brady has strict limitations on his communication with NFL players and coaches. The NFL has relaxed some of its rules, but a significant conflict of interest still exists.
Yeah.
So he's allowed to participate and attend weekly production meetings with players and coaches from the teams he will be covering. It was made in 2025. He was completely prohibited in 2024. But
I'm trying to share.
Unlike most broadcasters, Brady is prohibited from attending team practices or entering team facilities at all. Has to adhere to the anti-tampering policy. So, I mean, he's got some restrictions placed on him. And by the way, okay, well, look, I know what if, let's just say, for God knows what reason, Brian Schottenheimer is consulting with Troy Aikman during the week. And they're shooting the breeze about, Cowboys game plan and blah, 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 blah. Now, I know Aikman doesn't have a stake in the Dallas Cowboys, but is Brady really going to be able to glean anything different than he normally would? I mean, I don't know, man. You gotta be in your bonnet for Brady. I guess there's a conflict of interest there, but I think it's so infinitesimal as to not be a factor. That's my opinion.
I go back to the wardrobe. The wardrobe proves my whole story here. What are you? Are you an owner or are you a coach? You're dressed as an owner, but you're among the coaches.
Yeah.
So figure out what you are.
What was Al Davis wearing when he was sitting in the press box with you guys in Denver?
Tracksuit.
A jogging suit.
Yeah, tracksuit.
It's a man of comfort. I appreciate it. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Is there positives to take away from the loss? Now that we focused a lot on the negatives yesterday coming out of the Colts game, is there nice things that we can say, especially about the offense? We'll get to it next.
Guys, question to you. Are you feeling your best? Well, I don't know that we ever all feel our best, but how about that erectile dysfunction situation you got going on? Do you? I mean, that's between you and your spouse. None of my business. But if you want to get fixed, I know the people to help you out. They are the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. In fact, they take care of your whole dude engine. Don't laugh it off. Don't say it's no big deal. Get something done about it, man. It's 2025. Get fixed. If you had a problem with any other body part you get taken care of, you hurt your finger, whatever, do it. Because their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%. And they've got 5 locations up and down the Front Range from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs in that Castle Rock location. All redone, all revamped. If you're on the south side, it is really awesome, and you're going to love it. These are experts who will take care of you. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of dudes up and down the Front Range. So give them a call today. 720-440-7900. You maybe even hear me talk about it. Now's the time to act. 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It's second down and 13 for Knicks. 4-5 through the air. McGlinchey trying to block. Here comes the rush from Lewis. Downfield, he's got him! Caught! What a grab! Franklin, outstretched, hauls it in. Downfield. Second down goal. That's a touchdown. Franklin, why not? He offered that drive. He finishes that drive with a touchdown reception of 3. And the Broncos have tied the game again.
Love me some Kevin Harlan on the call. Love me some Kevin Harlan. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Kevin Harlan, CBS on the call. Look, we focused a lot on the negative, as we should. The Broncos lost yesterday, and they did so from self-inflicted wounds.
And no offense, Vic. No offense. But if Kevin Harlan wanted to be my friend and I had to replace one, I'd choose you.
Good choice.
Okay.
Have you met Kevin?
I have.
Nicest guy in the world.
Like him a lot.
The guy is drunk.
Maybe, Kev. In fact,
He's bare-chested and banging his chest.
I'd like to go to like a Buffalo Wild Wings and maybe just get silly with Kevin Harlan, right?
Yeah.
And as I'm galoping around the tables with no shirt on, he could say,
"Somebody hit the wrong button."
just as an aside.
Sorry. But that's what's so great about having these games all over the place.
Just as an aside, B-Dub's got to step their game up. I mean, it's just service really went downhill the last few years. Everybody who's gone to Buffalo Wild Wings recently, I'm telling you on the text line, will tell you right now that I'm right about this.
All right, good talk.
Step it up.
That is quite upsetting.
So we focused on the negative yesterday, and because self-inflicted wounds killed you. Now, I was happy with the offense. I was. It was weird that it came in a game in which your defense, which is supposed to be your calling card, gave up 473 total yards to the Colts offense. But I thought the actual game plan going into the game, I thought the run-pass ratio, I thought the way that Bo Nix played was fantastic.
Still not throwing the ball downfield. That one to Troy Franklin was off a broken play where he moves to his left, but most passes are 10 yards or less.
Yeah.
That's what they are. I mean, you tell me, what other pass was downfield?
Okay, that's fine, but it resulted in 4 touchdown drives. You know what I mean?
No, I get it. I'm not – listen, you'll never hear me criticize the game plan. It was great. I'm just giving you a fact right back at you. They're not throwing the ball downfield.
Yeah. They I know
well, I would say that they threw it more downfield against the Colts than they did in week number 1 against Tennessee, but it still wasn't.
That's not saying much.
No, it's not. It's not. Vic's got a point here, Brett. Let me look at the league average in terms of yards per pass. He's got to be not even in the middle. I'd have to look. Let me look it up.
The only other criticism I have to the passing game is not employing your high-paid free agent tight end.
He currently ranks 28th in the league with Baker Mayfield, believe it or not. There you go.
In what?
Yards per pass.
Vic, I want to get back to that in just a second because I agree with you. But just one last thing on this. I've heard that a lot too, that they aren't pushing the ball downfield and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, as long as you're scoring touchdowns and doing that consistently and moving the chains, they had 23 first downs in the game. Like, I thought it was super effective. And 28 points with what this defense should be almost an automatic dub every week.
That's a great point, Vic. Brett, I mean, they did enough to win the game offensively. They absolutely did.
They scored 28 points.
I know. The pick hurt, obviously. That's not good.
If they didn't have the pick, you're winning that game, and you're like, the offense was incredibly effective.
100%. So I don't want to go off the deep end and freak or anything like that, but you're staring at 1 and 2 in the face because you got to go to L.A. and play those guys.
Yeah. You know what?
And the Broncos very well could win that game. I'm not saying they can't or won't. I'm just saying it's tough, man. That was a dub for you.
Can I say
let
something?
It off the hook.
Can I say something about that? Good. I'm glad that they're going to L.A. this weekend. I am. I want it to be a close game. I want to see how they respond late. Like I agree with you. You want to be a team that is taken seriously, that is competitive in the AFC West. Go to L.A., have a close game, and finish it. Let's see it.
Yeah. To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
To put it in basketball parlance, I think the Broncos want to play a half-court offense, not a fast-break offense. They're not Showtime, okay? They want to play a half-court offense, which is great. If you're balanced and you can get it done, that wins close games. It really does. The problem I'm seeing is late in games, what can you do with that offense? And I think that's where they run into problems. They look great at times. I mean, they score a touchdown right out of the gate to open the second half. And you're like, at that point, you're like, how many are they going to put on? 40?
Yeah.
You're going to score 40 on the Colts? And then nowhere to be seen from again.
Yeah. Are you saying, are they capable, if they need to go 80 yards in 50 seconds, do they even have the ability to do that sort of thing? Like what we saw from Tampa the last 2 weeks?
Yeah. And for you softies, you think we're being too hard on them. This is what you do. You don't think if you think we're hard, you should see what they're doing in the film room at Dove Valley right now. If you think we're hard, you should see what the coaches are doing right now. This ain't hard. They see the same thing we do. We talked about yesterday. We said it on the show yesterday. We said, what the hell were they doing trying to strategize on a 60-yard field goal? And what did Sean Payton say an hour after our show? Basically, what the hell were we doing trying to call a play on a 60-yard field goal?
Pretty much what he was saying. The Chargers.
So all you softies out there who can't handle Broncos criticism, get in line.
Okay.
What are they getting in line for?
Yeah.
to hear more.
Oh, okay. All right, good.
Because this is how it works.
Step right up, see? Pay a nickel, and Vic will tell you what's wrong with the Broncos. Step right up. Come on, see?
I just guess your weight. You look
Vic,
up.
And
you
the
look
other thing
up.
is, I want to see more Dobbins. I want to see more Dobbins. I want to see a healthy dose of Dobbins. He is their most effective runner. Leave him in the game until he can't breathe.
Yeah, on a positive note, Brett, on a positive note, Dobbins is running the football pretty effectively.
Yes.
He's great.
How many carries do you want from Dobbins? Because 14 carries for one running back in a Sean Payton offense is a lot, actually, and that's what he had last game.
Well, when I watch the game, when Dobbins is running the ball, effective. When anybody else is running the ball, not so much.
Yeah. God, that's I was trying to tell people from a strict numbers perspective, if you're a numbers nerd out there, like I can be sometimes, that J.K. Dobbins, when healthy, is a very, very good running back. Like, leads the league in yards per carry since 2020 when he entered the league, out of any other running back in that time frame. He is, I think his explosive run rate, which is runs over 10-plus yards, is somewhere around 11 to 12%, which is second, I believe, in the NFL since he entered the league. Like, he has a lot of explosive ability out of the backfield. He just, every time he starts to do that, there goes an ACL, and there goes an Achilles, and there, you know what I mean? Like, just something like that kind of happens to him. But
you want positives, right? This is supposed to be the positive segment. I thought the offensive line played well.
Yeah.
I thought the offensive line played well. No sacks. They ran the ball. They did everything they needed to do. I thought the offensive line was very good. J.K. Dobbins was very good. Troy Franklin is going to be very, very good. The chemistry. I mean, those are three right there. Those are three offensive pluses. I was like, those three things stick out offensively. That's my positives.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you. When you look at it, they had a handful of dumb things that they did that cost them the game.
Yeah.
And obviously, sometimes that's the difference between winning and losing in the National Football League. But they did a lot of good stuff. I mean, they really did. I'm going to go back to you guys. The Knicks pick stunk. I know it was deflected. That's on the quarterback, right? Fine. They had 4 touchdown drives. He had 3 touchdown passes, and Dobbins punched one in. I mean, they as far as after week number 1, what they wanted to do for week number 2 offensively, they did exactly that. Again, the ratio of run to pass was very good. The effectiveness of both was pretty dang good.
I'm not going to grade Bo on a curve. Bo was good, not great. Great wins the game. Good scores 28 points. Great wins the game.
Yes, I would agree with that. Yeah, if they had both,
okay.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, great doesn't make a mistake in the remaining minutes of the game with the game on line. Great doesn't make that mistake.
Hey, great doesn't.
Good does. Great doesn't.
Great does not throw the ball out of bounds on 4th down.
That is true.
Well, I'm just telling you that's the difference between good and great.
God.
That's just it right there. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's the truth.
No, there's been so many times on a Monday that we've gotten to these microphones and said, hey, the defense did its job. The offense needs to be better. Like, how many times, guys, has this happened? Because I remember I fought this over and over again. And it's a balance, but it's the defense. The Broncos lose 17-14. And the defense would give up the last-second field goal drive. And people are saying, oh, yeah, well, the defense needs to get a stop. And I go, well, the offense could do their job too. But there is sometimes you need to acknowledge something. One side of the football just doesn't have it that week, and you got to make up for the slack. And that's one of those where the defense very clearly didn't have it. The offense was playing well, couldn't make the mistake late, and they did. And without that interception, Moj, maybe this is way too presumptive. I don't think there's any way the Broncos lose if they don't throw that pick.
They don't. They don't lose the game.
And you make a good point there, Brett. When picks happen is a big deal. You throw that pick in the first quarter, you overcome it.
Right.
You overcome it. You throw that pick in the waning minutes of a game, it's a different deal.
Yep.
There's more gravity to it.
Last thing, Vittorio.
It just is.
Yeah, Vittorio, the Colts they were driving down. All they needed was a field goal. So they let the foot off the gas a little bit for God knows what reason and settled for a 60-yarder. They didn't even try to throw the ball. The last 3 plays of that drive. I don't know what they would have done if they needed a touchdown. I don't know, but god dang would I'd like to have seen them try against the Broncos.
Sure.
It should have been at least a 6-point lead, man. And then they have to punch it all the way down to the other end on a 90-yard drive.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can do that, Danny Pennies, then God bless you. But I didn't see that happening.
You want another positive?
Sure.
The punter's been great.
Crawshaw.
He's been great.
Mr. Inside the 20.
I'll tell you
Yep.
what. Okay, that's
a lot of people were worried about
yeah.
Jeremy Crawshaw coming out of training camp. It's all we heard. Oh, my God, what's going on?
Okay.
This guy, he's every single one of his punts, his 6 NFL punts, every one has gone inside the 20.
Got to tell you what, we got an auxiliary studio over here, auxiliary production room that nobody uses. It's, in fact, quite empty. I'll tell you what I'll do, Vic. I'm going to take your crawdad reference during the commercial break. I'm going to spend the next 4 minutes playing tickle fight with myself over the friggin' punter. That sounds like a great plan, dude. Thanks.
Okay. I mean, I agree.
See, here's the problem. Here's the problem with Moser. No, here's the problem with Moser. Moser is like most neophyte, unsophisticated football fans. They don't recognize special teams unless special teams does something wrong. Like, you don't recognize
Erroneous on both counts.
No, it's a fact.
Erroneous.
So
I recognize special teams. But
really? So if Crawshaw, shut up for a second. Shut up. If Crawshaw was punting the ball 7 yards every time, would we be talking about Jeremy Crawshaw?
Of course we would.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about him when he's pinning people inside the 20. That's what
fair.
I choose to do, and you're going to sit there and listen.
Because perhaps some of those drives from the Colts
I appreciate
turn into touchdown drives if they aren't pinned inside the 10-yard line.
I certainly appreciate
You're damn
it. What
right.
I'm not
You
going to
give
do is
that
spend the
kid
next 20
credit.
minutes talking about punting.
Hey, when we return, since 1990, only 11% of teams who start 0-2 make the postseason. Are the Chiefs the 11%, or are they the 89%? We'll get to it next.
Thank you, Nelly. Appreciate it during the break. We speculated yesterday. Welcome back to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Sorry, Bretsky. What would the Cincinnati Bengals do for a backup quarterback now? They only had 2 on the dang roster, period. That's it. Burrow and Browning.
They went to?
They're signing, oh my God, this guy is like a cat with 18,000 lives.
Yeah.
They're signing veteran quarterback Mike White. Yeah.
Huge.
And quarterback Sean Clifford off the Packers practice squad.
There you go. Remember when Mike White had a couple electric starts for the New York Jets?
I was just going to say, was he not how many guys have been like the talk of the town in New York just to burn out like really hard?
I think Coach Sanford coached Mike White.
He did?
Oh, at Western Kentucky?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he coached him there.
Awesome. Did you see Tommy Cutlets in a insurance commercial? I saw that last night.
Yeah. And is it the Progressive commercial where he's taking a photo with the family?
Yeah. So he replaces
he's a good-looking man.
He replaces the one kid, and the mom is like, yeah, get out of there. And Tommy, you step in. It's kind of funny, but I'm like, this guy, fourth string quarterback, but he gets a TV commercial out of it?
Okay. We've talked a lot about Shador and the amount of attention given to a fifth round quarterback.
Right.
No third to fourth string quarterback in their life has gotten more attention than Tommy DeVito. No one. Tommy Cutlets is just, it's almost genius. If I were a third stringer that just got this spot start out of necessity because guys were hurt, I'm bringing a guy with a pinstripe suit on the sideline or something. Or, you know what, for me, I'll bring a guy with who does an Irish jig next to me before the game starts or something.
An Irish jig.
Try and figure something out. Get a Bailey's endorsement out of it. I have no idea. Or Proper 12. There you go. 1990. Since then, 11% of teams who start 0-2 make the postseason. What are the Chiefs? Are they part of that 11%? Or are they part of the usual 89%?
Cracks in the armor, baby. You can see them. You could see him. Travis Kelce doesn't drop that if he's not engaged to the richest woman in the world.
Hold on a second.
I told you guys last year, that dude looks like Father Time caught him and is dragging the back of his jersey.
That dude
every
looks
time
like
he takes
he's
the field.
getting ready for a motion picture shoot.
I agree with you. I'm not sure I can blame it on. How do you describe it right now? The relationship?
Oh, I don't think it's that. I think he's just old.
Oh,
he's just old.
Exactly. I think if he had never met her, I think dude is just slowing down.
Yeah,
I mean, I've seen it.
People are making that about the Taylor Swift thing. I'm like, guys, he can't move anymore. Watch him try and run a route. I've seen this happen with tight ends. A couple that stick out is when Jason Witten came back from that 1 year where he did Monday Night Football and he came back to the Cowboys. He still caught passes and stuff, but you're like, dude, you can't run.
He was a shadow of his former self.
Gronk played for Tampa. It was the same thing. Like, still like caught passes, was effective or whatever, but it's like you can't run anymore. Like, you just couldn't.
Vic, I've seen it in the National Hockey League where guys start to get up there a little bit, and then one thing just goes. The late, great Peter McNabb told me it was his hands. That he hadn't changed anything. We're talking just months later. He's coming in at camp, and he's like trying to go pop it top shelf.
Yeah.
And he's like, stupid stick. He's got to change his stick. Does it again. Okay, good. Comes back again. Okay. And we've seen, legs go quickly.
He can't move as well as he used to. He would never drop that pass. I mean, it kind of cost him the game. They're in the end zone, essentially, if he makes the catch, and he bobbles it, pops up in the air, and is picked off. Like, that stuff. Here's the other thing about the Chiefs. And this is what I noticed last year, and it was really hard to make the argument when they won 15 out of 16 games. But I said, it takes them forever to score. They have no pop plays anymore. It takes them like a 14-play drive to get in the end zone. And that's just not sustainable. It's why they're ending up with like 21 points a game. They can't score in a hurry.
I think that's the Vic Fangio effect. I think he installed that defense when he was here with Denver, and it's just basically zone, drop everybody, and make Mahomes beat you underneath. And that's what they're willing to take their chances with Mahomes in the red zone. They don't want what happened years ago when Tyreek Hill played for the Chiefs, and losing a guy like Hill is a big deal when he would take a 15-yard pass and turn it into an 80-yard touchdown.
Yeah.
Leave everything underneath. That's what teams are doing.
Not to mention that Kelsey took out his own speedy wideout in week 1, blew his shoulder up.
Everybody, ever since he got on the Chiefs, Xavier Worthy, all I've been told is like, hey, watch out, man. What has he done since he got it? I know he's fast. He's had like a couple of plays.
Well, I'll tell you where he is right now.
The hospital?
He's sitting on Taste My Pigskin's IR. That's where he's sitting right now. All right.
Oh, he's on your squad?
Yes, that's what he's doing right now. He's hanging out with Vic with a glass of I don't know, Pinot in one hand and a dart in the other hand, just sitting on my IR, hanging out, going, I can't run her out this week.
I'm going to call it
Bro,
right now.
my team's 2-0. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm going to call it right now, by the way.
Marky killed me, by the way.
I don't think the Chiefs make the playoffs this year.
See, this is what I'm getting at.
I don't think so. Look at what they have the next few weeks. Like the next 4 to 5 to 6 games. They have an easy one coming up, or what should be easy, against the Giants. After that, there's a whole bunch of like Ravens and Bills, and I mean, they got a bunch of really good teams mixed in.
They get the Lions in there, they get the Jags in there, they get the Raiders, the Commanders, the Bills, the Broncos, Colts. They might. I mean, listen, when you stake yourself to an 0-2 hole, that's really hard.
Yeah,
it really is. Kansas City, though, has a history of figuring it out. They still have the witch at quarterback. And if there's any kind of, and maybe this is the year, though, again, we've seen teams that have sustained for so long, and then they just have a year where they're like, we're just tired. We're just tired of playing so much football, tired of playing important football. They don't consciously say that, but you can see it in their bodies and in their performance. They just can't do it. Maybe you're right, Brett. Maybe you're right. Vic, their history would tell you they're going to rally at some point. They're going to rally some way, and they're going to find their way to 10 wins and get back in, because that's a proud dang team with a proud dang coach and a witch at quarterback still.
Well, I'd like to agree with you based on that premise, but I think the desire isn't what it used to be. And I believe their best offensive weapon, that it's been Travis Kelce, outside of Mahomes, obviously. It's been Travis Kelce. I think he's on to bigger and better things. I think he's mentally gone.
They've had for 8 straight years more than that, Moj. 9, whatever it is, 10, I don't know. They've had one thing that was just a constant, and it was Mahomes, Kelce, Mahomes, Kelce, Mahomes, Kelce. And with Kelce now not being what he was 3 years ago, I think it's made a big difference. By the way, did you guys see what a host of those guys were wearing before the game on Sunday?
No, what?
They're all wearing the Free 4 shirts, talking about Rashee Rice. I guess saying he shouldn't be suspended. I'm like, this guy drove 120 miles an hour and hit like 6 cars on a highway and then fled the scene. What are you alleging here to free him about?
Yeah, what's the issue? It's
what's
not like
what's there to free?
It's not like he took some supplement that had performance enhancers in there and they disagree with that. This was an actual.
You could have killed people.
Yeah, this is a problem.
I mean, he pled guilty to 2 felony charges.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, he didn't go to jail, or actually, I think he served 30 days in jail, or had to. He's serving it over time or something like that. He comes and goes, I think. But he injured a bunch of people in a high-speed crash and 2 felony charges. No, man, free 4, Travis. How about you free yourself from the burden of your fat ass and your weak legs and your head, like Vic said, being someplace else? Hey, no offense. Look,
I don't think. First of all, I don't think Travis Kelce's fat. Second of all, I don't think his legs are weak.
Then what is? You said he can't move the way he used to.
He's just old.
Are his legs as strong as they were 3 years ago?
Probably some joint pain.
Some back
QC
pain.
Kinetics, Vic. You want to hook him up?
Hey, Trev?
You want to hook him up?
It's more than being old. He's I hate to say this, distracted.
You guys think he's more unmotivated because of all this stuff?
Yeah, that's just human nature, man. Yeah. Yes. That's the answer. The answer is yes. Yeah.
Oh, God.
I don't.
Oh, Mickey, you're so fun.
I would even go as far to say you're
Mickey.
Probably right. That's always tough, though, to get in somebody's head.
Okay, so what are you saying, Brett? The Broncos' only issue in winning the AFC West currently resides with a lightning bolt on their head in Los Angeles.
Oh, no.
That's it?
Like the Chiefs. Well, I mean, the Chiefs are going to pose a problem, but I don't think there's any question who the favorite is right now.
If they're not going to make the playoffs, then the Broncos don't have to worry about them.
Hey,
According to you.
Well, unless you lose to Kansas City in the middle of this year. I mean,
Brett, we've done an hour in the show, and a lot of that hour was spent on being critical of what the Broncos did wrong.
Yeah.
Right? There was a lot of what they did right, but most of it was spent on what the Broncos have done wrong.
Sure.
You want to fix that? You want to put that on its ear? You want to turn the tables? You go to L.A. and you beat the Chargers in a pivotal early season matchup, a September game that's carrying a lot of weight right now. You win that game, and you thrust to the front of the AFC West standings, and you tell people, okay, here we are. That's going to change a lot of minds.
Oh, yes, it will.
That makes what happened in Indy. You win next week. I'll say it right now. You win next week, and I'm good with what happened in Indy.
Me too. I would take the trade right away.
I'll say this, too.
Right now.
Vic, you're in your room there up north in beautiful Rochester. Your camera is one of those cameras that follows you around.
I know. How do I change it?
It's like a tracking.
But hang on a second.
I know. How do I get off of that?
Hang on. Let me explain. When you make a point and you move your face toward the camera, it zooms in on you. It looks really dramatic and cool.
Like, hey, Vic, do this real quick.
Yeah, it looks.
Lean back in your chair.
Important.
Lean back in your chair, and then make a point and go. The opposite way. Lean forward. Lean forward.
Okay, here it comes. Ready?
No. Lean forward first.
Lean forward
first.
Okay.
Okay. Now, so start there, and then when you make a point, lean back.
Ease back.
Okay. Listen to me. All the misgivings, all of the turbulence that the Broncos experienced at the end of that game in Indy, all of it can be forgotten if they win in L.A.
Oh, that's kind of cool, man.
It's like what's that thing?
Yes!
Dramatic Squirrel.
Yeah, it's like Spielberg.
Yeah,
it's
I like
How do I get rid of that?
I don't know. It's
Vic, I like it. No, I like it.
What do I do? Where do I go for this? Fix it.
No, don't fix it, man. It makes you more power. I mean, it makes your opinions seem more.
Listen to me.
Okay, ready?
Listen to me. Kansas City Chiefs, who have started 0-2. Only 11% of teams since 1990 have made the playoffs after starting 0-2. I think they missed the playoffs. The quick zoom.
Not quite the same. Good try. Not quite the same.
On the top left corner.
Yeah, it's the push. It's the push. The dramatic push.
It's the dolly zoom.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had one of those. What's the famous one? The famous one is in
Jaws. It's right behind you.
Jaws, but it's also Goodfellas when they're at the diner and they have both De Niro and Liotta. They stay in the exact same frame, but you can see the zoom behind them. It looks like the walls are closing in.
Yeah, exactly. That's a dolly zoom.
Because they were zooming out on the lens, but pushing the camera forward, which brought everything in. It's very, very slick. How's that intro to I don't know what it was, intro to film class that I took in college?
That's great.
How's that?
Last thing on this, I think listen to me. The Chargers right now are the team to beat. I think Kansas City, I cannot write them off for dead at all. That team finds a way to rally. So if you want to say that the Broncos' only impediment to getting the AFC West crown is L.A., that's fine. I think Kansas City has got to be a factor in there.
Well,
I'm not going to slough them off. I'm not going to
The Chargers for the moment are the problem. We'll break more of that down in just a second. Stick around. All right, texture asks a very interesting question. I don't think the Chiefs are making the playoffs. I think coming back from 0-2 is going to be incredibly difficult in the division that they play in. So the Chiefs have already lost once to the Chargers. They have the Broncos twice, the Raiders twice, and the Chargers again. The Chiefs also, on top of that, have the first place schedule that they're playing against, which is still the Ravens. At Jacksonville doesn't look like an easy game anymore. They have Detroit. They play the Commanders. They go at Buffalo. They go at Denver. They play against the Colts, which who knows? Maybe the Colts are good. That's kind of what I wanted to talk about a little bit today is maybe the Colts are just a good team. Who knows? But they have a whole bunch of challenges left. And Texas goes, all right, you don't think the Chiefs are making the playoffs, so who is? And look, 15 weeks left. Who knows? But I know the Bills are making it. I know that the Ravens are making it.
Mm-hmm.
I know that the Chargers are making it now. Now, whether it's as division champ or wild card.
I mean, again, so many things can happen. Okay.
Division champ or wild card. Yeah, assuming health. Okay, that's all I can do right now. So assume health. That
Khalil Mack just had his elbow bent the wrong way.
Yeah.
That was,
ugly.
I don't know how long that's going to last, but that was weird.
But I guess what I'm getting at is this. The good news for the Broncos is this. Despite that loss to Indy, I think what you hope for now is that Indianapolis wins the AFC South, which being 2-0 and the Texans being 0-2 really helps.
Big time.
The teams that you were talking about dropping out, Mose, you said teams had to drop out to give the Broncos a better shot. Well, guess what? I know they didn't make it last year, but Cincy, tough time making that without Joe Burrow all year. Houston has now started the season 0-2, and their offense looks kind of broken right now. That's a good sign.
Well, you talked about those Jaguars. They punked Carolina in week 1, and they got jobbed against the Bengals in week 2. Would you agree with that? Did they get jobbed on that PI?
From the Travis Hunter call, yeah.
Yeah, did you?
Yes.
They got jobbed on that.
Yes.
I think anyway. Otherwise, maybe the Jacksonville Jaguars are a 2-0 team. They're kind of intriguing. Either way, they're going to be, I think, a pain in the side. Look, I see what you're getting at. The Steelers are a 1-1 team. Hey, great, exciting win in week 1, and they just laid an absolute egg in week 2 against Seattle of all teams. Crazy. So when you look around all these teams that are around the Denver Broncos, can you say right now, in good conscience, yeah, the Broncos are better than that team? Are the Broncos better than Pittsburgh?
Can't say that right now.
Are they better than Jacksonville?
I think so.
I think so, too. Are they better than Kansas City?
Don't know.
All right. Are they better than the Raiders?
Yes.
Okay. Better than the Patriots?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So then you should start to feel pretty good about where these teams are.
And look, to the Indianapolis part, there's always these...
without Jake Brown or without Joe Burrow, are they better than the Jake Browning-led Bengals? And we'll see them in 2 weeks.
Cincinnati can't play defense, and they need to score 30 points a game to win. Browning's a good backup quarterback, but he ain't that.
Okay.
What was the stat that Schefter gave us in the 14 games that Burrow's missed in his career? They're
6-8.
But I think they average 19.6 points a game or something like that.
They average about 6 points less per game, yeah.
It's always difficult beginning of the year when you have early games and you get these wins and losses, and it's hard to evaluate, like, did I beat a good team or a bad team? Did I lose to a good team or a bad team? Because you have these assumptions. Like the first week, I think is pretty obvious. Tennessee's going to struggle a lot this year. Although
you beat a bad team that has some players is rebuilding.
Although I think they could be one of those teams at the end of the year playing the Titans will be different than the beginning because Cam Ward will have more experience under his belt and he looks pretty good.
Going back and looking at that touchdown pass across his body,
beautiful, right? Like super ill-advised throw to throw the length of the field across your body in the red zone is not smart. But when you put it on the money, I guess who cares?
Super ill-advised throw. Super really, really, really hard throw to make and execute, and he did it. So you're probably right.
So I think they might be one of those teams that, like, at the end of the year is different than playing them at the beginning of the year sort of thing. Here's the deal about the Colts. We had this assumption about Indy that they were like a mediocre team. Maybe Indy's good. I'll tell you what, Moj, through 2 weeks, Indianapolis looks like a really good football team. They really do. They have a running game that's super effective. Daniel Jones through 2 weeks looks like a very effective quarterback in that offense. I guess I'll take the L on that one. Fine.
Since you can't call him Indiana Jones because of copyright infringement, Spielberg and Harrison Ford show up on your doorstep.
I think so.
Hey, what's up? We know your QB ain't Indy.
$5.
$5. Can you call him Indianapolis Jones?
I really think Tyler Warren added a wrinkle to that offense that they didn't have last year.
Total stud, yeah.
And their defense, new defensive coordinator, health guys like DeForest Buckner back. Maybe they're just really good. Maybe they are. And still, you just blew it. Okay? All of that is possible. And that's where you get into this territory of, I'm pretty sure I know what the Chargers are, which is a really sound and fundamental football team.
There's no doubt in my mind, though, that the Denver Broncos can go there this weekend and win.
They could. I mean, look, the Chargers didn't light up the Raiders yesterday.
No.
They didn't.
But again, this is that feeling out first couple of weeks of the season. How good is that Raiders defense? Because I'll tell you what they did do. The Raiders stuck it defensively to the Patriots in week number 1.
All
right?
Do you know how many points? Oh, yeah. I was just going to ask you how many points they've given up in 2 weeks.
On the road, well, it was 13 in week 1, and it was 20, so 39 points. No, 33 points in 2 weeks the Raiders have given up. Right?
Yeah.
33 points in 2 weeks.
You're averaging 16.5 points per game allowed. It's a good number.
Okay. So maybe their defense is actually pretty good, but we're going to find this out, or maybe it'll come back to the mean. I mean, I don't know. But we're trying to parse that out right now with just a small database to go by.
Here's the other thing. Texture says, keep thinking the Broncos defense is great. Oh, we stopped the Titans, got pushed around by the Colts. I'm not basing this off of 2 games of evidence. I'm basing this off of over a year's worth of returning the same guys and then adding pieces to it. And I hesitate to say this out loud because it's tough to make this argument, Moj, when you haven't seen it. Maybe this is kind of where the texture's coming from, but I don't care. I think Greenlaw is going to make a world of difference when he's healthy. There was a play in that game. God, I wish I had the video. I'd send it to Nelly. Tyler Warren catches a pass, sort of a drag route over the middle. And so he's catches the ball. He's running kind of towards the sideline, Moj, and both Sternad and Singleton are in pursuit.
Yep.
And he just stops, and it's like a matador. Ole. They both run right by him. And he cuts back, and it's like, it's tough to watch, and I don't think Greenlaw has that problem. First of all, I think Greenlaw is more sticky on coverage to start with, to where he's not going to have the open space to operate in. But secondly, there's no making that guy miss. That guy is really, really good. And I pray to God he gets healthy soon, because they really need it.
Do you know what that guy has right now, Brett? He's got a bad thigh.
Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe he doesn't over-pursue on Ty Warren, and Warren cuts it up the field, and maybe he doesn't. But here's the problem right now. I mean, as far as I can see, and maybe I'm a little bit blind, he can't get on the field.
Yeah.
He can't practice. He can't play. He can't do anything.
They just put a highlight up there, Moj, and it was Tyler Warren wide open being chased 3 yards behind by Alex Singleton.
And let me also add to that. Tyler Warren is going to do that to a lot of teams this year.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, he feels sort of Brock Bowersy.
Hey, man. Yeah. Hey, man, George Kittle made the Broncos linebackers look stupid. Well, he makes a lot of linebackers look stupid.
Yeah.
I know the Broncos are supposed to be this defensive team and all this. I get all of that. But sometimes other great players in this league, and Tyler Warren appears he's going to be a great player in this league, sometimes those guys make plays. You know, it happens in hockey too. Oh, my God, I can't believe the Avs gave up that goal. Yeah, well, you know who scored that goal? Nikita Kucherov.
Yeah.
And you know what he did? He deked out 2 guys and went top shelf. I mean,
it's going to happen.
Yeah, it does. So, look, Brett, we're in the very infant stages here. The Broncos are only a 2.5-point dog at L.A.
Yeah, I think that's accurate.
They could very well go to Los Angeles and win that game.
Does this game not feel like a toss-up to you?
Yes, it absolutely does. Now, should they go and get punked, then what?
Well, then you got to reevaluate some things. Texture, I mean, people are talking about they got lit up by playoff teams last year. They didn't.
Baltimore lit them up.
Baltimore did. Baltimore's capable of doing that to a lot of people, though, when their offense is on. They gave up a lot of points to L.A. towards the end of December. But even the Cincinnati game, that was 24 points through fourth quarters for a Cincinnati offense is not crazy. Now, T. Higgins had a great game, but it's not like they put 40 up on you. I don't know. I still am buying on the Broncos defense that they're going to be really, really good because I have a hard time seeing how they can't be. They're just too talented.
That's a great way to put it. Over the span of 17 games, everything will even itself out.
Yeah.
That was a tough one. But again, I look at that not like giving up 41 points to the Baltimore Ravens because Baltimore was just flat out dominant last year in that game. But things will start to come back to the mean. The defense will settle some things down. They'll settle some teams down. Maybe it starts with Herbert. Although Herbert's off to a tremendous start this year.
He wasn't like anything special last night.
No, but he didn't have to be. But
that's what they do. Like, here's the most impressive thing.
He's got 560 yards passing and 5 touchdowns, no picks through 2 weeks.
Do you know what Herbert does? I would say almost as well as any quarterback in the league now. Wasn't this way early in his career. God, Moser doesn't turn the ball over. Like, he never puts the ball in harm's way. You know how many picks he had last year playing in all 17 games? 3. 3. And I think that is all Harbaugh being like, I'm going to let you take your shots, but we're going to be calculated about it. And if it's not there, do not put the ball up for grabs.
I love how the stat computer will spit out projected stats for a year, 2 games into the season.
Yeah.
I love this. So let me throw this out to you. This is where I'm saying it's going to come back to the mean, and maybe the Broncos are going to make Herbert do that this weekend. I hope to goodness they do. So here's what's projected. As of what we've seen the first 2 weeks, and he wasn't special last night, here's what's projected. You tell me if this is good.
Okay.
374 of 519 for completion percentage of 72.1%. 4,760 yards. 43 touchdowns.
No picks.
No picks.
Yeah.
And a quarterback rating of 128.
I don't think that's going to continue.
Exactly. That's exactly my point. That's exactly my point. You got to give them enough tries. Picks are coming. Bad stuff is going to happen, right? I mean, they're going to have bad games. And again, I just hope that it starts this weekend.
I do too. There's plenty of time to talk about that as we go along. Did you see this story,
That feels like
by
it'd
the
be
way?
some kind of record, though.
Did you see this story? So Schefter tweets us out yesterday. And I'm fully convinced that if we ever have anything good in this country, there's going to be somebody who walks up to you wearing sunglasses inside that is worth $80 trillion from Saudi Arabia that's going to ask you to do that in his hometown. And the latest example of this is a flag football tournament that is going to be played in Saudi Arabia in which Tom Brady, Saquon Barkley, Christian McCaffrey, CeeDee Lamb, Max Crosby, Rob Gronkowski, Sauce Gardner, Myles Garrett, among others, are going to compete in this. They're going to be coached, these 3 different teams, by Pete Carroll, Kyle Shanahan, and Sean Payton. Anything that you do that looks cool, Saudi Arabia wants a piece now. And they're going to throw, imagine the amount of money they had to throw at Sean Payton to say, you need to come to Saudi Arabia and coach in this tournament. How much money do you think just he's getting paid for this one thing?
$1 million.
Oh, I think it's more than $1 million.
More than $1 million?
I mean, dude.
Okay, they can spend their money.
I believe this is the same guy, by the way, that just set up the Crawford-Canelo fight. I think it's the same dude.
And your boy Bud Crawford took Canelo to town. That's another story. Let me say this about the Saudi Arabian money. Apparently, they've got more money than you could possibly ever hope to spend because they're just blowing it down a blowhole on Live Golf.
Yeah.
They make no bread. They lose a ton of bread. They've given this guy $200 million, this guy $100 million, this guy $80 million.
They're paying money to hang out with these guys.
Apparently.
Let's be honest. I mean, look, even like the Ronaldos and Mbappes of the world getting, $100 million for a season in soccer.
If they want to throw money at 50-year-old Tom Brady and Saquon and Miles and who else?
CeeDee Lamb,
Lamb,
Crosby,
Gronk,
Sauce Gardner, Myles Garrett,
McCaffrey, Payton, Carroll. Shit, if they want to throw all that money at these guys and pay them to go to Saudi Arabia and coach flag football and play flag football, it's not my money.
Yeah.
But here's what I do know. I couldn't give a rip less. I won't watch it. I'm not even remotely intrigued.
Me neither.
I have zero interest in watching old guys play flag football or young.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm positive. Even with young guys, I don't care. I guarantee you, unless I'm imprisoned in a straitjacket with my eyeballs taped open to
Clockwork Orange style,
to a big screen TV that has this on it, and maybe the Saudis will come and get me and make me do it. I don't know. I don't care. I don't want to watch that. It has zero interest to me. So if they want to pay these guys a couple $1 million each to go over there and do it, fine. I couldn't care less.
I'm just asking for an 8-ball and $2 million.
To the Saudis listening out there, if you are, listen to me. I'll call your games. I'll do it. I promise. I have no play-by-play experience in my life, but I will do it.
Well, let me rephrase my position.
Yeah. Maybe I sounded too harsh.
Maybe I was a little over the top. If you want to throw a mill at me and Brett each to come over and call the games for how long is this tournament? A couple days, a week, whatever?
Yeah, something like that.
If you want to throw a mill at each of Brett and I to come call your games, we'd be happy to do it.
Pay him.
Yeah, because money.
Baby Bo Val is going to put a real dent in a lot of the stuff we're trying to do in the Kane household.
If you tell Mama that Daddy's going to get a cool mill,
we're set.
I think Mama's okay with that.
Exactly right.
Two-timer says, let's do it.
I'll do it.
Pay that man his money.
No, so the deal is that, hey, look, every guy's got his price. If you're asking me as a fan what I want to watch this, the answer is no. Don't care.
Yeah,
If you pay me to care, I will care like it's the most important thing in my life.
Dude, nothing will take more precedence than this flag football tournament, depending on the price. Back after this.
September 30th is quickly approaching. You know what that means? That's the end of the federal tax incentives on EVs. And right now at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield, I'm telling you right now, they've got to get rid of these machines, and it's going to be awesome for you. They are ready to go. They got the brand new Ford Mustang Mach-E, the top-rated Ford F-150 Lightning, and much, much more. Saw Greg Larson and the crew yesterday over at the Avalanche Golf Tournament. They are ready to make a deal with you. And right now, you've got zero interest for 72 months and lease credits up to $11,000 off. It's a lot of money. It's going to be back in your pocket, but you got to get it done quickly. Get to the best dealer you can find at Silterhar Motors at Highway 36 in Wadsworth and Broomfield, or go online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. At Silterhar, everything you want out of a dealership.
Oh, I was feeling the music a little bit too much.
Hey.
Going back to college football here, the AP Top 25 is out again. I have a couple of questions regarding this and your thoughts on this, so give me a moment here.
My thoughts or people's thoughts?
Both.
Oh, okay.
Here's number one. Big 12 does not look great. Really doesn't look great in this.
The Big 12!
So their highest ranked team is Iowa State, who's at number 12. But if you watched Iowa State last week, yuck. It was an 8-point win over Arkansas State.
That was really a bad call on my part. I thought they would absolutely kill them. I think maybe I didn't take into account that maybe they were just mentally exhausted from the win over Iowa. That maybe somehow that felt like you got over your state rival from the Big Ten, and then you just took Arkansas State. You took it really easy.
There's going to be the one team that I think could really, really be good in the Big 12 is going to face their biggest test. And one of these teams, I think, is going to emerge as the favorite because I'm not buying on Iowa State totally yet. I like Beck, their quarterback. I think, big, tall dude. If you remember his dad, Anthony Beck, was a tight end for a long time in the NFL. Big guy. So he's got this big body.
Rocco.
And he's okay. It's just that gave me a lot of pause, that game against Arkansas State, because they backed that up the week before they played against Iowa. And that was the ugly game that's always in Iowa, which is the score 16-14. Texas Tech and Utah face each other this weekend. So that's both number 16 and 17 in the country. And I think Texas Tech they're putting that money to good use this year. If you've seen, they haven't played anybody great yet, and that's why I want this test against Utah, because I think Utah is good again. But Moj, their quarterback that they have there, Baron Morton, it's his 5th year at Texas Tech.
I need to know something.
How many kids have been at the same school for 5 years in college football now? Well, Baron Morton is that.
Yeah.
And he has 11 touchdowns already this year. He is averaging a touchdown once almost every 5 throws.
I need to figure out how I keep running into Texas Tech fans around town. How is that possible?
Oh, they're loud and proud now.
Well, I reckon they are, but I'll be at the golf course, and dude has a Texas Tech bag. I'm like,
I think that they are largely an inoffensive team.
I heard they throw, is it tacos? Fajitas? Tortillas?
But you know what I mean? It's like...
Wait a minute, did he say tortillos?
Yeah, that's what he said.
I heard they throw, is it tacos? Fajitas? Tortillas? I said everything but the right thing. Huh?
So didn't even say tortillos. But Tortillos pizza rolls.
I've been educated on Texas Tech Red Raiders football, and it goes like this.
Fajitas? Tortillas?
They've got a lot of money now. Somehow they are pouring money into that program. I'm not even kidding you. Like the donors, the boosters, the whatevers, they are pouring money into Texas Tech football. It's crazy.
Texas Tech has substantial NIL money due to significant financial backing from wealthy West Texas oil magnates.
There you go. There it is.
A robust NIL collective, the Matador Club.
The Matador Club, man.
But how do these oil people, like back in the day,
how do they get oil out of the ground?
No. Back in the day, they decided that SMU was their team. And they're like, I'm going to throw all the money at them.
Because these are all Texas teams. It all depends on where. There's a lot of oil people in Texas.
Why would
you got Texas oil people. You got A&M oil people.
So wait a minute.
You got Red Raider people. You got Baylor people. Well, yeah.
I think I figured this out.
Baylor,
so if you're a big what's the guy's name in There Will Be Blood? A Daniel Plainview, let's say. Although I think he was Oklahoma. But if you're Daniel Day-Lewis in There Will Be Blood, you're like that kind of oil guy where you got more money than God, and you're willing to just rip the hammer at anybody who stands in your way. And maybe you think to yourself, hey, I could be another fish in the pond at Texas, or I could be the whale at Texas Tech. Is that what you're thinking? Like, I could just basically take over a school's athletic department and do whatever I want. Maybe that's the move. I have no idea. But they have so much money. that they have spent on everybody. If you look at the transfers that they got this offseason, I mean, good Lord.
You talking about Tech?
Tech, yes.
Yeah, I told you.
So,
and I guess they were flying under my radar until I somehow started running into various Tech people, and they're like, man, we got money. I'm like, well, I guess you do. So now I'm fully educated, and that's a program that's building. They want to make it to the postseason this year. So, yeah, the Big 12 does not look great. You got them, you've got Iowa State, you've got Utah, and I think that's it. Is there anybody else?
In the Big 12? Yeah, Tech, Utah, maybe I'll hold that a little bit for Iowa State. Arizona State had the...
No, I mean, is there anybody else in the top 25 now? The answer is no.
Oh, no. That's it. That's it. And once Texas or Utah loses, I'm assuming that they're going to drop out of the top 25 as well.
If I was a team in the Big 12, and maybe this is why the Tech people are so pumped and so ready to just deliver their money, because to me, it's such an easier conference to win.
Yeah.
It just is. It's so wide open that if you have some of that money pouring in and you're getting some of these killer transfers and your NIL is great, I mean, no matter where you are, if you're maybe not Cincinnati, maybe, I don't know, but if you're West Virginia or you're Arizona or who knows, TCU, whatever, you've got to figure, man, we have a spike year. We can win the damn conference like ASU did and get into the 90. Get into the postseason in a big time way.
Let me throw something else at you, college football-wise. CSU is back this week. They play UTSA. UTSA is a 1-2 football team. They lost 42-24 to Texas A&M the first week.
They actually, the funny part is in that game, I watched that game. They were in that game for a little bit.
They played Texas State the next week. They lost 43-36. And they won this last week, 48-20 to Incarnate Word.
In what at Word?
Incarnate. CSU is a 4.5-point dog. At CSU.
Yeah.
Norvell has already made the proclamation BFN is getting another start. You know, remember, after their last game, he said we're going to have a competition, and now he's settled on Fowler Nicolosi starting again, and it didn't sound like there was much competition because the way that he worded it was something like he's our quarterback and will continue to be, or something like that. I don't have it in front of me. But
you're asking yourself, how does a 1-2 University of Texas San Antonio American Conference team move their entire operation to Fort Collins for a football game? How do they come in as a nearly 5-point favorite over the Rams?
I'm telling you, we're at a crossroads with CSU. No, I mean it, Moj. I really mean it. We're at a crossroads.
Rams, are you listening up? Rammies, listen up.
What do you do if you lose that game?
I don't know what you do.
Because I think there's a big question that you need to ask.
Take a lap.
And I love Jay Norvell. But, man, I say the same thing about Dion. I try and keep things consistent. He's in year 4, bro. You got to see something. And the loss to Washington was a decent game. But then you had that Northern Colorado debacle. And now you're a dog to UTSA. I think this is a big week for both Norvell and for Fowler Nicolosi. Like, if things go poorly this weekend, you could see changes at some of the most important spots. Now, week after that, they have Wazoo. Did you see what happened to Wazoo over the weekend?
Yes.
They lost 59-10.
I know.
To who? North Texas. North Texas was up 42-3 at half. North Texas called the dogs off at halftime in a game they were paid to play.
I know. Well, that's like New Mexico going to UCLA and beating the living The Bruins are so far removed from a Big Ten team, it's not even funny. But I know what you're saying. That's why I'm saying it always could be worse.
But what I'm saying, though, Moj, is you lose to UTSA, Washington State's next week. If you wanted an easier on-ramp, perhaps that's the one. You know what I mean?
For those out there who go, well, UTSA, I know it sounds crazy. What is UTSA? Who is UTSA? What's their mascot? What's a Roadrunner?
They got Josh McCown's kid at quarterback, I think.
They do. They also have some players. Again, I watched that game against the Aggies, and they played, dude, for a while, they played pretty dang good. My old buddy Peter Burns from ESPN and the SEC Network is a UTSA kid. We had a conversation about it.
Yeah.
They've got some players there. So, yeah, but it's still saying that they're a road favorite against the Rams feels and sounds weird, but it could be worse. Have you seen Oregon State, these two homeless teams, this Pac-12 homeless situation?
Oh, they're in some trouble.
Everybody's gone, dude.
Well, yeah. How are you going to get recruits to come to a place where you can't compete for a championship?
Okay.
Moj, any championship. You don't have a conference. You don't have a college football playoff hope. Like, you got nothing.
Last thing I'll say to you. What do you think the spread is between Oregon and Oregon State this weekend? Cross-state rivals.
38?
35.
Yeah.
It's 35. And you're like,
guess what? I'm laying the points with Oregon.
You know what? I probably would as well. What do you think the line is between Washington? This is what's so sad. Washington State.
Oh, that's probably similar in the 30s.
It's only 20. I'm feeling a little laid down coming on here.
Are you getting that itch already?
Oh, talk to me, Stephen Piercy. Talk to me, Warren DeMartini. Fill my football blood.
Yeah. A little precursor maybe to what you got going on Friday.
Those two, that's what the Buffs could have been, dude. I'm not saying they would have been, but you know what? They could have been.
Hey, I like when a coach takes accountability. Sean Payton did as much yesterday in an answer about what happened at the end of the game, but also it bodes something that is a fair warning to the Broncos if they want to get to where they want to go. We'll get to it next.
but that's on me in that situation. And look, it's not on Darren. It's not on Tillman. With a 60-yard field goal attempt, it's different. The alignment got mixed up between Tillman and one of the other tackles. The call was correct. That was leveraging. You can't put your hands and to elevate yourself off one of your own guys or off one of the opponent. My big regret flying home was that's more for a closer field goal. That's more for a gimme than a 60-yard attempt, and that's on me.
All right, Sean Payton, yesterday I said before, Moser, I like a coach that takes accountability when things go wrong, and he will genuinely say, my bad. And that's what Sean Payton did. Now, did he do that to protect his special teams coordinator? Did he do it to protect his players? Maybe. Maybe he did. But regardless, all of that falls on the head coach, and I like when they take a little accountability and responsibility for when things go wrong. Now, go ahead.
Were you surprised at how calm he was post-game? Not only Sunday, but also yesterday.
It's one of the first things I mentioned to Nelly. When I first heard that clip was I went back to the postgame and I go, he is really non-prickly for a loss in that manner. And I wondered if part of that's because he was like, that's my fault. Like, I needed to do better than that. And I wondered if that's a part of it. That's why I still kind of hold out. Maybe he's not covering for somebody. Maybe he did kind of go to Rizzy and be like, hey, should we do this thing on the 60-yarder? Like, maybe. I guess we'll never know.
Why do you have to do the thing with the thing anyway? Why do you have to do it?
He said it. He said it was stupid, and that's a credit to him. Now, most of your point, I did notice how he wasn't his usually spitfire self in a post-game press conference loss. He was kind of taking everything in stride. He was way more calm than I thought he would be.
I think he is the kind of guy that wears it a lot. All these coaches really do. If you don't wear it as a professional coach in some fashion, then you're a cyborg, because this is, you put so much of yourself, your brain, your energy, your family into this. And when things go bad, I'm sure it hurts. I'm sure it does.
Yeah.
And you know what? The fact that he's calm about it is pretty cool, because let's not mix words here, Broncos fans. Can I be on your side for a second? Because I already am. But let me reiterate. The Broncos are a good football team. They are a good football team.
I think they are unquestionably a good football team.
They are a good football team. Let me take the Sean Payton tact. You don't need to freak out, because he knows as well as everybody else, Brett. Vic laid it out. You did 6 silly things in the last 6 minutes, and it cost you the football game. If you don't do any one of those, you win the football game.
I have a follow-up comment to that, though. They are unquestionably a good football team. I don't know if they're great.
They're not great yet, no.
Great is winning the AFC West. Great is winning a couple of playoff games.
Sure.
Great is being a Super Bowl contender. They have not proven that yet. And there's one thing that it goes hand in hand with what he just discussed that would change that very easily to me. Great teams close out close games. Good teams don't. And you look back to even last year, under this current iteration of the roster, they returned 85% of them. It's mostly the same guys with some added pieces mixed in. They won last year resoundingly. And when they lost close. That's the problem. And in now the last year and 2 weeks under Bo Nix's Broncos, they're 2-7 in one-score games. One of those being the Tennessee game from week 1 that really didn't feel that way. They could have kicked the field goal at the end, Moser, and made it an 11-point game. The other is what? The weird Jets game from last year. So all the other ones, just to go through the list for you guys. Seattle in week 1, which was actually a worse game than 26-20, but whatever.
Pittsburgh in week 2.
Pittsburgh in week 2, 13-6. LA in week 6 last year, which was 23-16, which is another one of those games that did not feel like a one-possession game.
It felt worse than that, yeah.
Kansas City with the missed field goal in week 10, or the blocked field goal in week 10. You lost to the Chargers on December 19th last year, 34-27, and then you couldn't find a way to beat the Bengals in overtime. Those are all of your one-possession losses from last year, and now you add to the mix this game in Indy. A lot of those games, talking about the Chiefs last year, the Chargers game last year, the late one, the Cincinnati game in overtime, and now the Colts, were all games you could argue, hey, if we do this and this, then we could have had that game. Should have had that game. That's your missing piece right now. You are good enough to beat bad football teams.
Agreed.
You are.
Yep.
You could play your C- game against a bad team and still win.
Hence week 1.
Exactly.
Offensively, anyway. Defensively, they were terrific.
When you
offensively
play better teams, when you play playoff caliber teams, can you make the play at the end? Because I'll tell you what, when it comes to teams across the league that you consider contenders, when you see, man, I know the NFC South is trash, but how does Tampa Bay keep doing that? Well, end of games, the first 2 weeks of the season, they close it out. What did the Falcons not do in week 1? That's why they're not quite there yet. You know what I mean? Like, that's how you see the separation between teams inside the conference. To the Chargers' credit, the Chargers in week 1 against Kansas City, close game, what are you going to do? They close it out. Even yesterday, yes, stupid decisions by the Raiders late in the game, but you forced 3 picks, including one in the fourth quarter that's huge. You know what I mean? Like, just closing games out is the separator between where you're at now and where you hope to be when we get to week 14, 15.
It's more true in football by far than any other sport.
Yeah.
And Vic had to go get himself fixed a little bit. See him tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
But he always says, look, if you lose that game, and that's a game you should win in Indy, you had that game. In the National Hockey League, Brett, you lose a game, late, you give up a couple goals, in game 14 of the season.
Could be a fluke thing.
Okay, but,
right,
hey, listen, you'll make it up, right? But no big deal, blah, 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 blah. You don't even think about, hey, now we have to go win a game that we're not supposed to win.
Yeah.
Right? The question is, can the Broncos do that? Now, can they win this weekend at LA? Absolutely they can. If you really want to impress and you really want to be a team that is what you were talking about, Kaner, you know what you do? Somehow, some way, I can't even envision it at this point. You go to Philly and win that game, right? 11 a.m. Denver time, but you're talking about going to the East, playing the early game against the defending Super Bowl champions who still look really damn good. See, that's... Do they have the ability to do that? Go pull an upset in a game like that?
Well, let's just call it what it is, Moj. The Broncos are a good football team. They have been for about a year. I don't know if they have a signature win on the resume yet.
Then let's throw it into this context. Would it blow your mind if the Baltimore Ravens went to Philly and won?
Nope.
Would it blow your mind if the Buffalo Bills went to Philadelphia and won? Right?
Nope.
Would it blow your mind, let's say, I don't know. I mean, maybe it wouldn't blow your mind, but other teams go in there.
Chargers, no. Packers, no. Detroit, no. Like all these teams that you consider top of the heap.
Right.
The answer is
no. Inside the division, could Washington, if Daniels is healthy, could they go in there and eke out I mean, you see what I'm saying? You want to get into that. I mean, that's where you want to get to eventually. And those are all the best teams. They really are. Those are all the very best teams.
What's the signature win? And can you go find one? Can you find one that is the turning point?
As of right this second, right now, the signature win for the Sean Payton and Bo Nix Broncos is the win in Tampa last year.
It's week 3.
Agreed. Tampa was a playoff team. Tampa leads the division again this year, even though they're not looking pretty doing it. They're on top, and they're 2-0 to start out the year. That's your signature win. Now, you can call that a lame signature win, and maybe I'd even agree with you to some extent. But that's it at this point. Is it not? You tell me.
Yeah. I mean, compared to everything else last year, that's it.
What is a better win for the Denver Broncos in the last season plus than that one?
None. No, that's it. But look, at the time, it was incredibly necessary because you were 0-2 to start the year. You needed some sort of positive thing, and you got it. A win in Tampa against that team is no small feat. I'm not downplaying that. But I want a win in Arrowhead. I want go on the road next weekend against the Chargers and get a win against them. I want when you play later this year against a team like at Philly, when you play at Washington, something like that. That would feel like it's an extra step to what they've been doing already. And let's be honest, you just gave one away that you might need towards the end of the year. You need to make it up somewhere else. And hopefully it's this weekend. God, I would love nothing more than them to go to LA and beat the Chargers. As the Chargers are riding this high of they're the new favorites in the AFC West, and look at Jim Harbaugh and what Justin Herbert's doing and blah, blah, blah. If you could put
Not to mention they punked you twice last year.
I mean, that too.
They got you twice. I would even argue to you that maybe that Chargers win in Denver. Oh, this is tough for me to say it. But the Chargers beat the Broncos twice, in their joint and here. Are both of those wins by the Chargers against the Broncos more impressive than the Broncos win at Tampa? Because the Chargers,
they're division wins.
Yeah, they really don't have a signature win themselves, talking about the Chargers under Harbaugh. Not yet. Not something like that. All these teams are searching for something. They're all looking for something.
Beat the Chiefs week 1, I mean.
Okay, big deal. Where was that at, though?
Brazil.
Oh, I mean, you're talking about this year, Brazil.
Oh,
I'm talking about going to Arrowhead and winning.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, I understand. No, they're kind of in the same boat, but they're 2-0. They get to be the trash talking champions so far because they're officially 2 games up 2 weeks into the season on Kansas City. So, yeah, you go out and you get a win next weekend, that can flip a whole bunch of narratives. Now, Vic made a comparison to Bo Nix, which I think is perfect. What Bo Nix should be within this Broncos offense. We'll get to it next. Vic made a comparison earlier that I really, really enjoyed. It's what you want Bo Nix to be. What is it? And I think some Broncos fans have these, I don't know what you'd call them, delusions of grandeur when talking about, hey, why not Manning? Why not Elway? And it's like, well, because those guys are all-timers and you don't just find those. It's not how the world works. You need to find somebody you can win with. And there's plenty of examples of quarterbacks that can do that, especially guys on rookie contracts. Look no further than what the Niners have done over and over again when they've cycled through your Jimmy Garoppolo's and then Brock Purdy's.
Mac Jones played pretty well last week, too.
Well, it's just
I know
like,
it's at the Saints, I know, but man.
The Purdy thing has a wrench thrown in it now because Brock Purdy is making a bunch of money and he's hurt. But on a rookie contract, you can do a whole bunch of things with that. Here's what I'd say. Vic is totally right that Bo Nix, if he becomes this, because his game is similar to it, what if he's Baker? Use your legs, got a little bit of a stingy attitude towards opposing teams, not afraid to mix it up, talk trash a little bit. Most arm talent in the world? No, but a good arm. What if he's that? And if that's the case, if you gave me that option, I'm signing up immediately. No questions asked.
It's just so curious to hear you say that.
Why is that?
And I guess I'm curious this way, because I've always liked Baker Mayfield. I liked him, clearly in Cleveland. Here's what I liked about him when he got drafted by the Cleveland Browns. He said, you know what? A first-round pick, first overall, I welcome the challenge of resuscitating this franchise. I welcome it, right?
Yeah.
And finally, when they finally got it done, what happened in Cleveland? They opened up all those beer fridges. Remember that? Everybody got free beer. It was a big deal.
Yep.
Are the Browns dog butt overall? Is it kind of a dog butt franchise?
Yes.
At times moronic. Would you agree with that?
For sure.
Okay. So he leaves there and he goes probably to a worse situation in Carolina. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But again, you're talking about being picked up off the scrap heap. No players around him, junk, whatever. The Rams say, I tell you what, we really need a dude to fill in right now. And what does he do there?
Does a great job.
He looked pretty good, right?
Yeah.
So all of a sudden you're like, maybe this guy really can play. Okay? So overall, I like Baker Mayfield. He threw for over 4,000 yards his first year in Tampa. He threw for 4,500 yards and 41 touchdowns last year.
41 touchdowns led the league.
So if you're telling me, and again, Broncos fans, when we say the words Baker Mayfield, something must immediately pop into your head about how good you think that guy is. Those numbers don't lie. Yeah, and I also agree with Vic. Let's stop talking about any sort of Drew Brees situation. Let's talk about Baker Mayfield. Let's talk about that guy. And if your guy can be that guy, that's pretty damn good.
It'd be huge. But it's just so much of their playing style looks the same. The way that Baker takes off and runs, the way that he's ultra competitive. Now, the one thing that he has that we have not seen from Bo Nix yet is the ability to come back late. Because he did that last night. There was a minute on the clock for them to go score a touchdown. And I know this mic's been falling all day. And he does it. Like, makes big play after big play, willing to take the hit on his scramble, like all that stuff. I think it's a perfect comparison of what he could be and what I hope he is. Because anything higher than that, I just think you're asking for too much. You just want to... You want to have somebody that you trust and that is going to make the right play. And make no mistake, Baker's far from perfect, Moj. He'll turn the ball over sometimes, and you live with it because you take the bad with the good. Because that's what you have to do when you have a quarterback that's not elite level. Like, if you want somebody to be Aaron Rodgers from, 2014, throwing, 42 touchdowns and 3 picks, sorry, those guys don't exist very often. But can you win with somebody? And to his credit, Bo Nix should have won last weekend. And it's not on him or the offense that they didn't win. Late turnover interception didn't help, but I don't think there's any question. When Bo Nix plays that way, they rack up, 23 first downs. They have 4 touchdown drives. It should almost be automatic with what your defense is built to be to get a win.
I'm very curious as to something you said at the beginning of that. When you're talking about, can you win with this guy, so on and so forth. I'm very curious as to what Broncos fans really think the full upside of Bo Nix is. Because what you said, hey, you want to talk about Elway, you want to talk about Manning, you want to talk about Breeze, you're right, forget about all that. Because you're talking about Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
You're talking about incredibly, incredibly special players. Do you really believe that Broncos fans out there, or if you do, what percentage truly believe that this guy has that kind of potential? Because I think it's unfair, number one. Number two, I'm here to tell them, I'm here to tell anybody else who even remotely thinks that way, you don't need that to win.
No.
You don't need that to be a Super Bowl champion. Okay? Is Jalen Hurts a Hall of Fame quarterback? I would say that right now he's not. Now, if he continues to win Super Bowls and whatnot, then we'll talk about it, right? But I think he's a very good quarterback. That's all you need to win. Certainly different, but that's all you need to win, okay? So if Broncos fans won't take a Baker Mayfield comparison, or they won't take, hey, just a dang good quarterback right now, that you somehow have some delusion that he's this future Hall of Famer, maybe he is. Still a long way to go in his career. But you don't need that. So if you want to ease yourself off of that hill, be my guest.
Let me give you some numbers. This was Bo Nix's rookie year. He had a 64% completion percentage, threw for 3,725 yards, 27 touchdowns, and 14 picks. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Baker's rookie stats. They're nearly identical.
Very similar.
Like, I don't... People saying that Baker Mayfield is and has been a better quarterback than Bo Nix forever. Okay, fine. Baker Mayfield wasn't doing this when he first entered the league. He got into a little bit better situation in Tampa, and then his numbers took a jump. But also, he's been in the league for 8 years now. You know what I mean? Like, he's been around for a minute.
If you hadn't paired Bo Nix with Sean Payton, though, who was Baker Mayfield's first head coach?
God, was it Hugh Jackson?
It wasn't Hugh Jackson, was it? He was already gone, wasn't he? Or was it Hugh Jackson?
No, I think he went 1-15 or 0-16.
And then 1-15.
And then, like, shortly into the next season, he got fired. I think that's right.
If you had thrown Bo Nix into a Hugh Jackson Browns team, or you threw Baker Mayfield into a Sean Payton Broncos team,
Baker wasn't a finished product when he got in the league. He played for a worse team. There's no doubt about it. The Cleveland Browns were way worse. But he wasn't a finished product. He turned the ball over a lot. He had 35 picks in his first 2 years. It's a lot of interceptions, okay? A ton. But can you build towards it? Like, I see a lot of the same skill set. I see a resemblance between him and Baker Mayfield that I think is doable. Now, does he get there? I don't know. But I see it. I see similarities. And to be honest, I think that's sort of the base level he has to get to. Or else we're in some trouble.
I agree.
Baker is probably, depending on where you look at it, 8th, 9th, 10th best quarterback.
Define trouble.
Like you're restarting a quarterback in a couple years.
I don't know that you're doing that. If you got a guy who's a top 12 quarterback in the National Football League, top 15 guy in the league, are we restarting a quarterback?
I said that needs to be your minimum level. That's what I said.
Okay, where is he right now then?
Nix?
Yeah. Because when you look at last season,
somewhere in that like probably 18 range, I would say.
Okay.
18 to 20. I mean, we could rifle through it real quick if you want to.
Top 10 or bust? I guess I'm just trying to get a gauge on where you think that what's the cutoff for you of winning? With a very good defense?
You got to be around 10.
Okay, so 10's it. 10's your cutoff.
I'll give you the guys that I find.
Because there's quarterbacks in the top 10 last year who are not winners.
Moser, but here, you got to understand what I'm talking about here. If you're keeping him around long term, that means he's making $60 million a year. That's eating into a lot of your cap, which means you're taking away a lot of opportunities for talent surrounding you, right? So he has to be an elevator. Here's my sort of base for guys that I think can win a Super Bowl. It's that Baker Mayfield,
Jared Goff
level, where good quarterbacks, not to be confused with Josh Allen, but good in their own right, good enough to win with. That's the level you got to be at. And if you're not, then it's part of the reason why I'm like, now it's what I think of Brock Purdy, but I don't think the 49ers, with him making that amount of money, are going to be contenders again. Don't get me wrong, they'll be a good football team. They'll win games. They'll probably make playoff appearances more often than not. But do I think that they're going to be competing for a Super Bowl? No. I just don't think that they can get to that level with that caliber of quarterback, which he's fine. But the tier below that, Moj, is like your Geno Smith. You aren't winning a Super Bowl at Geno Smith. You're not doing it. He can win you games, but can he win you a Super Bowl? Unless your team is just like, oh my God, unbelievable. You know, could you step in with the Eagles if I put Brock Purdy or I put Geno Smith on there? Could they win a Super Bowl? Sure, but the Eagles are they're freaks.
Yeah, they really are. I see what you're saying. I do. And we're going to turn our attention, as this week goes on, we're going to turn our attention more to the Los Angeles Chargers. What did you think of them last night?
They were fine. I wasn't overly impressed by them, and maybe it's a compliment to the Raiders' defense. Maybe the Raiders' defense is better than we thought they were, because they certainly had a couple of good weeks to start the year, but there wasn't, I don't know. See, the reason I have trouble with this, I don't know if this is something that Harbaugh does on purpose or not. If he's like, we can play this way to win the game, and that minimizes mistakes, and that's all we need. Like, maybe that's his thought process towards it. But I would say the Chargers are still really impressive. They still have an incredibly good defense that is hounding. Now, losing Khalil Mack is going to hurt.
I know he's 34 years old, but he's still effective.
Oh, yeah.
He had a sack last night.
And they waved bye-bye to Joey Bosa in the offseason. Yep. So both of those guys that were kind of stalwarts within your edge rushing are now both gone. They're going to have to deal with that. And look, that's great news for the Broncos coming up this weekend, that you don't got to deal with Khalil Mack. But their defense is still really good. I think the Broncos, and maybe I get proven wrong this weekend, but they're on par with where the Chargers are at. Like, I think that this is still a division very much up for grabs with really every team that's in it. I'll even throw the Raiders in there for now. I don't think that's going to last. But sure, I think every team's probably looking at the AFC West like we got a shot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the Raiders are incredibly discouraged with, like, they came out with that loss yesterday, but they're probably saying to themselves, if Geno Smith didn't play like ass, we might go out and win the game.
I'm surprised he did some of the things that he did as a veteran, aged quarterback. Some of the decision-making that he did was brutal. It absolutely was. It's funny because we were talking about last night at the end of the game, my wife and I, and I'm watching the Buccaneers move down the field, but I'm watching them waste time when they don't have to. They got 3 timeouts left, and maybe Bowles wants to save them for God knows what reason, but they get down right there on the goal line or be close to it. They have 9 seconds left. What were they on? What were they on, like the 9 or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
9 seconds left, but they still got 2 timeouts left. And I know they wanted to run the clock down. I get that, but they could have given themselves more leeway in that regard.
Yeah.
And I said, man, I think they're mismanaging these timeouts. She's like, they're pros. They don't mismanage. I said, honey, I can give you an example every single week.
Yeah.
Of football teams and professional head coaches and professional players who have been in the league for a decade doing really dumb things.
They need a Jerry Rosberg is what they need.
Yeah, I guess so. No, but you lose. I was explaining. You lose track of you're going. You're kind of losing track of the situation because you're in it. And I'm on the outside looking in. I'm watching this clock tick down. I'm watching Mayfield limp around. I'm like, okay, you guys want. Then he's trying to huddle or get everybody to the line to snap the ball. There's no spiking. They're running a play and blah blah blah. And I'm like, God, tick 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 tick.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have done it. It obviously worked out for them, but I would have been different. But I mean, that's the way it goes. Teams make dumb decisions. Teams do dumb things. Sean Payton coached football teams. Should not do what the Broncos did against the Colts at the end of that game. The last 6 minutes of that game.
Yeah.
Sean Payton, in my opinion, coached football team should not be making some of those decisions or some of those egregious mistakes.
I think the exact same thing.
So until they overcome that, are they on par with the Chargers? Yeah, I think so. But you got to overcome that. You got to get some wins. I mean, you got to win a game now that you're not supposed to win.
I think that this game this weekend is going to be your true litmus test. Are they going to be different from last year or not? And I think this weekend has a lot to kind of dictate which direction that's going to go in. Hey, just quickly, because we didn't talk about college football kind of overall over the weekend yesterday. Tennessee was this close to beating Georgia. They set up their kicker for that game winner. And I go back, the 30 for 30 between the Pacers and the Reggie Miller versus the Knicks, 30 for 30. If you guys watch that, there's an interview. John Starks at the end of a game had free throws, big ones. And I can't remember who was talking, but they said, I knew the second he stepped to the line, he was missing the free throws. And he said, because his eyebrows are straight up in the air. He goes, if you're focused, your eyebrows are down. Maybe your eyes are a little bit burrowed.
Well, let me look at you. That's fake focus, though. You're fake focusing right now.
I'm a focused man right now.
It's not a real focus.
Focused.
That is a fake focus.
He said his eyebrows were straight up, which meant he was nervous.
Mm.
I've never seen a kicker look more scared than that Tennessee kid. First of all, he looked 12 years old. Second of all, they did the tight shot on him before the kick went up, and I was like, no chance. Absolutely zero chance he makes that kick, and man, did he miss it. Like, not even close, not in the ballpark territory. And I feel awful because there's a really cool story. If you guys watch Game Day on Saturday morning, they did this whole 5-6 minute package on Jerry Aguilar, the quarterback for Tennessee. It was a really cool story, Moser. He had no offers coming out of high school. He walks on junior college. He works his way up, gets to App State, plays well at Appalachian State, goes to Tennessee because Nico Iamaleava leaves, and he's playing his ass off. God, he's fun to watch. And he torched Georgia's defense, threw a couple of picks, but God, it was like 370 yards, 4 touchdowns, like played great. Just to have your kicker miss is brutal.
Brutal.
Hey,
I've got a problem too. And maybe, I don't know how to explain this. Is Vandy good?
I think they are. Look at this kid's face.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this kid's face when he's about to kick that ball. Look at him.
Yeah, he's petrified.
This is
absolutely petrified.
I had to, when I was really young, I was like 10 years old. I had to be, it was a Catholic wedding, my cousin's wedding. It's Catholic. I'm not Catholic, so I don't know all the rules to Catholic churches.
It's a lot of them.
But I had to, I was the guy carrying the candle down the aisle before I don't know what to call that. Candle lighter, I guess. And they said, hey, just be sure that you aren't walking too fast so the flame doesn't go out. And I was walking at a snail's pace.
Petrified.
I was pissing off the person next to me. They're like, would you go faster? Right. And it was like I was holding the Holy Grail in my hand. That's that kid.
That's that kid. No doubt
That's him
about
staring at the football.
Hey, Vandy, I don't know how to tell you this, but Vanderbilt, they're pretty good, dude. They've got,
Diego Pavia, baby.
They beat Charleston Southern fine. They blew the snot out of Virginia Tech on the road.
Yeah, Sellers left that game early, which didn't help, but still,
that
to
was
their
tough.
credit, I mean, they beat the hell out of them.
They went to South Carolina and won 31-7. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
No, but they beat Virginia Tech though the week before by 24 on the road. Did you see the Theo Vaughn thing?
Yeah, I don't get this.
Did he go to Vandy? Was he a Vandy guy? Or he just likes Vandy?
I don't know. He's from Louisiana. I have no idea. But he made a bet, I guess, that if Vandy won, he gets to take Diego Pavia's mom on a date.
Is that kind of weird?
I think we should have more of these. Team wins, you take moms out to dinner. Like
he said, I got to rethink it because, I want to be his friend, not his dad. I thought that was kind of funny. But I'm like, okay, what the heck is going on there, man?
I don't need you to call me dad. I just want you to be my friend.
Hey, that's what he said. Diego Pavia is a pretty dang good player, man. And they got a couple of bunnies here before they really get into SEC play. Obviously South Carolina to be, but they won't. They're going to be a 5-0 team getting ready for Alabama.
Absolutely love.
What, that the nerds can finally be good?
Yes. They've been the punching bag, the doormat of that conference forever. They've been the team that you make fun of all the time. And now they might be competitive. I think it's cool.
Hold on. 4246 says, stop mispronouncing Appalachian State.
Appalachian, whatever you want. Who cares?
It's Appalachian, isn't it? Appalachian?
I always said Appalachian.
You walking the Appalachian Trail, you walking the Appalachian Trail.
Bogdan,
Big Don,
Appalachian, whatever.
What did you say?
I said Appalachian.
So it's Appalachian?
I almost cursed.
Okay.
Hell if I know, Moser.
Okay, okay, fine. Whatever.
Obviously, however I'm saying it is incorrect.
You bunch of hillbillies, who cares?
All right, fact checker next.
Appalachian State. Appalachian State.
Yeah, suck it. I've been saying it right.
Appalachian State.
Appalachian State. Why are you trying to correct me on things I'm right about? Why y'all booing me? I'm right.
Do you call? But here, let me get into a little bit of the deep dive. The whole region is called Appalachia, is it not?
I think so.
Then why is it Appalachian? The whole region is not called Appalachia. It's called Appalachia, is it not? Help me out, man.
Appalachian State.
Okay, I'm not a hillbilly, though. Help me.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I don't know. The Philippines is spelled with a PH, but Filipino is with an F.
No, yeah,
things get weird, man. I don't know.
That is true.
Yeah,
I don't have the answers that you seek, Moj. I don't have them. Couple things here before we get on out.
The Appalachian Mountains, or Appalachian, however you want to pronounce it, they're pretty. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's, all the way from, like, up by Northern Virginia all the way down.
Yeah.
Into Tennessee. I mean, it's Great Smoky Mountains and all that stuff.
I was supposed to visit there once, and they got canceled.
Why?
I think it was COVID. I was supposed to visit there, like, in April of COVID.
Were you supposed to hike the Appalachian Trail?
No. We were just going to get, like, a mountains in the middle of it. Sorry, a house, an Airbnb in the mountains in the middle of it. That was it.
And do what?
Hang out in an Airbnb in the mountains for a weekend. What do you mean?
I'll say this, though. West Virginia is maybe the prettiest state in the Union. West Virginia is absolutely gorgeous. That's all I got. Okay.
Pretty bold statement there.
It's pretty awesome.
I can't wait until this is rediscussed. Did you guys hear, by the way? Nelly, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but can you go back to our conversation with Schefter yesterday? I asked him a question about the tush push. And the way that Adam answered the question sounds like Adam knows something's going to happen. So they did the vote to ban it this offseason, and I think it missed by 2 votes, I think is what the number was.
Something like that, yeah.
This thing is going to be dead after this year. I think people are just annoyed. And my take has been the exact same. You can say it's hard to officiate. You can say it's a player safety issue because everybody's just putting the crown of their helmet into somebody else, which probably sounds unsafe and antithetical to what the whole safety rules are. You know my argument on this, Moj. Why do I hate the tush push? Why do I want it banned?
Because it's boring. It's not
boring.
Not football, right?
It's boring.
Right.
We have banned boring things from sports a bunch of times before. You're an entertainment product. It's not entertaining. There's no anticipation towards it. It never gets stopped, and it's probably illegal. You even look at the way the guys set up.
What do you think the actual percentage is on the tush push?
95%.
96.4.
Yeah.
So we'll call it works every time. 96% of the time, it works all the time.
You know, the problem is this. Everybody's lined up offsides, offensive line and defensive line. The center cannot be lined up over the football. The football has to be out in front of him, and yet it feels like he's buried over the ball.
He's over the ball, and his 2 guards are actually ahead of him. It's bizarre. It's weird.
Like that shouldn't be allowed. And so just take all of that stuff out. Forget that.
And you know what the officials essentially do in that situation? Is do this.
Whatever.
But
I asked that question to Schefter yesterday. Here's what and look, listen to what he says, but also listen to how he says it.
They were always going to look at it again in the offseason, and they didn't have the votes that they needed last offseason to overturn it and ban it from the game. They'll make another run at it again. I think there are enough people that want it out of the game. I don't know that it'll live to see another year. Certainly possible. But we're at the point now where opposing defenses can't stop the play. Officials don't know how to call the play. Nobody knows what to do with the play except the Philadelphia Eagles. Mm-hmm. And it's almost automatic when they run it. Like,
You can stop it right there.
1 or 2.
That little beginning part of they're going to look at it again in the offseason, and it probably won't pass. Like, this thing might be dead after this year.
Right.
And I just think it's annoying to opposing teams. And it's not, again, it's not just because it works and it's effective. Like, I understand that. It's because it's stupid. That's it. It's because it's dumb. And it's not a football play. That's not football. You're playing a different sport when you're doing that. It's like, what if there was an unstoppable drop kick in the NBA from 3? I don't know. I'm just trying to think of something here.
You had 10 teams. You need 24 votes to get a rule change. 24. You had 10 teams that voted to keep it in.
Yeah. Do you have the list?
I do. Obviously, number 1 is the Eagles. These are the other teams that voted to keep it. And it's very,
Please
very
tell me Kansas City's one of them.
interesting. No.
Oh.
Only one other NFC team voted to keep it in. Oh, no, two. Two, you ready?
I think Detroit was one of them, aren't they?
So Philly, the Jets, the Ravens, the Lions, here's your NFC, the Patriots, the Browns, the Jags, the Dolphins, the Saints of all people, another NFC team, and remember the Titans. So you've got 7 AFC teams voting in favor and 3 NFC teams, including the team that does it. Can you get 2 of those teams to switch? I think the answer is probably yes.
See, a texture says, and this is what I hate, the tush push is only dumb because your team can't do it. That's not my argument here, okay? That's not it. It's, how about this, Moj? When Shaq was dominating the NBA, he was so much bigger than everybody else. They kind of had to change the rules of like what's allowed and what's not, because he could just get the ball back his way into the lane and then dunk on somebody, and that was it. When you have, even if it's somebody that's doing something incredibly effectively, and you got into that weird territory, Moj, with Shaq, which is this like a charge or something? Like, it didn't look like what basketball is, right? And you have to just kind of rethink some things sometimes of what you're allowing and what not. Like, is it against the rules? Kinda, but not really, and it's tough to call and all that stuff. Like, just do away with it then.
Yeah, agreed. Hey, before we're out of here today, speaking of allowing it or not allow it, would it have been real? I know they measured it. I know they weighed it. I know it came back illegal. Wonder Boy and The Natural. Robert Redford has passed away at the age of 89. And I loved The Natural. Did you like that baseball movie?
Yeah.
So Redford's one of the great movie stars of our lifetime. Wonder Boy. I mean, tree by his house got hit by lightning. He made a bat.
Mm-hmm.
And what'd Pop say? Well, measured. Well, why? If it comes back, you can use it. Remember that? Something like that.
Yeah.
Yep. Robert Redford, dead at the age of 89.
Okay. And fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
By the way, Wonder Boy, the original from the movie, is in the Natural History Museum in Washington, D.C.
Great.
Or, sorry, the National Museum of American History. Sorry, there you go.
There you go. There's a little intro, an amuse-bouche to the fact checker. And now I'll tell you, earlier in the show, Brett tasked us with finding positive takeaways from the Broncos' loss on Sunday. It wasn't all doom and gloom. Here was Vic's contribution to the positivity.
We talked about yesterday. We said it on the show yesterday. We said, what the hell were they doing trying to strategize on a 60-yard field goal? And what did Sean Payton say an hour after our show? Basically, what the hell were we doing trying to call a play on a 60-yard field goal?
Pretty much what he was saying. The Chargers.
So all you softies out there who can't handle Broncos criticism, get in line.
Okay.
What are they getting in line for?
Yeah.
To hear more.
Oh, okay. All right, good.
Positives.
Love
More
a good
course.
spin
More
from Vic
positives,
Lombardi.
baby,
It took
yeah.
It took Vic 8 minutes into the segment before he said one positive thing.
Oh, yeah, of course. Negatives always front of mind.
Then he brought up punting. Punting was awesome.
Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injured lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com.
You don't know special teams, Moj.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it, Vic.
iTunes,
me up.
Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane is where you can find the podcast. I hope you guys have an excellent Tuesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you all very much. Bye.
So all you softies out there who can't handle Broncos criticism, get in line.
Okay.
What are they getting in line for?
Yeah.
To hear more.
Oh, okay. All right, good.
Raiders bring pressure. Herbert steps up. On the move, scans end zone. A dart. Keenan Allen working his way in the back line, grabs it, and the Chargers jump on top. Herbert launches downfield. It's Johnson in stride. Touchdown, Chargers. 60 yards. Justin Herbert just flicks it. 3rd and 15. Pressure again down the middle. End zone shot. Karam and intercepted. Off the Karam. He tried to find Myers in traffic.
Well, Broncos fans, that's what you have to look forward to coming up this weekend. The number 1 team in the AFC West after 2 weeks, the LA Chargers with a 20-9 victory over Vegas last night. And that's the Geno Smith that we all love and remember from his days back in New York, as we welcome you to a Tuesday edition, a 2K Tuesday edition of the Morning Sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson is behind the glass today. You can join us at 303-504-0925 on the Schott Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. The Chargers look like a well-oiled machine. I'm not saying Vegas isn't a scary team. I think every team in the AFC West is right now, Coach. The Chargers are clicking.
Well, first, before I get into my Chargers take, who you play on Sunday, was that Chris Fowler, Boulder, Colorado's own Chris Fowler? Is he in his high T era? Because that voice is starting to sound a little bit more like a WWE superstar and potentially an announcer. Did you hear Fowler right there?
Fowler was struggling the whole night.
He's been overworked, hasn't he?
He's been
overworked. So he's doing what I do sometimes when I've been yelling at the team that I coach and or yelling into a hot mic about Darren Rizzi and the special teams unit of the Denver Broncos through 2 weeks. My voice ends up, I compensate with a lower octave. And I sound like I'm hanging out with Tyler Polumbus in his high T era. The Los Angeles Chargers.
Get the guy a night off.
The Los Angeles Chargers.
Raiders bring pressure. Herbert.
That guy. But the Los Angeles Chargers right now, the two teams that if you were saying week 2 power rankings, these are the 2 Super Bowl teams. From the NFC, standing in the blue corner, fighting out of the blue corner, the Green Bay Packers.
I'm happy you got the color right, by the way.
It's always blue first, right?
Well, the NFC is also a blue end. I'm very proud of you.
I was just going with my guy, Bruce Buffer. The first one, and then fighting out of the red corner, it's the Los Angeles Chargers. Those 2 teams look complete. They're playing really good defense. They're playing clean special teams, and boy, would that be nice. Why can't we have nice things?
I mean, I don't know if I'm throwing the Chargers over the Bills right now.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
They've been there, done that.
They're both really good.
But I throw them right behind, right? You can make the argument that Baltimore should be there based off of their one loss being like a fine loss.
While I'm in the theme of fighter A versus fighter B, choose your fighter, Raj. Through 2 weeks of quarterback play in, we'll call it the AFC, the battle for supremacy for quarterbacks in the AFC.
Okay.
Through 2 weeks. Fighter A, 616 total yards, 5 total touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 71.4% completion percentage, and a 111.1 passer rating. That's Fighter A. Versus Fighter B. Choose your fighter. 631 yards, 4 touchdowns, so 1 less, 0 interceptions, completion percentage of 66.2%, and that's 5.2% less than Fighter A, and then a passer rating of 98.4. That's Fighter B.
The stats are Fighter A. I'll take Fighter A.
You want to know who Fighter A is?
Don't tell me it's Daniel Jones.
It's Daniel Jones.
No!
And guess who Fighter B is?
Is it
Josh Allen?
No!
Yes, it is. That is.
You can't do that.
That is a reality right there. Choose your fighter.
No.
And you know what? You can say, yeah, but they played the lowly Miami Dolphins. Kind of did the same thing against the best defense on planet Earth, right?
You can make the argument they were like better against the Broncos.
They were. He was better against the Broncos.
He did something Peyton Manning never did as a Colt. The first half was unbelievable. He threw for more yards in the first half than any other Colts quarterback in history.
What was it? Was it 235?
I think it was either 235 or 246,
He was on track for a
something like that.
He was literally on track for a 500-yard performance against the Denver Broncos with Pat Surtain II, Brandon Jones, Talanoa Hufanga, Nick Bonito, who, by the way, Nick Bonito has created more pressures at 15 through 2 weeks than the entire Carolina Panthers, the entire Indianapolis Colts that you just lost to, and the entire Chicago Bears. So it's not like Nick Bonito is overpaid. So all of you that are saying that, well, Nick Bonito didn't do anything, watch the film. Get a dose of reality. Daniel Jones just was unbelievable. He was throwing into tight windows. Right now, through 2 weeks, he's playing as well as anybody in the National Football League.
Now,
but you know who else is, man? Freaking Justin Herbert's playing really good football.
The overreactions through 2 weeks they're common, right? And I think they should be. You should see those two games go, oh, well, they should be real. But remember what New Orleans looked like to start last year?
Clint Kubiak was the toast of football.
And then they turned into one of the worst teams in the league.
Raj, I wasn't even coaching a team, and I was studying his film for play ideas for a team that I didn't coach. He was so good. It was last year, the first 4 weeks it was about 3, wasn't it? And then he turned into a pumpkin, and so did the Saints. I think it was as Derek Carr started to fall apart physically, as he unfortunately did for a majority of his career.
Last year, the first 4 games of the season, they put up 47 on Carolina. They put up 44 on Dallas and held Philly to 15. Lost by 3 to Philly.
Is that when Derek Carr got a little banged up?
I thought Derek Carr was a little bit later than that, but it was right around the first month and a half of the season that he ended up going out. Yeah, they put up big numbers there. Indy, I don't believe Indy is New Orleans from last year. Now, if Daniel Jones gets hurt and Anthony Richardson has to take over, I think there's a very good chance that they could tank. Now, if Jones stays healthy, do I believe that they are, a bona fide division title winning team? No, not right now. I think you have to wait to see if the Indy experience through 2 weeks is real. I am convinced that the Chargers experience through 2 weeks is very real.
It's the team that you couldn't beat last year.
You don't need to prove anything else to me right now, LA.
I'll tell you this.
That I should be scared of you. Indy, I think it was a little fluky, guys. They played great, but it was a little fluky.
Raj, do we all remember and can we openly admit our very own offseason narrative about the Chargers? They have no bona fide named pass catchers. Who the heck is going to tote the rock? They drafted Omarion Hampton. Frankly, they're not really a running football team right now. They're not what you think of a Jim Harbaugh and Greg Roman, who's the offensive coordinator football team. Justin Herbert is doing regular season Justin Herbert things right now, and he has not waited to do that. And then the other piece of the puzzle, man, is that Chargers defense. Derwin James is what you pray as a Broncos fan that Jahdae Barron turns out to be, because he is phenomenal. That is a great defense right now. You know what they are? They're tough. They're a tough football team. They're a calloused football team. They're a complete and thorough team.
What were those numbers, fighter A, fighter B? Do you still have that in front of you?
I sure do.
You gave me Daniel Jones.
Which one do you want? Which particular? All of it?
Yeah.
616 yards, 5 total touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 71.4 completion percentage, and 111.1 passer rating. That's Daniel Jones.
It's basically the same thing that Justin Herbert's done through 2 weeks against Kansas City and Vegas.
And Justin Herbert, he kind of did it to you against. Do you remember the game here against the Chargers at home at Empower Field? Do you remember the start for Justin Herbert? It was a very similar performance to what Daniel Jones did, but they did it in your own backyard. He just opened it up, and it was completion, big play, completion, just shredding this defense.
In 2 divisional wins to start the year, Herbert, 5 touchdowns, no picks. He's only taken 5 sacks for a total of 20 yards. So while the sack number, you go, I don't know if I want him to be hit.
20 yards is very
20
minimal.
yards is nothing.
Yeah, there's no game-altering plays.
No,
there.
not at all.
4-yard sack average.
Did he put the ball on the ground a couple of times yesterday? Sure. Didn't end up hurting them. But he's thrown for 560 yards. His completion percentage in game 1 was 73.5 against Kansas City. His completion percentage last night was 70.4. So if you're going to throw fighter C in there?
Yeah, he's right there.
Yeah.
Right there. In fact, I would say right now that early pull for the season, where they're quarter pulls. So this in the new NFL, you're about 4.2 games, right? 4.1 games is where you get a quarter pull.
Yeah, you're like a tenth of the season. Right
We'll
now.
see what happens in week 3. But would we say that you probably will have played back-to-back top quarterbacks in the NFL right now between Daniel Jones and Justin Herbert after week 3, based off what we've seen?
How much does it suck that LA already has 2 divisional wins?
Boys, this is a big
and you're 1-1, and you're 1-1, starting to go into the meat of your schedule. Yes, we know that Joe Burrow's gone for the next 3 months. You don't have to worry about Joe Burrow playing against you week 4, which makes it makes the Monday night game. You shouldn't lose it.
Yeah.
You shouldn't lose. I know Jamar Chase is out there. I know T. Higgins is out there. I know you have to deal with Trey Hendrickson. You should not lose that football game now.
You can't?
You can't. It's not must win. It's can't lose. There's a difference between the two. You cannot lose that game and hope to win the division.
How long have I been saying this? And I'll say it again and again and again. And it's becoming even more true as the days and games go by in this young NFL season. Sean Payton's tenure as the head football coach of the Denver Broncos is going to be determined by how he fares head-to-head with Jim Harbaugh in the division. It's about the Broncos and the Chargers. And right now you're 0-2. You just took a really, really bad
against Harbaugh
dose. Yeah, against Harbaugh. Sean Payton has lost to Harbaugh twice out of two. It's a small sample size, but it's what happened last year. You want to talk about the dose of reality and the medicine that you just had to take in the pills you had to swallow with what you just experienced in Indy? Boy, I got the good medicine, the good pills coming. If you can find a way to beat Jim Harbaugh and the freaking Chargers this coming Sunday.
Maybe getting smacked around as a defense, right? As we expect the defense to be dominant, right? Top 3, if not best in the world, is what you expect this defense to be this year. Correct? Not correct? Correct.
Correct.
Top 5 at the worst. And even then, it's still elite.
Yeah. Both of these defenses are top 5 defenses.
Okay. So
that are going to be playing on Sunday.
Maybe it's a blessing in disguise that you got a little bit of a smack in the face prior to going into your divisional schedule.
Raj, I think it was a good thing.
You can look at this as a good thing.
I think it was a great thing.
Maybe you're flying high. You walk into Indy. Daniel Jones looked like he did in New York, and he throws a couple of picks. He puts the ball on the ground, and you have a 10, 13-point victory. You don't really get tested, right? So then you walk out of a rookie quarterback, a not journeyman, but a reclamation project quarterback. Again, we're living in fantasy world right now where the Broncos are 2-0, and you go into L.A., for a battle for first place early on in the NFL season. And then LA does what they did the last couple of weeks against divisional opponents. It's amazing that the Chargers have to go 3 straight weeks against the AFC West. Incredible that they have to start.
Really wild.
Bizarre, right? I can look at this and go.
Think about it this way. The Colts game, right? You came out of it and you were humbled defensively. So now,
very much so.
Now what are you? You're hungry. And you have a chip on your shoulder, and you have something to prove. For the group of defenders that you have that are really talented, and a scheme that is very good, at least in my eyes, you can disagree with me, that's a good thing. You know what else is good? Is that even though you took the loss, even though the world right now in Pro Football Focus is saying that Bo Nix is a terrible quarterback, he's the worst in the National Football League
Bo played
with
well
his
against
passer
Indy.
rating.
He had one bad pass.
Bo Nix came out of that Colts game confident. And I don't know that he was there after week 1 against the Titans. That's a good thing for this team. You combine those 2 pieces of the puzzle together, and Darren Rizzi, you get your dang act together, and you get the special teams unit to stop costing this football team, then you're going to go beat the Chargers.
Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. They are injury lawyers. Go to willheightwins.com. That is willheightwins.com. Text in your favorite 90s and 2000s tunes. KJ will play them throughout the day.
Hey, Colorado, Coach Mike Sanford here, and I got to talk to you about the best deal in all of Colorado skiing. And right now, if you go to skiloveland.com, I'm there right now, you can buy a 4-pass of tickets with no restrictions, no blackouts, and transferable for just $289. That's $72 a day, once again, with no limitations to that pass. So ski 4 days by yourself or share it with friends on the same day. You can split it up. Take your lovely spouse, your partner, wherever it may be, for a day of skiing. You can do it twice. So for a limited time, save an extra $10 when you buy online at skiloveland.com. Hurry, this special offer will be ending soon, but make sure you check out the best combination of no crowds, more snow, and that's Loveland Ski Area. Check it out at skiloveland.com.
$2K Tuesday rolls along here. The Coach Mike Sanford, Raj on the morning sprint. Week 2 of the NFL season is in the books. Been talking about the Chargers, how great they looked against Vegas last night. Baker Mayfield pulling rabbits out of his hat, 4th and 10 scrambles.
I saw a tweet last night or this morning from the beloved Vic Lombardi on the morning show here. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, with regards to if there's a path forward for development and growth for Bo Nix, a great guy to look to would be Baker Mayfield. And I kind of agree with that. Because there were some uneven moments early on in Baker Mayfield's trajectory. Clearly, what was he? Is he on his fourth team now? Is that right? Browns, Rams.
Third team.
Just third? Okay. But it was uneven through, first couple years. Certainly more uneven than Bo is right now. Bo is not uneven. He is your franchise quarterback in year 2 for your Denver Broncos. But right now, you know what Baker Mayfield can do that we haven't?
Oh, no, dude, he was a Panther.
Okay, there you go. I knew he was.
I totally forgot he was a Panther.
I thought he was a 4-team guy. You looked at me like I had 10 heads. I think
completely forgot Baker Mayfield was a Panther.
You weren't like 100% sure because it kind of felt like because he was journeymanish. Very journeyman-like for about a 2-year stretch, 2 or 3 year stretch. What I'd say about Bo, different than Baker. Baker in back-to-back weeks, have you watched what he's done with the game on the line? It's this quote that I talk about with the quarterback position. Special ones. And I'm not saying that he's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. I'm not even saying that Baker Mayfield's a top 5 quarterback in the NFL right now. But he's a special quarterback today. In back-to-back weeks to start off an NFL season, he has taken the football with a deficit and, against all odds, led a drive in essentially a 2-minute space to go win a football game.
I think in both games it was less than 2 minutes.
Right, and I use the word 2-minute as a football guy, just against the
generic,
clock.
you got to go.
You're in 2-minute mode.
You got to boogie.
A lot of people actually nowadays call it 1-minute offense, just for what it's worth.
I mean, look at how many of these games you score with a minute and 30, or like the Giants score 37 seconds left on the clock. And you go, well, in my history, in my watching history of the NFL, you should win that football game. When we talked about the kickoff yesterday, man, getting the ball on the 40, getting on the ball on the 35.
Changes everything,
it's
man.
a play. Maybe 2 plays with a timeout or clocking the ball, and you can set up a Brandon Aubrey 64-yarder. Mayfield hasn't needed to do that. Like, he's walked down the field and
meticulously driven the football. He was
walking to the end zone.
He had it 4th and 10 on his side of the field, and he moves the sticks by way of a scramble with a tin of Zyn in his back cheek.
And then got up and wanted to fight someone after getting injured.
Dude.
I love that.
You know what I'll say about Baker that I want Bo to be? And Bo's shown signs of life in this space, but I want to see that Bo can be, the air quote, the reason you win games. Baker Mayfield has proven, really in the last couple years, but certainly more than any quarterback right now in the National Football League, he has proven that he can be the reason that his team makes it to the postseason and potentially does something more. And if Bo can do that per Vic Lombardi's kind of path forward for Bo Nix in year 3 or 4, then you got something special. Because I think Bo's more physically talented than Baker Mayfield as a athlete. He's a better athlete
He's
than
a
Baker.
better runner.
He's a better runner. He's looser.
Baker's a better thrower of the football.
Baker is without question right now a better thrower of the football.
He always has been. Like, there's a reason why you win the Heisman. Like, he is a laser.
But if Bo can channel his mental intensity, his chip on his shoulder, and his seriousness in a way that Baker Mayfield uses his silliness, his fun-loving nature, his gunslinger mentality, that Bo can be going towards the place of being the reason his team wins football games, then you're going to have something special here.
And Baker, I mean, he famously doesn't really take great care of the football. He is a gunslinger. He is he's not Brett Favre, but he's a modern version of that type of quarterback where it's like,
he leans into the Brett Favre piece.
I'm going to lean into it.
Insofar that he recreated the Brett Favre all denim tuxedo, the Canadian tuxedo for his draft day.
He threw 41 touchdowns last year, threw 16 picks, right? In his second year, he threw 22 touchdowns in Cleveland. He threw 21 picks. Bo is, as much as we hate to admit it, the past few games, Bo's throwing way too many interceptions.
7 games.
Even dating back to last year.
7-game stretch, he leads the NFL in interceptions. It's not good.
Fix that, and then you can be back on this Mayfield type of route. I still believe in Nix. I do. He did enough with that offense to get you in the right spot.
If you're a Broncos
the two
fan,
penalties screwed you. The 20 yards of penalties prior to the Lutz field goal is, for me, what cost you the football game.
If you're a Broncos fan, you should leave that awful, disgusting, despicable loss at Indianapolis with some positive takeaways. And one of them is Bo Nix is good. He's a good player. He went on the road and he made some significantly impressive plays that, frankly, made this a contest when your defense didn't have its A game. The other thing you should leave with is knowing that Troy Franklin and all the offseason storylines about his ascension in training camp, his ascension, which we saw, all of us saw in preseason football games, Troy Franklin's the real deal. Troy Franklin, when we were coaching against Troy Franklin at Oregon in 2022, his second to last season as a Duck, I was told that he is a first-round draft pick talent at the wide receiver position by countless scouts in the National Football League. And it was between the ears for him why he didn't go in the first round. Well, it seems like whatever was between the ears that was lacking, we saw it last year.
He also felt a little thin as a rookie, and he's bigger. He didn't put out on as much muscle as like Marvin Harrison Jr. did this year.
But he put a lot.
He put enough on.
I walked by that one day. Do you remember walking over to our tent? And I was like, dude, is that Troy Franklin?
Right, different dude.
Wait, hold on. Is that the same guy? What did he do this offseason? You know what else he did? He was thinner, but he also kind of played and acted and carried himself like he wasn't physically advanced in the National Football League.
He was a finesse wide receiver.
He was a finesse wide receiver.
6'3", and he's probably pushing, my guess is like 190 now.
I think he's bigger than that.
Maybe a little bit bigger.
Like, you look at that dude. He's slapped together pretty good.
Right. He did carry himself as a finesse wide receiver.
A finesse wide receiver that if you got in his head a little bit, or if you physically altered his route.
Academy wide receiver.
I like that. Just as long as you don't say the school I coach at. Because you probably could say that maybe based off historical context. Not anymore. Not anymore. I don't allow that to happen. Tough Guy Tuesday.
There's obviously silver linings to take out of the first 2 weeks. And the silver lining, what?
Troy Franklin came in. He was listed at 6'3", 180 pounds, man. You know how slender that is? That's what he came out when he was that was his rookie year.
He's got to be carrying another
You're probably right.
10 to 15
it's probably
more.
190.
Yeah.
You're probably right.
And it matters.
Yeah,
right?
it really matters. Because 6'3", 180, that's small for college. Like, that's like if I was coaching at, CU or Stanford or Notre Dame, and I'm looking through like the offseason weights, and I saw my number one wide receiver, 6'3", 180, I would say in college, hey, man, we got to get that guy up to 190, 195. That's too slender. And he did. And he's a dog. And he's showing it through 2 weeks, and I love it. It's a great thing for the Broncos, man. Can you believe that Troy Franklin has 12 catches on the year already? Like, he's
a top 20 wide receiver in the league through 2 weeks in terms of receptions, yards per reception.
11.08. It's fantastic.
Catch rate, right? I think he's at 80% right now. He's caught 12 of 15 targets, if I'm correct.
Do you like this about Troy Franklin? When he makes a play, he has such an infectious energy about him that wakes up a team that, frankly, I don't know if during training camp, I don't know if during the preseason games, when I watched the first string offensive unit play, maybe outside of J.K. Dobbins on one of those really physical practice days, I don't know that there was that feeling of like, dog is out there. Somebody that's going to be the fire starter, that's going to get this thing brewing and spread like crazy.
You have it on the defense. We saw it between Hufanga and Greenlaw, and unfortunately, Greenlaw hasn't been a part of this Broncos defense for the first 2 weeks of the regular season. That's something I'm looking for week 3. If Greenlaw is not healthy and you can't rely upon him against the Chargers, there are some issues.
I'll hate it.
Big time issues.
All right,
you have it on defense between Hufanga and Greenlaw in terms of the fire starters.
Starter, and also just that emotional presence, that energy. I would say Nick Bonito has it too, man.
Sure.
I love the way Nick Bonito plays the game of football. Somebody might watch this and say that's stupid. Like you're gonna gauge a player based off their celebrations when they make a good play. Man, that energy is contagious. It's infectious on that side of the ball, and sometimes it permeates to other sides of the football. And right now, the more just completely bought in, full of life, full of energy players that you can have on your team, the better for the overall feel. And then the connectivity with the fan base. Like, they love having a guy that they can fully root for. I mean, think about some of the great Denver Broncos historically and how they would bring the crowd to life by way of A, how they play, and B, how they engage. That's what I see with Troy Franklin. And I'm excited about that because I didn't see that much a year ago. It was like he was surviving. He was surviving an NFL rookie season where he felt at all times like he was almost right on the cusp. Are you a dude, like a potential starter, or are you not going to be on this team in a year or two? Now you're like, this guy is a part of the future. In fact, he's got the tangibles to be a wide receiver one. And as the intangibles start to catch up to the tangibles, you got something really special, and I'm excited about it.
The arrow is pointing up on the Broncos offense. Yes, you can look at the interception and be very, very upset about it. You can look at the second half after the first drive and go, well, where were the points? I get that. I understand it, right? Two of those drives that were in plus territory going against the Colts in the fourth, you throw the interception, you doink a field goal. I still think that you lost the game on the 5-yard penalty from Dobbins, followed up immediately by a 15-yard face mask on Troutman. Then you add the 15 yards on the leverage play on the 60-yard field goal. For me, you lost the game in terms of lack of discipline. I believe you can overcome one interception. If you can't overcome one turnover as a team, you don't deserve to be in the conversation of winning football games. Now, if you tack on 45 yards of penalties in the final 4 minutes of the football game, then my argument's out the window. So I'm not explaining away Bo's interception. It was a bad throw. It sailed. It probably shouldn't have been called in the first place, right? Continue to run the football, take time off the clock. If you trust Lutz from there, like, you don't have to force the football down the field. I can take as much issue with the play call as I can with the throw from the quarterback. So my stance on that football game is Bo didn't lose you the game. The penalties lost you the game. I understand the other side of the equation.
In my time coaching in the Big Ten Conference, which I would consider to be by far the best coached, certainly defensively, special teams, maybe run game-wise on the offensive side of the ball, but the cleanest, best coached league by far at the highest level of the sport in college football, I learned this quote. And I want to hear what you think about this quote with regards to this game against the Chargers coming up. Will it be enough if you have this mindset? More games are lost, not won.
Yeah, sure.
If you have that mindset, and it's a little, I know it's kind of stupid because that quote is a bit Mike McDaniel yesterday, and we just airmailed him for saying it. His quote was a lot, it was more about, well, we didn't win because we lost.
More teams give away opportunities to win football games via turnovers and dumb penalties. Yes, I understand that. I don't think that's tough.
If the Broncos offense, defense, and special teams units play a game where in zero of those three phases you play a game worthy of losing the game, will you beat the Los Angeles Chargers?
No. Because Bo and the offense at this point has not proven that they can overcome. They can't.
Sorry, I'm saying that in all three phases you play a game that is clean. Don't lose the game. I'm saying, well, if you don't lose the game on offense, the Broncos, you don't lose the game on defense, the Broncos, by boneheaded penalties,
okay. All right. Now I
and then
get
you
what you're
don't
saying.
lose the game on special teams. Will that be enough?
It's a lot of double negatives.
I know. Well, it's hard
Brain
because
is breaking.
Think about this though. The quote is more games are lost, not won. Well,
sure, you have a chance to beat them.
I think you win the game if you don't lose the game.
Yeah, you've got a chance. We've
that
seen
sounds
what
like
they
the
can
dumbest
do.
thing ever. Now we're in Mike McDaniel territory. But
to win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
Man, it really is the same quote.
It is. But in reality, the penalty we just talked about, J.K. Dobbins spiking the football, it leads to a longer field goal. The boneheaded that Will Lutz ended up missing, a 45-yarder. Will Lutz missing as one of the top 10 highest paid kickers in the National Football League.
Yeah, can't have it.
That's losing the game.
Not when Brandon Aubrey goes out there and sinks 64-yarders and 46-yarders.
That is somebody who's depended upon to do a job at a baseline level and didn't do it. That's losing the game. The leverage penalty, losing the game. What was the other penalty on the offensive side of the ball around
Troutman face mask?
Troutman face mask.
You can live with the 5 yards for spiking the ball.
It's still stupid. It's still losing the game.
It's still dumb. The 15-yard face mask penalty is what pushes you out of like guaranteed field goal
In
range.
what ways did the defensive unit against the Broncos, tangibly lose the game? Not just give up plays, because they were there. They were in position.
Pass interference on Pat Surtain. Blown coverage by Singleton in the flat on Jonathan Taylor's the 44-yard
Cut a
dash.
guy loose. Cut a guy loose, man.
A failure to take down Jonathan Taylor when not one but two Broncos had hands on him in the mesh point before his 68-yard run. And then obviously the Tillman special teams.
Well, that's special
penalty.
teams, different unit.
Those are the big ones for me. Yeah. And Surtain,
I put that on the special
getting
teams
beat
unit.
on the crossing route underneath on a 3rd and 7 play where you go, typically he gets a hand on that, or he's at least holding it to the ball is caught with 2 yards to gain, and he's stopping him with 2 yards to gain.
Would we put the Bo Nix interception, how he threw it, the way the ball came out of his hand, that was really the one Bo Nix play that you said, that was a play worthy of losing a football
Yes, that was
game.
a losing
Especially
the
timing of it.
100%.
You're in field goal range against the team that has struggled to score touchdowns against your defense.
That's where I'd rather remember when Jeffrey Simmons called Bo a one-read quarterback. If his one read isn't there, he's going to take off and run.
I wish that Jeffrey Simmons would have spoken truth into Bo in that moment.
No doubt. I don't need you to be a one-read quarterback for all four quarters of the game. I'd love you to be a one-read quarterback when you have a lead and you're in plus territory and there's under 6 minutes to go in the football game. You can be a one-read quarterback then. If Cortland's not open or you don't see it, tuck it and run, brother. I don't give a damn.
I believe we named about 7 plays. Roughly 7 penalties, plays. If you eliminate those 7 plays and you just do everything else at the same level you did it, do you beat the Colts in the football game? Do you beat the Colts in that football game? Those 7 plays. If those aren't mistake prone.
2 of them. You need 2 of them to swing back your way, you win the game.
And my point is if you take all, say, 7 of those plays that we just mentioned away, you probably win by 2 scores. You probably do. And to my point, I believe wholeheartedly that overly confident, cocky, if you call them, LA Chargers, if you go in and play against LA and you don't make those plays worthy of losing, you win the game against the Chargers. What's good, Northern Colorado, Denver metro area? If you're looking to buy or sell a home, then you need to make a 2-minute phone call. It'll be worth your time to my realtor, Barry Remington, and the Remington team at WK Real Estate. The 2-minute call to his cell number, which I'm going to give it to you right now. Barry Remington's cell is 720-373-9297. That's 720-373-9297. You need to get started with the Remington team at WK Real Estate because right now it's a buyer's market, and luckily I can speak to this. I have helped with the inventory that Barry Remington has. He has over 40 homes right now, which is his largest amount of inventory. So if you're considering relocating, getting away from Denver Metro, or potentially getting closer to the Denver Metro, Barry Remington's got properties all over the greater Metro, Boulder, beyond Northern Colorado, got some down here in Highlands Ranch, Lone Tree. Make sure you check out the website as well at barryremington.com and give him a call again at 720-373-9297. Because at the end of the day, it's all about finding the right home for you and getting the team at WK Real Estate.
2K Tuesday rolls along. Little Natasha Bedingfield. Look for you, KJ. Good look for you.
Natasha, a Brit?
Natasha Bedingfield, I believe, is a Brit. I don't know.
I think she is.
I think she's a blonde-haired British lady.
She is blonde.
Yeah?
And she is British.
All right, there we go.
We're 2 for 2. And ironically, she's, I would say that she's really old. That would be my guess. Excuse me.
I'm going to say she's 42.
She's my age.
Yep, there you go.
43.
There you go.
Gosh, man. She's
Coach,
so old.
Hate to break it to you. Old
What?
guy. A little bit of an old guy.
Yeah, but I think I still got it, man.
You don't
I think I'm
have
still
salt
cool.
and pepper going on. You still got a few years before that
I got
kicks
a little bit
in.
in the beard, though.
A little bit.
I-
What do you Ryan Day just for man your beard?
No, gosh, no. I promise you I will never do that crap. I would much rather, personally, have just a bad-looking head of hair or I know it's against some of our advertisements that we talk about here, but I would take bad hair or a lot of gray in my beard over what the alternative can sometimes look like, in my opinion.
No, just for men.
Yeah. Natasha Bedingfield, she is, like I said, she's 43 years old, and makes me feel like I am also old. So here we
We
are.
have a new AP Top 25 in college football. Ohio State, 55 first-place votes, retains the number 1 spot. Penn State in 2. LSU at number 3,
That
despite
LSU
Brian
feels
Kelly
like-
screaming
Do
at
they
his
feel like a
reporters.
pretender a little bit? LSU?
I don't think they feel like a pretender.
Okay.
I think they are a legit team that is finding its way right now. I think that's, as of right now, I think that is a very good bet to be an SEC championship team.
Does the SEC right now feel like it is comprised of teams that are incomplete, maybe outside of Georgia? Like that they're competitive, they can play well at times. Like, is the SEC going to be either a Georgia is a dominant SEC champion, or the SEC has a 2 or 3 loss team that ends up winning it in the championship game?
Tennessee had to give away the game on Saturday.
You're right.
What a football game that was.
So fun. That was so fun.
I don't know if you're going to see a better college football game the whole season.
You keep doing that to me, man. You said that with the NFL game, the opening or the.
Tell me I'm wrong. What
was
a
that
game.
Sunday night? It was Sunday night. Who was that again? The game that we were all talking about.
I don't know. The one that was the Baltimore game. The
Yeah,
Baltimore, and Buffalo game.
You're right. That was the best game of the year.
It's been the best game of the year so far. I guess the Giants and Cowboys tried to give him a run.
But it just felt different because both teams don't seem serious.
They're both cheeks.
Yeah, they're buns.
Right.
I'm more of a Buns guy now.
The reason why I think that could be the best college football game of the season is because Tennessee and Georgia are legit SEC contender. Tennessee had to give that football game away.
Here's my bug-eyed
Poor
kicker.
kid.
The bug-eyed kicker.
He looks like he's 12 years old, man. Poor kid.
He knew it too right away. My favorite with college kickers is when they make contact with the football, and before they even have a chance to follow through, they just grab their helmet because they missed the kick in their head already. Watch him. Yep, there's the head.
It's the football players' version of the what do they call it? Is it the stunned cobra or the? It's a cobra, something
surrender.
cobra, surrender cobra, which is what the fans do, where your hands go behind your head.
You want to talk about some surrender cobras?
Yeah,
where they're surrendering and their arms look like there's just a sea of snakes because they're all up at the same time. There were like 108,000 surrender cobras at Martin's. What was it? Knoxville? I forgot. Neyland Stadium.
It's like the 6th largest stadium in the world. Georgia rounds out the top 5. Oregon gets a first place vote.
I think they're good.
Really?
I think they're
their new uniforms that they're playing in this weekend. They're calling them the Shoe Duck uniform.
I haven't seen it.
It's black and gold. It's got the Nike goddess wing on the side. They outdid themselves. They're beautiful. I'm also a sucker for a black uniform.
I love black uniforms.
Black, white, and gold. They crushed it.
God, those are beautiful.
The craziest thing here, man, Texas at 2-1 is still a top 10 ranked team. Texas at no point has looked good.
They don't look good at all.
They were my pick, right? I had Texas winning the SEC. I had Arch winning the Heisman because I bought into the hype. They suck right now. How are they ranked number 8?
Strangely, just to go to the Shoe Duck uniform, as much as I love it, it almost is a little bit of it's kind of a swagger jack of the CU Buffs a little bit.
It's a lot of gold and a lot of black.
It's like basically black and gold. There's not any neon green nor any like real yellow. It's very buffish. It's almost like it's if Coach Prime got full. I mean, I'm talking full creative abilities to remake the uniforms at CU and have zero traditional uniforms. I love what Coach Prime has done with the uniform piece of things up in Boulder. Kept just enough of the original look, but made it just more relevant and new. And it's about the only thing right now that's going great today. We'll see. There's still a lot of season left.
Do you think Staub starts for their next game?
Dude, I have no clue. I have no idea what's going to happen. I think he should, personally, because in a game where you had so much wrong with your football team, if you could point to several isolated moments of good play, it probably involved Ryan Staub before half. But that was about it. You're not really a good football team today. Subject to change, subject to reevaluation.
You can get back on track against Wyoming. An ESPN game against Wyoming. BYU is not the same Cougars that we're used to.
Yeah, they haven't played anybody yet. So we don't know what BYU is. They have a true freshman quarterback playing. His name is Bear Bachmeier, and his brother Tiger. You have a bear and a tiger. Our Tiger is a receiver.
I hate that a lot, unless they're... Do they have native descent?
They do.
Okay, then I can't hate it.
It's.
I thought that was a what were the fight? Remember a Payton necklace? Those things that kids used to wear. It was big in baseball. The Payton necklace and the bracelets that kids used to wear because they were supposed to put you in alignment with freaking Mars and Neptune or whatever it was. Mineral bracelets. I know you guys on the text line know what I'm talking about. The Payton bracelets. It's kind of like the 9-year-olds wearing sliding gloves now. Just a little lame to me, but they get what they get. I thought Bear and Tiger were going to be Payton necklace white suburban kids.
I don't think you're all that far off, to be honest.
No?
As I read all the...
All right.
It's weird because they actually look like their overall look, because I've recruited Hank Bachmeier, their older brother played at Boise State of all places, was a quarterback that transferred 4 times. But yeah, I think you might be more on the right side.
Okay, I can hate it a little bit. I can be upset with it a little bit. I really can. Any other things stand out to you in the top 25 there? Again, my biggest thing is Texas being still ranked in the top 10 at 2-1. Alabama in the top 15.
It looks
Tennessee
better.
Stays in the top 15.
Dude, how bad is Wisconsin football right now? And to think I almost went there. I knew it. I went and interviewed in the offseason for the quarterback job. Because I knew that they were going to get fired midseason this year. And I'd be moving to Wisconsin, and my daughter would be starting her second high school, most likely to go to a third high school. You don't just stay in Madison the rest of your life. Like, we found our place and we're going to settle. Madison, Wisconsin, home of negative 18-degree winters.
New Glarus beer.
Yeah, there's some good cuisine.
There is.
There's good
There's
libation.
Damn good cheese curd culture up there.
Oh, and there's nothing better than the brandy old fashioned up there in the Scotty land.
Is that something that college football coaches that go through like the OC and position group kind of river? Is that something that when you go into an interview, you go in the back of your mind, it's not going, maybe it's a big brand, right? Wisconsin, big brand.
Awesome, and really a fun brand, an awesome brand.
Of course.
Jump around, baby. Let's go Camp Randall.
Bordering on blue blood-ish.
Yeah, I'd say it's like just right outside. I'd say it's a top 25 blue blood in college football.
Okay, you know what? I'll give it to you.
Right, over the last 40 years.
Is that something a lot of coaches and coordinators, when you're going through that coaching river and that lazy river that just kind of swings around all the time, do you look at big brand and you go, yeah, that's exciting, but the team's going to suck, therefore I don't really want the job?
I didn't do that early in my career. I didn't do it, frankly, when I took the CU job. All I could see was Boulder. Okay. All I could see was Ralphie in the buff, in the black and gold that I grew up idolizing from afar in Southern California during the 90s, and Bill McCartney and Darian Hagan. And guess what? If I would have looked under the hood a little bit more, I would have seen that 2022's team, which was the first full year of NIL and transfer portal, was so incredibly ill-equipped systemically to be able to survive and even have a chance to be competitive, because guess what was happening in 2022? Portal out. Outbound portal, but because of the CU Board of Regents and on-campus problem, You couldn't get transfers in.
Which is now since changed.
Very much. We changed it in 2022. We changed it during the season. But you have to consider those things, man, because right now, a lot of those blue bloods, they're not necessarily performing at the level that you're accustomed to. And Wisconsin's one of those programs. So when I go and interview at the job, I went and interviewed with the mindset and thought process that I need to kind of almost interrogate the job itself.
You need to go into it as if it's, coastal Carolina.
Yep, and then find out the behind the scenes.
Arkansas State.
See what the communication's like. Ask the random recruiting person that's just hanging around at, in the coffee room. Hey, you like it here? What's it like, man? Well, Luke Fickle, man, he's a good dude, but the communication around here is terrible. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then you see more and more things that look like they're signs, and you're like, yeah, this place is not going to have the same head coach or staff here in about 10 months. And I felt it.
It ain't your Monty Ball Badgers.
Not even close.
We'll roll into hour 2 on the other side. KJ's NFL Notes at 11:15. During NFL Notes, we would go through our Week 2 NFL Rewind. Tell you, obviously, the latest that happened Monday night, how it pertains to the Broncos as we're going to leave the Indianapolis game in the past, Coach. I told you we'd stew on Monday. We are moving away from that and now looking ahead to the Chargers in a battle to try and get them off the top seed in the AFC West. Hour 2 of the morning sprint on a 2K Tuesday. That's the coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, Emmy, live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. KJ's NFL notes are coming up at 11:15. Been talking about last night's performance from the Chargers. Very clearly stamping their claim as the number one team in the AFC West, if not number 2 or number 3 team in the AFC as a whole.
Broncos and Raiders are tied for second right now in the AFC West. And guess who's tied with nobody for last place in the AFC West?
They've had a very difficult go of it through the first 2 weeks in the Chiefs. They're 0-2 against 2 very good teams, and they've lost by what, a combined 9 points?
Did you just call them the Cheeks?
Sure. I'll take that.
Cellar dwelling Kansas City Cheeks.
I don't think they looked poor in either game.
They're going to be competitive, period, because that's who they're built to be.
I just worry, though, for a Chiefs fan, you should be worried about Travis Kelce.
Including last year's ridiculous regular season.
15-2.
When you just watched that 15-2 season, and then you saw the postseason, particularly the Super Bowl, has there ever been a better way to describe a franchise from what it was maybe 3 years ago to what it is, what we're watching today, than the quote, they've lost a step? Like, when you talk about an athlete that's just a little longer in the tooth, and you say, yeah, he's lost a step.
Champ in his final year.
He's lost a step. The face of that is Travis Kelce, to your point. Travis Kelce has significantly lost a step over the last 2-3 years. He's probably playing past his prime.
Dude, the ball that hits him in the hands on the goal line and turns into
a volleyball tip, a great spike.
Was it a Quinyon Mitchell? I can't remember who ended up picking off, but it basically loses you the game. Yes, Mahomes has that massive bomb a couple of minutes later, but it basically loses the football
Travis
game.
Kelce was playing the DS, the libero role for the Philadelphia Eagles, and setting that sucker up on a beautiful platter, just like a volleyball setter would do for their teammates.
3 or 4 years ago, he doesn't drop that ball.
No.
That's a touchdown. And you look back at the game and you go, well, Philly kind of controlled this thing the whole time, but lo and behold, fourth quarter Mahomes and Kelce, that's the connection. I believe in Patrick Mahomes. I don't believe in Travis Kelce. And where I think the biggest miss in their armor right now is I think a lot of the confidence in the Chiefs was built off of both Mahomes and Kelce together. You always had that connection. It was Mahomes, Kelce, and then those two guys will make up for whatever deficiencies the offense has. Can Mecole Hardman be the guy? Can Juju Smith-Schuster be the guy? Can Hopkins be the guy? Not necessarily, but they'll all step up in their own roles because Mahomes and Kelce can carry you the length of the football field. I don't think Kelce can do that anymore.
When you see Travis Kelce make that volleyball tip drop on what was an option route, really it ended up being like a patient slant route on the goal line versus outside press coverage leverage. Leverage, bad word here, by the way, in these parts right now.
No, we've moved on.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we've moved on.
Okay, I didn't know that.
I told you we'd
24-hour rule?
We would stew in the Colts loss for a day and then move on.
We subscribe to the 24-hour rule here.
Leverage is back in the lexicon.
Okay, thank you.
Leverage.
Leverage. Leverazzi. When you drop that ball.
Oh, you're cool back there, KJ.
When you drop that ball, if you're Travis Kelce, does catching that ball, Raj, have anything to do with speed? Like your actual physical ability to run? No, right? Like it's you're already in the position. You've created the leverage to get open. And the ball was placed perfectly, right? Low and away. We always say it in red zone throwing. I always say that front line throws, so front line of the end zone, front line belt line, back line hairline. That's a coaching point. You want those balls to be high and away, hairline or helmet line, and then up front. So it was a perfect throw by Patrick Mahomes. I would say that nothing about Travis Kelce having lost a step led to that ball being volleyball tipped up. But when everything feels off as an athlete, your mentals are also off.
Well, also the timing between Mahomes and Kelsey is probably a little bit off because of the loss of step.
Loss of quick twitch. But I also think that Travis Kelce right now is just physically has not looked like a player that is able to reconcile how it feels to play when just 3 years ago it felt so dramatically different.
And again, I understand. Like, Kansas City was a quarter away from winning 3 straight Super Bowls. I understand that. I get it.
Cool. We'll give you your flowers, Kansas City Chiefs fan that listens to our radio station. Please continue to listen. We love you.
But cliffs come quick. For players, I don't know if cliffs come quick for teams. They certainly do for players. I believe that you're looking at the first season in which Patrick Mahomes is truly doing everything on his own. And that is something that we have not seen yet before.
From a statistical standpoint alone, so let's go fantasy football dweeb world or analytics nerd world. Why has why has Patrick Mahomes not been able to raise boats in the last couple of years offensively? And I'm talking about stats and analytics, because nobody's talking about Patrick Mahomes even in the conversation of all pro, all NFL, but yet he's still this witch in the postseason.
I mean, he finished 6th in the MVP vote.
Right, dude, but this is, and that's because of reputation and record.
Well,
not because of stats.
He had a fine season. He threw for almost 4,000 yards last year with 26 touchdowns and 11 picks.
26 touchdowns, man. That's fairly pedestrian, man. That's 1.2 per game. That's not great.
They also went 15-2. He went 15-1 as a starter. He obviously didn't play against the Broncos. He went 15-1 in 16 games.
But have you watched him recently? Like in the last 2 years, have you watched him with regularity? Does he seem like the greatest quarterback on planet Earth when you watch him play? The optics of it. I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth here because
Brady never looked like that either. Brady never looked like the best quarterback in the game.
Dude, he was putting up ridiculous regular season numbers.
There was one season where you went, that's the greatest season I've ever seen. It was him and Randy Moss. All of the other years, you would look at Aaron Rodgers and Matt Stafford and Peyton Manning and go, that's the better looking quarterback. But what did Tom do? He just won football games with anyone who was scattered around him. There were years where he broke records. There were years where they didn't break records.
I mean, gosh, you just look at Tom Brady, 50 touchdowns, 28, 36, 39, 34, 25, 33, 36, 28, 32, 29, 24, 40. When he was what? How old was he in 2020 with the Tampa Bay Bucks? Was he 43? And then 43 touchdowns in his penultimate season. I don't know, man. The Chiefs offensively, everything looks hard right now. And I felt like it did last year during the postseason. I don't know if you can continue to play that way and continue to say, yeah, but at the end of the day, we'll be in the Super Bowl again because we're the Chiefs and we'll probably win it because we got Mahomes.
I mean, you run the risk of a few months from now, when February rolls around, we run the risk of looking like the idiots that went, oh yeah, the Chiefs dynasty is finally coming to an end.
I want to run that risk. I choose violence to run that risk because my eyes are telling me right now that the Kansas City Chiefs look like either the third. I digress. The Kansas City Chiefs look like either the second or third best team in the AFC West right now. Right now, today, my eyes are telling me that the Chargers are clearly number one.
Have we overrated the AFC West?
Not based off of what we've seen with the Chargers.
Did we overrate the No.
Yeah, they're playing against AFC West teams, yeah.
Did you overrate the AFC West? When we were talking, a lot of people were like, there could be 3 playoff teams out of this division. A lot of people. 2 wildcard teams and a division winner.
Who'd the Raiders beat in week 1?
New England?
That's
Question
right.
mark?
That's right.
New England.
Yeah.
And it was a little bit of a battle.
The Broncos have split with the AFC South, which is a terrible division going into the season.
I wonder if the division is as a whole was.
And then the Chargers they're knocking on the door of being undefeated against each one of the AFC West teams. if they beat the Chargers, or if they find a way to beat the Broncos on Sunday. So you don't really know what the Chargers are this year against other divisional teams outside of the division, I should say.
Dude, I can't believe the Chargers have started off this season with 3 straight divisional matchups. You go Chiefs, Raiders, Broncos. They go to the Giants. They should kill the Giants. Especially if New York loses in week 3. There's a chance, an outside chance, you see Jackson Dart make his first start in week 4. Now, Russ is coming off of a 400-yard game, so it's probably buying some goodwill from Brian Daboll there. You have a tough game against the Commanders, a layup at the Dolphins, although playing the early game in Miami is always really, really tough to get out there and get yourself ready for it. That early game and then the early game at Jacksonville are always little like step in mud and you don't find a way to wash it off by the time you get inside the front door. The Colts becomes a way tougher game, although the Chargers get them at home. I don't know who the Vikings are, right? Carson Wentz is starting for the Vikings this week. Carson Wentz, your homie, J.J. McCarthy, your first ballot Hall of Famer, already hurt again.
Take it easy on my friend.
Already hurt again.
Well, I'm glad to know that we here at the Morning Sprint are typically a safe home for Chiefs fans to listen to, because they are in a hard shot Mazda text line right now to remind you and I that the wide receiver in 1 and 2 for the Chiefs are out right now. Who are the wide receiver 1 and 2 consistently over the last 3 years since Tyreek Hill hasn't been a Kansas City Chief?
Everyone thinks that Xavier Worthy is Tyreek Hill. Dude, if you're the Chiefs right now, are you not calling Miami up and going, what do you want for Tyreek? We will get him out of Miami. That headache, you don't want him around there. You're going to go 0-3.
Tell me who the Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver 1 and 2 are supposed to be.
Xavier Worthy.
And who else?
And who's the other kid?
Is it Rashee Rice?
Rashee Rice. Xavier Worthy and Rashee Rice are your 1 and 2.
Is that a great 1 and 2 in the NFL? Have they had consistency?
It's not Tyreek Hill.
Has he had any form of consistency in his career? I'm talking about Rashee Rice in his young career. No. Is Rashee Rice a proven commodity higher than that of Troy Franklin? No.
He's a higher pedigree of player.
Yeah, value player.
In terms of draft pedigree.
25-year-old. I mean, I don't know about this. I mean, you look at.
That's why I'm saying this is an unknown version of the Chiefs. We have seen the Chiefs come off of championships and then kind of either coast through seasons, or again, it's funny because they go 15-2, 15-1 when you're playing your varsity team last year, where most of those wins you go like it didn't look Chiefs dominant, but Mahomes at least had a version of Travis Kelce last year that we still said he still got it. He still has a version of it. This is the first year of the Chiefs and Mahomes that we're going, it is Patrick and nobody else. And I think it's going to go a long way in determining the overall.
Offensively.
Yes, defense is still fine.
They're still a wagon on that side of the ball.
I think it's going to go a long way in determining what you think about Patrick Mahomes as a quarterback to be in the conversation with Brady for greatest of all time. Because if he can do this year, if he can take a no-name offensive team with a shell of Travis Kelce and win the AFC West and then go on another run, my hands are up in the air. I've seen it all. This is the first time that we're going through this. You don't have the data to back this up. Chiefs fan or not, you don't. You simply don't. You haven't seen it before. At least in previous years, he's had other guys that have been there. He's had healthy players.
Is it good or is it bad that the Broncos don't get a crack at the Chiefs until later in the season?
It sucks. It is the worst.
Do you think so?
Especially with them being 0-2. Because now there's a fire lit under your butt. You can't afford to lose many more games, especially with the Chargers starting to buzz a little bit.
Well, but I'm saying if the Chiefs dynasty does indeed crumble, like we see with a lot of dynastic runs, and it could be an outlier year, but think about how far the fall from grace was for the Patriots. Now, the big asterisk by that one is Tom Brady.
Yeah, he was gone.
You still have Patrick Mahomes. But some of these dynastic runs where it just crumbles right before your very eyes, you feel the signs beforehand, but you just hold on because you're still the Kansas City Chiefs. You're still the Chicago Bulls. You're still the Golden State Warriors. But when it's a fall from grace, man, it's not great. And if that continues to spiral out of control for these Chiefs, and then with some of their salary cap issues that they have in place because they've had to pay the piper, that's the championship tax that we always talk about. The Nuggets live that life, the championship tax, for the last 2 seasons. It eventually catches up to you, and when it does, if it crumbles and it falls down at a rapid pace, maybe it is good that the Denver Broncos are playing a Chiefs team that's just playing for nothing in week, 13? Could happen.
You're hoping for a lot there, playing for nothing.
Man. That's why I think the biggest game of the season is this one against the Chargers. I think this is a, are you going right or are you going left, Denver Broncos?
Let's run through the rest of the NFL in week 2. KJ's NFL notes are on the other side with our NFL Rewind. Every single day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. And on Tuesdays, we go through our NFL Week 2 Game Rewind. Start off on Thursday, the Packers improved to 2-0 with a 27-18 win. Jordan Love, 292 yards and 2 touchdowns in that win. Josh Jacobs continues to tote the rock well for the green and yellow. They improved to 2-0. The Commanders slip to 1-1. We know the Broncos had their heartbreaking loss. But Dallas and New York, I said the best game of the season, unfortunately, happened in Week 1 between Buffalo and Baltimore. Now, New York and Dallas are two teams that aren't going to make the playoffs. They kind of suck, but this football game was nuts, KJ.
From the Dallas 48, Wilson protected, heaving one, wants Neighbors, Malik Neighbors, touchdown Giants! He dropped it in the bucket from 48. Aubrey, does he have enough? On the way, it is good! That's why they trusted him. Wow. Never a doubt.
A stunning comeback for the Cowboys. Aubrey hits a 64-yarder as time expires to tie the game. He would then hit a 46-yarder or 42-yarder in overtime, one of the two, to win the game for the Cowboys. But Russell Wilson, man, 450 yards through the air. His second best throwing performance of his career. It is only behind his game where they won 41-38 against Houston back in 2017 when he was a Seahawk, where Wilson went 26 of 41 for 452 yards and 4 touchdowns.
Unfortunately for Russell Wilson, all of that was erased because you're 0-2 and you threw the turnover late in that contest. But Russell Wilson was fun to watch. I watched every single bit of that game. It was our locally televised game actually here, and really enjoyed watching. A guy like Malik Neighbors, who can get behind defenses, is a great go ball and post route runner. Dude, he's the beneficiary right now of playing for a quarterback that just happens to throw those two balls extremely well. Russell Wilson's moon ball, for some reason,
still elite.
It's still very good. You can hate it. You can make fun of it. You can make fun of him all you want, but dude, he was slinging that pill.
Cincinnati gets a 31-27 victory over Jacksonville, but they lose Joe Burrow to turf toe for the next 3 months. Burrow was 7 of 13 for 76 yards and a touchdown prior to sustaining that injury. Jake Browning comes in. On 5 of his 32 attempts, things happen. He throws for 2 touchdowns, but 3 interceptions in the win, 241 yards. Browning will likely be the quarterback of note on Monday night in Denver, Week 4. Weird thing from this game, man. Where's Travis Hunter?
He's on my fantasy team, and he's not going to be on my fantasy team much longer. Right now, he's not being featured, and frankly,
he's not being featured anywhere.
Got the PI that was a critical pass interference call.
I thought it was a crappy PI call, honestly.
Yeah, he ended up playing the ball very well. Travis Hunter and Ashton Genty, the discussion that was happening last year between those two and the two fan bases between my alma mater, Boise State, and my former employer in CU. Man, neither of those guys have had any impact on their football teams through 2 weeks.
You were nervous about what Detroit was going to do without Ben Johnson at the helm. Well, they hosted their old buddy Ben Johnson and the Chicago Bears. 52 points is what that offense put up against the Bears. 52. 5 touchdowns for Jared Goff.
Big statement.
334 yards. And after a Jamison Williams touchdown, did you see what the offense did? They ran one of Ben Johnson's old plays.
The ultimate troll job.
Yeah. The Bears are in trouble.
They are terrible. And Caleb Williams is not good. Ben Johnson is a first-year head coach with a ton. I'm talking about a ton of hype going in as the head coach of the Bears. The savior, the best offensive mind in football. He might have to start blame shifting to Caleb Williams here at some point this season. Because Caleb Williams just doesn't look like he's the solution for Ben Johnson at quarterback.
Over 500 yards of total offense in that game for the Lions. They improved to 1-1. The Bears dropped to 0-2 on the year. The Rams improved to 2-0 with a win on the road over the Titans. 23 of 33 for Matt Stafford with 298 yards and 2 touchdowns. But Cam Ward throws his first touchdown as a pro.
Second quarter. Ward
Looking. Looping out of trouble. Trying to set up receivers. He's going to throw against his body to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. Spectacular.
It really was a spectacular play. It was kind of
wild.
like what Bo did on his scramble drill, and then Franklin has to get pointed down the field. Ward did the same thing with Iowa.
It was like across the field, though, all the way.
Insane. Across
it was like
your body,
it was like a
across
Kareem
the field.
Abdul-Jabbar hook shot from behind the arc.
Like the most interceptable ball of all time.
Insane.
But it was a perfectly thrown ball.
It was a great play. And Cam Ward does have some freakish athletic traits to be able to make that type of throw.
Devontae Adams has his first touchdown reception as a Ram in that game, 106 yards for the former Raider and Jet as the Rams improved to 2-0. The Patriots get a 33-27 win over the Dolphins.
Herringer gets it away. Another good boot, driving Washington back to his 27-yard line. He bobbles it for a second, still going as he spins forward, trying to get to the outside. Washington gets by the punter, down the sideline. Malik Washington to the house. Touchdown, Miami. 74 yards. Patterson to Gibson, who gets a running start on that catch. Gibson across the 30. Antonio Gibson still going. Can he return the favor? Down the sideline. You gotta be kidding me. Back to back. A 90-yard touchdown.
Get this, Malik Washington of the Miami Dolphins and Antonio Gibson of the New England Patriots are now in the same sentence as Deion Sanders and Desmond Howard, the only other time in NFL history where a punt return has been immediately followed by a kick return touchdown since 1992, when Atlanta and Washington had the same instance in the same game. Deion and Desmond go into the history books with Malik and Antonio.
How about that tandem of athletes? That's so cool.
Woo!
That is so neat. Drake May coming alive a little bit. Drake May right now, just two starts into his second year. Not really his first year as the full-time day one starter. 71% completion, Raj. 517 yards, 3 touchdowns, just 1 pick. The one downside being the 7 sacks he's taken. Most of those were in week 1.
From one New England quarterback to another, this guy discarded, picked up by the 49ers. Brock Purdy missing this game. George Kittle missing this game and more. They go into New Orleans. They squeak away with a 5-point victory over the 0-2 Saints. Mac Jones, 26 of 39, 280 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks, just 3 sacks. Christian McCaffrey adds 13 carries, 55 yards, and catches 6 balls for 52 and a touchdown in that game. The 49ers, even with all of those injuries,
2-0.
They're 2-0.
Would you take it right now, Raj?
I'll give you a better question. Are the Niners or the Bengals in a more precarious situation?
The Bengals.
You believe more in Mac Jones than you do Browning. Browning's kind of shown you that he can steady the boat. Niners have a better defense. They have a more electric playmaker at running back, and they have a better offensive line. So I think I would tend to agree with you there.
I also think that the Niners organization has been accustomed to quarterback instability during the Kyle Shanahan era. It seems like it's always been the next guy up has his renaissance, and then Kyle Shanahan goes out to prove to everybody he is the quarterback guru that everybody thinks he is. Is there anything more Kyle Shanahan than Mac Jones going on a generational run here for the next several weeks?
No, but then you have to look back and you go, why did I give Brock Purdy all that money when I could do it with everyone else's scraps?
It's like the Lance, what's the guy's name? Who's the Lance?
Trey Lance?
Trey Lance, there you go. It's like him. And then, Jimmy G, Trey Lance, Brock Purdy, now Mac Jones. And that's just over the course of 6-7 seasons?
Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch should have painted themselves as the ruthless head coach GM duo of, we're never going to pay you.
I thought that would have been a great plan.
They just be those guys.
Yep.
And you know what happens? You use a first-round selection every 5 years on a quarterback.
You know what I thought was going to happen?
And then you move on. You go, but you want $60 million? Kick rocks. Go get it from Tennessee.
Don't forget where the reclamation project began for Sam Darnold. It was in San Francisco.
So why would you pay Brock Purdy all that money? Because you have to? Because that's just the way it happens in the NFL?
It's why after what you and I watched last year at training camp, it's why I thought the perfect acquisition for the 49ers would have been Zach Wilson. Because you know that Kyle Shanahan would have had.
He'd sling it.
He would be having him dialed up.
Seahawks 31-17 over the Steelers. Sam Darnold, 295 yards and 2 touchdowns in the win there. Kenneth Walker III, 105 yards and a touchdown for Seattle in the win. The craziest part in this game was rookie Caleb Johnson out of Iowa. Did you see what happened on the kickoff?
Just said, I'm not going to go cover that ball at all. I'm just going to let it linger in the end zone. It's a live ball.
It's always been a live ball, so it's not a new rule. Now, in college,
when it hits the end zone, it's dead.
It's a dead ball.
Yes.
So
high school, like if any part of your person touches the end zone with the football, dead ball.
Okay. So I guess I understand that Caleb Johnson didn't know the rule, but you're a pro, bro.
It's inexcusable for Caleb Johnson. It's also inexcusable for the special team staff, just like we saw some inexcusable things for the Denver Broncos. What was a worse gaffe? Rookie Caleb Johnson, not covering a kick that directly led to a touchdown, or the Denver Broncos field goal block unit on a 60-yard attempt from Spencer Schrader, who's never made an attempt of anywhere near that as a journeyman second-year kicker.
Denver's by a whisker because of when it happened.
When it happened, and also the full knowledge that it's what they did was impermissible.
Now, the play for the Steelers was incredibly detrimental as well because you were down by 3. It was a fourth quarter play, and that brought the deficit from 3 to 10. So I guess it's just as big of a losing play, but I think the larger moment is Denver and Indy.
Yeah.
Bills improved to 2-0 over the Jets. 30-10 is the final there. Josh Allen, 14 of 25 for 148 yards. James Cook stars in this one with 132. Justin Fields was atrocious.
He's back to life, back to reality. Yeah, his 32-point output against the Steelers in week 1 is a long, long memory.
When Mitch Trubisky gets to insert himself into a game, you know you've gone south in a very, very tough way as the opponent. 30-10 is the final there. They improved to 2-0. The Jets in the basement of the AFC East alongside the Miami Dolphins at 0-2.
You know who else is also in the basement of an AFC division? Just like the Jets and the Dolphins are?
At 0-2?
Yeah.
Dem Chiefs?
Yeah, it'd be Kansas City, the Chiefs.
From the west to the north, the Browns fall to 0-2. They get drubbed by the Ravens, 41-17. You knew this one was going to be a bloodbath early. It was a bloodbath the entire game. Quinshon Judkins does make his NFL debut. 10 carries, 61 yards. Looked fine. But the Browns are terrible.
They are not anywhere near being a team that's going to be competitive. And so it begs the question, at what point will we see Dylan Gabriel? And then ultimately, because I think we all know what the outcome will be like with Dylan Gabriel. At what point do we see?
He threw for a touchdown.
I'm not a believer.
I know you're not. You're not going to see Shador. That's the big shame.
At any point this year.
I don't think so.
I think you're going to.
I don't think the franchise, I really hope they do, but I don't think the franchise believes in him, and I think they're going to give the ball to Gabriel 6 or 8 weeks in and just let him go. And maybe the chances he gets hurt. Good for Joe Flacco for continuing to make a paycheck. The Cardinals hold off the Panthers 27-22. Bryce Young has a really good stat line in this game, 35 of 55 for 328 yards and 3 touchdowns.
They were down big the whole game, though.
They were getting killed the entire game. So the 5-point victory for Arizona is
one of those lucky fantasy. Somebody started Bryce Young.
Someone covered barely there. Those are fake points. Carolina can't run the football, man. Like, Chuba Hubbard should be getting the ball 20 times. But, yeah, when you're trailing by 20, or rather 17 at the half, you kind of have to toss that ball all over the place. Kyler Murray he's looking solid. I know Carolina's a bad team, but, I've been impressed with Kyler's games.
Playing well. He was my fantasy starter this week. Did okay.
Trey McBride, 6 receptions, 78 yards in the win for Arizona there as they improved to 2-0. The Eagles, a 20-17 victory over the Chiefs to drop Kansas City down to 0-2, and Patrick Mahomes throws a pick on the goal line.
Blitz, Mahomes over the middle, Kelsey. Oh, it's picked off. It's Makuba who's got it, and room to run. One man to beat, and he's taken out. Andrew Makuba, the rookie from Texas, on the bounce off of Kelsey, and a huge play for the Eagles.
The only really impressive offensive player in this game was Saquon Barkley for 88 yards and a touchdown. He would add another 2 receptions for just 6 yards, but this was a defensive bout. This looked like 2 Super Bowl teams feeling each other out. I guess what we get out of this game is, yeah, sure, the Chiefs are 0-2. The tush-push is gone next year, man. We're already talking 2 weeks in about how terrible it looks on television, how impossible it is to officiate.
Where?
It's gone next year.
Where?
It's gone.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's a football play.
It missed being banned by 2 votes. 2.
It's a football play.
That's it. It will be banned. Mark my words. Next offseason, the tush push will be no longer.
If we were to watch football from 1893.
Yeah, but we don't because football sucked in 1893.
It was awesome. People used to stand on the side of the field.
You're a quarterback.
Yeah, and
you're a quarterback.
And I love direct snap runs.
The forward pass wasn't a thing.
I can love the tush push and a beautifully laced post throw down the field.
If NCAA football has told us anything about you being a quarterback, it's that you can throw the football. When Mike Sanford ran the football, according to EA Sports, it was not so good.
I mean, I ran a 4.68, man, at my pro timing day. It's pretty good.
Where are the guys in the black EA Sports bibs back in 2004 in Boise?
They weren't there.
They weren't there? They weren't showing up in the Mountain West?
No, they weren't there.
Hold on, were you guys in the WAC back then?
Oh, I agree with this. The 210 right here. We were in the WAC, yes. The 210 is so perfect. Gosh, I loved you 210 from the Shot Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. It's a football play, all caps. And then the next line is what gets me. Just ban power at that point, too. Agreed. What are you gonna?
The reason
we
why
we don't like when they pull a guard and down block us with 2 double teams at the point of attack. You know what I say? Where?
The reason why you can't push players or launch off of other players on field goals is a safety issue. Why is it different on the tush push? Why can you essentially launch off players and use offensive linemen as 2x4s to walk across a river?
Do you want to know the obvious reason by the leverage call? Because how easy would it be to just be able to run full speed, timeout, and actually jump on the backs of the field goal blocking unit and stand on top and block a kick? That's why the leverage play is there.
I'm not saying it's not a football play. I'm telling you, it looks like crap on television. Teams don't like it because they can't stop it. And it was already this close to being passed. It's gone next year. It's gone.
Get in a situation
also, they
where
line up offside like every time.
Then they should call that. They need to call that. That needs to be called. And that needs to be a reviewable call as well. That should be reviewable on a 3rd or 4th and 1 or a 3rd and goal, 4th and goal touchdown scoring play.
Well, all we really care about is that the Eagles improved to 2-0 and they dropped the Chiefs down to 0-2. The Falcons get a 22-6 win over the Vikings. J.J. McCarthy will not play, so Carson Wentz, remember when he was going to win an MVP back in 2017, is going to start for the Vikings in Week 3. And as you guys heard on Monday Night Football, the Buccaneers get a 20-19 win over the Texans. Baker Mayfield on 4th and 10.
Pressure off the edge. Mayfield steps through. And he's tripped up with a first down by Gardner Johnson.
Baker Mayfield's awesome. I've always loved him.
Gamer.
I will always love him.
Gamer. Friend of the program. We've always been big Baker Mayfield guys here.
20-19.
This guy just wins football games, man.
He sure does.
He delivers in big moments. He is must-watch television.
The Bucs improved to 2-0 in the NFC South, and the Chargers 2-0 with a 20-9 win over the Raiders on Monday night. And that is it for week number 2 in the NFL Rewind. KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at MountainHighAppliance.com. They are Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at MountainHighAppliance.com. Wrapping things up here on a 2K Tuesday. Hearing that falsetto from Coach.
Vibrato, falsetto, you name it. I got it. I got it in the bag of tricks here, Raj.
303-504-0925 is where you can reach us on the Shout Moz text line. Is this Ja Rule?
That's Ja, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah! And who's in the background? Is it Aaliyah?
It is not Aaliyah. It is Ashanti.
Ashanti's in the
give
background.
me that Ashanti.
All right, I got half of it. I'm very proud of myself.
I was watching 9 News this morning.
Do you guys have any idea that I had the name Ja Rule in my back pocket?
I did. I believe that.
I believe in you, Raj.
Did you guys have any idea what's going on at Ball Arena tonight?
No.
I saw it on 9 News this morning. Special guest in the studio. I guess a little bit more impressive of a guest than me being there yesterday to talk Broncos. Ice Cube.
Okay.
Ice Cube's at Ball Arena tonight, man.
I didn't know he still did concerts.
Dude, this would be a banger of a show to go to.
So I'm sitting here listening to the Prime Presser. Ice Cube stopped by Boulder today to talk to the players.
Do any of the players know who Cube is?
Yes. Bro, Cube is an
18
icon.
years old.
Bro, Cube is an icon, a cultural phenom.
I bet you half of the players in that room have no idea who he is.
Everybody knows the lyrics off this one right here.
I'm telling you, man. They know Yeezy or they know Lil Wayne.
Everybody knows that you can mess around and get a triple-double.
Hey, that one right there, I like that.
That's pretty solid. Did you see Sean McVay has a torn plantar fascia from running on the sideline?
That's something that would happen to me.
Do you have a coaching injury that I don't know of? Have you injured yourself coaching?
Oh, yes.
What did you do?
Have you ever noticed how bow-legged I am?
Yeah, you are very bow-legged.
Have you noticed that I sometimes favor a leg and have a little bit of a limp?
Yeah, I just thought that's because of, personal things.
2017.
We don't kink shame here.
2017, I was the head football coach of Western Kentucky, struggling through a stretch of the season. We play at Marshall, as in we are Marshall. Freezing cold up there at Huntington, West Virginia in the Appalachian Mountains. We were down in the game, needed a little life, trying to get the sideline to come alive. Devin Key, of all people, had an interception in that game. Just a redshirt freshman at the time. And to try to, I was fired up. I was feeling the moment, but trying to get a little juice going. I did the sprint across just like McVay did. Plantar fascia stayed in place. And then I did the flying chest bump with Devin Key. Freezing cold. So, I'm not warm at all. I land funny. Feel that knee buckle.
You pulled a Martin Gramatica?
Torn meniscus.
No!
And have never gotten it fixed since, and had a chance to go get some imagery on it about 2-3 years ago. And they told me, you have no meniscus remaining. You are bone on bone.
It's just scar tissue.
Should I get surgery? Nothing we can do for it. There's nothing to fix.
Okay, now I know.
Yeah.
The closest thing I have is I punched a wall in celebration. I didn't realize how close I was.
I've never punched a wall, man.
A district championship. Trey Hinton and Grant Young combined for a goal in overtime to send the team that we were coaching at that time to nationals. And I didn't realize how close the concrete wall was behind the bench. So as it happened, I turned and fist pumped in the air and rocketed my knuckles into concrete.
Pure concrete.
Pure concrete.
Did you break your hand?
Yeah. Broke this pinky.
Whatever happened to your broken foot?
It still hurts a little bit, but I've learned to walk. It gets better every day.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was going to be better. I thought it was going to be. And then
it's getting better.
Didn't you actually have a skate after that recently? Didn't you go play some hockey?
Yeah. I'm not going to let it keep me off the ice. I'm not going to let it keep me out of the gym. If I stay out of the gym for a week, I start to get I'm not a dad yet. We're waiting. I'll get a little dad pooch. I got to keep going. You just power through the pain.
Just ingest whatever Tyler Polumbus is ingesting. You don't need to work out. You'll be just fine.
Get me the Russian gas, man. That's all I need. Do you see this crazy story? I'm sure you didn't. Golf has such dumb rules, man. The U.S.
Is there still golf happening right now?
Not really. There's a break right now between.
There's something coming up. What's
the Ryder Cup comes up at the end of not this week but next week.
End of September. Right?
Yeah, in Bethpage in Long Island. So can't wait for that. But the U.S. Mid-Am has been happening over the past weeks. And it's kind of, a bunch of dudes who look like you and me who just happen to be really awesome at golf and they can play their way into Augusta if they win this thing. There was a match yesterday that went 20 holes. Each player won 7 holes, all but 2 of which were won on birdie. So they played really well against each other. They went to a second playoff hole after tying the first one. The players can get shuttled back and forth, got shuttled from the 18th green to the first playoff hole. The caddies, under rule, are not allowed to get on a shuttle. So after the caddy for one of these players held back at the green, fixed a mark, and then put the flag back in the cup, everybody was gone. They were all back at the tee, so they had to wait for this guy. And somebody driving a shuttle was like, hey, buddy, I'll give you a ride. He hops on a cart, gets to the tee, a rules official steps up and goes, the match is over, you forfeit. Your caddy got on a cart, therefore you're no longer allowed to play. Stupid rules. Just like the fact that the tush push is still available in the NFL. Dumb rules.
Where? You gonna cry about it?
If I was that dude and it cost me a chance of playing Augusta, yeah, I'd cry about it.
So where do you draw the line, anti-tush pushers? Are you eliminating the quarterback sneak in general?
No.
Because I think that the way that the Philadelphia Eagles execute the tush push, I don't even know that you need the behind push to get the first down. If it's just the assisting and abetting from behind of the tailback that's physically pushing that they outlaw, you know what I think the Nick Sirianni Philadelphia Eagles do? The same damn thing, just without a push from behind. And guess what? It looks about the same in terms of the results.
It probably looks about the same. I think you'd have to legislate it from an offensive line standpoint. That's probably where the injury comes into.
So you just can't play low anymore? The game.
I don't know how to get rid of it, but
a game that has told you for years that the low man wins.
Leverage.
No, it is illegal for you to play low. Everybody should play high. And you know what? We also are required, but now by NFL regulations, that we need to gather and hold hands at halftime, interlocking fingers with our opponent to sing Kumbaya.
Oh, you're taking the South Park Sarcastaball route right now?
Why would I not? Because you guys are trying to make this game soft. Where do you draw the line?
I'm not trying to make it soft. The reason why I don't like it is because it looks terrible. It is not an entertaining football play. That's the reason why they made changes to the kickoffs. They're going to masquerade.
No, kickoffs was all the optics.
No.
Kickoffs was all the optics about high-speed collisions.
No.
Yes, it was.
No.
Yes,
they
it was.
will masquerade the change in kickoffs as a player safety thing. The reason why they changed kickoffs is because no one returned kicks anymore. And it was a boring play.
Do you want to know
it was an
why
opportunity
did nobody,
for you to get up and
but
leave
why
your
did
television.
Why did nobody return kicks?
Not because they weren't scared.
Because they moved the ball closer to the midfield. And kickers were blasting the ball.
They will masquerade it as a health and safety thing. The reason why they changed it is because it was a boring-ass play that nobody watched. And now what do? They return kicks all the time, and we haven't seen something since 1992, a punt return followed by a kick return, and it happened in week 2 of the NFL season. They got rid of it because it was an eyesore. The tush push is an eyesore. It's a fine football play. I'm not trying to legislate out physicality. I'm fine with that. It just looks like crap.
Peter DeBoer and coaching the team the way he did was an eyesore. The NHL wasn't going to ban Peter DeBoer's style of coaching because it sucked watching those games.
They banned teams using the 1-3-1 trap against each other and standing behind their own nets. That happened back in 2014 between, I believe it was Philadelphia and Tampa Bay, ? Where both teams were playing a neutral zone trap. And you couldn't get the puck through the neutral zone. So what did they do? They stood behind their own net and didn't move. And then the referees had to go to both coaches and were like, if you do this again, we are penalizing both teams. Because it looks like crap. Because the hockey isn't being played. I don't want it to go away because I don't like physicality. I just don't enjoy watching it. Therefore, I don't want it on the screen. And I know that the NFL removes boring things from their game. It's a product. They know that. It's entertainment.
What would be the last thing that was boring?
The kickoff. That is the most recent thing, the kickoff.
The reason it was boring is they moved the ball up to create mostly touchbacks. They moved the ball up. If you would have moved the ball back, you would have had the most violent play in sport. And that's the reason they didn't do it. Raj, have you ever run down on kickoff as fast as humanly possible? Or have you blocked somebody from a kickoff return perspective? Sprint backward, get to an area 35 yards behind you, and settle an anchor knowing that there's a heat-sinking missile that's trying to run through your face. That's why they did what they did with the kickoff. That's why they're 5 yards apart from each other. Because it was a concussion rule issue.
They'll find a way to mask when they remove the tush push next offseason, and it will happen. They will masquerade it as a health and safety thing. They'll tell you it's health and safety. We're doing this for the offensive linemen because they have too many bodies piled on top of them and they're going to get their necks broken. They will tell you that, but it'll be gone next year because it's boring.
Well, having
no, another one for the 797. They moved the extra point back because it was boring. It was a play you don't watch and didn't affect the game. Now it does.
It does. Yeah, that's a good point. I like that one.
I like physicality. Like, I'm not here to get rid of that. I'm here to get rid of stupid, boring plays.
Just tell all offensive linemen from here on out, every play, it's illegal for you to play low. Play high.
Leverage.
High leverage. That'll get you where you want to get. That'll also take with you your ACL, your meniscus, your PCL, and your patella tendon.
That's the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson behind the glass. PhD is coming up next. Love you guys so much. We will talk to you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
It's good to follow the boys. They're arguing about the tush push. Raj is he wants to ban that sucker because it's boring.
I might be nuts, and it's probably just his own football guy, offensive lineman. I legitimately get excited when I watch the tush push.
Yeah,
I love watching the tush push.
I'm not against the tush push. I think it's a fun play. Stop it. Line up. I mean, isn't it kind of the essence of football?
He brought up some stat about it being like successful like 96% of the time. Yeah, with the Eagles. I mean, you can't tell me that that's the success rate across the league.
It's probably pretty high, but there's no way it's as high as with the Eagles.
Quarterback sneaks are also probably pretty high.
Yeah, what are you going to ban those? I think the object of football is to move the football against somebody's will from one point to another.
I freaking love it, man. It legitimately is an exciting football play to me, and nobody can convince me otherwise.
Isn't that? And then you kick sometimes.
Yeah.
So you move a man against his will with an object, the football, and then every now and then you kick.
The problem is if you ban the tush push, well, now you got to get rid of all the moments where offensive linemen are running in the backs of running backs, pushing them forward. When Dalton Reisner picks up Phillip Lindsay and tosses him into the end zone.
Yeah.
You know, if you ban the tush push, you're going to have to ban all pushes from the back.
Yeah.
And everybody likes it when offensive linemen jump on the back of a running back and push them forward 3 yards.
That's awesome. Get the ball, and then you see like 6 guys barrel into the running back to try to get him over the goal line or for a first down or whatever. I think it's awesome.
We got someone on the text line that says, tush push is a cheat play inherently in favors the offense. So does 3rd and long favor the defense.
Yeah.
Like, do you not realize that 3rd and long entirely favors the defense?
Right.
Like the defensive line is teeing off on a pass rush. Do you understand how nervous I get in a 2-minute drill as an offensive lineman when there's no threat of the run? Yeah, there are certain situations. You earned the right to get within an inch of getting the first down. Of course that's going to favor the offense.
Listen, man, in baseball, they made the bases bigger. They put in a pitch clock. They've banned the shift in baseball. They put in the California tiebreaker, runner on second into the 10th inning. All these things have quickened the game of baseball and made it inherently better. Getting rid of the short extra point has made it far more interesting. Banning the tush push.
I do think it's going to get banned for the record.
Well, it might get banned because teams don't want to give the Eagles a free pass, and it just might make things – they can't do it as well, and it's not a safety thing. Nobody gets hurt on the tush push. Of all the plays that you're probably not going to get hurt on, there's no momentum going forward. It's just like sumo wrestlers.
Yeah, I mean, that's not taking into account head injuries, but you're right.
Well, head injuries are – right, but the sport of football.
No, that's different. That's different. You're hitting with the crown of your helmet in this one.
Okay. Well, then if it's dangerous, ban it. Are you saying it's dangerous? Ban it?
I mean, I'm really not. I'm not trying to have it both ways. The science does not say it's an inherently dangerous play, but I will tell you, common sense would tell me that is some repetitive blows to the brain.
Okay. Well, I mean, if it's dangerous, you can. I don't know, man. If there's science behind it, I'm up for hearing about it. To me, it's just a good football play.
It's going to get banned, and I'm against it because I like the tush push, but there's been too much momentum. Anytime there's something on the docket for multiple years, it's just a matter of time until that thing changes.
What'd you think of the games last
Which one?
night?
Well, Baker Mayfield's a dude, man. Freaking love that guy. And I've been on a roller coaster at times with my opinion of Baker Mayfield, but how could you not love that guy? If that was your quarterback, oh my gosh, just the passion that guy plays with, the way that he shows up at the end of the game. That dude's he is just a fun football player. He's a quarterback that is a football player.
Do you think Bowles let him score that touchdown on purpose?
I don't know. I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't.
Well, I think he may have. Which is at least there was speculation on TV about it last night and on the old Sports Center and looking at it too, because there was a chunk of time left. They said, look at it. They're not really pressing that hard. And, it was interesting because a field goal does the trick if you're the Texans. You could work it down, get the timeouts, yada, yada, yada. But I like the score, and it did force Tampa to score a touchdown. But there was speculation that Bowles was just like, no,
let him score.
Yeah, I mean,
we got it.
I heard the conversation. I'd be surprised if he told him in that circumstance to let him score. I don't know, though. I mean, it didn't look to me like the guys were just letting him score.
Yeah, so there was 2:10 left to go in the game when they were starting their first play there. Wow, that was remarkable by Baker Mayfield.
Phenomenal.
He is a dude, man.
He's a football
dude.
player that plays the quarterback position.
Yeah. And they let him go on that 4th down. He picked up, how many yards did he pick up there?
Can you imagine having a quarterback like that? Like the energy, the spark, the passion, just all of it.
We had that guy.
I mean, Bo's not like.
Oh, I was talking about Tebow.
Oh, Tebow. Okay.
Tebow had that spark, right?
No, I mean,
it was that fire.
I mean, I suppose it was a different kind of spark, but I mean, I'm talking about the trash talker. I'm talking about the dog. I'm talking about an offensive lineman that's playing the quarterback position.
Yeah. Yeah, he's good, man. They're dangerous. They're a dangerous team. And Houston is now 0-2. The Colts are 2-0. It would not surprise me if Indy just keeps going on a little bit of a run and takes that division. Tampa wouldn't surprise me if they win their division.
And now the Chargers are 2-0 in the AFC West. They're about to play the 3rd straight AFC West game against the Denver Broncos. If they win 3 straight games, which is wild, by the way, I don't think I've ever seen that. I don't think I've ever seen 3 straight games within the division to start off your season.
That is a weird start to the schedule, isn't it?
That's nuts. I mean, you would think like when you first saw that, if you're a Chargers fan, you'd be ticked off about it.
Yeah.
In hindsight, oh my gosh, talk about putting yourself in the driver's seat.
Well, there was a minute there during that game that I thought, okay, the Chargers are completely unbeatable. Forget it. They're and then they just kind of, I don't know, man. They kind of chargered it up late in the game.
Yeah, I mean, the Raiders had a chance with about 8 minutes left, and then Geno threw that interception. I forced myself to stay awake for that whole game. I can't believe I actually did. By the time Geno threw that interception, I was mad at myself for staying awake because I knew that they didn't really have a chance. But you're right. It did feel interesting right there at the end.
Listen, it's defense more than offense. I mean, I get it, but I just found that game itself just like haphazard, sloppy. I suppose you could say it was good defense, but to me, it just felt like I was watching, 2 teams stuck in the mud.
Well, Geno was bad.
He was terrible.
That was a pretty atypical Geno Smith performance, but he was bad. The Chargers are different this year, man. They're letting their Ferrari drive. That's what they're doing, and it's almost like the anti-Harbaugh approach to playing offensive football. He's got a Ferrari at the quarterback position, and he's driving that sucker. When typically speaking, he's I'm going to run it 9 out of 10 times guy.
Broncos are 2.5-point underdogs.
That's it?
Mm-hmm.
That's not bad, actually. I would have thought it was more than that.
Nope, 2.5 today. I still like the Chargers in this one. I haven't come off that, but I think this game is going to be close. If the Broncos were to win, it wouldn't shock me. I think the Chargers, for whatever reason, sometimes just can't get out of their own way. I can't quite figure it out. Can't put my finger on it because I think Herbert is the truth. But they just they get a little stuck sometimes, man.
Well, it's a good football team, though. I mean, that's a really good football team. I know what you're saying, and they should have ran away with that thing last night. They did not run away with it, and the Raiders had a chance. But the Chargers that's a good squad for early on in the season. I mean, think about all the wrinkles that we're trying to iron out. Wouldn't you love to be trying to iron out those wrinkles?
Would you rather be the Broncos or the Chargers? Is that what you're saying?
Well, that's not even a question.
You'd rather be the Chargers.
Oh, God, yeah.
Because
the wrinkles they're trying to iron out is why are we not destroying people? We're winning. We're handling our business. We're doing what we're supposed to. But the only real wrinkle is why are we not destroying people?
You like the quarterback better?
It's not even a debate right now.
Like the coach better?
I don't know. I'm not like an anti-Sean Payton guy. So, look, I'd be fired up with either one of those guys as my head coach, quite frankly.
You like the rookie running back better?
Than our rookie or than JK?
A rookie. So Miller, Omarion Miller.
Probably.
Better than RJ Harvey.
Yeah, probably.
You like the veteran wide receiver better? Keenan over Cortland?
No, I'd take Cortland over Keenan.
All right. You like the pass rush better?
Nope.
Okay. You like the secondary better?
I don't know. Our secondary's supposed to be great. I mean, they got Derwin James.
How much better is Herbert right now than Bo Nix?
Different category. I mean, Herbert's in the elite category. Bo Nix is in the middle of the road category.
So significant.
Yeah.
Significant.
Very significant.
Okay. What did you do? Yeah, my box score is all messed up here. I don't know. It was a weird game because everything kind of ground to a halt in the second half. I mean, the Chargers were shut out in the fourth quarter. They only had a field goal in the second half. They only put up 20 points, period. I thought they were just gonna keep rolling into the second half. And instead it just got, like I said, stuck in the mud. So it's kind of hard to determine everything. Geno throwing 3 interceptions, no touchdowns. That's no good, obviously. I don't know what's special about the Raiders, Tyler. Nothing, as far as I can tell. And it's funny because they have the same sort of combo that the Colts do, sort of. They've got the veteran quarterback who's getting paid a couple of bucks. They've got the, we'll see what kind of running back Gentry is, I guess. And then they got, Bowers, the tight end, which kind of shapes up a little bit similar to the dynamic impact of the Colts. But why does it look so different? I mean, it's totally different.
I'm not scared of the Raiders at all, but I'd put them right in the same category as the Broncos as of today.
You'd rather have?
I didn't say I'd rather have anything.
I'm asking.
I'm just saying I'd just put them in the same category as the Broncos, like a team that's trying to figure some things out.
All right. Would you rather have Geno Smith or Bo Nix?
For the season or for the future?
For right now, better quarterback right now.
I mean, I guess either way, I'd probably take Bo.
Yeah, I'd take Bo too. But I've never been high on Geno Smith. Meanwhile, the Seahawks got to win with Sam Darnold because Pittsburgh was stupid. I don't know. It's kind of the Bucs Texans game was really exciting. That was really, really exciting. That was on the line and coming down to it. And I don't blame you for putting toothpicks in your eyes with the Chargers and the Raiders. The Raiders.
I should have gone to bed.
Yeah, you wouldn't have missed anything as it turned out. I kept waiting for the Raiders to sort of take advantage of all the opportunities the Chargers were giving them.
When they got that 4th down stop on the stupid fly sweep, that was a dumb call. They got the 4th down stop on that fly sweep, got the ball on the 43-yard line or something. Yeah. I'm like, okay, here we go. They've got a chance.
Yeah, that's right. Just a whole lot of nothing. So the Raiders looking forward to it. Hopefully the Broncos can. I don't know. You gotta beat one of those two teams on the road. Hopefully both, but you got to get a win on the road against one of them. I suppose the Raiders would be the easiest one, and the Chargers. Well, we'll dial in more on the Chargers as time goes on, starting tomorrow as the Broncos get ready for the Chargers. That loss to the. I don't know if you got any leftovers or other thoughts about the Broncos and the Colts as we sort of move on, but we can tread down that path a little bit. The Colts were doing something kind of different and interesting, which I didn't really think much about it, but my guy Dan Tanner brought up. So I don't think it's a big deal, but maybe it is. We can get to that. Plus, Prime did speak. So you want to know who the starting quarterback is Saturday night against the Wyoming Cowboys?
I do want to know, yeah.
Oh, well, stick around. It's PhD here on 92.5.
Tyler, I woke up this morning and I checked the score and was happy. I decided to get my 7 hours of sleep instead of watching the Raiders lose. LOL. On the Sean Mazza text line.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Somebody's getting their beauty rest. Early no dumb question. Would you rather have Bo Nix or Baker Mayfield?
Oh, I'd take Baker in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I think Baker's in a pretty upper echelon class of quarterback right now.
He's probably not top 5, right? But gosh, that's a freaking dude. I just love everything about Baker Mayfield. He's a winner. Bottom line, he's a winner.
Baker Mayfield is like a drunk Tim Tebow with talent. CJ.
Okay, I could see that. I could.
Okay. All right. 303-504-0925. Okay. Parents week or family weekend up at CU, Wyoming in town. I tell you this, man, I'm looking at CU's schedule, Tyler. And I do think they're going to beat Wyoming. I do. But if you don't have a team that can beat Wyoming, looking at the rest of CU's schedule, you got to point to the other win on that schedule. If you can handle Wyoming, all right, fine. We're probably just getting it together. You probably got a shot against a bunch of teams. But I don't know, man. I mean, we go BYU, TCU, West Virginia, Iowa State, Utah, who are both ranked right now. Arizona State's not ranked, but, they're a pretty solid team, obviously.
The schedule's actually not brutal. It's like, of course, if you can't beat Wyoming, it's going to be brutal. I mean, if you can't beat Wyoming, you got problems for the immediate future, for probably the long-term future. But you've only got 2 ranked teams as of today in your future. Now, there's good teams that are always historically good, right? Like BYU, historically good team. TCU, historically good team. But you've only got 2 ranked teams in Iowa State and Utah.
Okay. Hey, man, I'm all for the wins for the Buffs. No doubt about it.
I mean, I don't know where 6 wins come from. I'm not trying to act like it's easy street for the Buffs.
One of them better come Saturday.
Yeah, for sure.
You got to get this one. In terms of the quarterback, here was sort of a question of Prime about the characteristics. What are you looking for?
And the serious one is, and this is no setup, when you're evaluating the quarterbacks, what do you want to see and what are you hoping to see against
leadership and consistency. That's it. That ain't much to ask for, is it? Leadership and consistency. I look for that for everyone. Every man, every woman that's involved in my life, leadership and consistency.
I might toss ability into that conversation. I mean, leadership is great. Consistency. Give me a little ability. How about a little bit of that?
We're into the 4th week of the season, and we're trying to figure out who's got the best leadership and whatever he was talking about. Brian Howell did ask him about who was finally. It took like 7 questions into the press conference. Well, he's got him trained up there, doesn't he? He's got him.
This is not a setup.
Yeah, everybody is on eggshells.
I'm going to ask you a question, but it's not a setup, okay? Answer this however you want.
Oh, man. Everybody.
Well, what did he say to Brian?
Well, here we go.
Hey, Coach. Brian Howell, Bowl, the Daily Camera. Just curious if you've decided what you're going to do with quarterback this week.
Yeah, most definitely I have. Yeah.
And then as a follow-up to that, don't know what your decision is, but as far as Caden goes, what is something you need to see from him that you weren't seeing when he was in the start?
I think I just said a minute ago, leadership, right, is what I want to see from inconsistency from all our guys, not just Caden. Leadership and consistency from all of our guys at that position.
Okay.
I'd go back to Caden Salter personally. I mean, look, the Ryan Staub story is cute and it's fun, and he may very well be the best quarterback on the roster. I don't know. Mike Sanford believes he is, right? Yep. You brought in Caden Salter for a reason. You paid the dude. I think he's making over $1 million in NIL money. You got to salvage your season here. I mean, at some point, you got to get a little bit nervous about just having an embarrassing season. So why don't we just go with the best option we got, even if that option isn't as good as what you once thought it was?
Yeah, it's a bad situation, period. You really don't know who your quarterback is.
And let's design an offense that actually utilizes his athleticism. How about that?
He says he knows what he's doing at quarterback. I don't know. You don't have to tell us. I mean, if you think it's a strategic advantage,
well, most coaches do not. I mean, anytime, and you know that. I mean, anytime that there is a specifically with quarterbacks, if there is a decision to be made at quarterback, no coach tells you who's going to be the starter.
All right, just your opinion. Do you think he really does have a plan, or do you think it's up in the air as like today, right now?
Like when you say a plan, what do you mean by that?
He knows who's going to start on.
Yes, I think he knows who's going to start.
Okay, I don't. I think it's up in the air. I think Staub didn't hear about the quarterback rotation thing till the night before the game against Delaware. If you think he does, fine. I don't think they do. I think they're totally up in the air.
Well, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I don't have any beef if they want to let it play out throughout the week. I mean, I actually really don't have any beef with that. If you want to say, look, we're in a competition and practices matter, I'm not mad about that.
What's the case for starting? You gave a good case for starting Juju. Salter? What's the case for starting Juju?
I don't know if there is one. Outside of just you're afraid of losing the young man.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the real case. He's not ready. He's not the best option. He doesn't give you the best chance to win.
Does it help his development to play?
Not if you're not ready.
No.
Absolutely not. No. If you get on that field before you're ready, it will stunt your growth, not help your growth.
What will help him get ready? Just time? Practice?
Yeah. I mean, time, practice, osmosis, learning.
But not necessarily playing in the games.
No. I think that it's a mistake to put kids out there that are not ready.
Okay. A lot was made about who this team is and
who would you play?
Well, listen, man, I'm not there. I don't see everything that's going on. But on the surface, I think if you don't play Juju, I think you're going to lose him. And I'll take your word for it about, destroying him if he's not ready. But to me, it's a bit of a lost season already. I probably would in this particular game. You got to win this game. You really do got to beat Wyoming, okay? If you can't beat Wyoming, boy, do you got trouble. But if the season is lost, to me, you'd probably be better off if you just, develop a young guy and hopefully he gets better.
Well, yeah, but you're not there yet, right? Like
not yet, no.
Like you might be thinking that. Fans might be thinking that. But as a coach, you're thinking, how do I salvage this season?
Well, how about this, though?
So if you wanted to tell me you get to Arizona and the season's just gone, you got smoked by Iowa State, you got smoked by Utah, back-to-back ranked teams, you got 4 games left, and you want to finish out the season with Juju, cool. You convince me of that. But you got to get to the point where there's no hope.
Okay. How about this, though? At the beginning of this year, before we knew anything, if I told you, hey, do you think Juju Lewis can beat Wyoming, what do you think you would say?
I don't know if he could.
Even at the beginning of the year, before we knew anything, after all the recruitment, all the hype, all the things, and I'm just talking about Wyoming. I'm not talking about the whole schedule. To me, I wonder if most people would say, yeah, I think they could beat Wyoming with Juju. I think that's pretty fair. And if you can beat Wyoming with Juju, or at least you thought you could.
Yeah, but I watched Juju against Delaware.
So that's it. It's that far behind where
No,
he needs to be.
I'm not telling you that the dude like can't get immediately better. But what you're asking me is, am I confident that he could beat Wyoming based off the information that I have? And the information I have does not say that I'm confident he can beat Wyoming.
How important is it to have an identity for your team?
Yeah, it's impossible to play football without one. I've been in those situations. Dan Hawkins, like his biggest sin was we would radically change who we were offensively, like from spring ball to training camp, from training camp to week 3. Like we would just radically change what our identity.
Gotcha.
And it's like, okay, well, when it all goes to hell in a handbasket, what's our bread and butter? And that's a tough way to play ball.
All right. Well, Mark Kisla, Gazette, asked that question to Prime today.
Mark Kisla, Denver Gazette. Going back to the identity question, it's which comes first, identity or winning? Winning or identity?
Winning.
How much patience?
I don't give a darn what I did. First of all, I don't know coaches that seek identity. I think coaches seek wins. You could call it what you want. It looks the way it looks. I don't care what kind of car we pull up in. Long as we pull out of here with a W, I'm good. So I don't really get into the identity thing, not whatsoever. I would like to do some things better. We like to stop the run. We like to run the ball. We like to be consistent offensively and defensively. We'd love to do those things better, but I can't be narrowed down with, what's your identity? What does that mean? What does that mean, what's your identity? I don't even know what that means. Excuse you? I don't think we can hang our hat out. Like Ohio State won the national championship, right? What did they hang their hat on? Running the football. but they had two runners. You can't hang your hat on 2 running backs. That's not nothing to hang your hat on. It's got to be everybody got 2 running backs. 2 running backs can kick your butt. They can't kick your butt without the line. I don't care how great they are. Without the line, they can't kick your butt. Like, I understand what you're trying to say, but winning is winning, man. It's not one thing you can hang your hat on. I would love to say, shoot, we could do this and we could do that, but you got to have consistency before you start opening your mouth and rambling off like that.
That was pretty funny, man. Like he's asking questions of people, like he's doing a talk show. People are responding to him.
People are answering.
Hey, he was asking questions. People were throwing out answers. What was Ohio State known for? Running the ball. Well, what about their line? Yeah, they were good. Okay. What is identity? Rain. What was that other word? What was the whole private thing? What is, damn, forget what he said.
What is bolster?
Bolster. What is bolster? What is identity? What does bolster mean? What is identity?
Bolstered.
Rain.
I don't know, man.
I mean, know either. I wish the best for him.
Sometimes it's hard. Like when you don't, I understand what he's trying to say. Like a better way to say it would be, yeah, we would love to have an identity. Unfortunately, we don't have one right now, so we're trying to figure that out. Yeah, right?
That would be accurate. Which is essentially what you heard him say.
And you know what? I've been on teams like that where you don't know what your identity is, and it does change from week to week because you are experimenting and you are trying to figure it out.
Right.
But at the end of the day, everybody's got the same goal. Figure out what your bread and butter is. Like every play caller wants to know, I've got a list of 10 plays that when my brain's not working, when I can't think, when I can't scheme up something, here's my 10 plays that I just feel great about.
We started with the in the morning sprint, guys are talking about the tush push, and isn't the tush push at the end of the day in football, at the end of the day, you want to be physical to start with, and then you kind of go from there.
Yeah.
And being physical is moving a man against his will, both offensively and defensively. That's kind of it. And CU has a huge offensive line.
They are big. I'm telling you, would you see those boys up in person? You're going to be like, that looks like an NFL off. They look like Dallas Cowboys.
Right?
Like, they are some big old boys.
So how is your identity just not simple? We're going to pound it. We're going to punish our opponents. We're going to wear them down.
Well, unfortunately, big doesn't necessarily mean good.
Wow. So what is the difference there? Why? If these guys are all skilled football players, they're all huge dudes. They've got, Hall of Famers left and right all over the coaching staff. What's missing there?
Oh, I don't know, man. I mean, I'd be lying if I tried to break down the CU offensive line as if I've done the X's and O's. I do the X's and O's on the Broncos. I mean, I watch the All-22 and I break that down. I've never studied the CU offensive line other than watching it in real time, so I don't know what their problem is.
All right, one more here. When will you CU honks understand Prime is just hype, not much of a coach? I did see Ice Cube was there today.
Okay.
I saw, or yesterday maybe, T.O. was on the sidelines. You got Hall of Famers left and right all over the place. I got to admit, based off of
T.O. is always there.
Yeah,
he is always in Boulder. He went to the Houston game. That he just stays with the Buffs.
I got to admit, at least based on the stuff that is pushed out on social media, the stuff that we can see, it really does feel like I'm in a constant TED Talk all the time. Like it seems like every word that is uttered seems to land on the motivational side of things and how not only to play football, but to be a better person. And I do wonder, Tyler, how much of that do you need compared to how much of the X's and O's do you need about just how we're going to do things?
Well, if you got good coordinators, I think it works great. Not every head coach has to be an X's and O's guy. I've had plenty of head coaches that are barely involved in the game plans, that are barely involved in calling plays. I've had coaches that do call the plays. I mean, I've had it both. But, I mean, if you're going to be a motivational type head coach, you better have damn good coordinators.
Okay, well, then that's the motivation's there. I think we don't lack for motivational speeches. That's for sure. You got motivation all over the place. So if that's the case, and I'm rolling with you, whoever's in charge of your X's and O's sucks right now. And if you can't figure out what kind of team you are, and you can't figure out declaratively who your quarterback is here in week 4, let's see you beat Wyoming. And if not, it might be limited how much CU football we're going to talk for the rest of the year if you can't really get over that. I mean, this team has gone a long way from being on College game day and getting everybody excited. I don't know if the attendance at the Houston game was, they don't seem to be that into football there in Houston.
That's a good team, though.
Yeah, they're a good team.
And that Georgia Tech game, I mean, gosh, that game doesn't look so bad all of a sudden. They go out there and they beat Clemson.
Hey, the opportunity is there for them to whoop up on Wyoming, shut us all up, come back with another banger against BYU. And, hey, you sit there at 3-2, you got us back. We're all excited. Everything's kosher. You got 2 night games in a row up at Folsom, which the night games are ridiculous up there. I have no idea where Ralphie is at running Tyler. It feels like you could have got any Buffalo trained up at this point. I don't know where you're at. But everything should be on your side for this week and next week, and hopefully they take advantage of it. If not, I wonder who's going to stick around. If you truly have a 2-3 win season, who's gonna be standing after that? Who's gonna be left? I mean, how dedicated are the better players for the team going to be if this team is just, sort of where they were when Prime first got there? So we'll see. Anything else with CU? I know you're doing a game in a couple weeks, right? You're doing the BYU game, is that right?
Oh, I'm not calling it, if that's what you meant.
You're just going to it.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were actually working.
No. I'm attending as a fan.
Gotcha. I was talking to my wife. We might go for the first half.
Oh, good.
Maybe.
It's an easy way to do it.
Yeah.
Get out, beat the traffic.
Yeah. Get into it. But yeah, let's go Sco Buffs. All right. Let's get to some leftovers from the Broncos and the Colts. And this Tom Brady story. Dude, Tom Brady is like, everybody's talking about Tom Brady. Details coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is different. Finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. It's almost a given that better medical practice generally leads to better outcomes for patients. And if you suffer with ED, you certainly want a good outcome. This is where the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic comes into play. With an incredible location in Castle Rock that's beautiful. You got to check that out. And 4 other locations up and down I-25. They are there for you when the pills or herbals fail. With success rates well over 90%, and some can have you last an hour or more. All right, so check it out, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. That initial visit's only $99. You get a consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So check them out today. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
So many of them happen in our league because the games are so close. You know, they're often won in 2-minute drills. And so I think of that coming in the morning. I'll think of that Tuesday before Wednesday's team meeting, you know, how to shed one that doesn't affect another. But I think both correct. I mean, it's a long season. And today's the day, though, that, man, we really got to not miss out on the opportunity to correct and not miss out on the opportunity to recognize maybe why, and then later in the week, the refocus on an important division game.
The Colts new owner, she was down on the field with a notepad and earpiece in.
It's weird, man. I think I like it, actually.
So she's trying to learn football, I guess.
You know, it's like, okay, if Dan Snyder would have done that, he would have gotten crushed. He would have gotten destroyed for it. You know, like, hey, stop meddling, right?
Yeah.
I don't know why it feels different with her, but like, as long as you're not doing it to meddle, if you're truly doing it so that you can understand, like, post-game, what decisions were made, you feel like you can make more involved decisions, help make better input. I think it's a cool concept. I mean, it's not radically different than what Tom Brady was doing sitting up in the booth listening in. If she was sitting upstairs, probably nobody would say a word, but because she's on the sideline, it looks weird.
I could have sworn, and correct me if I'm wrong here, all right? But I could have sworn Elway, when he was running the show, used to have a little earpiece in to hear what was going on with the calls and stuff.
He did.
Right?
Most GMs do.
Okay. So,
almost every GM does.
So listening in is actually not unusual.
Not at all.
Okay. You just don't.
But she wears a headset, which is what makes it look weird. Because in theory, like what Elway would do is he would wear an earbud, which is a one-way communication, right? There was no way for him to communicate back. Oh, no, I guess she doesn't. I guess she's just wearing earbuds also.
Yeah. But it's like she's like she got a fanny pack. Carly Ursay Gordon. What the hell's going on here? She's got a little notepad out, taking notes. Yeah, they're calling this play. I'll see how this one goes. It's an odd spot to be, too, right? Like on the field doing it. You could clearly just be up in a owner's box or something. But there she is on the sideline like she's in 7th grade on a class project. I really didn't have a problem with it. Dan sort of pointed out. Dan, did you feel like it was kind of weird or something like that?
No, I didn't really have a problem with it. I'd just never seen an owner do that before, where they're literally standing on the sideline listening to the play calls and taking notes during the game.
Well, that's it.
That's true.
That
looks
that's
weird.
The only thing that makes it unusual is that she's actually standing on the sideline. I promise you, owners have got earpieces up in the box. Now, whether they choose to listen in the entire game or whether they tune in at certain points of the game, I don't know. But she's not the first owner to have an earpiece.
Hey, good for her, as far as I can tell. She's not, she wants to know what's going on. I'm going to run the team. I should know what's happening here.
I think it's cool.
Yeah, the notebook is funny, too. I'm going to take little notes. Oh, with an iPhone. No, I'm just going to take. Maybe you can't even use an iPhone. I don't know what's allowed.
Last time Stan Kroenke showed up on the bench with the notepad, somebody got fired.
That was a hello moment. What's going on here? Yeah, but he wasn't taking notes.
I thought he was. I thought he did have a notepad.
I don't think so.
No,
not that I recall. But that was a memorable day, that's for sure, because it was unusual. Yes. Tom Brady. Oh, man. A lot of attention on Tom Brady last night. And
first off, why is he wearing a suit sitting up there? Like, why isn't he wearing some comfy clothes like everybody else in that box?
I don't know. Maybe that's owner gear. That's how owners roll.
Owners don't wear suits.
Maybe he was.
Some do. Actually, I guess some do.
He was, well... Yeah, I don't know if...
he's a 5% owner.
Penner's always wearing a jacket. I don't know if he's always wearing a suit.
Right.
Yeah.
Like suit and tie?
I think the tie is sometimes on, sometimes off for Penner. There's always a jacket. There's always a suit jacket. I don't know, man. Who knows what owners do? They schmooze with this guy, and they schmooze with that guy. They do schmooze.
It really makes zero sense that Tom Brady is allowed to call games. It makes zero sense that he's allowed to have conversations with other teams. Zero. I mean, we learned on the broadcast last night that Chip Kelly calls him 2 to 3 times a week. They watch film together.
How about that? That was a riot.
Well, Chip, according to when I talked to Sean Payton last week, he really is liking the evolution of Troy Franklin. Might want to have a game plan for him.
Yeah. Here's Marcus Spears on ESPN going off about it.
I hate it. It's abhorrent for me, for his job. I love it for his team. You 5% owner of the Las Vegas Raiders. Sit wherever the hell you want to sit at the game. If you want to be on the sideline with a headset on, go be on the sideline with a headset.
The Colts owner is.
This should not happen with him being a commentator of NFL football games. It actually questions the integrity of the NFL. Now, teams have to be smart and not divulge information when he's on a call, because at some point the Raiders are going to play the teams that he's sitting in on these meetings. And I don't know if anybody knows, and you know this, there's information shared when you have these pre-production meetings for games. There's plans that coaches have. There's guys that they tell you to be on the lookout for how we'll use them. So I hate it from that standpoint, which is why the league tried to implement things prior to this becoming an issue with Tom Brady being part owner of the Las Vegas Raiders. Stephen A., so Jerry Jones go sit in on a Giants meeting because he about to call a game. Y'all good with it? No. So why are we? What's the difference?
Listen.
On the Sean Mazza text line, assuming you guys didn't read the press statement from the NFL on the Tom Brady matter, yeah, of course, we're totally aware of it, and Spears refers to it right there. So what? He's still getting all sorts of information one way or the other.
Well, at one point, it was a question of whether the NFL was going to allow him to meet with teams.
Yeah.
Because he's an owner.
Yeah.
But they would have had to clear that up for him. They said they paved the path. They said, hey, go ahead. Go ahead. You go ahead and meet with the teams.
Yeah, I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, there's production people, there's his partners, there's the information he's getting and has access to is ridiculous compared to what other teams would have.
Well, I mean, Spears isn't wrong about one thing. If you got Tom Brady in a production meeting and you're passing information on to him, you're a moron. I mean, that's on you.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, okay, say Tom Brady isn't even there. Who's his play?
I'm treating Tom Brady like Deion Sanders treats the press. Like you come in, you think you're getting some private one-on-one?
Yeah,
no,
but
sir.
His partner's going to be there. The producer's going to be there.
I know. I'm treating them all like that.
Oh, well, all right. Well, okay. Well, if that's the case, then there's no real advantage for going in there at all. I mean, they're going to get information. It's going to come out. He's going to know things about teams that other owners or people on the other teams wouldn't necessarily know. It's going to happen. Now, I don't know if it's going to make a difference. I mean, I suppose that's two different things. I mean, he took all that information or whatever maybe he didn't have any information against the Chargers. But their point was, well, what happens when the Raiders play the Bears? And you just did a Bears game.
The NFL should do one of two things. They should say, number one, you're not allowed to meet with other teams. Or number two, you're not allowed to meet with your own team. So if you're going to meet with other teams, you're no longer allowed to have phone calls with Chip Kelly, right? Or if you're going to do phone calls with Chip Kelly, if you're going to watch film, well, now you're no longer allowed to meet with other teams.
There's just no way to regulate that. And they've opened. What are they going to do? Tell Fox that you can't have Tom Brady as a commentator? No, that ain't going to happen.
They should.
Well, it's too late. Now what? They blew that. That opportunity's come and gone. They've already allowed it. They're gonna come around now and ban them now? All right, let me back up just a second. Is it a big deal or not a big deal? Is it a kind of a ridiculous advantage for the Raiders? And if it is, will that translate into anything? Because if it's not a big deal, who cares?
No, I think it's a big deal, but it might be overrated a little bit. Like it's almost like when I got traded to the Seahawks and I was playing the Broncos, and of course I snitched on every last piece of information I had on the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
I had one-on-one meetings with that coaching staff.
Right.
Was it helpful? Sure. Was it really changing the game plan for the Seahawks? Probably not.
Well, it might just be in that same direction too. Who knows? I mean, it translated well. Yeah, the advantage isn't exactly with the Chargers right now. I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see when the Raiders play the Bears, when they play a team that he's done a game with. Well,
I think every team should just treat Tom Brady like Bill Belichick treated the press. Next question.
Yeah.
I'm on to Cincinnati.
Yeah. It's a weird look, man. It's a strange look. All right, we have the couple of rankings, some up, some down. Got our buddy in Florida be in big trouble. We'll get to that coming up next. Which quarterbacks are out this week that were starters? Where are we at with that list? So Burrow's out, right? Let's see if we can just do it off the top of our head. Burrow's out.
Jalen, or not Jalen. What's wrong with me?
Is Jaden
Commanders.
Daniels, is he out?
I thought so.
Yeah, he's bummed. He's hurt a little bit. Who else, Dan? Who else is not going?
JJ McCarthy.
JJ McCarthy, right.
Justin Fields was in concussion protocol.
Brock Purdy.
Yeah, Brock Purdy.
Purdy 5. The question is,
Fields is officially out.
I haven't seen
I don't know.
official word. I just know he was in concussion protocol and is questionable.
Okay.
I guess the question would be with Stidham or Ellinger. If you're the Broncos, do you try to shop these guys right now?
No. Listen, everybody's always available at the right price, right? I mean, if somebody wants to offer you something stupid, cool. I don't think there's any trade value for Sam, like none. Jared Stidham, there's trade value there.
Mm-hmm.
What does that look like? Let's call it a fourth. I mean, what do you want to put a number on it?
I'll go with maybe a fourth. Okay, Stidham for a fourth.
Stidham for a fourth.
And then you got Ellinger as your backup.
Yeah, and Ellinger, might agree or disagree, zero trade value.
Zero trade value.
Zero. Yeah. Then you just got to ask yourself.
Stidham might have some value, though. Stidham may have some value.
But then you ask yourself what means more to your team, right? I mean, if you've got a dude that you really value, like his value to this team is probably more than a fourth rounder. And I think on the high side, you're looking at a fourth rounder type of trade for Jared Stidham.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that's not worth it because Jared Stidham could be the difference of making the playoffs or not. Now, if Bo Nix were to go out for the remainder of the season, I don't know if Jared Stidham could lead you to the playoffs. But if Bo Nix missed 2 games, Jared Stidham could be the difference of making the playoffs or not.
Okay.
That's not worth a fourth rounder to me.
How much better do the Broncos' odds increase with Browning being the quarterback instead of Burrow in 2 weeks?
Exponentially. I don't know how you want me to answer it, but I mean exponentially.
To the degree, do you think the Bengals will just stay put with Browning, or do you think they'll be a little bit more aggressive and try? I know they actually did sign a couple of other guys. I know they signed
no, I think he's their guy. I mean, it's very, very difficult to go outside the building and find an upgrade versus the guy that's been in your system, knows the language, knows the calls, has been around the entire offseason. To go outside the building and find an upgrade at the backup spot, that's difficult to do.
Who's the backup too in New York? Tyrod Taylor, right? Behind Justin Fields, I believe.
I think so.
Who's the backup in Minnesota? I don't even know that one.
Oh, it's
behind JJ McCarthy.
No. We did this the other day. Isn't it?
I don't know. So
it's Carson Wentz.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's a pretty solid backup.
That's all right. Yeah, that's pretty good. Coach is on the hot seat. That's coming out now. At number 5, we got Kevin Stefanski with the Cleveland Browns. The Browns are doing exactly what we thought they would do in the beginning of the season. This is exactly what we thought. This is a really tough schedule, and they're there with Joe Flacco, and he's fine, and that is exactly where we thought. It's going to keep spiraling downward for the Browns, right?
In all likelihood, yes. I mean, they looked pretty good in week 1. Week 2, they got exposed. Who did they play in week 1? I just remember it being a good game.
Bengals.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, it was all right. It was close. Real close.
Yeah.
Went right down to the wire. Canales, is that how you say his name? Dave Canales, Carolina is 4. I'm not really following Carolina all that closely.
I honestly have not seen the rest of this list. Let me guess.
Okay.
Callahan.
Yep, 3. There you go with the Titans.
I'm trying to think about
who's 3-16 in his second year.
Obviously, Mike McDaniel's number 1.
He is number 1.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
Thank you, Coach.
And then I'd go Brian Dable.
Hey, there you go.
Is that right?
That is right. That is exactly right.
Okay.
Anybody getting fired during the season of that crew, you think?
Probably. I don't like Brian Callahan seems pretty quick to be on the hot seat. I don't think Kevin Stefanski should be on the hot seat, although I understand why people are putting him on the hot seat. Brian Daboll, they just won a game. Or no, they didn't win the game.
No, they
but
played
they looked
well.
good.
They did play well.
That's right. They did not. They lost in overtime, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it took kind of a miracle for them to lose, too.
Yeah.
Because what's Aubrey had to hit a 64-yarder for Dallas.
I mean, Mike McDaniel could be an early season firing.
Yeah, I think so.
Once you lose the locker room, generally speaking, there's no turning back.
Where do you think he's just gone sideways there? Where do you think he lost them?
I don't know, man. I mean, he's a quirky dude, you know? So quirky dude comes in and you have success out the gates. He's a cool, quirky dude. Quirky dude does not have success. All of a sudden, that locker room turns your back pretty dang quick. Like, nothing about Mike McDaniel screams football guy. You know what I mean? Like Dan Campbell, football guy. When things aren't going well, we still got your back, coach. Like you speak our language. Mike McDaniel, he's an Ivy League nerd. He is. I mean, in the most literal sense, that's who he is.
I feel bad for him, but there's a certain coolness about his awkwardness. There's kind of a fun sort of thing about it, and now it just feels it doesn't feel good. Feels lost. And Tua, I think, is, I don't know, man. He just doesn't feel like that guy anymore. The whole team is just a mess.
This is why it's so scary to pay these quarterbacks that are just average. You get in this conundrum where you're like, oh, my guy's good enough that it's scary to move on. But then you pay him a boatload of money and you're like, dang it, why did we do that?
Because you know why? Because nobody's really brave enough to go with that third, fourth round guy and build around that. Nobody is brave enough to do it. And so at the end of the day, teams just get scared and they back up the Brinks truck. That's exactly why. There will be a coach, there will be a team someday that will just refuse to pay a quarterback $60 million a year. It will happen. But that ain't what's going on right now. I mean, every team is on some sort of crazy path to either they're already paying the guy that or they're about to. The middle of the road. How much is Sam Darnold getting right now?
It's like 30, I think it's like 37, something like that.
Okay, and Baker's sort of in that.
Baker's like 33.
Yeah, he's in that range too, which is still of course, a ridiculous amount of money. But it's not that 50 to 60 that the top guys are getting.
No.
And Tua's up there, right?
I mean, Baker Mayfield is the steal of the century in terms of contract value.
And so that's the question.
I'm sorry, who'd you just ask about?
Tua.
Oh, I thought Tua got big money, no?
Oh, no, I did. I think he did too. You know, how much? I mean, he's way up there, I think. And so at the end of the day, this is the decision.
4-year, 212, 167 guaranteed.
Wow. That's it. That's the payday. There you go. He got it.
53 per.
He got it. Oh, my God. The biggest question the Broncos will have to answer is Bo Nix that guy or not?
Well, you got time. I mean, you don't have to concern yourself with that right now. Plenty of time. You got 2 more seasons.
What if he's not that guy?
You move on. What do you mean?
Like, at what point do you move on if he's not that guy? Like, how long?
Oh, you probably write out the contract. You probably write out the rookie deal.
Just let it go?
Yeah.
Dan's putting up the guys. It is, Tyler, staggering.
It is.
I mean, how many guys are over 50 on average? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wow. And then after that, 46, 46, 45, 45, 40, 37, 33. So you got Mayfield and Darnold at 33, and then it drops down to Fields at 20. Holy shnikes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 quarterbacks, Tyler, make $33 million or more a year.
Yep.
And look at Daniel Jones.
Middle of the road QB is going to cost you within a year or two. Middle of the road QB is going to cost you $40 million.
Woof. It is crazy. Oh, man. So it's actually not, it wouldn't be that big of a deal if Bo Nix is one of these guys. I mean, this is just what happens.
I don't know. I mean, I think it is a big deal. I think the NFL has got a problem right now, and they need to do something about it. They need to fix the salary cap. They need to separate the quarterback contracts, whatever it is. They need to fix this because teams are getting their hands cuffed with average quarterbacks.
Which one of those guys, what is it, 11 over 50? Which of those guys that make 50 per is an average quarterback, in your opinion?
50?
How many are average guys in the 50 million club?
Brock Purdy.
So let me just say, it's Hurts, Jackson, Herbert, Purdy, Goff, Tua, Trevor, Jordan Love, Josh Allen, Burrow, Prescott.
I'd say 3.
Who are your average guys there?
Brock Purdy, Tua, Trevor. The rest of them are elite.
You could win a Super Bowl with any of those guys?
Yeah, I think so. I can win a Super Bowl. Like, Dak might be questionable to some, and he's the highest paid quarterback in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
I happen to like Dak. I do think Dak is capable of winning a Super Bowl. But I could win a Super Bowl with Joe Burrow. I could win one with Josh Allen, Jordan Love, Jared Goff, Justin Herbert, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts.
Look at your boy Kirk Cousins.
Where's he? 45?
45 to be a backup.
That's an expensive backup QB right there.
Can you believe that?
Hey, good for him, man.
Are you stunned that he's still on the Falcons right now?
Completely. Yeah. I thought there was no chance in God's green earth that they would keep him as backup QB making that kind of money.
$45 million to be a backup.
Now, it helps that there's not really any controversy right now. It helps that they like their starter, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But what happens if Michael Penix is struggling?
I don't know. You got Kirk Cousins at $45 million. Hopefully he's ready to go.
Right.
I guess. But, I mean, they're fully committed to Penix. It is such a weird situation there. So bizarre.
It worked out, man.
Yeah, you can see with this kind of money, these quarterbacks, like, you pay Tua. Tua's making 53-1. Total value of 212, guaranteed 167, like you said. I mean, my God. You better figure it out, Mike.
Mike.
McDaniel.
Oh.
Or we'll move on to somebody else. Because they ain't moving on for Tua.
Yeah, my boy's toast. I mean, I don't think there's any figuring it out at this point. That team's gone. Mike's a smart dude, though. I mean, he played an offensive coordinator job in 2 seconds.
Oh, sure. He's in the club. There's no doubt he's in the club. Crazy. All right, well, there you go. There's your rankings for coaches on the hot seat. Sean Payton, of course. Oh, Sean Payton. Did you hear about Sean Payton's little side hustle he's got going on after the season's over?
No.
Hang on. This is a fun one, and we'll go over some of the important NFL games from this past weekend. Coming up next year on PHC on 92.5.
Hey, guys and gals, if you're out there in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, don't waste your time driving all over the state of Colorado looking for the best deal. Just go to my friends at Phil Long Ford because they've got the best inventory, the best prices, the best customer service. It's as simple as that, guys. When you go to Phil Long Ford, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. They've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. You're going to get the best price. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They're going to respect you. and you'll probably walk away customer for life. Look, I think relationships matter in life. That's why I go back to Phil Long Ford every time I need a new vehicle ever since my rookie year. The only dealership that I need to work with because they always find me the vehicle of my dreams. They always give me the best price. Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that I sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
All right, coming up, no dumb questions, 303-504-0925. On the Sean Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Like I said, 303-504-0925. We'll look for you on the YouTube and on the Twitch and however you want to get it to us. We'll go over some NFL scores and storylines from the week that have our attention. ESPN making news with Molly Querim just up and quitting. That
Weird.
is a curious story.
And nobody knows what she's doing, huh?
No. And we'll hear Stephen A. explain it. She'd been there 10 years doing that show. That's an odd one. There's that feels quirky. So we'll see what's going on there. Meanwhile, Tom Brady. It wasn't just being up in the box and all that stuff that was causing a little interesting storylines with Tom Brady. He's into another venture that actually is not connected directly to the NFL. And it's with Fanatics, Fox Sports, and OBB Media, whatever the hell that is, for the Fanatics Flag Football Classic. Tyler, check this out. Tom Brady is going to be in a round-robin tournament featuring 3 teams of current and former NFL players playing flag football in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And he's on Fox last night, or I don't know. He did some sort of press event, a news conference with a sheikh to announce it.
Dude, have you seen that guy? He's all over the place. The Saudi Arabian dude.
Yeah.
He's everywhere. I watched that fight. Did you watch that fight this weekend?
I did not. I'm aware of it, but I did not watch it.
I'm not a huge boxing guy. I don't watch, but I did watch that one. I thought it was really entertaining. I thought it was actually, I mean, Canelo, it was surprising. But anyways, I won't break it down. But he was all over that thing. He's all over everything. So this dude he runs, basically what he does is he runs Saudi Arabia sports investments. So anything that Saudi Arabia's invested in sports-wise, this dude's in charge of.
All right, well, here is Tom Brady with him announcing his participation in flag football.
Yesterday. I've always admired the power of flag football, the fastest growing sport in the world, and how it connects fans of all ages. And I want to help continue the global movement and momentum that our game is having. So I'm very excited to announce that I'm coming out of retirement and teaming up with His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh, Fanatics, OBB Media, and my friends at Fox Sports to launch the Fanatics Flag Football Classic, which will bring American football to the Middle East on March 21st, 2026 at Kingdom Arena in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, as part of Riyadh season. This is a first-of-its-kind round-robin tournament.
Tyler.
Wait. So is Tom Brady playing? Okay. That's cool.
He has a 10-year, $375 million contract with Fox.
Yep, and he probably got $300 to do a game in Saudi Arabia.
I was just about to ask you. If you make the kind of money Tom Brady makes, what do you think the dollar figure is to get him to play in a flag football game?
Well, I mean, over $100 million. I mean,
you think he's getting $100 million?
Well, to put his name on the league, all those sorts of things. I mean, how many? I would assume it's more than a game. He's got to participate in the whole thing, right?
It's a round-robin tournament with 3 teams.
Okay, so it's more than a game.
It's like a day. It's 1 day of flag football.
Oh, is that what it is?
I think so, yeah, as far as I can tell. Here's some other participants, by the way. Saquon Barkley, CeeDee Lamb, Christian McCaffrey, Sauce Gardner, Myles Garrett, Brock Bowers, Max Crosby.
How do I get me some of that Saudi money? How do I get me some of that?
Rob Gronkowski, the coaches?
How do I like these guys like it's unbelievable the amount of money these guys are getting paid.
Well, you may want to hit up one of your buddies.
Anybody that judges these people for taking the money, I'm like, how could you? You're telling me you wouldn't take $50 million to go play a weekend of football?
Kyle Shanahan is a coach.
Really?
You should hit him up to be an assistant coach, bro.
That would be fun.
You should hit him up.
I know. I mean, I don't think they feature offensive linemen in flag football, DMac, but
I don't think they're going to be picky with who the coaches are going to be. You may want to hit up Kyle.
I think they're going to be very picky about who the coaches are going to be.
Like who they want for assistant coaches. The 3 coaches are Kyle Shanahan, Pete Carroll, and Sean Payton.
Wow, Sean's involved, huh?
Sean is involved.
Okay. I was wondering because I didn't know that Sean was involved. You said he picked up a side gig.
That's a side gig.
Got it.
What do you think? I mean, what do you think the payout for all these people are? What would it take for you to coach or participate in flag football in Saudi Arabia?
I don't know, man. I mean,
you want to talk about one of the sketchier things ever in sports. Here we go. We present this thing. What do you think it is, guys? What do you think that number is? What do you think the number is for Brady? What do you think Sean Payton's getting?
Okay, so you're saying it's a day of football, right?
It looks like that's what it is.
I bet you.
From what I can tell.
I bet you Tom Brady. Boy. I bet he's getting north of 15 to 20.
Okay.
For a day. For a day's worth of work.
I mean, it's got to be worth it.
Right?
Yeah, because this thing is stupid.
Well, I mean, $1 million for a day is worth it.
It depends who you are.
I guess.
It all depends who you are. I mean, everybody's got their price. I guess. I mean, I guess that's what Saudi Arabia is proving. Everybody's got their price. So, to me, this feels just icky. But I would lose sleep if I tried to connect like the purity of sponsorships in sports. There is none.
This has got to be more than a day of football. It's got to be a league.
Tournament
it's got to be
will take place March 21st. That's it. It looks like it's one day in Saudi Arabia to play flag football. And Sean's the coach? I mean, give me a break. What is that? Everybody's got their price, I guess. I think the thing is icky as hell. I have no interest in watching it.
I'll watch it.
Okay. Why?
Why not?
I'll find something better to do on March 21st.
Why not? I mean, all the dumb sports things we've watched in our life. Why not watch Tom Brady play football one more time?
Flag football?
Sure.
I don't know, man.
Would you watch Tom Brady in the Olympics?
Would I watch Tom Brady in the Olympics?
The answer is a hell yes.
That's a good question. Probably yes.
Of course you would.
Probably yes. This isn't the Olympics.
Oh, because the Olympics is going to be such high-level flag football because there's going to be such great competition from the world against America in the Olympics.
It won't be my highest priority in the Olympics, that's for sure.
But you'll watch it.
I suppose when the Olympics comes around, the Olympics comes around. It's interesting. I watch everything in the Olympics. I like the Olympics. This ain't the Olympics. I definitely will not watch this.
I mean, I'm just rolling my eyes a little bit at the concept of like the Olympics being like such better flag football than whatever this is going to be.
Well, like I said,
this is actually probably going to be more competitive than what the Olympics is going to be because you're actually doing a balanced roster.
Seeing a bunch of rich guys just get paid to be richer, to play in meaningless sports to support Saudi Arabia sports, I'll pass. But listen, if you say, listen, you take the money too, you're probably right. Everybody's got their price. So everybody's got their price.
Did you say that about Liv when it came out?
Liv felt icky from the start, but now
nobody thinks it's icky.
Yeah, because now the PGA just kind of caved into everything that Liv was doing anyways. And I just said, if I had to, I would lose sleep at night if I had to.
Wait, so
stop watching sports.
Are you judging these guys for taking the money?
Oh, they're clearly all doing this for money, Tyler.
Yeah, I got it. That's did you not hear my question?
Am I judging them? No, I just said multiple times. Everybody's got their price.
Yeah.
I'm just curious what the price is for all these guys. I'm dying to know what the price is for all these guys. Because, it's the only reason they would do it. And Sean Payton's lining up to take his payday too. I mean, there's no sense of competition or achievement or anything like this. Is flat. I don't know if I've ever seen something that was just such a flat out money grab than this piece of garbage. So what's the number? What do you think it is?
I'm calling it 15 to 20 for Tom.
For Tommy, what do you think? Saquon? What do you think Gronk gets? If Tom gets 20, what does Gronk get? 5?
8.5.
What does Sean get?
3.
Whew. That is stunning. If he
for
gets,
a free trip to Saudi Arabia, just you
get pampered, you do nothing for a day, and you get paid $3 million.
Yeah, yeah, I'd do it. I don't care.
They'd all do it. Everybody would do it.
I don't care what anybody says. So, somebody offers that stupid amount of money for a day's worth of work, you take it too.
Everybody's got their price. I'm not saying I wouldn't. I am not saying I wouldn't. Because everybody does something. If there's a price for everything.
I mean, our price might be $100,000, you know?
You could probably get it a lot cheaper than that these days. Who knows? I have no idea. Whether people will watch this or not, I suppose. Well, I guess it's a moot point.
Well,
it doesn't
I don't
really matter.
think it's really made for America.
No, it's right.
If it was made for America, they'd play it in America.
No, you're right. It's made for whatever, they're doing over there. So there you go. All right, well, that's going on. Tom Brady, he's he's in the news. In terms of NFL games from this weekend, let's get to it. And we look at what happened last night with the Chargers and the Raiders. Game sounded a little bit like this.
Two receivers right, single wide to the left. Herbert in the gun. Stomping his right foot 2-3 times. Gets the shotgun snap, back pedal. Sets the throw, wants to go deep. Open, Quentin Johnson with the catch at the 10. High stepping in for the touchdown. 60-yard strike. Justin Herbert, Quentin Johnson connecting.
Chargers win 20-9. Geno throws 3 interceptions. Herbert was kind of rolling there, but it all got mucky in the second half. Okay, what did this game say more about, the Chargers or the Raiders, and what did it say about both of them?
Well, look, the Chargers they kind of got hosed with the beginning of their season schedule-wise, but hindsight, it's like the best thing that could have ever happened to them. They got 3 straight AFC West opponents, and if they handle the Denver Broncos, which let's hope they don't, but if they beat the Denver Broncos this weekend, they're 3-0 in the AFC West. I mean, they talk about being in the driver's seat.
Right.
So I think the Chargers are a really good football team. I think it's fascinating to watch the Chargers play this year because Harbaugh has said, you know what? I'm willing to bend for what my identity is. My identity is a 3 yards in a cloud of dust football coach. That's who I am. But I got a Ferrari at the quarterback position, and he said publicly his job is to get Justin Herbert to the Hall of Fame, and he's playing him like a Hall of Fame quarterback. The Raiders, to me, are in similar territory to the Denver Broncos. Like, they're trying to figure it out. They don't really know who they are yet. They're trying to figure it out. I'm not scared of the Raiders. I think the Broncos could beat the Raiders twice for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I also wouldn't be shocked if the Raiders went on a run later in the season.
What do you suppose it would take for the Broncos to beat the Chargers? And we'll dig more into the game starting tomorrow. But in general, what do you think it would take?
Well, you got to start with no turnovers. So, Bo, you got to stop. You got to knock it off, dude. Got to knock it off. I think I heard the show in front of us said that over the last 7 games, so going into last season, Bo Nix leads the NFL in turnovers. Got to knock it off.
All of our audio provided by our great partners at Westwood One. We love football. We love you, Westwood One. Eagles and the Chiefs.
Eagles. There's Barkley, right side, sprinting through the hole. Saquon Barkley is in. Touchdown, Philadelphia.
Barkley kind of is all right. 22 carries, 88 yards, had a tutty. Kind of a blah game from Jalen Hurts, too. Nothing all that special, Tyler. But they did what they needed to do against the Chiefs. It was kind of like a blah game from everybody.
Game? I actually didn't get to see it. I saw the highlights and everything.
It was on the same time as the Broncos game, so kind of playing catch-up on it.
But I didn't know if you went back and watched it or anything.
Highlights of it, yeah. I watched a little bit of the second half. It just kind of... Again, sort of like the game. I thought the Chiefs would sort of get some momentum, and they really didn't.
It didn't feel to me, and again, just watching the highlights here, but it didn't feel to me like the Eagles were dominant or anything like that.
No, I would agree. It just kind of plodded along, and all right. So how are we feeling about the Chiefs right now at 0-2? That's the bigger question. The Eagles will be the Eagles, and we'll see them down the line. But who are the Chiefs right now?
I wish the Broncos got to play them earlier in the season is how I feel, because the last thing I want is the Eagles getting ticked off, the Chiefs getting ticked off and figuring out who they are and what they're going to do by the time they get late in the season.
Do you think they'll get it together?
Yeah. I mean, well, I guess we got to define that a little bit. Do I think they'll win the AFC West? I don't know. But I think they're going to be a playoff team, yeah.
Chargers best team in the AFC West right now?
Like when the Patriots fell off the map,
yeah,
they fell off the map because Tom Brady left.
Correct.
That's why they fell off the map.
Correct.
And it was just done. Like, dynasty's over.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I mean, they did get to the playoffs with Mac Jones. That is
dynasty
true.
over.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. The Chiefs have still got the coach and the quarterback, so I think they're going to figure it out, yeah.
We move on to the Lions against the Bears. Oh, my.
Goff to the end zone. St. Brown. Touchdown.
Rumors of our death are greatly exaggerated. Goff, 23 of 28 for 334, 5 touchdowns. Caleb Williams, not bad. 19 of 30, 207, 2 touchdowns and a pick. But holy cow, the Lions looked unstoppable. That looked like the Lions team we thought we were going to get at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, take that, Ben Johnson.
Take that, Ben Johnson, indeed.
Yeah. You see Ben Johnson after the game refused to call Jared Goff by his name?
I did not catch that. What do you mean?
He referred to him as the other quarterback.
Okay. Is there some beef between the two of those guys?
I don't think there's beef, but I think that's a coach that it's probably a young coach that feels like he has to do those things to make his fan base happy with him. You know, when in reality, you could just be like, yeah, Jared Goff was my guy for a long time. He whipped our butt.
Will Caleb Williams get it together there, or will he be a first-round bust?
I thought he looked pretty good in the first week. So I'm not writing him off just yet.
Is it the curse of the Chicago quarterback? Can they ever have a quarterback there? Can they ever have nice things?
I don't know. I believe in Ben Johnson, I guess. If you believe in Ben Johnson, then you probably believe he's going to figure out how to make it work with Caleb.
One more, Seahawks 31, Steelers 17.
Offense and go win some of these fourth quarter type ball games.
Oh, bad bounce goes through the hands of Caleb Johnson. He may have touched that ball. That would be a live ball. Let's see what the ruling is here. It is a touchdown. It's a touchdown. Oh, Seattle gets the score.
Ruling on the field. The ball hit in the landing zone on a kickoff. Somebody's got to cover it for the receiving team. It was recovered by the kicking team.
Somebody's got to recover it. Hey, Bear, somebody's got to land on this thing.
That was so unbelievable. That was one of the dumber things I've ever seen in NFL.
Unbelievable.
Like that's one of those things that's so dumb. It's like, do you blame the coach or do you blame the player? I don't know. I don't know who you blame in a situation like that.
You've got to blame the player. There's no way that hasn't been coached 10 million times. Plus, as a player doing that, how many things do you have to know how to do? It's not that complicated.
Well, he lost his job. They're not playing him at the returner job this week.
Well, I can't say I'm surprised by that. But, I mean, listen, man, your job as a kick returner? Come on, man. I mean, how complicated is it? There's a handful of rules you got to know. And that's about as basic as you possibly get.
Yep.
You know, I mean...
It's a live football, dude.
Yeah, no kidding. It goes beyond 10 yards of the line of scrimmage. Now, there are kickoff rules if it goes short of the landing zone, but then a flag would be... It clearly wasn't that. There's... It is so shocking how stupid it was. It almost felt like not all the Seahawks realized what they had to do at the time. In fact, the guy that went to recover it, I thought he was like kind of crazily, overly aggressive. I thought he was about to knock the ball out of bounds, and he just had to put a hand on top of it. That's it.
Yeah.
He almost threw himself right out of bounds with the ball. Like, he almost got too excited about it. All right, where are things going there with the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers? 18 of 33, 203, touchdown, 2 picks, sacked 3 times. What are you seeing there in Pittsburgh for Aaron Rodgers?
Oh, they'll probably be about what they always are, right? Be a 10-win football team. Probably make the playoffs, but they're going to lose their share of games.
No dumb questions coming up next. It's DMac for the Rocky Mount Men's Clinic. Low testosterone, those workouts, ugh. It's just not going well. The love life, not going well. You just walk around with decreased energy, brain fog. These could all just be symptoms of low T. And if you feel like you're that guy now, snap out of it. Let's go. Get to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Start here. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take their low T quiz on the website. 10 questions, yes or no, just takes a couple of minutes. They'll draw your blood and have the results within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider will review your results, discuss your options, and make the right decision with their medical team. It's only $99. You get a T and a PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. They've got a beautiful location in Castle Rock that you should check out, plus 4 other locations up and down I-25, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, and even in Colorado Springs. So call today, 720-440-7900, or visit my friends at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
We start out with a college football question on the Shot Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. You can hit us up on Twitch, on YouTube, however you want to get a hold of us. No dumb questions. Fine. We appreciate it. What happens first? Shermer fired. Jordan Seaton hits the portal. What happened?
God, I mean, not that I'm hoping for either. Well, I wouldn't be mad about play caller change. I mean, I really don't know if Jordan Seaton's going to transfer. I feel like people are talking about that like that's going to be a done deal. Why did Travis Hunter stick with Deion? Why did Travis Hunter go to Jackson? I don't know, man. I mean, I think Deion develops pretty damn unique relationships with these kids. And I don't think it's a given that Jordan Seaton transfers.
Okay.
You obviously do.
I don't know, man. I hope not.
I mean, you brought it up 3 or 4 times this week.
Well, because it's the most obvious storyline. He's their best player.
Why, though? I mean,
because he's barreling down the path of a top 10 pick, and he could play left tackle for any team in the country.
Okay, but
That's why.
my argument with that would be most people transfer to better their careers, right? If he's already guaranteed to be a top 5, top 10 pick, he doesn't need to better his career.
That's fair. I don't know if that's a guarantee yet or not.
He's making plenty of money at CU.
What if he could double it and play at Georgia?
I suppose money's always tempting.
You know, how much money does it take to go to Saudi Arabia to play flag football?
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's got their price.
For sure. I mean, I'm not naive. I'm not acting like it's not a possibility.
The teams, if CU doesn't make at least a bowl game, can you imagine the offers that Jordan Seaton is going to get from Georgia, LSU, Alabama? I mean, whatever. Any of these schools, Michigan, whatever. It's going to be bonkers. This is why, if you're going to make an argument to play Juju Lewis, this would kind of be it. Because, this is why being a college coach would suck. That you're beholden to an 18-year-old's whims about how much money he's going to get paid to go somewhere else. And your whole career is tied into it?
Yeah.
Jeez. No, thank you.
So I got invited to go to Sturgill Simpson at Red Rocks tonight. And I like a total just old buzzkill that I'm like, ooh, weeknight concert? I don't know if I can pull that off. Like weeknight concert, that just seems like a lot to me.
All right. When does your day start tomorrow?
Well, I do a show from 12 to 3, same as you.
Okay. Is that when your day starts?
Actually, more or less, yes.
What time is your
I don't have school drop off at 6:45. If that's what you're asking.
Okay. Yeah, you're an old fuddy-duddy if you don't go out.
I don't know, man.
Tyler, what time you got to get up to do the radio show? 11?
Weeknight concerts are that's a lot. That's just a lot.
The question was, are you an old fuddy-duddy?
Yeah. Is there no legit? Like, basically, what I'm asking is, can I come up with a legitimate excuse to not go?
No, you don't have to get up till like 11 o'clock in the morning. What time do you see yourself getting home?
I mean, probably late.
What's late?
Midnight?
Okay. Let me boil this down for you. And you don't drink or do any drugs?
I do not.
Okay. And you're in some of the best shape of your life, correct?
I am.
So a good 10 hours of sleep isn't doing it for you for the next day?
Okay, all right. Let me explain something, though. Let me explain something about my sleep schedule.
Uh-huh.
When the sun is up, I am up. That's just the way that my sleep works. It really doesn't matter what time I go to bed.
Uh-huh.
If the sun is up, and the sun is coming up earlier and earlier right now.
Uh-huh.
So it doesn't matter that I can, in theory, I'm allowed to sleep in. I got no out. Huh?
You got no. Well, I mean, like who are you going with?
Friends.
Okay, more than one friend, like a group of friends, or is it a friend?
One
friend?
No,
okay.
no. I mean, one that
you're,
really matters.
You're like, you really have
four.
No
There's
excuse.
There's four.
You will be king party pooper if you don't do it.
Mm.
King party pooper.
Yeah.
What time does the concert start?
I don't know. It's I don't
7,
know.
8 o'clock?
You tell me you go to more concerts than I do.
Oh, I barely do anything. Went to Nate Bargatze. That was awesome. It started at 7. We got Tyler.
And here's the thing.
You literally have no excuse.
But I genuinely love Sturgill. I do love him.
No, you're
but
answering.
he's playing in some weird band now. It's like a new band.
He's not just by himself.
No. He's in a new band. I forget the name of it.
On the text line, for goodness, are you 100 years old or something?
I mean, in my heart, yes. Yes, I am.
Yeah, if you don't go tonight,
dude,
you are an old dude.
Any event that requires me to, it really doesn't matter if that's the weekend or not. Any event that requires me to stay up past midnight, that is a strong, strong ask of me.
The sun is not coming up earlier and earlier. I thought that was kind of weird.
Well, it feels like it.
No, the days are shorter, right?
It's sure getting dark earlier.
Uh-huh. You can do it, Tyler. It'll be over by 11. Well, we said that. You'd be like,
home by midnight-ish. Yeah.
Dude, I'm 55 and I'm going to Ice Cube tonight. Go on the
Ice
date,
Cube
dude.
tonight?
Ice Cube's playing someplace tonight. Yeah. That's why he's in town with Prime.
Dude, I don't know. Wow. Ice Cube would be cool. That would be fun.
What you think about changing your nightlife? Tyler, you can sleep when you're dead. Go. I'm 38. I play ice hockey games at 10:40 p.m. and have to go to work the next day at 7. If I can do it, you can do it, Tyler.
Okay. I haven't officially made up my mind yet. I know where I'm leaning. Strong lean towards going to bed about 9:30.
You've made up your mind.
You clearly don't want to go. I mean, I'd say the bottom line, though, at the end of the day, if you don't want to go, don't go. You should be excited about it.
Like, there are things that are exciting about it. Yeah.
I don't know.
Why can't they start the concert at like 7?
It's
like,
always...
why can't the headliner go on at like 7?
Well, I don't know. That's a good question. I think there probably are noise things there in good old Morrison. I think the things have to be done by a certain time. So I think everything kind of ends the same time there. So you're not going to like a rave or anything like that.
Well, I'll let you know tomorrow.
No dumb question. If CU is dumb enough to give DMac a press pass, hey now, what's the first thing he asked Dion in a presser? Oh, gosh. I don't know. I don't have any kind of dying question for Prime right now. I think it's pretty clear what's going on. It's a lot of hype and not a lot of X's and O's. It's a confused team that has no identity and can't pick a quarterback. I mean, it's pretty clear. You just better. I don't think I'd have any questions for Prime. Do you have any pressing questions for Prime? I really don't.
Not really, but you're sure critical of everybody else that's there.
Well, it's funny. Well, today was actually pretty cool because Prime was actually asking people questions and people were actually responding to him. People were kind of like answering his questions.
Yeah.
You know, we can play that coming up here in a little bit. We played it earlier. We play it again. No, man, I'm a CU fan. I'm going to family weekend this weekend up there in Boulder, doing all that stuff. I want the team to be successful.
Oh, wow. Somebody said there's no opener tonight. That might change things.
There you go.
That could change my opinion.
There you go. What do you mean change your opinion? Wait, do you have...
That means he'd go on early.
Do you have tickets for this thing or not?
Don't worry about that.
I'm not worried about anything. I was just asking a question. I mean,
yes, I could go to the concert if I want to go.
Oh, okay. All right. Who's got the box tonight for Cube? Where is Ice Cube playing? Is he at
I would assume at Ball.
Is he at Ball Arena? Is Ice Cube at Ball Arena?
Where else would he play?
I have no idea.
He's not playing at the Ogden.
Dude, I just saw a comedian play in front of 20,000 people. I never thought I'd see something like that. I have no idea where Ice Cube is playing.
That is pretty incredible, comedian.
Yeah, here's your Sturgill stuff. He just comes out and plays for 3 hours.
Ooh.
Wow.
By the way, he is at Ice Cube's at Ball tonight.
Ice Cube's at Ball Arena.
Yep.
I don't know who's in the box for Ice Cube. That'd be a fun concert, too. It is Ball Arena. Days get shorter in the winter, dork. How dumb are you?
Listen, that didn't fit my narrative. You guys aren't understanding. I had a narrative.
Sunrise tomorrow is 6:42 a.m. Tyler,
see?
You think you can handle that?
6:42 a.m. That means Tyler will be awake.
I'm 62 and going to Riot Fest in Chicago for the whole weekend. What is Riot Fest?
Like that dude's got a complex. Like if you're 62 going to Riot Fest for the whole weekend.
Wait, what is Riot Fest?
I don't know, but he's got a complex.
I'm 38.
It doesn't sound calm.
I'm 38. I took my kids to the Broncos-Colts game in Indy. Was home by 9 o'clock. I still took Monday off of work. LOL. Partially on Tyler's side.
Yeah, thank you.
Partially didn't want to hear from my coworkers.
That's reasonable.
Go to the show and leave early. Those are the people that always crack me up. The leave early people. Like you spend all that time, all that money, all everything.
Wait. Do you always stay for the encore?
I would, yes. I would, yes. Because how many concerts do you go to? Like to me, when you go to an event, what's the point of going to an event?
Can I ask a better no dumb question? I'm
Sure.
sorry. You were speaking.
No,
I'm sorry.
go ahead. What?
Why are there encores? Like, it is the dumbest concept of all time. Why do we still play this game?
Tyler.
If I'm an artist, I literally would stand up there. I'd be like, hey, I've got 2 more songs left. Let's just pretend we're doing an encore right now, and we'll all call it a day when I'm done with my 2 songs.
So if you were a performing
I don't
artist,
need to walk behind the stage for 30 seconds to hear you clap for me so I can come back.
So if you were an artist at Red Rocks, which holds 10,000 people, you would get up there and do what you just did, scream at the audience?
Yeah, I'd be like, hey, guys, I know that you want 2 more songs, so I'm going to give you 2 more songs, and we're going to do it right now.
You would say it in kind of an angry way.
And I'd be like, love you guys, but I'm out of here after these 2 songs.
And that's it.
I appreciate the claps. Why do we do encores?
I will say the last, 5 or 6 concerts I've been to at Red Rocks, there's been no encore.
I think that's the way it should be.
Is that a thing now? No dumb question. Are encores gone? Because they're not doing encores. At least the shows I've been to.
Hey, Nate Bargatze didn't do an encore.
Chris Stapleton did it. He had 2 songs.
I think most artists like the encore. I think the ego is like, it almost feels a little sad when you're like, all right, okay, they clearly want an encore.
Well, then why can't we clap after the encore? Why can't we clap again for another encore?
I've seen some artists come up for the encore, and the crowd was barely into it.
If we clap twice as hard after the encore, can't we get a second encore?
DMac, you left during Styx. I left when there was still daylight. I did. Well, but I wanted to see REO Speedwagon, and Don Felder was cool. I mean, that was an old man show. Sturgill Simpson isn't an old man show, is it?
Well, it's kind of old man.
Somewhat an old man show?
It's kind of old country.
So it is a little older?
No, not necessarily, but I mean, he represents kind of old school country.
Well, I mean, it starts at 7 and the plays for 3 hours. It's over by 10. I mean, you're good. We'll see how they do it there. At Red Rocks, they have a curfew. They have to be done by 11. They used to play till 1 or 2 in the morning.
The cool bands will pay the fine and go past the curfew at Red Rocks.
Riot Fest is a big punk and metal festival. They used to have them at the Western Complex. It was a blast. That'd be an interesting place to see
the Western?
show. Western Complex. Okay. That'd be
get down in that mosh pit.
I'll get my tetanus shot before I go to that one. It's PhD here on 92.5. After watching the game last night with the Raiders and the Chargers, big question of the day. Have your feelings changed at all about the Broncos' odds against the Chargers after watching what you watched last night?
Nah. It's what I expected. I mean, I think the Chargers are a good football team. It's not that I think they're unbeatable. Like, I actually think the Broncos could beat the Chargers. I'm probably not going to predict that. I'm probably going to predict the Broncos lose to the Chargers. But it's not like I think the Chargers are on top of the NFL or anything like that. They've just got a way of letting teams stay in it, even though it feels like they should be blowing you out. It's always been who they've been. It's never mattered who their head coach or who the quarterback was. It's just what they do. So it's not like I'd be, wow, holy crud, the Broncos beat the Chargers. No, I think they could, but they're still, like, they're good. They are good.
Why did the Chargers kind of peter out at the end? What did the Raiders do, if anything, to just sort of stem the tide when it looked like it was going to be a surefire blowout?
Well, I thought it was a dumb call and a dumb decision to go for it on that fourth down. You know, they're up by, gosh, what were they up? They were up by 11, right? I think they were up by 11. And because the Raiders had that drive beforehand that took up like 8.5 minutes off the clock, and they only walked away with 3 points, but it was still a 2-score game. And there was roughly 8 minutes left on the clock. And this is where I think that the NFL's gone too far in this analytics world. Like, let's use some common sense here. You got a 2-score game. There's about 8 minutes left on the clock. It was 4th and 2-ish, right? I mean, it was like at least a long one. It wasn't like it was an absolute gimme. And you're on your own 40-yard line. Like, why they went for that at all, I don't know. And then it was a dumb play call, and then they fumbled it, and it just turned out to be an outright disaster. And then all of a sudden you give the Raiders the ball on the 40-yard line, and there's plenty of time left for the Raiders to get back in that game if they just could have handled their business, not tossed an interception.
Are the Raiders the worst team in the AFC West?
Yeah. Yeah, but I don't think that they're like, I don't think there's a huge separation between them and the Broncos.
What makes them dangerous, the Raiders?
I don't know. Like, they're not scary. So when you use the word dangerous, that sounds scary.
Is Geno scary dangerous?
No, he's not scary.
How's Ashton Genty
But he's respectable.
Okay.
Ashton Genty's struggling.
Ashton Genty is struggling. What did he do last night, man?
I think he had like 50 yards, something like that. I mean, it wasn't much. It was a little bit better than he did in week 1, but he's struggling.
Okay. Brock Bowers?
Brock Bowers is always a threat. Obviously, Max Crosby is scary. He's the one scary that they've got. I don't think the Raiders are scary, but I respect the hell out of Pete Carroll, and I respect Geno Smith more than most people do.
Geno was terrible last night. No touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Not good. Man, their box score is not popping up for some reason. I don't even know why. That's kind of weird on ESPN, at least. I'm going to go somewhere else for it. Rushing yards, Genty, 11 carries, 43 yards.
43.
Not great. Top receiver for the Raiders was Jacoby Myers. Yep. 6 receptions for, hold on, I got it here. 6 for 68.
Yeah, he was good.
Brock Bowers, 5 for 38. Okay. Geno Smith, 24 43. So they got way out of whack with running the ball and throwing the ball, huh? Wow. They were, we complain about the Broncos. Look at this. 43 passing attempts. And if you take out the 5 rushes of Geno, that is a grand total of 14 rushing attempts by the Raiders if you take out the 5 of Geno Smith.
The announcers kept talking about how bad the Chargers' right tackle was at the beginning of the game, and they kept circling it. They're identifying Max Crosby, like, oh, you could tell Max Crosby's got a guy that he thinks he could beat here. Max didn't really do anything in that game.
He wasn't as busy as Pat Surtain the other night? Well, Surtain was busy because everything was thrown in front of him. Herbert, 19 of 27 for 242 and a couple of touchdowns. But again, not much in the second half. Only 3 points total for the Chargers in the second half. Nothing in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, they really puttered in the second half.
And they were turning the ball over and just doing a whole lot of nothing. Like, there were multiple opportunities for them to
How many turnovers did they have?
Oh, gosh, what'd they have? They had the fumble in the fourth quarter for sure.
I don't remember much.
Oh, gosh. Where am I? Dan, if you could help me with that.
That's all right.
They had a pretty balanced rushing attack, though. But it was Herbert who led them in rushing.
They had one turnover.
One turnover, that fumble in the fourth quarter, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I kept waiting for them to blow the Raiders out and just look like a juggernaut team. And, oh, my God, the Broncos are going to get killed. And in the second half, I'm watching this game like, well, first of all, this is like watching mud. I mean, it was not an exciting game. Nobody could just put the game away or take advantage of the situation. And I was just like, okay, my opinion is changing here.
I tell you what I'm surprised by with the Raiders. I am surprised. I know it's just 2 weeks in. And I'm not making any proclamations here, but I am surprised that Ashton Jeanty has been struggling as much as he has. I kind of thought he'd come out the gates firing.
Yeah, it looks kind of just average. I mean, these are very just
extremely
average.
Pedestrian.
Yeah, I mean, this is like every running back in the NFL. There's nothing. 11 carries, 43. Like, I mean, RJ Harvey's got a 50-yarder. I mean, he has had at least a moment already in 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nothing special. 3 receptions
Are you
for 1
surprised
yard.
that the Broncos are only plus 2.5?
Well, they're 2.5-point underdogs. That's what you mean, right?
Plus 2.5.
Okay. Am I surprised? No, I am not surprised. I think that games in the division are always close. These teams are not. You even see it with the dumb Rockies and games in their own division. I mean, they get blown out plenty, but they're not intimidated by each other. They're just not. You're not intimidated by the Chiefs. Yeah, I really just don't think you're that blown away by facing teams that you face twice a year every single year. The players are just too used to it, I think, in my opinion. So, no. And the games tend to be closer within the division. That's why I was surprised the Raiders actually did not take advantage of the opportunities they were given, which to me probably is a reflection on bad on the Raiders, frankly. No, I'm not surprised. I think the Chargers, I have plenty of respect for them, and I think they will win right now. I do. But I think it'll be close, and I think if the Broncos just play the way they are totally capable of playing, they'll have a shot.
It feels to me like it should be like at least a 5-point type of spread. 2.5.
2.5 is like a coin. That's a coin flip, man. It's anybody's game.
Yeah, I mean that's a pick 'em.
Yeah, and I
especially considering the fact that you're on the road.
Yeah, I mean,
because you get 3 points just for playing at home.
Yeah, I mean it's a little bit of an advantage for the Broncos that it's a short week for them, or short week for the Chargers rather.
It is.
I mean, we'll take any little advantage we can get. I don't know. It'll be a good test. I mean, the Broncos should be pissed off. They should be upset at themselves.
I tell you
for
what,
giving away a game.
If the Chargers do beat the Broncos on Sunday, it's going to be tough for them to lose the AFC West. Like, all they got to do is sweep the Raiders, and even if the Broncos split with them, they've already beat the Chiefs once. It'd be really tough for them to lose the AFC West.
It is kind of crazy if they win to have 3 wins within their division in 3 weeks.
3-0 and all 3 versus the AFC West.
You only get 6 of them, and we're 3-0 already. That would be.
If you've already beat every team in the AFC West after the 3rd week,
that's pretty impressive.
It'd be tough to fall off the map. Now, Chargers do it. If there's ever been a team that's known to do it, it'd be the Chargers.
Their schedule is Giants in New York. Then they host the Commanders. Then they play the Dolphins. So, wow. Yeah, man. They are, if they can beat the Broncos.
They could be at least 5-1.
They could be. I mean, they're hosting the Commanders. They could be 6-0, bro, before they take on the Colts.
They could.
I mean, that's a pretty favorable schedule.
I can see the Chargers doing something stupid and dropping a game on the road to the Giants, though.
Oh, Russell Wilson magic.
I think you got your phone on, and it's driving me nuts.
My phone?
Yeah.
My phone's on?
Something is.
Oh, that's not me.
No?
I don't think so. No, that's not me.
You can't hear that?
That's not me.
But can you hear it?
No, is something going on right now?
Yeah.
Swear to God, I can't hear a thing.
Seriously?
Something's going on. Dan, Can you hear something?
I don't hear anything.
Dude, something's going on with you.
Nah.
I swear to God. I got nothing. Is it your phone?
It's not my phone.
You hearing Sturgill Simpson calling you?
I guess so.
All right. Let me give you a little Prime from earlier today. And he's talking about, first of all, Prime did not name a quarterback. And he got into, now this is kind of funny, and it's a little bit hard to hear.
But he knows the guy.
Yeah, supposedly. You believe that?
I do.
Okay. Here is Prime. Now listen for the back and forth, because I got to give the reporters a little credit here. Because at least when he likes to do this in his pressers. He's like, ask the reporters questions. And there, you hear some responses here.
Mark Kisela, Denver Gazette. Going back to the identity question, it's which comes first, identity or winning? Winning or identity?
Winning.
How much patience?
I don't give a darn what I did. First of all, I don't know coaches that seek identity. I think coaches seek wins. You could call it what you want. It looks the way it looks. I don't care what kind of car we pull up in. Long as we pull out of here with a W, I'm good. So I don't really get into the identity thing, not whatsoever. I would like to do some things better. We like to stop the run. We like to run the ball. We like to be consistent offensively and defensively. We'd love to do those things better, but I can't be narrowed down with, what's your identity? What does that mean? What does that mean, what's your identity? I don't even know what that means.
What you're known for.
Excuse you?
What you're known for. What you do best. What you hang your hat on.
I don't think we can hang our hat. Like Ohio State won the national championship, right? What did they hang their hat on? Running the football. But they had two. You can't hang your hat on two running backs. That's not nothing to hang your hat on. It's got to be. Everybody got two running backs.
Two running backs can kick your butt.
They can't kick your butt without the line. I don't care how great they are. Without the line, they can't kick your butt. Like, I understand what you're trying to say, but winning is winning, man. It's not one thing you can hang your hat on. I would love to say, shoot, we could do this and we could do that, but you got to have consistency before you start opening your mouth and rambling off like that.
Hey, Dan, here's what you have to do. You have to take winning as winning, and you have to combine it with Mike McDaniel. What does he say? In order to win, you have to not lose, or whatever he said.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
And winning is winning.
Winning's winning. I got to admit, man, Dion has dropped a couple gems this year. Between the who's got a solidified quarterback, and I don't want an identity. Huh?
Who's got an identity? How about the response?
I mean, I've played on teams without an identity, but I've never played on a team that didn't want an identity.
What does bolstered mean?
Bolstered. What's an identity? And then quickly the response is, what you're known for, what you do best. Like that. That was a good response for whoever shot that out in the peanut gallery. And then he goes, Ohio State, what are they known for? Running the football and kicking your butt when they do so. Yeah, but what else? What about their offensive line? It's like, Prime, you're asking questions, you're getting answers.
If they've got two really good running backs, they don't have a running back.
No, I mean, everybody's got two running backs. Not everybody's got two running backs that were drafted in the NFL, bro. No offense or anything. What's an identity?
Wait, why am I? It was Travion and who?
Judkins.
That's right. Judkins. That's right.
What's their identity? Oh, Prime. Well, what's an identity? Who's got an identity? What you're known for, what you do best. Good responses. I love the fact that he asked a question and somebody actually had the nerve to kind of answer it.
Next question.
Identity. Who needs a stupid identity? By the way, the number one criticism of CU from everywhere that I heard, Tyler, was they don't have they don't know who they are. They what do they do well?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you tell me, what does CU do well right now?
Not much.
That's your identity. You know what your identity is right now, if you're CU? You know what your identity is? Prime getting celebrities to games. I mean, right now, that's your identity. You, Prime, are the identity. And that's not enough to win football games. There's got to be something, Tyler. You have a massive offensive line. Your identity should be blowing fools up.
You'd like to think.
Is it? It's the easiest thing to do.
Not when you only run the ball 12 times in a game.
Well, there you go. And if Shermer really is that big of an issue, then I hate to say it, Prime, but you put him there and you've backed him this whole time. You have. He's been very loyal to Pat Shermer.
Oh, that's his guy.
Extremely loyal. So, your identity? I don't know, man. Beat Wyoming, I suppose. That should be your identity. Let's Football Go comes up next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether you got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair Restoration is the best in the industry. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. Guys, they've changed tens of thousands of lives. You deserve to be the next one. You're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, the best in the industry at what they do. And guys, Advanced Hair believes in what they do so much. They're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Pick up the phone. Call Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
What does that mean? How many liters are in a quart? Nobody knows. Nobody knows, Nate Bargatze. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Our guy Brad is the best. They've got it all for you at mountainhighappliance.com. Rain. Dan Bud Squints Tanner. Let's football go.
All right, let's go back to Bo Nix post-game after the Broncos lost to the Colts. Evan Ingram, guys, 2 targets, 1 catch, 12 yards. Here's Bo on why he thinks Evan Ingram was such a non-factor against the Colts.
Nothing really. Sometimes the ball finds you, sometimes it doesn't. We got game plan plays for him, and sometimes they just do a good job of taking it away. You got to progress. He's number one quite often, and I thought they did a good job as a whole taking away number one. They got in our face, which is also why the run game was working, because you could tell they were a little bit, on the pass game and wanting to take receivers away, and I thought that's why the run game was clicking early, because we were able to block them up and get them going without a post safety.
How important is it for the Broncos to get tight end Evan Ingram more involved in the pass game?
Well, I think at the end of the year, it would be great if he was at least the third leading receiver on this team, right? Because you don't really have a true number 3. Marvin Mims is he's just a gadget player. That's all he is. I mean, I don't know if he'll ever be a real weapon in the passing game. I know he caught a touchdown, and that was awesome, but he's a gadget guy, right? So it'd be great if it was Cortland Sutton was your number 1 receiver, Troy Franklin was your number 2 wide receiver, and Evan Ingram was your 3rd wide receiver. I'm surprised by the lack of targets early on, but it is still early in the season.
We've gone through this with tight ends in the past. Sometimes it's a struggle. I remember when Noah Fant was here, and you're like, why did we take this guy in the first round if we're not going to get him the ball? It feels like it's a rinse and repeat thing. Like, why did we get Evan Ingram here if we're not going to target him at least 6 times a game?
Yeah.
And I think it's a fair question. And I think this is something that Sean is going to reflect on, and I think you'll see a change in that.
Here's the part that surprised me. I do get that, hey, man, you got to go where the progression leads you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if he's covered,
Right.
he's covered. But I expected Evan Ingram to have more designed plays for him. And there are ways to design getting the ball in your tight end's hands.
No doubt. You don't think they're designing plays for Tyler Warren or Brock Bowers?
Of course.
Of course they are.
Of course.
And Kelsey, the same thing. You've got to do the same for him. Now, that being said, one of the reasons why he's not getting those catches is actually a good reason. And that is you're seeing the emergence of a legit second wide receiver. Like, hey, this is pretty good that this is going on. And the chemistry between Bo Nix and their Oregon connection, Tyler, I'm all for it. And maybe that's just it. Like, oh, now we have this. And I totally agree with you. Mims is not he is a gadget guy. He should be a gadget guy and a kick returner. And
well, he should be more than
those
that.
guys.
I think he should be more than that. But unfortunately, that's all he is.
Yeah, I think they'll sort it out with Evan Ingram. I think the development of Troy Franklin is actually great.
But if you got to turn Ingram into a bit of a gadget guy, I don't see anything wrong with that either.
Would you line him up in the backfield?
No.
I wouldn't either.
You can't do that.
Because he's not that guy.
I mean, you know that's an empty threat if you put him back there.
Correct. I agree with you. All right. Would you use Mims more in the backfield a little bit more or somehow hand him the ball? Would you do that with Mims? You did last year.
Well, I think it was it was early on. I can't remember how early, but it was early on in the first game that Mims was in the backfield. And he was just a decoy. They didn't give him the ball, and he wasn't out on a route or anything. But I do think that they need to keep Mims in the backfield enough to keep defenses honest, and you got to hand him the ball enough to keep defenses honest so that you can get the matchups that you're really looking for in the passing game.
If you were deeply desiring – here's what I think the truth is here. I don't think Ingram is a joker. I think he's a receiving tight end, and that's that. And I don't think that's the joker. I don't think there's like Evan Ingram's out there, Tyler, to do a million different things. You know, he's like smaller, kind of much smaller than Cortland Sutton.
Yeah.
So
he's small.
The joker role, Hey, man, that is Tyler Warren. I don't even know if Brock Bowers is that guy. You had a guy. It's a hard guy to find. Tyler Warren is one of those guys. Evan Engram isn't. So we'll see where it goes. That being said, what would you rather have? Troy Franklin develop or an emphasis of going to Evan Engram?
I don't think it has to be either or. I mean,
well, on Sunday it was.
To answer your question, Troy Franklin's young, and he's a more dynamic player at this point in his career.
Yes.
So, yeah, I'd prefer Troy Franklin, but I don't think it has to be either or.
Fine. But if it has to be either or, I'll take 9 targets, 8 receptions for Troy Franklin and 1 catch for Evan Engram, in all honesty. Because I know the catches are going to come with Cortland Sutton down the line, and you'll eventually get the ball to Engram more. Listen, the Broncos did not lose their game because of the offense, okay? You put up 28 points on the road. You were really good in the first half. It would have been better in the second half to at least get a field goal, and you did get in position for a field goal, and you got a 42-yard doink. You really, theoretically, Tyler, you really put your team in position for 31 points on the road.
I get why you say that, and I don't, fundamentally, I agree. The offense did enough to win that game. But they did choke when it mattered, dude. They did. And Bo Nix threw a very poorly timed interception, and you got the stupid spike the ball deal that probably shouldn't have affected anything.
You're right.
I mean, they choked when it mattered.
They gave away points. You did. And you couldn't afford to give away points. When we talked about that before the game, we said you can't lose the turnover battle, which, I mean, or when you win on 4th down at midfield, is that the equivalent of a turnover? I mean, you got 2 of those. Who knows? Every mistake that you couldn't make, you made late in the game, and you're right. And then you thought you won it, and then your coaches screwed it all up because they overcoached a pretty simple play. Next story, Dan.
Last one here from post-game Broncos. Here's Sean Payton on the Broncos' red zone defense.
You know, that was important, I think, especially early. We had a lot of MEs, a lot of busts, though, drop coverages. Those are concerning. Then we'll have a chance to see the tape, and there'll be a number of things that we like when we watch it, but there'll be some things that obviously will be needed to be corrected.
Just defense overall, guys, what's your level of concern after the first 2 weeks of the Broncos defense, which we all thought and talked about ad nauseum before the season that they have the potential to be the top defense in the NFL this season?
First of all, what did he say? We had a lot of MEs?
Yeah, mental errors.
Oh, God. All right.
So some people call them MAs, missed assignments, MEs. It means the same thing.
Gotcha. All right. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the question. What was the question again? Sorry.
Just where are you guys at with the Broncos defense after the first 2 weeks? Overall concern level for them, because we talked about a lot before the season that they have a really good chance to be the top defense in the NFL.
Well, I would say the biggest problem on defense last week was your inside linebackers got exposed. Now, how different is that going to look when Drake Greenlaw's on the field? I think it's going to look radically different. Are we getting Drake Greenlaw on the field?
I don't know. Why would we?
I mean, what? You serious?
I don't know. I have no indications that he's better. He hasn't practiced with the team.
I would assume, gosh, I thought they kept saying, like, hey, this is short term. Week 3, I would expect him to be back.
I hope so. I mean, I'm just saying there's been he hasn't practiced with the team yet. You know, it wasn't like he was limited. He did not participate.
Yeah.
So, I have no idea. Yeah, I mean, you're going to need your best players to play some good teams that are coming up. No doubt.
I mean, to answer your question, I still expect this to be an elite defense. So I'm not panicked.
All right, Dan, you got another one, or are we good? There we go.
Lastly,
Let's go.
I just wanted to mention this. We got into this a little bit earlier in regards to Caleb Williams. So Chicago Bears head coach Ben Johnson did praise Caleb after the game, saying he showed significant growth after they got beat down 52-21 by the Detroit Lions. Williams successfully completed several high-level throws and stayed within the offensive structure despite the lopsided score. Johnson did highlight the rookie's improved progression reads and pocket presence in his post-game analysis yesterday. He also noted Williams successfully worked through multiple reads when initial options were covered. So have you guys seen any growth out of Caleb Williams as far as getting through his progression goes? And what do you think of the rest of the season? Can Caleb Williams be salvaged?
I think Caleb Williams, when the season's all said and done, is going to look pretty decent. Because I'm a believer in Ben Johnson. I think that he's the perfect guy for Caleb Williams. Outside of Cliff Kingsbury, I could not think of a better play caller for Caleb Williams than the dude that he's got. So, hey, if Ben Johnson can't figure it out with him, I guess nobody can. Caleb looked pretty good to me in week 1. Week 2, despite what their head coach said, nope, didn't look good at all.
There is just something weird about the Bears and quarterbacks. It is hard to understand why. It's hard to understand with different quarterbacks, different coaches, different GMs. They seem just to not be able to come through there. I don't know. It just doesn't feel great with Caleb Williams. But, hey, listen, Jaden Daniels wasn't great either. Bo Nix has struggled. J.J. McCarthy's already hurt again. I don't know, man. It's hard playing in the NFL. It's tough. It's difficult, really difficult. So the question is, how much patience do you really have? Jordan Love, who now is an incredible superstar, spent 3 years on the bench. Tua Tagovailoa, who makes over $50 million, looks like he can't hit the broadside of a barn. Joe Burrow now is hurt. Is Trevor Lawrence worth it or not? I mean, they're off to a good start, right? I mean, you're winning games.
Are they 2-0?
I think so, right?
No, they lost to the Bengals.
Oh, they lost to the Bengals, right?
So they're 1-1.
Right, sorry. It was a good game against the Bengals. I don't know, man. Daniel Jones is like, I'm watching ESPN right now. Daniel Jones, 81 total QBR, 5th in the NFL.
I'm surprised it's not higher.
Leads the NFL with 9.3 yards per attempt. Who in the world would have predicted that?
I bet Bo Nix is in last place with that. Seriously.
I think Russ is second.
For QBR?
No. For yards per attempt.
We should look it up. That'd be a good one.
I bet he's bottom 3.
Yeah, I don't know about Russ, man. Russ was connecting to Malik Neighbors on some deep shots, man. Russ put up some yards, bro. Russ, hey, man, for all of our criticism about Russell Wilson, that dude balled out for the Giants. I mean, they couldn't finish the deal in overtime, but 30 of 41 for 450 yards? Come on, man. 11 per.
Are you really that surprised, though? I mean, this is what he does. This is what he does early in the season.
I was surprised. I got to admit,
He always does this.
He had a great game. God, the Prescott 38 of 52. 40 to 37.
I was happy to see the Lions get back rolling.
That was a fun game to watch.
Bo Nix ranks 26th in the NFL yards per attempt.
God, I like games like that so much more. Even the Broncos game, which, obviously ended like lousy for our point of view.
League leaders, Daniel Jones, like you said, Justin Herbert, and Jordan Love.
Daniel Jones. Are you going to feel better about that loss if the Colts really, seriously, what if they go 13-4 and run away with the AFC South? Would you feel better about that loss?
Well, sure.
Like
it would still be
a first place team.
I mean, it would still be pain. Wow. Like I said, well, sure, because I feel like logic would tell you, but maybe it makes it more painful that you had an opportunity to be that good of a team. You know what I mean?
My guess, the Chiefs won their division and you should have beat them, and how we felt about that loss, that's how you're going to feel about this loss. We're going to remember this game. We are not going to remember anything about that Titans game. Nothing. I've almost completely forgotten about it right now. Seriously, what stands out to you about the Titans game right now? Rhetorical question. This game,
bad offense. That's all I remember.
Okay. But the specifics, they won. It wasn't what it should have been, but they won, whatever. We're going to remember details about this Colts game for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
As we'll remember details about that Chiefs game too. So if the Colts, you're right, actually, if the Colts turn out to be a first place team, you're going to look at this like.
I mean, I think it's a better sign for the Broncos, but it'll be equally as painful.
Yeah. It's going to matter. It's going to matter. It's going to come down to seeding or something else wacky.
Well, the reason it matters is because it was a winnable road game.
Yeah.
And it's just hard to find the winnable road games.
Yep. And the fact that the kick is, wide and, you got Kevin Harlan screaming Broncos win and you had that. We all had the moment. All of us had that moment sitting on the couch wherever you were of like, all right, we got away with it. Flag, all of us had probably the same exact feeling.
You got to be kidding me. Flag, you got to be kidding me. I mean, and they were so idiotic with the way they managed the end of the game, settling for the 60-yard field goal.
Could you believe it? How do you, even Sean Payton said, how's that not a boot roll? I was like, yeah, you got to run some sort of play action there, right?
You would think. I would have.
You got 9 guys in the box. How do you not run some sort of play action? At the worst, you can just throw the ball away, I guess. But I mean, play action, roll out. Either somebody's there or not, right? This is a no-brainer play.
I know kickers are getting better and better, and like 50-yarders feel like chip shots.
Yeah.
A 60-yarder still a 60-yarder.
All right, moving on, and yeah, a significant night down there at Coors Field tonight, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, well.
Can't wait. Tell me all about it.
Coming up next. All right. This is what you should pull for today, Tyler, for your own benefit.
Okay.
The Rockies start a 3-game set with Miami. If they win, and they have 12 shots at this, if they win, it'll be win number 42. And the only reason really to track the Rockies this year was the curiosity if they would end up the worst team ever. And while they've set a million different records of ineptitude, at the end of the day, you can't be the worst team of all time if you don't have the worst record. Tied with the White Sox at 41 wins, with all the other bad numbers, you could argue they're the worst team of all time. But if they get win 42, not only are they not the worst team of all time, but the upside of that, there's literally no other reason to talk about the Rockies. For the rest
you
of the
find
year.
a way every day, don't you?
I promise you there won't be. Because I don't know what it would be. I mean, if they get win 42, it's over. I made the pledge to walk from here to Coors Field if they didn't get 42 wins. They have 12 shots to get it. They could just end it tonight and it would just be over. I thought about, is that enough motivation for me to actually go downtown and actually go to a game on a Tuesday night? And unlike you and Sturgill Simpson.
You're going?
The answer is no.
Is that your prediction for me, by the way? Is your prediction that I go?
I don't know. I was looking at the weather.
I legitimately don't know what I'm going to do yet. I have not made up my mind. I'm leaning in a direction, but, things can change real quickly.
It's going to be a little chilly and rainy, actually.
Is that right?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
If it's raining, I'm out. I can deal with chilly, but if it's raining, I'm out.
Morrison, because that's Lone Tree. It could be completely different. Let's look up Morrison. Morrison, Colorado. Come on, give it to me, baby. We got 20% chance of rain in Lone Tree.
Now, do you know what that 20% means?
No.
What do you think it means?
It's a little cloudy right now.
When you read 20%, what do you think that means?
That it's probably going to drip a little bit. It's going to be cloudy. I don't know.
No. But what does the 20% mean?
What am I, Chris Bianchi over here? I don't know.
Yeah.
You're killing me. I don't know. What does it mean?
Everybody thinks the wrong thing on that.
You tell me.
They think that it means that there's 20% chance that it's going to rain. It means 20% of the area is going to get rained on.
What's the difference?
I don't know.
Let's do drills that say it won't rain.
And I could definitely not be right on that.
Thank you, Prime. All right. Well, I'm looking at Morrison at 7 p.m., 25%.
Okay.
Sunset at 7:07, 8 p.m., 28%, 60 degrees, 9 p.m., 58, but no rain in the forecast.
That might be good.
58. We're wearing some plaid. We're bundling up a little bit.
Yeah.
We're getting into some comfy fall clothes right there.
Okay.
We're wearing our comfy sweaters and our cowboy hats.
Dude, this is my favorite time of the year for nighttime sleeping, though. Open up those windows.
Just let it cool down.
Beautiful. You're nice and chilled when you wake up. It's a little bit cold when you wake up, but it's bearable.
Are gonna be? I wonder if anybody who goes to it's the Marlins and the Rockies. What do you think that's going to put in the stands on a Tuesday? Are they going to crack 12,000 tonight?
With Ice Cube and Sturgill?
Probably. Dude, it might be under 10,000 for the baseball game tonight. Low, not great weather, other things going on, Tuesday night, 2 dog butt teams.
I don't know. That's what I think about every Rockies game, though.
Yeah, but I mean, when the Cubs come to town or the Cardinals or whatever, it's sold out. The Marlins? Yeah, it's going to be a
So you're saying I should be rooting for the Rockies?
You should, because I would literally have no reason to even bring up if you're annoyed by this, which it appears everybody is, by the way.
So why do you do it every day?
I don't know. There's something interesting about it.
If everybody's annoyed by it, why do you do it every day?
I can't help myself.
Especially in this segment where you know it annoys Andy.
Yeah, I know. I'm wrapping it up before Andy gets in here. But anyways, that's what's going on tonight. So you're up in the air about Sturgill?
Up in there. Yep.
When do you think you'll make your mind up?
I got to make that up pretty soon here. Pretty soon.
If you go home and sit on the couch, it's over.
Well, you're definitely... Wait, are you going home or you work... Well, you already worked out.
I already worked out.
I can tell by your outfit.
Already worked out just in case I was going to go.
Gotcha.
Right? So because I did that, it's kind of like I should go, you know.
You kind of already got it in.
I kind of like I prepped for it just in case.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm so boring, dude. I am a loser.
You should.
I really am a loser.
You should go.
I should.
You should go now because you're calling yourself a loser. You already worked out. You're gonna feel bad.
Why do they
about
do
it.
these concerts on a weeknight? I don't want to go on a weeknight.
Yeah, because they don't.
I got to get up early
they
and
don't
stuff. Our
think
show
about-
starts at 12.
I have found that this particular shift that we work, you can't complain about anything.
Not really. No. Quality of life, this is the spot.
It's the spot.
Yeah.
And Dan's been cruising in this spot for 8 years. It's kind of ridiculous. This is Bankers Hours Radio. Ain't no doubt about it.
Yeah.
And as life would have it, because of COVID and everything that happened afterwards, it turns out
It's not great for golf. I'm just going to throw that out there.
It's not great for golf.
And that
is correct.
That's a factor. That's like the one thing that sucks about this show.
It is the biggest downside.
Now, if you get like the first tee time, you're good. But you got to get like the first tee time.
You can always get 9 in.
Yeah.
You can get an easy 9 in. But theoretically, you should be preparing for the show a little bit.
Oh, that's what I got you for.
Oh, good. I'm glad we got, and that's why we hear about the Rockies every day.
Yeah.
All right. This week for the Broncos against the Chargers, what do you think the focus will be on? What do you think the biggest adjustments they'll have to make as they get ready to try to get this ugly taste of the Indy game out of the way?
There's two obvious ones. Number one, Bo Nix has got to stop turning the ball over. Stop it. Okay? Stop it. One interception per game is not okay. Multiple interceptions per game definitely is not okay. The show in front of us said that Bo Nix was leading the NFL in the last 7 games in interceptions if you went back to last season. That's got to end. It's got to end right now. When you're playing a team that's probably better than you, good luck winning with turnovers. The other thing, and I can't believe that this is a concern, and I'm not sure I really am concerned by it. What the hell happened to our secondary last week? I mean, in particular, what the hell happened to Pat Surtain? So we are going up against a Lamborghini that, in theory, is better than Daniel Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Justin Herbert should be a better quarterback than Daniel Jones, right? Got to figure that out.
Do you think Pat Surtain did something wrong? Do you think he...
I'm sure he would say he did a lot wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like what? Like what did he get wrong?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what his footwork was. I don't know where he flipped his hips the wrong way. I don't know if there were, like Sean was talking about the MEs, the mental errors.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know if Pat Surtain had a mental error in there. But I promise you, Pat Surtain's going to tell you I did a lot wrong. He's not accustomed to games like that.
Let me ask you a dumb question. Is it possible that he just hasn't been targeted or been involved in many football games for actually kind of a long time? I mean, there was no real preseason action. Game 1.
Well, but what are you insinuating?
Well, I have no idea. I'm asking a dumb question. That he's just rusty because he's really hasn't been involved. Teams are so freaked out by him. He's a little rusty because nobody goes his way. And the Colts were like, forget it. We're not afraid of that. If it presents itself. Like, I don't think they were targeting him either. I think it was just presenting like whatever was happening. That's what made the most sense.
Maybe. I mean, he doesn't get challenged very often. I'll tell you this, though. I mean, if teams want to challenge him, I say good. I mean, maybe that was a bad game. The more you throw at him, I promise you bad things are going to happen. So I'm not worried about Pat Surtain. He's Defensive Player of the Year, dude. Like, you're not going to go from that to getting exposed in back-to-back weeks.
I would welcome it, too. I think teams have just stayed away from him. So consequently, there's just not a lot of positive plays from Surtain. It's not bad. It's not good either. There's just nothing. I welcome it, man. I think he's a talented guy. I think he's a playmaker. And too often, he's just not involved with making plays. I mean, that's why I was always like, hey, man, punt returns or do something. I mean, the guy's an unbelievable talent. Let's get more out of him. So I welcome it, too. I do. I say go for it.
You want to put, like, do you say that with a straight face?
Not now. I mean, you got that covered now. But there was a time where, like, just you weren't getting enough from this guy who was unbelievably talented. You got it covered now. You got Mims, even R.J. Harvey taking
You were
kicks
getting
back.
everything from him. You were getting a half of the field shut down.
Yeah, all right. I mean,
Do you dismiss that?
No, I don't. I thought this is like a couple of years ago. This is not current Broncos. This is back when Broncos suck. They were looking for anything. It was a mess. It was a complete and utter mess. I mean, you would have been a couple of years ago, anything with Pat Surtain would have been better with what they were doing with Nathaniel Hackett and before that. That is not the Broncos now. They're a different team. It makes way more sense. I'll tell you a team that looks a little confused with what they do. The Jacksonville looks a little confused. What's going on, brother? With what they're doing with Travis Hunter. That looks confusing right now.
He made a couple plays on defense last week. Hi, buddy.
Andy coming in.
That was dangerous. I'm a little sweaty.
Coming in for a hug.
He's usually not the hugging type.
I know. He's very sensitive
That actually
tonight.
meant a lot to me.
Yeah.
That little hug meant a lot. I just want you to know that.
Very warm and comfortable.
Most human contact I've had in a while. I didn't have the Saturday DMac had.
Well, why? Hold on a second. Why not? The circumstances were absolutely identical to me and you on Saturday night. Why was I so lucky and you weren't?
It's a long question, DMac, and I don't want to get a meeting about how long we spend on a topic. So.
All right, Andy. I'll leave it alone.
No, my wife did not know who Bergetzi was. So
that was
did she enjoy it?
She did. But believe me, I was looking. I was like, because I got a buddy that absolutely loves him, and so does my son. So I was like, you better laugh. If you don't laugh, funny, I'm going to be mad.
Okay. You know what I loved about Andy? Andy's a good out loud laugher.
I am.
Andy was like laughing.
Andy makes everybody feel good.
Actually, Andy helped me find more things funny in the show because he's laughing, and it's like it does help when other people are laughing at things. You feel more like
it's okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
it's
I'm
better.
not laughing as loud as this idiot.
Yeah.
Because my buddy, one of my best friends in college, our guy, we talked to him. He's our cow guy. He owns Jersey Mike. We had some cow questions like the bell cow. What's the bell cow? Right? I didn't understand what the bell cow was. And of course it led to debate because it's 2025 and nobody agrees on anything. But he said the bell cow's the one that's kind of the big one where it lets you know where everybody is in the herd. That's why they wear the bell. And someone else said, no, it's the ornery one. You know, it's the one that's going to hurt you. So you better know where it is. And all right, whatever it is. But that's what we called him for. He was the, out loud laugher. It's funny you said anything because I'm like, God, I'm laughing like Jeremy tonight. His name's Jeremy. I was like, am I the only one in this street that loves this guy? I love this guy.
It's KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Did you hear Prime talk about not having any? Doesn't know what identity is.
I didn't until you guys played it, but now I feel like I've heard what I needed to hear.
What'd you think about that?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Look,
what did they look like to you on the sideline?
Why would we want an identity?
I know. It's just he says things. Look, here's where I struggle with this, okay? And again, I told you guys yesterday, I was reminded of this Saturday. Prime does love his kids. I'm going to give him that.
He does.
I saw the coaching. I saw it. He did all he could multiple times. Now in the fourth quarter, everybody knew. Everybody's fate was accepted and all the rah-rah crap stopped. But he kept bringing the offense over. He kept encouraging Staub. He kept encouraging his guys. He got them in huddle multiple times. It was the offense. It was the defense. It was guys by themselves. He did all he could to try to give them the confidence he felt they needed. And so that's the Prime. There's a bunch of these guys. Where's that dude at the podium? You know what I mean? Why do you have to be adversarial? Why are you saying you don't even know what an identity is? Because you're mad. And this, it's I don't know, this thing with the media. Sean has it. George Karl had it a little bit. We've seen plenty of coaches that have had it in this town. I don't understand why more guys can't just be like Mike Shanahan. Mike Shanahan wasn't kumbaya with this all the time. But Mike Shanahan would answer your question. Mike Shanahan would not try to dress anybody down or make a big deal. He knew, that my favorite Mike Shanahan moment of all time, we get home from Pittsburgh, and I remember I was on this road trip. Jake Plummer had I talked to Nayland about it when he was on with Nate. It was Plummer's last good game as a Bronco. It was like a Sunday night game. They beat Pittsburgh. Javon Walker catches 3 touchdowns. I told them I'm standing and interviewing Javon Walker, and he goes, you got 3 questions. And so I'm doing the post-game interview. And back then, Tyler had to do that once upon a time. You actually got a $500 gift certificate to Trice Jewelers
Well,
when you
that
did
helps.
it. So I was
pretty
trying
nice.
to bribe you.
Yeah.
And
Hey,
he had his
not
hand
when
up.
I was on the job and they sucked for every freaking game and nobody wanted to do that interview. I would have loved to have a $500 gift certificate to hand to those guys.
2016, I'm like, can we get that sponsor back? I might
Seriously.
need it. But anyway, Javon sat there with his fingers up in the 3 formation, and he just counted them down. That's questions, and then he walked off. But anyway, after that game, Bill Cowher accused Mike Shanahan of, I think it was cut blocking or something that he didn't like, and he thought it was dirty pool and this, that, the other, and affected how we play. So we all assemble on Monday, and Mike gets to the podium and goes, all right, here's the deal. I think he answered a couple regular questions, and he goes, you know what? Let's take a field trip. I was like, ooh, Mike Shanahan field trip.
Wow.
And he takes the entire media room.
Get out of here.
Back to the team meeting room. And he
No
goes,
way.
I've just pulled up a couple of plays of cut blocking just so we all understand what we're talking about.
Wow.
And he goes, and it's not intentional, but the first one just happens to be the Pittsburgh Steelers. And he had like 3 examples of the Steelers doing the exact same thing Cowher was complaining about.
That is awesome.
And he's, he has a little pointer. So that's a cut block. And I mean, again, sometimes you do it. Sometimes we're not coaching go get the knee, but it's live action and guys are moving. And sometimes this you know what I mean? And he goes, it happens with every team. And he shows a couple more and ends with another Steelers cut. Can we just do it that way? Do it that way. Do you really think Deion doesn't know for God's sake, he created the athlete identity. I don't know. Prime is his identity. It's his like his Batman to the Robin or Batman to the Bruce Wayne.
The problem with identity is it's what do you do well?
Right.
Yeah.
What do they do well?
What do you do well?
Well, that's how he should have answered.
It was funny because he asked the question, and today there were media people that actually answered the question. And they said that. What do you do well?
Yeah.
What you do well, what you do best.
Because, look, we all know blood's in the water. Let's be honest. Blood's in the water. So the guys that aren't afraid of things are now going to go up there. And now you're going to get more of these people that aren't afraid to answer your rhetorical question out loud in the room.
That happened today. What is identity? What you do well, what you do best. Did Ohio State have an identity? Yeah, running the ball. What about their offensive line? Yeah, they did that too. They beat guys into submission with the running game. With 2 guys that got drafted, Judkins and Stevenson, right? So, like... Henderson, sorry.
There might have been a Stevenson there.
Close enough. They probably have a Stevenson, too.
In the history of that program, there's a pretty good Stevenson
There's a good Stevenson.
But usually when Prime throws things out there, everybody just sits there with their thumb, where sun don't shine. Didn't happen today. There was actually responses to it. It was almost, it's... Whatever, man. It's their own little world. They can do whatever they want. It's all about TED Talks and motivational speeches and what celebrities there. And I think...
Yeah, but see, I heard you say that, and you're not wrong. But the celebrities aren't there now.
Well, T.O. was there. Ice Cube was there.
Irvin was there.
Who?
Michael Irvin.
Oh, Irvin. I thought you said Urban.
Oh.
It's like Urban Meyer?
Urban, well, no. He hangs out up at CSU.
Lil Wayne's
That's where
not
he
taking
hangs
him out
out.
of the tunnel, to Andy's point.
Right.
It's definitely
Neither is
it's
Ralphie.
definitely toned down. Hey,
By
take
the
it easy
way,
on Ralphie,
There is
okay?
Ralphie.
There is no Ralphie.
Let Ralphie take their sweet time.
There's
to
no
get ready.
Ralphie to take it easy on right now.
Do you know what I wished you know what I wanted to video the other night so bad? I wanted to video Michael Irvin watching a football game, okay? Because it's as close as I've been able to get him to him the entire time, okay? So, because Rod Smith does a little of this. I used to talk to Rod all the time on the sidelines because he's just down there watching the game. He'd coach me up on stuff, or if he needed to get some off his chest, he'd come up and grab me. Andy, you see that? Look, you see the way he ran that route? I was like, no, actually, I didn't, Rod. Fill me in. But he would get real passionate about it. Irvin, he starts grabbing dudes, and I don't even know who was next to him. I don't think the guy expected it. And he's like, next thing I know, I see him, and he's in his stance, and he's showing him how he needs to get off the line. They're not getting off the line right. And then he claps his hands, and he get all fired up, and he turns around, he's coaching someone else up on the game. It's like, holy cow, dude. Why don't you just take a job and just go coach them on the side? Quit coaching the guy that just wanted a picture with you. Weird. That's part of the chain game. The whole chain gang took a picture with him, by the way. I mean, all these like 60 and 70-year-old gray-haired dudes realized he was there, and every one of them. At one point, I'm like, the play's going on!
Can I tell you this?
It's your picture later!
Like that sounds cool and all that Michael Irvin's there to do that. If you're the wide receivers coach, that irritates you.
Well, he wasn't talking to receivers.
Yeah.
He literally was not talking to one of the players. He was just talking to
Well,
randos
whatever.
like me on the sideline.
I thought you were saying he was talking to
No,
the
that's
kids.
my point is go be the wide receivers coach.
Oh.
Why are you out here coaching? One of them was a young lady.
Gotcha.
She's not going to run the pattern, dude. It's
Gotcha.
okay. She just wanted a picture.
Okay, that's different. He just wants to be cool for the girl.
No, I just think he's just so into the game. Like, he can't watch it sitting. It was amazing to watch him.
Yeah.
It would be like if you were out there at a game and every play you had to turn to someone and correct the right tackle's technique.
I tell you what, too, if you're worried about physicality with that Buffs team, that Wyoming team is going to bring physicality. They're not going to be as athletic as you are, but that's a physical group. They were only down 3-0 to Utah at halftime last week.
If you run the ball well, I heard you say it yesterday. You're not sure what to expect. I don't think none of us, I think, is going to be predicting some easy victory coming up this Saturday based on the first 2 weeks.
I mean, we
3
should
weeks.
beat them. You should beat them relatively handedly, but am I confident of that? No. We don't have an identity.
If you run the ball well.
Why, as big as that offensive line is, and I know this, I should be the one answering this question, but I'm going to full on admit I've not done a deep dive on the CU offensive line. As big as those boys are, why can we not run the ball?
All right, I'll reverse the question to you to maybe get to the answer. We talk about it all the time. Backs, we talk about it in terms of backs, all right? Don't you need to let one get a lather? Don't you let anyone, you need them just get a feel for the game and a feel for each other and maybe a feeling game that you didn't see on tape of how this guy's playing something or how this guy's doing something?
Right.
Well, if you don't run the ball enough.
No, you're not wrong.
It doesn't happen.
And there's 3 games and they played 3 quarterbacks. I mean, nothing's in a lather right now.
Yeah, I get it, but the O-line,
nothing.
They don't get reps going forward. Let them go do their thing.
But that's just it, too. Like you having to play offensive line in front of Ryan Staub, you just spent a whole camp getting ready to play offensive line in front of Caden Salter. That's a different gig.
And you don't know where he's going to be. And look,
by game 3, these kids' heads are spinning. Like Jordan Seaton's a great player, but outside of that, like that offensive line has looked suspect. And I think a big part of it is, again, going back to the original topic of conversation, what the hell's your identity?
Well, they only attempted 12 runs. If you don't include the runs from Ryan Staub, they attempted 12 runs the entire game.
And he was running for his life.
Tough to figure things out when you only get 12 cracks at it.
Yeah.
Well, I keep saying it. Please just line up in the personnel to run
Is
the ball.
Is Staub starting again?
I don't know, man. I heard you talking. You thought he might, I guess. Anything's up for grabs.
I'd go back to Caden.
I would too. And it's nothing against Staub. But again, here's what makes me uncomfortable about what I saw from Staub. He was missing wide everywhere. Wide here, wide there, high there. There were passes to be made. But he was missing it. And you know what else they figured out? They were coming at him right up the middle. You know what the kid did do good that's against all other quarterbacks? He was not trying to escape out the back of the pocket like everybody else does. He was trying to step into his throws. That's how he hit those 2 touchdowns against Delaware, was he climbed into his throw and was able to make the right read. Well, you know what they did the other day? Houston was bringing guys right up the gut every time.
You know, he had nothing to lose in the Delaware game, right? On the third guy in, I got nothing to lose. But when you get the start, you got everything to lose.
Now you're the dude.
And now you're the dude, and you know you're the third guy on the roster. You know you're really not supposed to be starting, so you're playing not to lose the job. You know, I don't blame him for it. A lot of kids would do the exact same thing, but it's tough to let it loose when you're in that position.
Yeah, because now you got something to lose.
Right.
To your point, he's got a starting job now to lose, whereas when he came into the Delaware game, I got nothing to lose.
No fear.
Can I give you guys one more factor for this game this week?
Yes.
Delaware was coming from Delaware.
Yeah.
Wyoming is coming from 7,220 feet.
Yep, they don't care about the altitude.
They're coming down in elevation to play this game this week. It's another advantage that you don't have here. Again, you should beat these guys. 13.5-point spread. That's about right. You should beat these guys by 2 touchdowns. But the Colorado team that we have watched so far, I got a feeling this is going to be a sticky game in the second half.
Of course it wouldn't surprise me. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all.
That's just where this program is at right now. And I agree with you guys, by the way. Go back to Salter. Find an identity. Run option football. Seriously. Run option football. Speed option stuff. Get to the outside. Put him on the move. He's not a bad thrower when he's on the move. He's not a great thrower when he's on the move.
Look, he wasn't good versus Georgia Tech. I didn't think he was bad versus Georgia Tech. That's a pretty tough life, man. I mean,
It was pretty fast.
You make the transfer to come here, and you lose your job in a game and a half.
They made the decision on him really fast.
Yeah. Well, listen. This is what I hate about modern college football. What's your identity? Nobody has an identity for the most part. I'll give Dion this. Nobody has an identity for this part because half these teams, if not 3/4 of the team, you're starting all over the next year. You don't know who your quarterback was. There's no cohesion from the year before.
Right.
What's going on with the line? Why can't they play? Dude, wasn't it 2-3 years before you guys really gelled as a unit? Wasn't that why we were talking about a couple years ago? Get some young bucks on the offensive line, let them grow together. They've got new offensive linemen every year.
And the likelihood of Colorado being able to do that, going from Shedeur to whomever the next quarterback was going to be, was automatically going to be tough anyway, because Shedeur is an excellent quarterback, but like it's such a unique skill set that he brought. No matter what, you were going to be different. When they made the decision to go with Caden Salter, and I wasn't shocked that he won the gig over Juju Lewis and Cam, when they made that decision, I was like, okay, cool. I can see what this is going to look like for Colorado football this year. They just – I don't know if it was something behind the scenes was troublesome or what was going on, but after one – to Tyler's point, kind of shaky performance against Georgia Tech, they were just like, we're out. We're not doing this anymore.
I just feel like they got desperate because you couldn't lose to Delaware.
Yeah.
The problem is, now you can't lose to Wyoming, although we've all laid out for all the Wyoming folks. I'm not spitting disrespect out on this air. If you come on, if you're cohesive and you're physical in your run game, it is a problem, period.
Yep. So and if Colorado goes out there and again plays with a solid game plan and actually sticks to it, and to your guys' point, actually keeps the ball on the ground and gets as physical as they can, they should have a good game. They should have a very good game, and they should get a victory. But again, what have we seen in a 3-game sample size to lead us believe that's what they're going to do? And again, when a game hits adversity, like it did in the Delaware game, are you guys going to actually stick to any friggin' plan right now? That's where this team is so weird. It's so weird.
How do you fix tackling? You're a former player. How do you fix tackling?
Well, see, I was just going to bring that up. Like, not only can you not run the ball, in college football, where it's really kind of atypical to run the ball, like, between the tackles, like, that's really not the norm anymore, Teams are just going downhill football on us, and we can't stop the run to save our life, How do you fix it in training camp? How do you? I don't know. Like I really don't know how you fix that in the middle of the year.
Here's the problem, though. I hear more and more colleges are going to the NFL style where you're not tackling.
Yeah.
Because again, now we've got NIL players that you can't afford to lose because that's where all your money's at.
Wow.
And so, look, in the pros, it's one thing. These guys are the elite. And we say it all the time. No matter how bad you think a guy sucks, he still was top of his team, top of his league.
Yeah.
So they'll get into form on the tackling. You can't expect that same thing out of guys that are anywhere from 17 to 22, 23.
Yeah, that's been problematic so far. Also, that defense was gassed last week.
Yeah, it felt like Houston had so many plays.
Yeah.
Every time I looked up, I'm like, God, they're just.
There was the quick 3-and-out early in the fourth quarter,
game.
And it was just like, oh, these guys are dead. They got nothing left.
Both defenses, like can you stop them before they're on your half of the field? Can we find that?
No, it's impossible in the NFL. You can't do it.
Man.
So much for Robert Livingston being on the fast track to becoming a head coach, huh?
Yeah. Oh, well. Happens fast, doesn't it?
Things change.
Strike while the iron is hot in college football. The great Tyler Polumbus, everybody. Listen to him every single day, noon to 3, right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Go rock out tonight, Tyler. Have a big pile of fun. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We're with you today until 6 o'clock. Chad Brown joins the show today at 4. We'll re-ask many of these questions of Chad Brown coming up today at 4. We got power rankings at 4:20 today here on the show. Very much looking forward to letting you know what the assorted list makers around the NFL think of your Denver Broncos. Fascinating power rankings this week. So you want to miss, don't want to miss that. Coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. But right now, we will take a break. We will step aside. Andy, I have some bad news about Bo Nix through 2 games. And then I have some good news about Bo Nix.
Which is better? Is the bad news badder or the good news gooder?
Find out next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Bidet the back, 28 of the Colts, 3rd down 3, Knicks to the air. The time, the throw, wobbly, and picked off! Intercepted by Bynum!
It's tough because you're right. I felt like, slipped away from us, got away. We made errors at the end that cost us, and, started with my turnover, and then, felt like that's when we kind of lost a little bit of our momentum. Lost a chance at least 3 points there when you're already in the red zone, if not a touchdown, if I just, hit that pass. But other than that, we played well for 3 quarters, but got to finish in the 4th against a good team like that.
Glass 3/4 full right there from Bo Nix, Sandy. It's just that last quarter. It's an important quarter.
That darn thing.
That's the witching hour. That's when wins become losses and losses become wins. You got to be good in that 4th quarter, and the Broncos were not especially good in that 4th quarter, and that's why they lost to the Indianapolis Colts. That's why they're 1-1, and that's why they are not tied for the division lead currently with the first place Chargers, who are a full 2 games up on the last place Kansas City Chiefs.
With a head-to-head.
That's right. That's huge. So that's essentially 3 up.
How about the Chargers getting all 3 of their divisional opponents to start the year?
Right off the jump. Yeah, right off the jump. They their defense is good.
Well, it is good.
Yeah.
They lost a key piece last night.
Sure did.
Khalil Mack.
But they lost him They lost him in the first quarter, and their secondary. Geno couldn't find anybody all night long. I mean, there was nothing open to him, and that Deion Henley dude. Woo, that dude was everywhere last night. Chargers were impressive last night.
The hell's going on with Geno Smith? Is he just back to Geno Smith looked like he's had a 3 or 4 year run of being a good quarterback, not a great quarterback.
Listen to this on Geno. Geno Smith, and this is a credit to the Chargers secondary. Geno was the most explosive quarterback in the NFL in week 1 this year.
All right.
Raiders beat the Patriots. He had 10 completions of at least 16 yards, more than a quarter of his attempts. On throws that traveled at least 10 yards, he was 9 of 15 for 219. So he was vertical Geno in week 1 in a win over New England. On those same throws last night, 10 or more air yards, 0 for 10.
Really?
2 picks.
Oh, I saw that. Yes.
Yeah. 0
Really
for 10 with the 2 picks last night. The last time a quarterback attempted 10 passes of at least 10 air yards and did not complete a single one, Nick Foles when he was on the Bears in 2015.
Wow.
That's going way back.
Now, hold on. Was that the Nick Foles, Mitch Trubisky Bears? Who were they trying to make the quarterback then?
2015? Good question.
Remember, because Foles lasted, that couldn't have been Trubisky. Who the heck was it? Because Foles was supposed to keep the job and usher in a young guy, and then the young guy stunk. What a shock.
The 2015 Bears.
The Bears.
The 2015
Should
Bears.
know this because the Broncos played them.
Yeah, exactly.
In Chicago.
That was. Oh, that has to be a mistake then. That can't be right. No, it must have been the Bears in 2020 because that was when he was on the team with Trubisky. You're right. He was on the team with Trubisky.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was supposed to be the placeholder.
Right.
And then he tripped over his Nick Foles and couldn't keep the job.
It's a big place that he's holding. So Geno was up and then Geno was down. To me, what I took out of that game last night was he couldn't find anyone open. That Charger secondary was really good. Derwin James. When he's that dude, that guy is such a Charger, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, he's really great when he's not hurt.
When he's on the field, what a player.
He is a generational player.
Right.
If he would stay healthy,
Hall of
he'd
Famer.
be a surefire
Hall of Famer. Yeah.
He can't stay healthy. I think
Great
it's because he
player.
plays a violent game.
He does.
He loves contact.
And he plays for the Chargers, who've
Yeah.
already lost their
Apparently
left
don't have
tackle,
a-
and now they're losing Khalil Mack. They're never not losing somebody. That's the story of the Chargers.
Do you ever, I should have asked Tyler, do you ever think, when you have the play like Mac had, how mad are you at your teammate for
know.
coming in and friendly firing my elbow out of joint?
Hey, has Xavier Worthy in his shoulder right
Yeah,
now.
that's true, but
Big dumb Travis Kelce running into him. What are you supposed to do there? That's brutal.
do you see they put up a moving wall for Taylor when she showed up the other day?
A moving wall?
You know the wall? Like you get those walls, it's like a collapsible thing. It was on wheels.
Yeah.
I've never seen it on wheels like this, but when I taught at the Colorado Media School, in order to divide a large classroom into two, they have those little panels that pull and fold out and create a wall.
Yeah.
Well, it's the same thing except it was on wheels. Two big wheels, okay?
Okay. So,
and like the wheels on the old folding down cafeteria tables we had in school, just so I can give everybody a visual. And they opened this thing up and let her walk in privacy. So
Okay.
I guess now that it's his wife.
Do you remember when this was after Embry was fired?
Okay, yeah.
And Colorado was interviewing Butch Jones.
Yes.
Who at the time was at Cincinnati. And so the media was, because he was, God, I can't remember what bowl game he was getting ready for. So like everyone knew he was in Boulder. And the media was camped out in the Dow Ward and was waiting to see Butch Jones. And there was photographers there. And Butch Jones had to, at one point, walk across a hallway in plain sight of the reporters that were staked out. And so they got a food service cart and they loaded it up with all the trays so you couldn't really see through it. And then somebody slowly pushed it across the hall and Butch Jones walked behind it. But you could see his little Butch Jones feet at the bottom.
You idiots. It's like a bad movie, right? That sounds like an Austin Powers bit, what you're describing.
It was Bill Murray in Caddyshack. Never mind that bush, just a friendly bush. Yeah, it was that's what it was for Butch Jones. By the way, he never even didn't he parlay that into the Tennessee job?
He verbally agreed, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah.
and then Tennessee came calling. He goes, psych.
Yeah. And then they had to hire Mike McIntyre.
McIntyre.
Mm-hmm. Butch Jones. That's what I will always remember about that. The Belk Bowl. That was the game.
Yes.
He was getting the Bearcats ready for the Belk Bowl.
The Belk Bowl. Anyway, Bo Nix, you had a good and a bad.
So
this is like a Dan Hyatt setup.
I do.
One good stat you need, one bad stat you don't.
I got some bad news about Bo through 2 games, and then I got some good news. All right. So, Andy, in his rookie season, we went over all of this going into the year because we went over everything coming into the year.
Sure did.
Okay. But He was 29th in the NFL, EPA per dropback under pressure in 2024, 34th in passer rating under pressure. He was 36th in yards per attempt. He was not good under pressure as a rookie quarterback, which then we said Bo Nix has to get more proficient throwing the football with pressure bearing down on him. That's going to be the next step in the maturation of Bo Nix. This is something we need to see. It's fewer scrambles, more hanging in the pocket, and make the tough throw. Well, 2 games into 2025, Bo Nix is 34th out of 34 quarterbacks, EPA per dropback under pressure. 33rd in passer rating, 34th in yards per attempt. He is averaging 1.9 yards per attempt when pressured. It's pretty bad, right? Still bad. I told you I had good news.
However,
here's the good news. Bo Nix is the least pressured quarterback in the NFL through 2 weeks.
Interesting.
Yes.
Okay, why?
He has been pressured an NFL low 16% of the time he drops back to pass.
So is that just good on the offensive line?
I think
Are we not seeing blitzes? What's happening?
I think there's several factors at play there. Number one, his time to throw right now is better so far this year than it was last year. Right now he's 16th in the NFL. Like, he's not prime Drew Brees, but he's middle of the road in the NFL. It's an improvement over last year. He was 2.91. Now he's 2.75. Snap to throw. Last year he was 27th. As of right now, 16th. Okay, so he's getting the ball out faster. So that's maturity. That's recognition. That's good play design. That's one of the things there. I also think that Sean is scheming the ball out and getting him on the move, which helps him avoid pressure. And then the other part of it, and you already alluded to it, I think his offensive line is awesome. I think you put those factors together, and it's like, okay, Bo Nix has a very clear weakness right here. But the good news is, and this is what a coaching staff's job is when scheming up an offense, is recognizing your player's limitations and not putting him in those positions. And so far, Sean Payton, as well as a very good and well-compensated offensive line in front of him, have kept him very clean so far this year. So yes, while the interceptions have been disappointing, and those are, yes, very negative plays, he's not taking a bunch of sacks. He's not killing you in that way. And again, the biggest reason why is he's just not seeing much pressure. He's not good when he does, but he's seeing the lowest amount of pressure in the entire NFL.
That's interesting to me.
Yeah.
So you got the Chargers this week. Now, again, they're going to be down Khalil Mack. I'll say it. I'll be shocked. I don't know. Maybe he puts one of those robotic Terminator-style braces on his arm and comes out and tries to play anyway.
Feel likely,
no,
right?
Yeah, it really doesn't. I wouldn't suggest it.
By
But
the
these
way,
guys are nuts.
That's one of those where, like, I know NFL players, like, they look giant when they have their pads on. Khalil Mack standing over there last night in a sleeveless tee with an arm brace on, you're just like, good God, that man is a monster.
It's a large human being.
Woo!
Yeah, that's why he's good at rushing the passer.
He's really good.
So do we think... I don't know. The numbers are interesting to me because why isn't anybody heating him up then? You know what I mean? Or are they playing the game where they're just, could this be, because you also talk about the quick time to throw, are they just so intent on taking away the first look that they'll know he'll go somewhere else short? Is this what's leading to shorter passes? I don't know. I just can't understand why, if you know a guy doesn't do well under pressure, and as you said, this is something that existed a year ago, why aren't they trying to heat him up?
Right now.
So maybe it just speaks how good the O-line is.
Yards per attempt, 5.5 right now for Bo Nix. Like, it's very low. This is in all situations, just 5.5. It's very low. Okay, it's 29th in the entire NFL. But I think in general, again, I think Sean's done a good job of putting him on the move, which has been good. I mean, here's a great example of it too. And this was, I again, like, look for the signs of progress. The deep ball down left sideline to Troy Franklin, the 42-yarder. Yeah, Bo was pressured on that drop back. He spun out. He went to his left, and two things happened. Number one, he didn't just take off and run. He made a throw on the move out of structure, and then his wide receiver actually did something smart.
Played some jazz with him.
He did. And it was a guy that he played college football with, that he has a whole bunch of chemistry with. It should be built-in chemistry that he has with him. Troy Franklin, I think, played this isn't a hot take, his best NFL game the other day. And that's what it's supposed to look like right there. Again, like Bo Nix may not be a good quarterback under pressure. Okay? He may not be Josh Allen or Justin Herbert in that regard. All right,
Josh Allen.
But what he can be is a guy that is conducting an offense that is compensating for that weakness, and that to me is what Sean Payton is doing. The further here's a broader point to all of this of the way that Bo is playing. The further we get away from that Indianapolis game, while the result frustrated and ultimately it's a win-loss league, I get all of that, but also I got a week to talk about it, and so I'm going to look at the process, and sometimes just look away from the results. The Broncos played really well in that game. They really did.
Yeah, you played a team that played really well at home. Bottom line is, go look what I think Daniel Jones now leads the league in yardage or whatever for a quarterback. I mean, he's one of the top. We didn't expect it. Guess who's right behind him? Russ.
Yeah. Also,
Russell Wilson.
And I brought this up with Sanford yesterday. Jones on Sunday was one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL under pressure in week 2. He was good at it. And the Broncos, something else about the Broncos right now. Right now, Nick Bonito leads the NFL with 15 pressures through 2 weeks on 42 pass rush snaps. Right now, Nick Bonito is the best pass rusher in the NFL so far this year. Now, I would imagine once Micah Parsons starts playing more, things will start to even out a little bit, but Micah Parsons just isn't playing a lot of snaps. But right now, in terms of being a high-volume pass rusher, Nick Bonito is the best in the NFL. The Broncos defense, 3rd in the NFL in pressure rate so far. They weren't getting home a lot. They weren't getting home a lot in week 2. They only sacked Daniel Jones the one time, but 7 sacks already through 2 weeks. This defense is still really, really, really friggin' good.
Well, look, it is, and we talked about this. There's still plenty of positives to take away. I know it's frustrating to lose to an AFC team, but again, none of us, if anybody was giving you their record check before the year, we weren't even sure Daniel Jones was going to be the starting QB, much less expect that kind of performance you saw out of him that day. Now, you'd like to think you could get home more, like you said, and you could change the way he was playing. I still would have.
He gets the ball out quick, too.
He does. Again, I said it yesterday. I'll say it again. I think Steichen's kind of taking the Sean Payton treatment with Bo Nix and putting it to Daniel Jones and saying, I think Sean showed some of the league last year. Here's what you can do with a young guy, or in this case, a guy that's never quite found his fit with the team.
Well, the other thing that Daniel Jones has right now that Bo Nix doesn't have, and we sure thought this problem was going to get solved, he's got a tight end to throw the ball to.
He's got what I would call a real joker.
He's got himself a joker.
Not the old school joker.
I'd say we need a joker.
Yeah, I'm not sure you got one.
Evan Engram, part-time joker.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
Very part-time out there.
Extremely part-time. Now, again, to be fair to Evan, we weren't sure how much the injury was maybe bugging him.
We don't know.
Okay?
We don't know.
So that might be why. He certainly didn't seem to get a lot of separation. We'll wait and see. We'll see how that thing plays out because there's plenty of season still to go. Listen, this game, it's fine to be upset that you lost it. You should have won it. You wish you hadn't had the field goal problem there that you did. What I would have liked to have seen, just from an evaluation standpoint, is let's start with the field goal that you didn't make, the old double doink. By the way, we had one last night. Now, that's the reverberation
that's what we're looking for
in the mic.
That's what we're looking for.
The one where the surround sound just reverberates the house because that's how good the mic is. Had Lutz made the field goal and they had to score a touchdown, things would have got a lot more interesting. And then I think you could be way more frustrated had they given that game away because
I think the Broncos win that game.
I'm with you because
I think they win that game.
They of all the scoring they did, 5 field goals to 2 touchdowns, and didn't they stop them twice on 4th down?
Yep, 2 turnovers on down.
Yeah, so it's just one of those games you wish you had back.
It's an NFL road game. It's a coin flip game. I think the Colts are good. And based on what I've seen out of the Houston Texans so far this year, the Colts right now appear to be the cream of the crop in that division.
What has happened to C.J. Stroud?
Their offense is bad. They cannot run the ball at all. Stroud, I thought, played jittery last night. They changed offensive coordinators. It doesn't seem like they fixed anything.
That's one thing Bo's got going for him. As long as Sean is here, he knows who his play caller is.
He has that going for him, and he has a really good offensive line playing in front of him at this moment.
I know, but I'm stunned by how the Texans look every time I get a chance to watch them. Don't watch them often, but that is not the team of 2 years ago.
No, it certainly is not. No, they fired our guy Bobby Slowick.
Good old Bob Slowick.
Yeah,
Bobby
changed OCs, and it doesn't seem as though they're addressing any of the problems that offense had last year. The Colts, 2 weeks in, small sample size, Andy. The Indianapolis Colts are the class of the AFC South.
By the way, someone did point out, I don't know why I forgot about this, maybe because he had a couple of stops. You realize Cleveland, the team with 9 quarterbacks, could have just kept Baker Mayfield.
They could have. He's
could
awesome.
Have just,
Baker Mayfield is awesome.
He's a fun guy.
He's so fun. Like, again, escaping a sack on 4th down and going for 15. He's got a friggin' howitzer for an arm. I mean, he's got that going for him right now. He also has one of the best crops of receivers in the entire NFL. They added Egbuka to that group of wide receivers that they have got out there right now. That team is super fun. The Bucs are really, really fun. And here's the thing. If they kept Baker, they just would have Brownsed him.
No,
that's what was happening to him.
They already did.
You know?
Yeah.
Like, again, there's examples in front of us of quarterbacks. Geno Smith, Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield. Like, get him out of the mess. And, it's not as though this guy never had ability. It's just a team is completely screwing this thing up.
It's funny how that whole class, Allen and Lamar Jackson.
I know.
Got it figured out.
Right.
And everybody else, I don't even know where Rosen is. Is Rosen even playing in the Canadian Football League?
I would say Baker's got it figured out. I would argue Baker Mayfield is a franchise quarterback that has it figured out right now.
Darnold on his way?
Maybe small sample size right now in Seattle, but he's bouncing back a little bit.
Are they 1-1 or 2-0?
They are 1-1 because they lost to the Niners in week 1.
That's right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're figuring it out along the way. Sam Darnold had a better game in week 2. Kreckman and Lindahl, we're rolling with you. What do we want to do next? Should we do this?
Don't know.
Should we give the people the breakdown of the saddest fantasy football matchup that has ever occurred?
No!
Did we play each other?
We went head-to-head this week.
Did we?
That's how much you looked at it. You didn't even know we played.
I was in Houston. I meant to check it. Nah, I will not be looking the rest of the year, I don't think. My guy's gone.
You might.
My football whoopee is gone.
You might want to look away.
And I don't care. I don't care. I'm not playing fantasy football after this year because I draft my guys I like and then they get hurt. It's me. I'm out.
That's it.
I want to tell people about our fantasy football matchup this week when we come back.
Normally you don't want to listen to fantasy talk.
You do on this one.
This is the exception.
You do want to hear this because for a couple of guys that sit around and talk about football all day long, like professionally, we get a paycheck for this. We suck at fantasy football. Hear all about it next. Hey guys, Nate Kreckman here for my friends over at Roller Auction. 5 days, 22 hours remain in this restaurant equipment auction that is available to bid right now at roller.bid. Restaurant equipment, And they hold multiple times a year these restaurant equipment auctions over there at roller.bid. If you are looking to upgrade, either if you have a restaurant or a food truck, or if you're just looking to upgrade the kitchen at home, go to roller.bid and check this out right now. Guys, I'm looking at a panini press right now, $5. $5. This is for a double grooved panini press. Go to roller.bid right now and check out this restaurant equipment auction and make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. That's roller.bid/altitude. Sign up to bid right now because you'll be entered to win tickets from us here at Altitude. And right now, the giveaway for one lucky listener that signs up to bid at roller.bid/altitude, that gets on the email list at roller.bid/altitude, Avalanche tickets. Hockey season right around the corner. You can be there. Sign up to bid right now, and you can win tickets at roller.bid/altitude. Week 2, fantasy football, my squad, the Kickers, my Urban Meyer themed fantasy football team, the Kickers.
Just stupid.
I did come out on top over Andy's team, Fat Guy Tutties, which is currently in 14th out of 14 teams.
Also where I got a draft.
In the Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 fantasy football league.
Pretty corpulent.
Yeah. Also, I'm kind of curious on your logo, Andy, because your team is Fat Guy Tutties, but then your logo, I believe, is a picture of Steve Atwater, who is decidedly not fat.
Yeah, I just threw something random up there. I was trying to find a Fat Guy Tutty, ran out of time, decided to change that logo and put it up there.
Okay.
When
Just
I
get
have
DMac
more time, maybe I'll go back and find a Fat Guy Tutty
You didn't
want to
give the world
years.
a nice William the Refrigerator Perry or
Although
anything like that.
I tried to do a Fat Guy picture, and he was so fat he couldn't fit in there.
Okay.
Because there's only so much picture room you're allowed.
I wonder what – I'm just going to do a quick Google image search on Fat Guy Touchdown and see who comes up. Yeah, it's a lot of fat guys scoring touchdowns. Oh, there's the fridge. Not surprisingly.
The famous one that he took from Walter Payton in the Super Bowl.
How about there was a Michael Pierce interception. Michael Pierce weighed 365, played for the Ravens. That was a good fat guy. You got options. There are photos of fat guys scoring touchdowns out there. Ooh, there's a Bronco on the fat guy Tutty.
The Broncos!
The man that our friend Terrell Davis once referred to as urine, Mitch Unrein.
Well, there you go.
Mitch Unrein was a fat guy touchdown.
I got it.
Mitch Unrein is on the list of dudes that caught one career touchdown pass from Peyton Manning.
Now I have to go find the picture.
There's like 7 or 8 of those guys that have one career touchdown pass from Manning, and Mitch Unrein was one of them.
This is where you're going to get the text from BK that he asked Manning the question.
He went like, was he tackle eligible? Or was he lined up in the backfield?
Remind me of the year. Was it 2012 that he caught the fat guy touchdown?
Probably, yeah, 12 or 13, somewhere in there. Yeah.
I told you, he nearly broke my face on his spike of that.
That's great.
No, it wasn't.
Anyway, Mitch
It wasn't
Unrein.
until the ball went spinning past my head that I was like, wow, I was in danger there. I didn't even know.
Okay. How bad was our fantasy football matchup this week? As punishment, we have to listen to Mariah Carey's Fantasy as we discuss this. No Dear Mr. Fantasy, no better song with fantasy in the title. We have to go with Mariah Carey today.
Do we?
Although this song's not that bad.
Yeah, this song's catching straight.
It's not
terrible. She's got, hey, look. Once upon a time, I liked the Christmas song, and then people started breaking it out like August 5th, and now I can't take it anymore.
It's my birthday.
Is that why you leave every year about that time?
No.
Do you escape so we don't have some kind of party you have to endure with cake and
I'm not
coworkers?
I'm not vacation on my birthday guy. I just like going on vacation the first week of August. Don't ask any further questions, okay? So, final score.
That's suspicious.
87.6 to 57.9.
57 points, folks.
No triple digits.
Now, it's not a lot of touchdowns. If you like touchdowns, we're not the game for you.
No. How'd the quarterbacks do? You had Joe Burrow. How'd that work out for you?
What do you get hurt 5 seconds in? Judging by my score?
I had Justin Fields, who after putting up 29 in week 1, put up 4 this week.
Yeah. And he got hurt too.
He's hurt too. Yeah, he's in trouble.
My running back is something Tracy.
Tyrone Tracy of the Giants. He actually was better than Travion Henderson for you.
Yeah.
Your 2 starting running backs, RBs 1 and 2, totaled 12 points for you.
Sure.
Oof.
Why wouldn't they?
Yeah. I actually got more production out of the running backs. Jahmyr Gibbs was fine, and Kyron Williams was also fine.
Brock Bowers.
Why? Yeah, tight end Brock Bowers, Andy. He was not good.
No. Turns out Geno Smith doesn't know how to throw to him. I watched that a few times.
Also, you have Tyler Warren, but he was on your bench.
Yeah, that was good. I also have Keenan Allen, who I believe caught a touchdown, which would be a touchdown more than most of my players.
Oh, yeah, you do have Keenan.
Yeah.
Keenan Allen would have been good for you.
Would have been.
Yeah, it could have been.
Allen?
Sure.
No, Keenan. Keenan Allen,
yeah,
BJ.
Keenan Allen.
It's a different Allen.
You know, I've stashed on my bench thinking I might need him is old Darren Waller. Probably not going to need him.
I think playing Stephon Diggs is a bold choice.
Well, with Zach Charbonnet, who sounds more like a wine than is doing anything as a running back.
But let's get to the real weakness of Andy's squad, okay? Because none of those were great, but this is where you went off the rails. You went with the Giants defense
to
start against Dallas. They gave up a mere 40 points. They actually took 3 points off your score because of the play of the Giants
Sounds about
defense.
right.
You got
Yeah.
negative points.
Yeah.
Can't you just, isn't 0 low enough? I feel like
Does it have to kick me in the old underbelly?
I don't think it should be taking points away.
Yeah.
No. Drake London. Thanks for the 4 points, guy. Michael Penix and his 130 passing yards. Really glad I took Drake London
Hey,
in
you
the
know who my
second
backup
round.
quarterback was if he would have played?
Who's that?
The aforementioned Michael Penix.
No, not good.
I guess I had to waiver wire it up, but Joey's, I'm broken.
My 2 top receivers, by the way, I have one from Atlanta and one from Chicago. How's that working out for me?
Those are going well.
Yeah.
Well, Chicago got 21 points.
They did, but
there
that
were
was
21 points for you to have 7 of.
That's because they were throwing the ball to Rome Odunze and not DJ Moore, let me tell
Well,
you.
why would you think the guy they give a fat contract to would be the one they threw the ball to?
Jordan Mason. I went with the Jordan Mason play at the flex. Thought that was going to go great. Nah, the Vikings offense sucks, and he got 4 points. Cool, thanks. My kicker was like the 4th highest scoring player on my team. This team is butt. I did have Tucker Kraft. That's the only reason I won was because I have Tucker Kraft. That's it.
Here's what we have to do, though. We as a league need to unite. Because the guy that's decided he cares the most is I'm about to be on paternity leave, Raj.
How's he doing?
He's kicking butt because he's tweeting the whole world about how great he is at our fantasy league.
Well, he should be.
No, he shouldn't be. I mean, it's all right.
Let me
It's a
tell
long
you
season guy.
Let me tell you how weird fantasy football is. You know who I'm going to start at quarterback this week? Daniel Jones.
Well, I better go pick up Russell Wilson then.
Honestly, like Daniel Jones going to Tennessee this week, I'm pretty optimistic. He's going for me.
How long does the Daniel Jones thing go? Seriously. We got a lot of people back in the song, by the way.
If that's what Steichen, if that's the offense, then they're going to, as long as Steichen's not doing the brain dead stuff he did at the end of the game.
Yeah.
They're going to be fine.
Yeah.
Does that not look like a well-designed offense that's taking advantage of Tyler Warren right now?
At some point, does Daniel Jones go back to being Daniel Jones? This is one of those guys where, look, man, we were all talking about Derek Carr and the amazingness of Derek Carr for the first month of the season last year, and then Derek Carr.
2 years ago, Daniel Jones took the Giants to the playoffs.
Now the song "Hate" is coming in, by the way.
Okay,
it immediately shifted.
That's
sorry that you all have to pay penance for our. It's not that bad a song. Hey, listen, it's not the Gangnam Style thing or Who Let the Dogs Out.
What was that guy's name? Psy?
God. Whip It. I hate Whip It by Devo. I don't get it. You know how many 80s one-hit wonders I could crush for you?
Oh, dude.
Jeez.
Devo was not a one-hit wonder. That's a terrible music take.
Yeah, whatever.
Watch
like
the Devo doc on
I
Netflix.
know, you've told me.
It is so cool.
What about?
Those guys were awesome.
Okay.
Yeah. You should watch it. It's good stuff. Yeah. They did not set out to even like be a band. They were just like they were just like these weird visual artists at Kent State doing all the craziest crap, and then they're just like, let's get instruments and make weird music.
That's the 80s.
And put flower pots on our heads.
Yeah. That's just it. All right. I guess I got to hit the waiver wire. I don't know. Is it too early in week 2 to just be done with your league?
Yes.
And see, here's the problem of this thing. I didn't put any money in.
There's a lot
So
of
I
time.
don't care.
Oh, we got gift certificates on the line.
Other than Raj's tweets, I don't care.
Kevin Shockey is raiding the petty cash drawer to pay us off.
Yeah, you better care. I'm going to be that guy. Dan Clark says, I won my game. Why am I subjected to this song? I am that guy that you all are going to need at some point during this season.
Everyone needs that
So
dub.
you better hope I dig in deep to find some reason to give a crap.
I needed it in week 2, let me tell you. I needed that dub. By the way, did you lose to Spring in week 1?
Yeah, I think so.
You're
Didn't
0
I?
You're 0
Didn't we
2
go right
in
away?
show.
Didn't we go right away, Spring?
Yep, I beat you.
Or Spring is.
You're not paying attention.
Spring's not paying attention to the show because he had to listen to fantasy. What'd you put on in there? While that thing was going?
Spring
You
was
see?
grooving in there.
Spring just noticed the song was over. He's like, all right, I'll check back in.
Spring was feeling it in there.
No, he asked me a question. I answered it.
He's got an extra pep in his step. Chad Brown coming up next here on the Kreckman and
And
Lindahl
he did
Show.
watch the CU game because I saw him tweeting about it.
Yeah, let's get those takes. We'll find out how his fantasy team is doing. That's next. Let's jump right into it with Chad Brown here on a Tuesday afternoon. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Chad, let's start with your Colorado Buffaloes. Deion Sanders bristled at a question about his team's identity today because ultimately, if you don't have an identity, that's because you don't do anything really all that well. What did you make of Prime's response today? And if you had to answer that question, what is Colorado's identity at the moment? Hold on, we do not have Chad.
Chad's muted according to our
Let's make sure we
Zoom call.
Unmute
There we
Chad.
go.
There it is.
How about that? Is that better?
Now we're crushing it.
That's all because
we
I was
go.
hearing you off air, Chad. So
Yes, no
Yes.
worries. Okay. Yes, it's always interesting when people say my Colorado Buffaloes. And so in good times, it feels like an honor, like it's an honorific that you're giving me. My Colorado Buffaloes.
So you can go full
And then-
Ted Leitner here, Chad, if you want to. When they're losing, they can be your Colorado Buffaloes. When they're winning, they're my Colorado Buffaloes.
Exactly. So yes, I somehow that landed a little poorly on me today for some reason. But to go off of Coach Prime, he's going to just say some stuff that doesn't always make sense to me. So I'm not prepared to defend it or rebut it, but I'll answer the second part of your question.
Okay.
How would I describe his team's identity? They don't have one. We don't have a quarterback right now. We don't run the ball well right now. Our offensive play caller does not put our playmakers in a position to make plays. Our defense does not tackle well, nor does our defense have enough knowledge to understand how to limit big plays. So those are my 5 big takeaways that are always linked to identity for me as a football player, as a football coach. And we don't do those things well at all.
All right, Chad, you were there for the first game. You called it for Westwood One Radio. We talked to you, that Georgia Tech game. You know this because you were around the stadium that day, and I'll just tell you it's continued because I went on the road with them this weekend, and it's continued for the next couple games after. The tackling seems to constantly be something talked or whispered about in the halls. They don't tackle well. You already brought it up. How do you fix that now that you're in season?
You have to be willing to risk an injury at practice and work on tackling. I mean, you can talk about coverages and you can talk about schemes and we want to blitz them and we want to do this and that, but it goes back to the basics for me. And so tackling is a football 101. It's defensive basics. And part of that, I guess, would be, football 202 would be understanding where your leverage is. So if you happen to miss the tackle, at least I forced a guy with the football into a teammate. Because if I missed a tackle and he's able to get outside of me and there's only one cornerback out there, well, gosh, I could have forced him inside where there was 9 other Buffaloes, but I let him go outside versus 1 Buffalo. And that's how we end up with big plays. And that's how the opponent ends up with explosive plays. So there seems to be a adverse desire to work on tackling during the week because tackling has to be worked on in order for it to be good. And we can understand that maybe in week 1 when you've only had some inter-squad scrimmages. But here in week 3, this is still an issue, a major issue. That's a coaching issue to me. And then number 2, limiting the big plays. If you know how to tackle, and then now you know how, if I'm going to miss this tackle, at least I direct the player to my teammates.
Do you have a lean one way or the other of what you think they should do at quarterback going forward? Both Wyoming this week, BYU the week after, and moving forward, what should the plan be?
I think it should be Caden Salter. Georgia Tech has proven to be one of the top teams in the ACC.
Yep.
So Caden Salter put together a performance that was fairly close to winning. He needed to take advantage of his legs a little bit more. It was a guy who was stepping up in level of play. But okay, if you continue to move forward off of that, then I think we can have something where we can count on our other playmakers to help carry the load. But to judge the game against Delaware and judge all those quarterbacks and suddenly make a quarterback move based off a lower level opponent and a guy coming off the bench with no expectations and the defense hasn't prepared for them, I don't think you had a clear vision of what was actually happening when that move was made for last week's game. So there needs to be a clear vision. I think there needs to be an identity. What kind of team are we going to be? Because all three of these quarterbacks bring a different skill set, and therefore the play calling needs to be different. And so I'm not one to make excuses for Pat Shurmur. I think Pat Shurmur certainly has a percentage of the issue here, but you don't make his job any easier when you thrust three quarterbacks upon him and ask him to perform miracles.
And just that, Chad, and I made this point to Andy earlier of these are such different kinds of quarterbacks. Really, all three of them are very different kinds of quarterbacks. And when Kaden Salter wins the job coming out of fall camp and you start the season with Salter as your guy, you very much are one kind of offense, and you want to make plays with your quarterback, getting it done with his legs, and then you flip it around. There's just whiplash for everybody. Like, pick a lane and go with it.
Exactly. Going into that first game of the season, in the opening of the broadcast, from our radio broadcast, we talked about two dual threat quarterbacks, Haynes King and Kaden Salter. And it was going to be the tail of that game was going to be which defense did the best job of forcing one of those guys to be one-dimensional. Obviously, the Buffs defense didn't do their part. Haynes King put together a great game throwing and running the football. But Kaden Salter certainly showed promise in being a dual threat quarterback. So then to make the switch, yes, you're schizophrenic from a play calling standpoint, from of what players do we want on the field standpoint. If it's going to be Kaden Salter, then occasionally probably the fullback's going to be part of what we do. And we're going to go with a bigger body tight end. If it's Juju Lewis who wants to throw the ball, then we're going to go with 4 and 5 wides and a receiving tight end. So even from a personnel standpoint, you don't give yourself much of a shot when you have this scattershot approach to who's going to be under center.
All right, I'm going to flip it to the Broncos because, quite honestly, you know what, Chad, I hate to say it, I just think we're also starting to see Peyton Manning, when he left the Colts, this looked a little bit, the team left behind was not quite as good as you thought without Peyton Manning back here. And quite honestly, how many times did we see one Travis Hunter and one Shedeur Sanders kind of find a way to get a momentum play by themselves at times when you had nothing else going? And I think they're desperately missing that ability to just pop and have a play like that. So I'm worried there are no easy answers how to fix this thing until you get a little cohesion going like you talked about. I'm going to ask you about the Broncos. You played, obviously, star linebacker in a number of different defenses. You were part of some really great Steeler defenses. I was convinced watching camp this Broncos defense has the potential to be great. Now, I'm not going to chuck that out the window after 2 games. I thought they did a good job against a rookie quarterback. A little frustrated by more bend than I expected. Now, at the end of the day, they forced 5 field goals to 2 touchdowns. They got a 4th down stop when they needed. There was some good. But did we overshoot what we should expect out of this Broncos defense watching camp after what you've seen from 2 games?
Here in Denver, there is a fascinating media thing where during the offseason and during camp, we fall in love with these guys without the perspective of seeing other teams and other players. And just because, Troy Franklin took a step forward, well, how does he take a step forward against that DB who's in the AFC West, who's also going, and taking a step forward and gaining more knowledge of what's happening? So we make these predictions based on a very limited understanding of how it's going to look when we actually go against a different opponent. And so you would not be the only one to, make an error in personnel judgment or prediction how an offense or defense is going to play, because this is what we do here in Denver. We fall in love with it. We want the Broncos to do well. We fall in love with these guys. So the thoughts that this was going to be, no-fly zone 2.0 or the 85 Bears, I thought, no. We still don't have a couple of positions fully shored up, inside linebacker being one of them. And then we saw the effect of that out there on Sunday. Jonathan Taylor, a good back, actually one of the best backs in college football history. He put together an epic career at Wisconsin, and when he's healthy, has been one of the top 5 backs in the NFL. So to go for 160 plus, you don't do that without having some missed tackles, Alex Singleton, having some guys not understanding where their leverage is supposed to be, Alex Singleton. And while Dre Greenlaw certainly would hopefully be a part of the remedy, him coming back in the lineup isn't suddenly going to be like going over to the wall and flipping a switch and suddenly this is going to be a shutdown run defense. They've got some systemic issues with tackling and leverage, and up front, they were getting moved by an offensive line that no one says is one of the best in the league. The Colts are pretty good up front, but they're not great. So to give up 160 yards in an NFL game, you did a lot of things wrong, and this Broncos defense got exposed. And now with the Chargers coming in and with Harbaugh and what he wants to do, running the football and throwing the ball around the yard with Justin Herbert, they're going to have their work cut out for them this week as well.
Yeah, let's dive into that matchup. And again, we're talking to the great Chad Brown here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Chargers, they were in our living rooms last night, a 20-9 victory over the Raiders. Herbert, my God, that throw to Quentin Johnston was that's something special right there. And what I took away from that game, Chad, especially was the matchup that I can't wait to watch. And you know, you talked about Troy Franklin, you know, growing. Well, what about Tarheeb still with the Chargers and the growth that that guy has had as a second-year corner? That's a really good player for the Chargers. Geno Smith couldn't find anybody open last night. It just was not available to him. That Chargers defense was flying around out there. Year 2 of Jim Harbaugh, that's a football team with an identity right there. What do you think of that team and the way that Denver matches up against them?
We may have to retire. We'll see forever or for just a short window of time. The phrase Chargers are going to Charger. I think Harbaugh has eliminated that from what they do. And for Justin Herbert, been a part of that. And we always knew he was talented and he had the size and the arm strength and he can run the football and he was tough and he could do all these things, but he always left you just a little bit disappointed. And you know, there's got to be something more to his game. Well, he's taken that step forward this season. And when you've got a coach as good as Harbaugh, who wants to play good defense and run the football and do some bully ball. There were a couple of snaps out there where they went with an extra offensive lineman. They went with a 275-pound tight end. They are going to try to bully this Broncos defense that just got bullied last week. So while the running backs, I don't think are as good as Jonathan Taylor, they got exposed against the Colts a bit, and Harbaugh is going to do his best to exploit that. And if Vance Joseph chooses to load up the box, Justin Herbert can hurt you with his arm and his legs. And then, oh yeah, Bo Nix, you're trying to still figure out who your guys are, as the Colts were able to limit Cortland Sutton. You had to go to Troy Franklin. While that was a great emergence, now you're going against a defense who essentially didn't allow anybody to get open for the Raiders. So again, this is going to be a very serious week for the Broncos, and we'll get a chance to see how good this football team is. Remember, it was Sean Payton who was talking about Super Bowl. I thought that was premature then, and after seeing the first 2 games of the season, I definitely believe it's premature now.
I am curious, are you ready to throw dirt on the Chiefs? You've seen dynasties. You've been a part of the great organization in Pittsburgh. You got to look inside the Patriot dynasty when you played there. Do they have what it takes to get off the mat, or is this a different team? Do we need to quit acting like Travis Kelce is 5 years younger than he is?
Well, Father Time is catching up to Travis Kelce. No doubt about that. Father Time and life distractions and $100 million podcast deals. That's enough to distract
and
a lot
$1 billion
of people.
fiance.
$1 billion, yes. So he's got reasons to be distracted, but I still believe in Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid, and I'm sure they'll figure something out. I think the Chargers obviously have an awesome opportunity with 3 AFC West games in a row to start the season to leapfrog everybody in the AFC West and put themselves in the driver's seat after this week's game with the Broncos. But I'm not ready to just dismiss the Chiefs. I think there's still some championship heart left in them. They will be getting some players back from suspension. They will be getting players back from injury. So the Chiefs team that we've seen this first couple of weeks will look far different by week 4 or 5 of this year. So I'm going to withhold judgment, but they still have got some tremendous issues, particularly on the defensive side of the ball. That secondary is just getting toasted every week.
How about Mahomes completing fewer? He's under 60% for his completion percentage right now. Patrick Mahomes, quarterback of the last place Chiefs. I'm not buying it, guys. I think that team's in trouble. I think it's a mess. They've been and also here's the other thing about the Chiefs. They've been living the good life, okay? Like they're 0-2 right now. They had 2 losses all of last year. This is some serious adversity coming down on this football team right now, and Seriously,
Okay,
like Mahomes it has been such a smooth ride for him so far here in the NFL. Does he got that dig deep thing? I don't know, Chad.
The Chiefs excelled last year in one-score games.
They did.
Excelled.
And guess what? They're
one-score games.
0-2 in one-score games so far this year.
But let's contrast that to the Broncos, who going back to last season have not excelled in one-score games. So the Chiefs have at least shown championship heart last year.
They have that, but also like last year when a ball bounces off at Travis Kelce and gets intercepted by a Chiefs or by an Eagles DB last year, that was the stuff that happened for the Chiefs. Now it's happening to the Chiefs in the ultimate coin flip league.
I'll tell you what, Chad, I'm going to pause this if I can, because I got to get one more before we let you go. You're a broadcaster. You've done the meetings. The topic of the day is, and I knew it was going to blow up. I'm sure you did too when you saw it.
Tom Brady, big
Tom
cheater.
Brady hanging out in the booth, getting to meet with some of the NFL teams. Chip Kelly all over Monday Night Football. Oh, what a great resource. How big a conflict is it? You've done the production meetings, Chad. What are you learning in there? If you played for a team, would you want Tom Brady broadcaster nowhere near your facility, or is this just a media thing we're making too much of?
All right, just let me tie a bow up on the Chiefs thing. I am not going to go on Denver airwaves and break my arm patting the Chiefs on the back.
Yeah.
So just to be clear about that. Just to be clear about that.
Good.
Okay, now moving on to Tom Brady, my former teammate. It's ridiculous. It is so ridiculous. We are in this weird place as a culture where suddenly if you have money or if you have power, I know that's kind of always been the case, but I'm seeing it more amplified now, that you get to do anything you want, whether we're talking politics or now we're talking sports. And so Tom Brady has now entered into that territory. And I'm hoping that there's enough integrity with Roger Goodell and the rest of the owners to put a kibosh on that ridiculousness. This dude cannot be wearing two different hats that are in direct conflict with each other. You can't do a great job highlighting the NFL if you're going to be banned from these meetings, but you can't be in these meetings and then be in the coach's booth with a headset on. It's ridiculous. It has to end immediately. And for all those folks who have question marks about the integrity of the league, particularly in regards to gambling, now that that's an important, gaming is an important part of sports and how we look at sports and the lens which we view it through. The NFL has certainly a massive conflict of interest brewing, and that should be the last time that ever happens. I think he would have to, if I were Roger Goodell, you got to give up your Fox job immediately. You cannot do both.
I'll tell you this though, Chad. Like I'm not going to count on the NFL to have any integrity. Like I can't do that. But I will say this, okay? So did you guys realize he's supposed to call the Cowboys-Bears game this week? Well, guess who the Raiders play the following week? The Bears. If you're Ben Johnson, if you even and by the way, Brady's not allowed in the facility. He's supposed to do the production meetings remotely. But if you're Ben Johnson, I would straight up tell that network, like, I'm not talking to you until that guy's gone.
Why would you talk to him?
Get him out of here.
I think the ultimate question would be, can Jerry Jones do that? Because Jerry Jones is an owner. So if Jerry Jones isn't allowed to do that, then why is Tom Brady allowed to do this? Tom was, in my mind, a top 2 football player of all time. I was lucky to be his teammate. I was lucky to show him how to use his iPhone when he first got it. So I've got some Tom Brady connection, but I can
did
see
you show him how to
wrong this
smash it after Deflategate? Did you show him that too?
Is that why you needed the new iPhone, Chad?
I showed him how to use his cursor because he was like, how do I move my cursor around? So it was a little bit simpler, the instructions I gave Tom on that.
Chad Brown, everybody. Chad, excellent as always. Thanks for stopping by. By the way, you said Brady top 2. Who's the other one? Who's number 1?
Jerry Rice, another teammate of mine.
That guy, the GOAT there. Well done, Chad Brown. Chad, beautiful stuff as always, man. Can't wait till we talk to you next week.
See you guys. Have a good one.
All right, Chad Brown stopping by the show right there. Yeah, got to take that. You take that little tack hammer and just boom, you just smash that iPhone to pieces. That's how it's done. Kreckman and Lindahl show. You ready for power rankings, Andy?
Oh, they're coming. Today is going to be weird.
The power. What do you do with the Broncos after that game? We're going to find out. We're going to find out what the power rankers do with them after a 1-point loss at Indianapolis. That's next. Tuesday edition of the Kreckman and Lindahl show, and that means we've got power rankings, everybody. We have delved into the rankings. They're all out today. Every site you go to on a Tuesday morning, click on our power rankings. Well, it works. I do. And then we bring them to you here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show to find out where the Broncos at in the trends that are going on around the NFL. Where are we at right now? Andy, last week, Broncos averaged 11. 11.
These go to 11.
Mm-hmm.
We going to go see that?
I'll go. I'm down.
Figure that out.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Talk about that later.
Okay.
But you can't not think about it when you hear that cut.
Do they go to 12 in the new one? That's what we need to know. 11. So Broncos averaged 11 last week. They were in the single digits, in fact, in 3 of the rankings. NFL.com, Pro Football Talk, and Yahoo all had Broncos at number 9. A niner in there. Calling from a walkie-talkie. So how did the Broncos do? After a
Niner.
29-28. That one caught me off guard. 29-28 loss at Indianapolis because, Andy, they did a lot of good things in that game.
Sure.
If Will Lutz just makes a field goal, very makeable by his standards, 42-yard field goal, they probably win that game on the road. There was a lot of good in that game.
Don't miss a kick. Don't throw a pick. Don't spike the ball.
Don't spike the ball. Yeah. Many things that could get cleaned up, but the Broncos generally, they were in control of that game most of the way.
Then they weren't.
All the way up until a leverage penalty.
Until they weren't. Because your guy was doing the Hackett. It's now known as the Hackett, 16 beyond. Give me that.
That's what's so funny about it, Andy, is take the leverage penalty off the board, and the Broncos are top 10 in every one of these rankings.
Yeah, they're
I promise
2-0
you. But because DeAndre Tillman put a hand on a shoulder and launched himself, here we are. So let's do this. Let's start with ESPN. Jeff Legwold's fine publication outlet, whatever you want to call it. Last week, ESPN had the Broncos all the way up at 11. Andy, this week, after a 1-point road loss at Indianapolis, the Broncos dropped 2 spots to 13.
Not too bad.
1-3, a 2-rung drop on the power ranking ladder for the Broncos, according to ESPN. NFL.com, one of the more bullish rankings on the Broncos a week ago, with them all the way up at number 9. NFL.com, this is the league's website. They play in the NFL, and so if you go to NFL.com, they then give you content about the NFL. Well, these people over at NFL.com, they got the Broncos at 10, dropped them 1 spot.
Okay. Not too bad again.
That's the gruntiest
There's
one.
There's a lot going on there. That first hit didn't take, so
no,
it was
really
the second
didn't.
one.
Let me get it again. So here's we're gonna delve into the weirdest part of the rankings this week. So last week, The Athletic had the lowest ranking on the board for the Broncos at 15. At 15, that was the lowest ranking on the board. This week, after going to Indianapolis and getting leverage to a 1-point loss against Daniel Jones and the mighty Colts, the Broncos move up 1 spot to 14.
Curious.
My goodness.
Where'd they have the Colts?
They moved up, according to The Athletic. I don't know, but they did have the Chiefs at number 13, and that bothered me that they had the Chiefs over the Broncos.
Well, you really. I'm the one that's supposed to be leading the Chiefs hate.
No, you love the
parade.
Chiefs this year.
I do not.
You do.
You better stop.
You defended
It's gonna be
Travis
an
Kelce
issue.
on this show. You've become a total Kelce guy. I'm the one over here spitting the truth about the Chiefs. They're a fraud. Chiefs are 13, according to The Athletic. The Ringer. Historically, we've had issues with The Ringer.
We have.
Yeah.
We've talked to the boss.
We have.
We put on our best haircut, asked to see the manager.
Mm-hmm. And yet.
And she showed up.
Well, get a load of this. So last week, they were 13. The Broncos were 13, according to TheRinger.com. This week, they move up 2 spots to 11.
11.
These go to 11.
Make it make sense, TheRinger.com. Make it make sense. Last year, you didn't buy him until they made the playoffs. This year, they lose and you move them up. Okay.
Well, Joe Burrow got hurt. I mean,
That's
there's some
true.
explanations. A few quarterbacks got hurt. Jaden Daniels got nicked up a little bit.
No love for Jake Browning.
No love for, well,
Jake Browning erasure
someone
all over the
loves
place.
Jake Browning, and that's his girlfriend.
Good for him.
Whoa. His girlfriend is very popular on Twitter.
Why are people upset? Hot chick dresses hot, and people are like, "Oh, this is no good."
Who's upset?
That weird aggregator account that you sent over last night.
Yeah, that guy doesn't count. I'm not sure that's a guy. It might be a bot. That's AI. ChatGPT is a fan.
A puritanical Twitter bot.
Puritanical ChatGPT.
This is how you know Twitter sucks now. Fewer porn bots, more Puritan bots. I don't like it. Let's take it in the other direction. So they moved up, according to The Ringer. Deion Sanders' favorite media outlet, Spring, CBS.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
So CBS, that's Pete Prisco. Last week had him at 10. Then they lose a 1-point game at Indianapolis. They drop to 13.
Hardest fall of the bunch.
So The Ringer moved him up 2. CBS dropped him 3.
That was an interesting hit right there, too. That one had 2 big thuds, and I'm not sure why.
Very rhythmic.
It was.
That one was
guy
like
doing
that one was the
grunt.
Blue Man group of pileups.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. That was because everything's been 1 or 2.
Right.
Prisco, rotund Prisco.
He got dramatic about it.
The actual real George Costanza says, "Nope, you're down 3, pal."
USA Today. I always love the USA Today rankings. This guy's all over the place.
You know, I just stayed in a nice hotel. No USA Today's.
They didn't give you one?
None.
That's disappointing.
Didn't find him anywhere. Not in the lobby.
Nope. That's a letdown. What kind of hotel were you at? A Marriott?
No, I can't remember what it was, like the International Suites or something.
Sounds lovely. Were there a lot of people from assorted other countries there?
No. Mark and I, Johnson and I took a walk about 3 blocks. And yeah. No, it was an interesting Burger King like the one we passed at on our way home from Vegas.
Yeah, you were in Houston.
Yeah.
You got to see Houston a little bit.
There it is.
So USA Today last week had the Broncos 12.
Yeah.
After, again, a bizarre penalty that has been called 18 times total in the NFL since 2020 that then gave the Colts 15 yards closer and thus an easier field goal for Spencer Schrader. They dropped 4 spots to 16.
Wow. Did Pete Prisco.
16, says USA Today.
You know what I'd say to USA
Are you
Today?
saying pal?
Middle of the road in the NFL. There's 32 teams.
I would say to USA Today, worry less about dropping a team 4 spots and worry more about on your USA Today getting me a story from today.
That's what I'm saying.
Everything you got is from yesterday.
Take that, USA Today.
Yet in the title, it suggests I'm getting something from today.
Shut your mouth.
A website that talks about pro football called Pro Football Talk.
Yeah, run by a lawyer.
Yeah,
What?
creatively named. So they were Florio had the Broncos at 9 last week. Well, now they dropped 2 spots to 11.
These go to 11.
Yeah, that's a lot of.
And finally, our friend Frank Schwab over at Yahoo Sports.
Again, his people.
Yeah.
Yahoo! Putting up a paywall.
Yahoo with an exclamation point, by the way. He had him up at 9 last week.
Did I catch a 9er in there?
Thank you, David Spade. Dropped 3 spots to 12.
Okay.
Plummeted.
Another
Down
3.
to 12.
Boy, the back half of these rankings are less bullish than the first half. The first half, not concerned in the least. The back half, 3 and 4 spot drops all over the place.
Last week, Broncos averaged 11 in the NFL Power Rankings. This week, the average drop, 1.5 spots. Their average this week, 12.5. Oh! High ranking on the board, NFL.com at 10. Low ranking on the board, USA Today at 16.
I'm confused.
6 drops, 2 risers. Biggest drop, USA Today at -4. Biggest rise, The Ringer at +2.
Interesting.
Yep.
Biggest rise by the greatest doubter.
Mm-hmm.
What? What is happening? What are we doing?
I don't know.
Are we not all crunching the same data?
By the way, NFL.com.
Yeah.
This
Team's
is
website.
This is how I know this is
League's
the
website?
This is the best football website that there is. Denver 10, Kansas City 11.
Oh, you like that.
Only ranking on the board that actually got it right with the Chiefs below the Broncos. So there it is, everybody. Your Week 3 power rankings. You're still in good shape. You're still in good shape.
Yeah.
You're very much. You
did okay.
You're 1-1. You lost a. Okay. Andy, I was thinking about this in the schedule, okay? And we were talking about, like, before the season started, like, hey, 2-3 is a possibility, okay? Win the first 2, Tennessee and Indianapolis. If you fall to the Chargers on the road, if you lose to Burrow, if you lose to Philadelphia, okay, you're 2-3, but then the schedule starts to lighten up a little bit after that. You got the Jets, you got the Giants, you got some more winnable games coming up right here, okay? Well, now it's goofy because it's 1-1, but also now you don't have to play Burrow. Now, again, like, Jake Browning doesn't stink. He's not the worst backup quarterback in the world. The guy's won a couple of games, but there's nobody on the planet that thinks that Cincinnati is as in good a shape as they were when they had Joe Burrow. By the way, Chargers had to play last night.
Yep. Win on Monday, lose on Sunday is a classic saying.
So they're on a shorter week. So they've got that they've got to deal with right now.
Sure.
There's still a lot of metrics that will tell you this is one of the best defenses in the NFL based on their performances through 2 games. And Bo Nix played much better in week 2. Again, like, the further we get away from that game and having rewatched the game and just delved into it, I'm getting much more at peace with that loss, and it's because I think they played well. I think they played well and lost, which sucks, but that happens sometimes in the NFL. If they look like crap and then lost the game, I'd have been like, well, that's not good.
Well, there's an outside chance that's the best game the Colts are going to play all year.
That's also possible.
Outside chance. Just based off Daniel Jones being so dang accurate.
Right.
I mean, he had a really good game.
He had a really good game. Jonathan Taylor looked terrific. And again,
they caught you in some bad defensive formations. Let's be honest about it.
Yeah.
All right, I'll tell you what. Let's come back. I got one guy I got to ask you about.
All right.
One guy.
Ask me about a guy.
Is it fair to single out one guy?
What were you doing on that one? What were you up to?
Come back and find out.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about energy levels today. Let's talk about gains in the gym. How have you been feeling lately? You feeling a little off, maybe? Not the same energy you've had in the past. Maybe you're dealing with the brain fog, but mainly not seeing the gains in the gym. Maybe the old sexual motivation isn't the same. If you're dealing with any of these symptoms, it could be low T. The unproductive workouts are not fun. The decreased energy is not fun. If you want to try to do something about it, it's time to head on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and have a good conversation with these folks. Your first visit's real easy. You get your blood drawn. You'll get a T and a PSA test, and they'll talk to you about your testosterone levels. They have your results for you in 30 minutes. Doesn't take that long. If you'd like to maybe learn more about low T, they have a 10-question quiz up on their website as well. Yes or no answers. Takes 2 minutes. Real easy. You can talk to the Colorado licensed medical provider about what you can expect a testosterone treatment to do for you. Cost of that appointment's only $99, and it does include a medical consult, the T and the PSA test. But if you sign up for testosterone the day of your appointment, that visit is free. So why not head in there and have a conversation? Get the energy levels back. If you've been putting this off, don't put it off any longer. If you're noticing the bad gains in the gym or just not being where you want to be, especially the brain fog or even depression, Time to go and get this talked about. Why the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic? Well, because they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Also, they have 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you, including Fort Collins in the Springs, but they've got a revamped location in Castle Rock. That's one that you're going to check out if you want to. If you live in that end of town, if you want to give that a good look over again, if you've been there maybe before, go on back. Check those guys out. 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Andy, you are obligated to give that tease one more time before we begin the conversation.
Already forgot it. I don't write these things down. Is one single person to blame for problems with the Broncos?
Was the
defense?
original, I believe the original tease, you said something about singling him out.
Sure.
Uh-huh.
Alex Singleton has been a big topic of conversation today.
Singleton.
Yep, there's the breadcrumbs to leave you right there. Thank you, Sean.
See what you did
Or
right
no, wait,
there.
that was Belichick.
Uh-huh.
Sean and Belichick laugh the same. Yeah, they ain't far off, man. Ain't far off. Even Chad Brown brought it up. We had a texter write in and say, why is everybody so upset about Alex Singleton? I keep hearing him getting called out. I don't think he's that bad. Here's my thing with Alex Singleton. First off, I do think he's good for the room. I think he's a good leader on this team. It's why I think he's been a captain. I'm not sure his starting every down days, though, and I'm not sure how often he plays every down, but it sure felt like he got caught out there in coverage situations where I wish that hadn't happened. Wouldn't you say? I think if you had Singleton with Drake Greenlaw, who still, when not injured, appears to be in a very prime of his athletic time here, then I don't think it's that bad. But I feel like Sternad is getting better. I feel like Sternad has been better through 2 games this year than at points we saw last year. But again, when I think we talked about the greatness we expected from this Broncos defense, it was largely based on Drake Greenlaw occupying that middle linebacker spot and be able to both cover and bring a little bit of the thunder that Spring seems to play during our power ranking segment when it comes to stopping the run.
I want to very quickly add some context to something that you queried about there. How much is he out there? There were 2 Broncos that played 100% of the defensive snaps against Indianapolis. They were Riley Moss and Alex Singleton.
See, that's interesting to me.
Every single snap.
From what you and I saw in camp, not sure that's what I want.
Surtain missed a play.
And he was getting his ankle taped.
Right.
I don't know, Nate. That sounds like a lot of work for a guy he's north of 30 now, isn't he?
Singleton?
Yeah.
Good
I'm almost
question.
positive that he is. I might be wrong. And again, look, I think the guy is a good player, but I think he's a situational player for you. I think he's a good tackler. But again, I think his better burst days are behind him. There's times where I see him get
32, by the way. Good job. Good by you.
Well, look, the guy gets to the play. He makes tackles. The problem was you and I are complaining about last year and the year before. He doesn't always get the guy that doesn't always get to the guy or get the guy down before the line to gain has been had.
What I noticed in that game most noticeably, What I noticed most noticeably?
What is most noticeable?
What I noticed in the noticeable things that I noticed.
You noticeably noticed.
He had a very bad coverage game.
Yeah.
Like, he really struggled with Tyler Warren. And some of that is, we went over last week the amount of different ways that Steichen was lining him up. That he did in week 1 against Miami, the different assorted ways that Tyler Warren was used. And you saw it, one of his early biggest plays, he was lined up in the backfield and then ran a route. Absolutely nobody covered him. Like, those are the kind of mistakes that were getting made out there. They were having a hard time covering Jonathan Taylor. There was just, it seemed to me the communication was off when it came to the coverage for the Broncos. I don't necessarily think the play was bad, but the Colts were beating them pre-snap a lot of the time.
Yeah, you were getting the matchup you wanted.
Yeah.
You just described it right there.
And that's a Vance Joseph problem, and you're right about that. That is also an Alex Singleton. That's a guy with the green dot problem.
Well,
that's an issue.
I just don't think if I had told you that Alex Singleton was going to get a healthy amount of snaps against Ty Warren in coverage, how do you think you and I would have reacted to that? We would not have predicted it would go well.
Well, it would have gone better if he had covered him.
Well, maybe.
Try that first.
Are we sure he wasn't
there.
trying to cover and couldn't keep up? Again, I'm not trying to have a bash Alex Singleton day, but the reality is that guy, to me, is the type of linebacker he's supposed to get to the hole, meet your running back there, and prevent the gain, period.
Yeah.
I don't want him covering anybody, ever. I don't.
Another defensive problem in that game, you know who the Broncos' leading tackler was on Sunday against the Colts? You're not going to like this one. Patrick Surtain.
Yeah, that's not what you want.
11 tackles, 9 of which were solo. Now, he allowed 7 catches for 63 yards, according to Next Gen Stats, when he was in coverage. So it was a very down game for Surtain in that regard. Plus, he's playing with the ankle injury. But you don't want him making 11 tackles in a game. That's not ideal. And then, not Spence word after that, it's Hufanga and Singleton who are going to be top 2 on this team in tackles. But the part where Surtain led the team in tackles is not great.
Yeah, you'd like Pat to get to a couple of those plays, but again, these crossers, the Broncos have to have an answer for the crossers.
That
was something they were feeding off of, and I don't know if guys weren't passing guys off at right times or what was going on, but it just feels like a better plan against that is needed. Are you confident we're going to get a Dre Greenlaw week? Again, he did practice on Friday.
Limited.
Limited.
Yeah.
But Leggy made it sound like he was at least out there when we talked to him yesterday, which could suggest, and Nate Atkins, I think they were kind of circling this week going back to Sean's preseason
If you're not going to put him
comments.
on IR, then he should be
Yeah,
able to
this
play.
is the week you need him.
Right. Very, very much
This
so.
Chargers run game, this is the week that you need him.
Andy, with a win tonight, your Colorado Rockies will surpass the 2024 White Sox in season win total. It would be win number 41 on the campaign. It would be win number 42. They're up to 41. This would be win number 42.
Did they play last night? I didn't know.
No, they did not. They were off. First at 3 against Miami tonight. Kyle Freeland against Yuri Perez. That's your matchup.
Kevin Freeland?
They swept the Fish back in June, remember?
Oh, no.
Down there in Miami.
Now that you bring it up.
They did.
Yes.
That was their first series win of the year.
Oh, that's right.
So the Rockies, listen to this, Andy. They just finished a stretch of 13 against the NL West. They went 2-11. This year, they're 12-37 against their own division. 12-37.
When's that realignment coming?
Hopefully soon. Still have 3 more with the Giants to play, by the way.
That's good. There's no bad blood there.
However, let me tell you this, okay? Dick Monfort, still winning, because I am looking at season attendance right now, and there are the dead last, worst in baseball by a mile, Colorado Rockies.
Threatening to be worst all time once.
Smack dab in the middle, 15th in Major League Baseball in attendance, still drawing on average over 30,000 a game.
Really sad.
People are still going. The Rockies are 2 spots ahead of Detroit, who is in first in the AL Central. And yet more people have gone out this year to Coors Field to watch the Rockies. Now, attendance is down on average about 1,200 a game, but it is still quite good. Rockies, again, right there in the middle in Major League attendance at number 15.
But how many times, I mean, again, what's been amazing to me is you tune into a game, and every now and again, I still want to check in. I mean, let's think about tonight. What are you really going to watch tonight? You're probably going to check in on some baseball of some kind.
Oh, I'll watch baseball, yes.
I'm talking Joe Average. Neat. I love baseball. I expected you with the MLB package to check in on some baseball.
Joe.
With maybe an app or 2 open.
Joe Average.
Good old Joe Average ain't worried about baseball now that football's started.
Does Joe
in a town
Average,
like
by
Denver.
the way, does Joe Average know South Florida wide receiver Chaz Nimrod?
Wow. Why Average got to know Nimrod?
I don't know. I briefly flipped on Miami, South Florida the other day, and I was like, South Florida has a receiver named Nimrod?
Does he know his routes? He ever blamed for blowing a route?
He had over 100 yards in that game, so he must have run to the right spot.
Find a color commentary. Well, Nimrod wasn't where he was supposed to be. You wouldn't expect.
Nimrod forgot the snap count.
Of course he did. The QB got sacked waiting to see if Nimrod would run the right route.
Nimrod's got to know he can't do that. It's a tough name for a broadcaster. You gotta really tread lightly with Nimrod.
You're having some fun with Nimrod. Surprising game by Nimrod.
Joe Average and Chaz Nimrod.
So anyway, I just want to know why Joe Average, why'd you go to the games this year? 303-504-0925. Why'd you go? Why'd you do it?
Hey, people like that bark at the park.
They do like the bark
They
at the
do.
park.
Spilly
They
does.
painted a purple pug.
Purple pug. Again, you can't get that anywhere else.
Haven't
in
they
town.
done like 9 bark at the parks this year?
Does anybody paint their dachshunds purple for the winter dog
just
races?
a pug.
Just a pug.
Most dachshunds, I feel like, are dark dogs, so you can't go with the purple anyway. It won't show up.
Just get some good old-fashioned lead paint like they used to put in the schools. You can make any dog purple if you really need to, Andy.
Sure. Give your dog sickness just to be on TV. We're going to get rain tonight. We're going to get this damn game in. If this game could not be played, would it matter?
Rocks in the fish. Yeah, would
They
Major League
don't
Baseball
need this to be played,
just
right?
be like, you're good.
We're out.
We're good. You can play 161.
We got enough Jack in the Box commercials on this year. We don't need it.
Kyle Freeland going tonight for the Rocks. Again, a chance to avoid history. They can still catch, by the way, the 03 Tigers, who I think won like 44 or something like that.
I'd rather they didn't. If you're going to do this, do it in grand fashion.
Well,
You've already blown that.
It's still quite
really
terrible.
Missed the Cleveland Spiders comparisons.
I know.
Where were the Spiders at this time of year? Do we know?
Somewhere with malaria.
Dysentery got some of the spiders.
They were lost on the Oregon Trail in 1899.
They went on a road trip and only half came back.
If this is your first time ever tuning in, this is the Kreckman and Lindahl
Sure.
Show.
Glad to have you.
We've got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up next. Every day at 5 o'clock, we bring you the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We call it the High Five. We play David Putty Drops. It's fun. Mark Springer, let's do it.
All right, let's do the High Five. Had 2 Monday Night Football games last night. Let's talk about the late one where the Chargers beat the Raiders 20-9. Tom Brady he wasn't in the owner's booth. No, he was in the coach's booth. And he was wearing a headset. And he was presumably communicating with the Raiders coaching staff, despite him also being a color analyst and broadcaster for
Fox Sports.
The NFL said Tuesday in a statement that Tom Brady, a minority owner with the Raiders and broadcaster for Fox, is prohibited from going to a team facility for practices or production meetings, but the former star quarterback is allowed to sit in the coach's booth, according to the NFL.
Yeah, I don't see why he shouldn't be able to do that. He is a minority owner of the Raiders, and he's involved with their draft, and he is involved with running the organization, and I'm sure he wants to mind the assorted goings-on with Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly. Like, all of that is fine. But again, and Andy, when the NFL changed the rule this year that said that Brady is allowed to do production meetings, albeit remotely. He's not allowed to go to practice facilities or watch practice, but that he could remotely be a part of those meetings. Again, what I said, and I stand by it today, is if I'm a coach, I would go, get him the hell out of here.
You said this the day we found this out in a summer high five.
I'm not telling that guy a single thing. And again, he's got Bears Cowboys in week 3 as a broadcaster for Fox. Well, then the Raiders play the Bears the following week. Now, the Bears are a friggin' laughing stock, but still, if I'm Ben Johnson, there's no planet on which I'm telling that guy anything.
Ben Johnson, by that point, could desperately need a win because it doesn't look like they've got one coming anytime soon. Now it's the NFL, everything changes week to week, but they've been off to a rough start.
That's
we
a
all
bad
know
team.
that.
Yeah.
So, and look, the Raiders are no great shakes. I understand the Raiders still lost the game. All this talk about Tom Brady and helping out, they still lose the game last night and yada yada. The point, though, is it's a clear conflict of interest. If I were the NFL, they're going, hey, Chip Kelly, why didn't you keep your mouth shut about all this? Why did you say this to the Monday Night Crew so they could make it a huge storyline? Tom Brady really...
By the way, Pete Carroll came out and refuted that story. He was like, yeah, Chip didn't really talk to him that much.
Yeah, because Pete Carroll's smart enough to know what this is going to lead to.
Right.
You and I were watching the game last night. We knew this was going to blow up. I just wondered how long. And the minute then I see about 2 minutes later, Tom Pelissero quoting everything and tweeting it out. I'm like, well, here we go. This is going to become another, and it should be. It should be. If Tom Brady wanted to be the quiet, because there's plenty of, let's think about it. Who do there's Melanie Hobson from Starbucks. It's part owner in the Broncos. You've got
Condi,
the F1 driver Lewis Hamilton.
Yep.
They're all minority owners. Now we see Condi from time to time in the ownership booth. We don't usually see the other two that I'm aware of. So you could be just a quiet, not in the spotlight minority owner and go
That's
about
not what
your
he is, though.
broadcast
He's Tom
career.
Brady.
But you got to let everybody know you're dead in the thick of this thing. So now it's a conflict of interest.
Speaking of owners with headsets, did you notice Carly Gordon sideline?
She's been doing that for a while.
Yeah, she's got the headset on. She's taking the notes,
wanting to know the play calls.
Yeah,
look good for her. Hey, if you're going to own the team and run the business, you should have some idea about that. So good for her.
She always looks surprised.
She does. Well, not everything said in those headsets is friendly to each other. Dude, one day, you know what the podcast I want? I want a podcast of recordings of the most hilarious leaked headset conversations between college and pro coaches. I can tell you one time, I know one specific coach during the Kansas meltdown to the Buffs was screaming at Dan Hawkins to run the damn ball, and Hawkins had his channel killed. So the guy couldn't be heard anymore. The guy you should have been listening to.
That's one way.
Get out of the headset.
That's one way to maintain your identity.
So I'm sure a few of those looks came from that.
At least Dan Hawkins had an identity.
Sure.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
What was that identity?
So with Joe Burrow expected to
Playing his
miss 3 or so months with the grade 3 turf toe, the Bengals have in fact elevated Brett
Ripien
from the practice squad to the 53-man roster. So he will back up Jake Browning, and the Bengals have signed a couple other quarterbacks to their practice squad to replace
Including
Brett
who?
Rippon. Sean Clifford and Nate's guy, Mike White.
Your guy's back in the league, Nate.
Miguel Blanco back in the NFL. Good to hear Mike White is out there getting a paycheck once again.
Who the hell is Sean Clifford?
Former Penn State quarterback.
Yeah, great.
Deep cut. Wow.
I know Clifford the Big Red Dog better than I know Sean Clifford, and I've not read my kid a book in at least 10 years.
So if you're Jake Browning, okay, and you're like, how do you help a backup quarterback succeed? I know they got offensive line issues with the Bengals, particularly on the interior. They paid the tackles. I don't know if they're any good, but they paid them. They used a high pick and then they paid another one. But their interior, they still kind of get problems. But in terms of give a backup quarterback a way to be able to succeed, having Jamar Chase and T. Higgins helps a lot. That's substantial. I really think the Bengals, and word out of Cincinnati is, and this is from the beat reporters, and I don't think a lot of them would just spew this. They're just the Bengals still view themselves as a playoff team and plan to be one.
Yeah, Jake Browning led him to some wins a couple years ago.
They've won games with Browning before. Again, you're gonna give the guy Jamar Chase, who's arguably the best receiver in the game.
T. Higgins, who you paid both of.
You're gonna give him T, who's got the most massive catch radius in the entire NFL.
Got some pretty good tight ends.
Again, you could be doing a lot worse. Now, they have a very difficult schedule. They got a tough division, all of those things. The Bengals probably aren't a playoff team, but I could see them hanging around. Off to a 2-0 start. That helps, right? Got a couple of banked wins to begin things.
Yeah, they could hang around. We'll see. Jake Browning's about to go through. Now, remember, what was it, about a handful of games that he played the last time he had to sub in a couple years ago?
He was
for Burrow.
4-3 in 7 games in 2023. That's pretty good.
They like to get about 6 games of tape on you.
12 tutties, 7 interceptions, completed 70% of his throws. He played well.
But now guess what?
Not a bum.
You're the guy they get to prepare for.
Yeah.
And they know you're the guy that they get to prepare for, so they're going to watch some stuff on you.
Yeah.
The only thing about it is the Broncos are going to get just 2 games into this experiment. So we'll see. Now you get them at home. You better win that game.
You should win that game.
Here's the way that you don't worry
game.
about the Indy loss anymore. You go get the Bengal win for sure. Because that was one of those iffy games for me with Burrow coming to town. Now that's a game you better darn well win.
This next story is crazy. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Crazy.
Hey, and there was a good matchup for this team. The 2-0 Rams are at the 2-0 Eagles this Sunday. So that'll be a good one as the Rams are coming off of the win in Tennessee. During that game, Sean McVay, we think that this is what happened. He's going to call a timeout, and he kind of pulled up awkwardly. He hurt his foot. Well, Sean McVay revealed on the Coach McVay show on YouTube, which I highly recommend everybody watch, that this is what happened.
Foot's good. I did tear my plantar fascia, so.
Oh, no.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing, because now I guess it allows you to heal a little bit faster, but, I was being dramatic, limping around towards the end of the game, but, the MRI confirmed I did that, but good news is I'm not playing, so I'm just on the sidelines watching, so if I have a little cool limp to add some swag, then you'll know why.
All right, one day, as somebody that has had issues with my feet my entire life, like going back to when I was a toddler, somebody's going to have to explain to me why it's good when you rupture your plantar fascia.
Because it just allows it to fully heal. I've heard about this when other guys have had the problem.
How does it
because
just
it like
fully
breaks in
heal?
half, and then I guess it grows back together.
Wait, you just get a new one?
Apparently it regenerates or something. I don't know. I'm not a damn doctor, nor did I stay at the Holiday Inn last night.
Well, you're trying to explain
I'm
it to me.
trying to give you the best that I can. There's something about where it just is tweaked and ripped that it just is a constant source of pain.
Well, I know that.
So
plantar fasciitis is something I've dealt with for many years of my life. How is a full tear better?
Tell you what.
Ty Lawson did it.
I want you to run up and down a bunch of times. Let's tear it fully and then tell me what feels different.
I don't want to.
Well, it's better.
It's what they say. I'll never understand the science of that. If there's a podiatrist listening
do you
right
want
now,
me to here? Do we need to get an answer? Let's see if we can't get an answer. I will try to. I'll get an answer.
You're so bad at Googling things.
No, I'm not. That's why I'm going to text somebody. You're not wrong.
You're going to text somebody else to Google this
I'm
for
so
them.
bad. You're not taking. You would not take whatever I Googled as.
Text someone else and have them Google it for you. Yes, if there's a podiatrist Also, I like the way that he started that answer right there. That's actually Rex Ryan's favorite podcast.
Foot's good.
Anyway, Sean McVay is going to be all right with his torn plantar fascia. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Hey, Thursday night football, the 2-0 Bills will host the 0-2 Jets. You can hear that game right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So the Bills are coming off of the win over the Jets. First quarter of that game, Josh Allen. Oh, man, I say it out loud.
Wow.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen.
Got to play all four for that one.
Good job.
He suffered a bloody nose, and he's bleeding. He had to get gauzed up. His nose was bruised after the game. He talked to the media today. Had a little cut on the top of his nose, slight bruises beneath the eyes. He looked fine. But he says he will probably wear a clear vision visor.
Cool.
On Thursday night against the Dolphins. And he made this joke today.
Yeah, I'm the third Bosa brother in the league, you know.
Because of the noses.
Ah, yes.
Nice. Well, they're teammates now. He's allowed to do it.
Yes.
Hey!
Well done right there. Clear visor. I got nothing else. I hope his nose is going to be okay.
Could he not say he was the new Corporal Max Klinger of his team? There's a schnoz.
What happens when the Dolphins fall to
that?
0-3? Because they're gonna fall to 0-3.
Steve Martin and Roxanne.
There you go.
Good question. I think Mike McDaniel, he'll get into October, right?
Yeah, he almost had. I mean, really,
Yeah.
I'll ask you this. Because we've lived this life in Denver. It doesn't do you any good to fire anybody right now. Systems are in.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah,
you are stuck with this crap.
There's no salvaging.
Yeah, you're not bringing in a new coach and revamping everything.
The other thing about the Dolphins is what hope did they have anyway? They were going to stink, and now they stink, and the vibes are extremely bad because Tyreek is battling with everybody, and Tua is – God, that guy is just riding the struggle bus right now. That team is just an absolute mess. Their defense has not been good so far this season. So just, you know what? Keep Mike McDaniel, lose as many games as you possibly can, get yourself a high draft pick.
You know what you need to do? Little Zach Wilson.
Tear your plantar fascia.
Little Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
Throw some in. Let's go.
Might as well. Go ahead.
Might as well see what he learned.
High five.
And finally, the first Monday night game last night, the Buccaneers beat the Texans 22-19. Houston falls to 0-2. They are without wide receiver Tank Dell all season long, but they are expected to get a couple of receivers back for week 3. For next week, they expect wide receivers Christian Kirk and Andy, your guy, Braxton Berrios.
Oh, my God. He's not my
return.
guy.
Yeah,
I
he
just
is.
know of him because of hot girlfriends. Actually, you want to know how I know of him? I was following Christian McCaffrey on Instagram, and I guess Braxton Berrios was dating the sister of his lady.
Yeah, sure. I remember that. He's your guy.
I
Your
guess
guy.
so.
It sounds like it's your guy.
No, my guy is who was our guy that was bouncing around?
My guy.
Another one of my
who is
training
that
camp.
guy?
No, who was our dude that's with the Dolphins now? He's with the Broncos for a minute. Berrios has never been with the Broncos.
Oh, River Kraft?
Kraft. There it is. That's my guy.
We landed the plane eventually.
Well, because we're like an old married couple. So even though I've given you just the worst directions possible, you know where we're going.
Is River Kraft still on the Dolphins?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Is he dating someone hot? Probably. By the way, Dr. Eric McCarty tells me.
You went right to the
as
team
doctor.
doc.
Well, I just saw him.
Okay.
Doc, as we were on the plane the other night, he goes, "You look like you're keeping your weight down." I was like, "Nah." He's like, "Yeah, you do." I was like, "No, 250.
Been keeping it up.
I'm the size of a linebacker, Doc. Thanks."
Without the speed.
Thus the steps I'm taking. Yeah, without the paycheck. I weigh as much as DJ Williams without, athletic ability and riches. But here's what he tells me.
What's Doc got for us?
He says partial tears hurt more.
They
Once
do.
it's completely torn, it does not hurt as much or very little. Also, you get a quicker recovery.
That didn't answer any of my questions.
He just said it doesn't hurt as much when it's fully torn.
Exactly. But again, it doesn't explain to me how it heals and makes it better.
Do we need to call him? Do you want him on the show?
Again,
Do you
this
want
was-
a private MD thing going on?
I do. Let's get a consultation with Dr. Eric McCarty. We need one. Do we have to pay for it? He's a friend of the show.
Yeah, he's an Avs doctor. Charge them.
Yeah.
I'm sure the Avs will totally green light that.
He's on the company
Nate's
payroll.
consultation, $5,000.
Because I want to know about torn plantar fasciitis.
What do you want to know? Why it heals better?
Yes. Does he have a chart or a diagram he could send us? Perhaps a slideshow? I want to learn these things. That's Andy. I'm Nate. I have plantar fasciitis. Well,
sometimes the treatment is painful for plantar fascia to release it. Cut it.
Just cut it?
Yes.
I can get it cut?
Yes.
How do they do that?
If you've got painful plantar fascia, go see Dr. Eric McCarty in his private practice.
And he'll chop
and let him cut it.
He'll chop my fascia.
Well, I'm assuming that they got to go in there and, I'm assuming there's an incision. The question is there a laser?
Just saw through that thing.
Can I get a laser? Yeah, he's going to pull out the Sawzall. He's going to use a local. He's going to go on in there. I don't know. For the plantar fascia, are you using the wood blade or a metal blade? What are we doing?
Give me a shot of moonshine. Let's do this.
Speaking of the Oregon Trail, he's going to give you a belt to Stranahan's. He's going to get out the Sawzall, and you're just going to have to look away.
Throw a tourniquet on that thing and tough it up, kid.
When he's done, he's going to stuff it full of gauze. He's going to throw some salve on top. You're going to bandage it up, and we'll see.
Can I bite down on a leather belt? Can I do that thing?
It says it heals better because you don't have to wait for any of the tissue to heal. You're waiting for tissue to heal with the cut.
I got this damn tissue problem, apparently.
I'm going to tell him I'll send you Nate's copay.
Send him my insurance information. I guarantee you I'm not covered. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Damn radio insurance. AFC West, Chargers at the top, 2-0. Broncos will have a chance to even up things in the division. I guess technically take the division lead because they would have the head-to-head.
True.
With a victory coming up here on Sunday. Chargers, impressive last night in a victory over the Raiders. They are now 2-0, both of their wins over AFC West opponents, having already taken down the Chiefs in Brazil, and now the Raiders last night in Las Vegas. So you will get the home opener for the Chargers coming up here on Sunday. By the way, that game was played in Las Vegas last night.
Yeah.
Raiders are in Las Vegas, which made this moment of the broadcast make me chuckle quite a bit as Louis Riddick went full Andy Lindahl and then went even fuller Andy Lindahl. Where were you last night, Louis Riddick?
And it's just a nice job by this this Los Angeles.
There you go.
This Las Vegas defense overall. Like I went through all the cities that they played in. It's incredible the energy though that this fan base brings to this franchise overall.
Oh no! This fan base full of people that didn't grow up here and didn't grow up rooting for the Raiders, but it's an incredible energy that they've got there at Allegiant Stadium.
Well, and it's funny. I wished he would have went back to Oakland before getting to Vegas just to complete all the spots that they were in.
Oakland, Los Angeles, Las Vegas. Yeah, no, they did. You're right. They went back to Oakland.
Yeah.
And then it was back to Las Vegas. They were all over the place. By the way, Chris Fowler, gamer last night
He
on
does
that
not
broadcast.
sound like he's healthy.
No.
What game did he have? I was watching the game Saturday night he was calling. What was it? He had a big national game with Herb Street.
Yeah,
Or wait, did he do Tennessee, Georgia?
No, that game was on CBS, right?
No.
Was it?
SEC's not on CBS anymore.
you're
they
right
did
about
Tennessee,
that.
Georgia.
Okay, you're
I was
right
like,
about
I
that.
think he sounds sick.
Well, he was certainly sick last night. Sounded good. You could tell he was battling, but he sounded good. I didn't think he missed anything. Fowler's so good. You know what he's really good on? And he's excellent on football. He's a great tennis announcer. He's just, you can't trip the guy up. Nothing gets him. Even last night, battling the illness. You can't get the guy. He was good. Justin Herbert was good too. Chargers are good. They had a brain-dead turnover late in that game, but the Raiders aren't good enough to take advantage of it. To me, and I know they're going to be without Khalil Mack this week, but this Chargers defense, I think, is considerably better than the challenge that Denver got from either Tennessee or Indianapolis so far this year.
Yeah, this is going to be, now again, Indy was better than we thought, okay? Yeah. I think it's fair to say all of that, right? I want to go check. Was that the only, I thought I saw another tweet about another injury for the Chargers, but I need to go check all the insider tweets again, which is going to take a second. Is Mack the only guy they lost last night? I felt like they got a little beat up in that game.
Dan Henley was playing in that game with a 101-degree fever, apparently.
Yeah. What is going on?
He went flu game out there.
Boy, if you're playing against him, I wouldn't be psyched. You'd be like, nah, if you're sick, you can't play.
The illnesses are cranking right now. Andy, the Broncos defense, which is now, getting a chance to go up against Justin Herbert, who has played well against this group. I know they gave up 29 points, okay? And I know all the scoring drives and everything else. Again, I didn't think they played poorly against Indianapolis. Teams are going to move the ball against you. Teams are going to move the ball inside the 20s. That's just going to happen in the NFL. Field position is so good. It's quick to get into scoring range. Kickers are going to kick field goals. To me, 2 weeks into this NFL season, to me, the difference is the teams that generally keep opponents out of the end zone are the teams that are going to win games. That's going to be the excellent defensive performance. It's going to be can you force field goals, because you're going to give up scoring drives in this NFL. I think it's too hard to play suffocating defense in the NFL today, especially with the field position. If Denver is forcing 5 drives that are on the good side of the 50 to end in field goals more often than not, I think they're going to be fine this year. I really do.
Yeah, they are. I just want to see. My problem, though, is, again, you've got to be better against the run. The run is what starts to concern you a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, and look, giving up that many short first downs is frustrating, too. You've got what we thought was a really good secondary. The secondary didn't quite show out the way that we hoped. Pat Surtain didn't have one of his better games as a pro. There's no doubt about that. But at the end of the day, the run helped keep them in short yardage situations. And like we talked about, if you're going to have 3rd and 5, you can run those crossing routes all day, then your DBs are going to have a tough time covering people.
Yeah.
And it opens up the swing routes and all this other stuff. My problem, I just feel like when you get to Baltimore, let's be honest, Buffalo can run the ball when they want to. They kind of showed that last year. If the Broncos really are going to take a jump to where they threaten for the division, you're going to have to handle the run.
Yeah.
And it's going to have to start this weekend against the Chargers. We saw with Omari and Hampton last night. Omari and Hampton's an interesting back. You know, I was watching him. He had a couple runs where you're like, ooh, those are some good moves. He fights off contact. He kind of looks shifty. I'm still not upset about them passing on him necessarily, but I think in a Jim Harbaugh offense, he's going to be a bit of a problem. And right now, this could be the loss to the Colts stinks, but it's not hopefully going to be crushing again if you can get another win against the Bengals. And who knows, maybe the Bengals aren't even going to factor into this thing anymore.
I mean, Chargers couldn't run the ball last year. And you look up at the end of the game last night, and they were not, 81 yards on 26 carries.
Well, you got Justin Herbert. They kept talking about it during the game last night in their analysis. It's hard not to want to let the guy throw the ball all the time.
Right.
Because of the quarterback that he is. And I do think they fall into sometimes not honoring what you think they're going to be. My bottom line for this game with the Broncos, this is fairly important. Because if the Chargers get out to 3-0, you know, they'll have one win literally on everybody in the division.
Yep.
They'll have beat everybody in the division if they get this win on Sunday.
That's a pretty good start. That's where you want to be in terms of being able to win that division.
And even if the Chiefs really are going to fall off, then these are the guys you got to chase.
What do you think of the way that Chip Kelly is using Ashton Genty at the moment?
I don't really get a lot of it.
I'm with you.
I don't get a lot of what he's doing, period. I don't. And again, look, Geno Smith, I'm not trying to tell you that Geno Smith is a fantastic quarterback, but the guy was a Pro Bowler in the last few years.
He's very accurate.
He's a very accurate passer. We saw Seattle do some good things with him, and yet Geno looks confused. This reminds me of like a Josh McDaniel coach system where the quarterback that looks good at one point doesn't seem to know what he's looking at all of a sudden, which tells me, what is the OC doing?
What I couldn't figure out last night was, is Geno playing that bad, or is this Charger secondary that good? Because I didn't see any separation out there. He couldn't find anyone. It was Geno was dropping back and just getting frustrated. And that's a credit to what the Chargers were doing to him in coverage. So again, I'm very interested to see that matchup coming up here this week. Let's play a piece of audio for everybody. So the Buffs are getting ready now for Wyoming. The Pokes are coming down to Boulder this week. Going to be a fun one. Saturday night. That game, I believe, kicks off at 11:45 p.m. Andy Lindahl can't wait for it. Deion Sanders today has an exchange with our buddy Mark Kisla. And Kiz, I would call this a lively 2-minute chat. And they got into talking about the identity of this football team, which, as we have discussed, is your identity is what you do well and what you lean into. And we haven't seen it yet out of Colorado. Here's the conversation between Deion Sanders and Mark Kisla from today.
Mark Kisla, Denver Gazette. Going back to the identity question, it's which comes first, identity or winning? Winning or identity?
Winning.
How much patience?
I don't give a darn what I did. First of all, I don't know coaches that seek identity. I think coaches seek wins. You could call it what you want, or it looks the way it looks. I don't care what kind of car we pull up in. Long as we pull out of here with a W, I'm good. So I don't really get into the identity thing, not whatsoever. I would like to do some things better. We like to stop the run. We like to run the ball. We like to be consistent offensively and defensively. We'd love to do those things better, but I can't be narrowed down with, what's your identity? What does that mean? What does that mean, what's your identity? I don't even know what that means.
What you're known for?
Excuse you?
What you're known for? What you do best? What you have on?
I don't think we can hang our hat out. Like Ohio State won the national championship, right? What did they hang their hat on? Running the football. But they had two runners. You can't hang your hat on two running backs. That's not nothing to hang your hat on. It's got to be on. Everybody got two running backs.
Two running backs can kick your butt.
They can't kick your butt without the line. I don't care how great they are. Without the line, they can't kick your butt. Like, I understand what you're trying to say, but winning is winning, man. It's not one thing you can hang your hat on. I would love to say, shoot, we could do this and we could do that, but you got to have consistency before you start opening your mouth and rambling off like that.
Patience to get to win. Your opinion.
Excuse me? I'm not a patient man. I'm not a patient man on anything. So I'm a fixer, man. I want to fix the problems. I'm not a guy that want to linger and just have that kind of stuff going on. I'm just as upset with some of you watching when you watch the TV or you're there. I'm just as upset or even more because I know what's supposed to be happening. Like I hear it goes in and I know what's supposed to be happening. It don't happen. So you're upset with that sentiment. But we're going to get it together. I think we have I know we have the young men inside that locker room and the coaching staff to get it together.
So it's a semantic argument that Deion chooses to engage in right there, and he's talking about winning being more important than identity, which I tried to see things through the lens that he's presenting. And there is a way that makes sense, Andy. The problem is that's in the micro, okay? Ultimately, you want to win the game that is directly in front of you, and you will do whatever it takes to be able to win that game, right?
Yep.
But if you want to win a lot of games, and if you want to have ultimately the success and reach the goals that you wanted to have, you got to have something that your team is really good at and that you lean into. Like that's reality. There's no football team on the planet that's just good at everything. It doesn't exist. Okay, so you do have to have something that you are legitimately good at. Now, coming off of, because wouldn't you say last year's identity was high flying, speed at receiver, Shedeur is going to make the throws, you're going to be clutch, that's how you're going to win games. Secondary is awesome. That was their identity. That was how they won 9 games a year ago.
Their identity, they went the way Shedeur went.
Yeah.
Shedeur was their identity.
Yeah. And that's okay. That's your quarterback. That is a lot of teams' identities. Well, so far they played 3 quarterbacks, so you haven't settled on an identity there. Your run game has been wishy-washy at best. You're averaging 4 yards a carry so far, but we have not seen the kind of physicality out of the front that we were looking to see for a team that needed to be able to run the ball more. Plus, the commitment to the run has been iffy at best. So there's that.
It has, not even iffy. It hadn't been there.
Yeah.
They've not committed to the run. I've seen all 3 games. There's been not enough commitment to the run for the way their offensive line at least looks.
Right. And it's big dudes, right? You go run behind the road graders. They don't seem to want to be able to do that right now.
The commitment's been to bubble screens, which I don't understand.
The horizontal passing game.
Let's stop it.
Has been a big part of what they have been trying to do. There's just been a ton of it. And it's kind of gotten them nowhere. That's Deion, you can have the semantic argument. I get it. It takes some of the heat off your team. That gets everybody talking, but it also, like it does for us, raise the question of, what is the thing you're legitimately trying to be good at right now, and how are you going to lean into that? That's what I don't see.
Here's one of the reasons why I don't think he's BSing you when he says that. I don't know how you get an identity when you're constantly flipping a roster, and that's been their move. They've not been the let's recruit high school talent, grow them in our system. And I mean, look, a lot of teams are facing the same problem.
That's everyone.
It's the new college football.
Yeah.
You don't grab a recruiting class and watch them grow into men anymore. You're hoping to just grab from the portal and
but you do, and there are programs that will legitimately look at it and they will say, well, this is the kind of football team I'm trying to build, so I will recruit to that.
Well, let's take a TCU. I think TCU has kind of shown, and it was. To me, it was on display in that first game against North Carolina. We have a group of guys that we want to keep together for a couple years.
Yeah.
We have a group of guys that we hope, let's get, and look, teams are always going to be picking and choosing from the portal. But in modern college football, there are a lot of teams that are doing it the way CU's doing it, where you're flipping half, if not more, of the roster when it doesn't work out. Some of it's by your choice. Some of it's by the player's choice.
And also, Andy, you were so there was such a specific way that you won games a season ago.
Yeah.
That's extremely tough to replicate. And so there was conversations about offensive line, physicality. We want to be better running the football. It's going to look different than it did a season ago.
I believe at his core. I really do. I believe Deion is a spread offense kind of guy.
Yeah.
Because I think every guy he's had in there has tried to tried to implement pieces of that. I do
Well,
think
because his skill position talent is the best part of his team.
there's no doubt about it. And, I look at last year, like, again, how come you don't have an identity this year? Well, they've changed out the offensive line practically. Everybody but the tackle, the left tackle. Seaton's the only returner, right? So that's one of the ways that you don't have an identity because you got these guys trying to figure out what they are right away.
Yeah.
You don't play any preseason. You don't do any scrimmages. You don't do any stuff like that in college football. It's tough to get an identity. Quite honestly, I think we're seeing a bunch of NFL teams, multiple and a bunch, same thing, that are trying to do the same thing and figure out what they are.
Yeah.
Right? Can you tell me the identity of the Denver offense right now? I can't tell. I think it wants to lean on the run. But I bring that example up because I feel like you got a lot of football teams trying to fill this out. The thing is,
Right now, it's the play action boot game. That's what I would say is the identity of the
and
Denver
I'd like
offense.
him to lean a little bit more on that run game. That I think if you just get into big personnel and run the football with Dobbins, you really got something there.
Yeah.
Just stick with it a little bit more at times. But look, as far as CU goes, here's the problem. I don't know where you find the identity because you already laid it out. You've played 3 quarterbacks. I don't know which one's the best. You have receivers that looked the part but weren't getting open. Again, for all the focus as usual on the quarterback, I can't tell you how many times during the broadcast Gary Barnett educated everybody. Nobody was open. He had nowhere to go with the football. So even though these guys looked like they're pretty good receivers, they weren't getting separation from Houston DBs. Thus, no place to go with the football for the quarterback.
Right.
And I don't know. Their running backs are interesting. But I don't know that they have a running back that I can say, like, I'd like to see more of J.K. Dobbins when he talked Broncos. I don't know that a running back that I point to on the CU roster and say, give me more of that guy. So where do you go for an
I think
identity?
Taylor looks
I don't
good.
know. He does look good.
Yeah.
But, again, he's a smaller guy that, you got to block it up. He's been the guy so far that's been one shoestring tackle away from popping some big plays. But the problem is he's been tackled.
Our identity here in the Kreckman and Lindahl show is absurdity and stupidity, and we have got some serious stupidity for everybody when we come back. Andy, we are throwing down a show challenge here. We're challenging somebody in order to challenge ourselves.
Okay.
For the rest of this NFL season. Will everybody cooperate? We'll explain it all next on the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Oh, we're rolling on Kreckman and Lindahl. Last segment of a Tuesday. Hopefully you're off to have a great Tuesday. Not a lot on tonight. Except some Rockies. I guess we'll see if Kyle Freeland can't ultimately get them to that win mark that puts them ahead of the White Sox for good. 303-504-0925. You know what's sad? I'm not missing Hard Knocks either. Sometimes this time of year is where I start to miss Hard Knocks. Not missing the Hard Knocks. Man, the Buffalo Bills Hard Knocks just might have killed the whole series for me.
Josh Allen?
Josh Allen was fun with his broken nose and all that, but no, good teams. You know what? I don't think I want a good team on Hard Knocks ever again. You know it might be an interesting team? The New York Giants. They might make for an interesting Hard Knocks team.
This would have been the year to put the Dolphins on it, by the way.
Yeah, well, you're not going to get shot at Mike McDaniel after this year.
I know, right? That's a little bit of a letdown. Give me the full mess. So, Andy, taking a look at this week's NFL schedule. All right. Obviously, you got the Broncos and the Chargers. Little afternoon football. That one's going to be an awful lot of fun. We start with the Bills and those Dolphins coming up here on Thursday night. We got some good games coming up here on the schedule. Don't forget Tom Brady's going to be doing that Cowboys-Bears game Sunday afternoon on Fox, America's Game of the Week.
Is it? America feels like it could do better than that. Game of the Week.
America would prefer another football game, but thank you.
America didn't get a vote on that.
But on Sunday Night Football, Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth will be calling Chiefs-Giants at MetLife Stadium. All right? Your 0-2 Chiefs taking on your 0-2 Giants.
Sure.
Just, you know what? All things are equal at 0-2. To me, the Chiefs and the Giants are the same. So you got the Chiefs going to play the Giants. If the Chiefs lose this game, they would fall to 0-3. Now, the quarterback of the New York Giants is Russell Wilson.
Spicy. He had a hell of a game last week.
Russell Wilson, who threw for 450.
450.
And 3 touchdowns last week in an overtime loss to the Cowboys. But you know what? That was entertaining football. That was Russ Moonballs. It was everything that you could hope
Russ
for.
had some routes he normally doesn't. Actually saw the middle of the field a few times, which is amazing.
Did they get him all
found a tight end here and there?
Did they get him a really short offensive line?
They found Dable did something. I'm telling you, he threw some routes. He frankly threw some routes and patterns he was missing week 1 against the Commanders.
Is that the hack? Is that you just get Russ and offensive linemen that are all Snooki sized?
Sure. Cut block everybody.
4'11" and 350 pounds.
They're all fire hydrants. Rusher's not sure what to do.
Bunch of exercise balls rolling around out there. And then Russ can see. But hey, Malik Neighbors, pretty good game. Wan'Dale Robinson, pretty good game. All right. So the Chiefs, Andy, they're 0-2. And we're all enjoying this. And I've got them not winning the AFC West.
You've had it from the beginning of the year. This isn't a new take.
I'm not buying this team. They're frauds. I was buying them last year. So here we go. The Giants now have a chance to send the Chiefs to 0-3, meaning that we need Russell Wilson to go ball out. Now, the full context here is, and Andy, I don't want to speak for you. I know I have said some perhaps unkind things about Russell Wilson.
I've tried to help defend Russ at times, but then you always got to go do something that just blows it up.
It's a tough position to be in.
Let's just say we don't get a lot of texts pining for the Russell Wilson days to return.
You really don't.
Nor have we had shows saying, well, what could have been?
Whether it has been cracks about his size, his office.
Bathrooms.
He did have a lot of bathrooms. His overpriced clothing store.
His uncomfortable social media when he got here.
High knees.
Old commercials.
His charity that apparently kept most of the money.
Yeah.
All of it. It's, again, I've said some things about Russell Wilson that have been a little bit harsh. Therefore,
brutal cap hits.
Ooh, the cap hits.
We haven't even got to the money. But now we're gonna, because you have a proposal.
So here's the proposal, okay? If Russell Wilson beats the Chiefs on Sunday night at MetLife.
Sending them to the dreaded 0-3 record, which makes making the playoffs alone a tough feat.
If Russ can do the thing he never did as a quarterback of the Denver Broncos and beat the Chiefs.
Although he could have if Melvin Gordon wouldn't have fumbled. Anyway, I digress.
Yeah. If Russ beats the Chiefs, we're going to introduce a new bit. And it's what we're going to call it is a new spin on a classic.
We like to call this, it's been repackaged.
That's right. So we have a bit here on the show. We haven't done it very much this year. I got to be honest with you.
They haven't let us.
But we had a bit called Say Something Nice About the Rockies. Well, I am willing to make this commitment for the Kreckman and Lindahl show. And granted, we'll have to put some work into it. But we're creatives. They pay us to do this. If Russ beats the Chiefs on Sunday night at MetLife, if the Giants get the victory over Kansas City on Sunday Night Football, waiting all day for Sunday night, if Russ does it, we will introduce a new weekly bit for the rest of the season here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. It'll be called Say Something Nice About Russell Wilson.
It's time to say something nice about Russell Wilson.
Wow. Come on, y'all. Russell Wilson. Holy. Very exciting.
Broncos country, let's ride. Broncos country, let's ride.
His name's Mr. Unlimited. Yeah, you gotta be unlimited. You gotta have a thought process of being unlimited.
I was doing high knees and working on my legs and everything else, make sure I'm ready to rock.
Be careful though. It's spicy.
You ever done anything dangerous? Ooh, jeez, that is dangerous.
It ends with the Cushing barf.
Are we going to add to the drama by pulling out some old Russ cuts where he names half the roster?
Ooh.
Because again, what happened? See, sometimes we do these things, but the challenge isn't real. It isn't real.
This is a real challenge.
But when you tell me that I got to say something nice, and then you bring out all the things that make me never want to say something nice before I'm supposed to say something nice, the challenge does exist.
So I had not heard that until just now.
Spring was psyched.
The fact that he opened with Hackett was really what did it.
Yeah, man, I forgot about Hackett.
Yeah, I didn't see that coming. You opened with Hackett. You went Mr. Unlimited. You got the spicy sub.
Yeah.
You worked high knees in there.
Yes.
You really didn't miss anything, Spring. You
got all the hits.
It was
that
all
was
accounted
the greatest
for.
hits album right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
except you didn't do Sexy Russ. Maybe you want to go find Sexy Russ talking about.
Jeez, that is dangerous.
No, that one. No, remember he's talking about Sierra they announced their pregnancy or whatever.
noted sex haver Russell Wilson. So
anyway,
so this is the challenge: is if the Giants win at Kansas City this week, for the rest of the year, we will designate 1 3-minute stretch a week in which we have to say something nice about Russell Wilson.
Okay, but I'm going to need one thing.
And again, the challenge here is while doing it, you cannot revert back to all the classics and just start making fun of him.
High knees.
It's not allowed, because when we do this with the Rockies, as we're trying to say something nice about the Rockies, we usually fail and we end up just getting pissed off about it, and thus we're not good at the bit. So that's the challenge: is only be nice.
I'll do it if the Russ Open is 2:30 of the 3 minutes. By the way, the first text says, "I hate this bit so much I'm going to root for the Chiefs."
I gotta be honest with you. Basically, Andy, all of my NFL credibility for this season, as if I have any, is tied up in the Chiefs continuing to lose. So that's why I need Russ to win this game. But having to say something nice about Russell Wilson is not going to be an enjoyable experience.
Well, here's what happens. Here's what I'm rooting for.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead and get that win. Get to 3-0. Or whatever. Get your first win. Put them at 0-3.
You'll be 1-2.
You'll be the Giants should be 1-2.
Yeah.
Ain't no you with the Giants. It's them. Then he gets benched when he turns back into Pumpkin Russ because it happened. He had a good 6-game stretch both years he was here. But Pumpkin Russ showed up.
Yeah, what?
So if he shows up by Halloween, we're out of the bit. If he ain't playing, I can't say anything nice about him.
Well, I don't know. Maybe we can find like an overpriced flannel from the House of LR&C to compliment.
Are there any locations left?
I think it's all online. I think because the one at DIA is gone.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there was another one